Modu. July blazed with fiery heat, the sun almost melting the asphalt road. Su Yuan stood in the shadow of the Civil Affairs Bureau's eaves, anxiously craning his neck to watch the passing cars. As he saw pairs of sweet couples walking hand in hand into the bureau, the fire in his heart burned even hotter. "I'm here." Soon enough, a taxi stopped at the bureau's entrance, and a pretty young girl in a short skirt jumped out running towards Su Yuan. Her skin was fair and translucent, with fine little fuzz visible under the sun. Crystal beads of sweat rolled down her smooth, full forehead, hitting the ground and instantly evaporating into mist. Though it was scorching hot, the girl didn't mind at all. She proudly waved the household registration booklet in her hand, pursing her cherry-like pink lips as she flaunted to Su Yuan, "I got it." Su Yuan looked at the booklet, his heart both aching and joyful. He couldn't help but take Zhao Qingxue's little hand and tuck her stray hair behind her ear. I knew you would get it." "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go get the certificate." Zhao Qingxue bustled toward the bureau, but Su Yuan held her hand. "No rush, there are a lot of people inside. Let's go buy a bottle of water from the convenience store next door." "Huh?" Following Su Yuan into the convenience store, Zhao Qingxue looked puzzled as he took a 5 yuan bottle of mineral water from the freezer and placed it on the counter. He paid quickly and handed the water to her. "Honey, why buy such expensive water? It's just mineral water. We could have bought the 2 yuan Ebao brand." Coming out of the store, Zhao Qingxue held the 5 yuan bottle, reluctantly unwilling to drink it. They had started dating freely in college, and since both came from ordinary families after graduation, they stayed in Modu to work instead of returning to their hometowns. But these days, fresh graduates were worth nothing. They'd worked for a year, and even with thriftiness, they hadn't saved much money. Zhao Qingxue had originally planned to first explain her and Su Yuan's situation to her family and get married before anything else. But her parents thought Su Yuan was too poor and firmly opposed the relationship, so Zhao Qingxue dared not bring up Su Yuan in front of them again. However, not mentioning it didn't mean she wouldn't get married. So she took the bull by the horns and stole the household registration booklet from home. Anyway, she would get married first. As long as she could be with Su Yuan, a little hardship was fine. As for the car and house her parents talked about, she believed they would have them someday. While Zhao Qingxue was still thinking about work and saving money, Su Yuan suddenly felt a bit dazed. Because right after he bought that bottle of water, a system notification rang in his ear. "Ding. Congratulations, host, for spending 5 yuan on your wife, Zhao Qingxue. You have received a 10-fold rebate of 50 yuan which has been deposited into your account. Please check." Hearing that voice, his whole body trembled and his mind screamed with excitement. It was real. Today was supposed to be his and Zhao Qingxue's day to get the certificate, but because her family disapproved of their marriage, finding him too poor, she had gone home to steal the household registration booklet. He had arrived early to wait at the Civil Affairs Bureau, but just a few minutes before Zhao Qingxue came, a mechanical voice like tinnitus had appeared in his ears, informing him that he had bound the 10-fold rebate system for spending money on wife. When bored, Su Yuan would read some fantasy wish fulfillment novels, so he knew about systems. But he was clear that such things only appeared in novels. How could they exist in reality? Yet who knew? They actually did. At first, when he heard about this system, he thought it was someone's prank, but he never expected it to be true. It really gave a 10-fold rebate. Because when the system's voice sounded in his ear, his phone also vibrated, indicating a transfer of 50 yuan into his bank account. Spend 5 and get 50 back, spend 50 and get 500, spend 500 and get 5,000. Then what about spending 50,000, 500,000, or 5 million? The thought of infinite stacking money rolling like a snowball bigger and bigger made every cell in Su Yuan's body scream with excitement. "Oh, today is our day to get the certificate, so it's normal for you to buy me a more expensive bottle of water." Seeing Su Yuan's odd expression, Zhao Qingxue thought her complaint had upset him. Thinking that Su Yuan meant well, yet she complained she felt she had done wrong, so she quickly hugged his arm and acted cute. Su Yuan snapped back to reality. He looked lovingly at the charming figure beside him. A Zhao Qingxue was gazing at him with big, deer-like misty eyes. Looking at those beautiful, tender eyes, Su Yuan's heart melted into a pool of water. He held Zhao Qingxue's hand even tighter and led her toward the Civil Affairs Bureau with firm, light steps. When they came out of the bureau, it was already 4 in the afternoon. Zhao Qingxue hugged the 2 bright red booklets in her arms, smiling a bit silly, her face full of happiness. "Today is our first day of marriage. How about we go eat something nice? What do you want, honey? Crayfish or barbecue?" Su Yuan smiled, didn't answer, but directly took her to Moda's largest pedestrian street. "Hey, things here are so expensive." After getting out of the car, Zhao Qingxue looked at the bustling crowd on the pedestrian street and wrinkled her cute little nose. This Shuanghui pedestrian street was one of Moda's famous streets with great environment, prime location, and a complete range of dining, entertainment, and shopping. But the key point was that it was expensive. Restaurants here started at a minimum of 1,000 yuan per person. They still needed to save money for a house and a car. Zhao Qingxue thought that even a few hundred yuan barbecue or crayfish was already a luxury, so how could she be willing to come to such an expensive place? "Taking my wife out to eat is never too expensive." Su Yuan grabbed Zhao Qingxue and walked straight into a high-end Western restaurant. If it were before seeing the restaurant's decor, Su Yuan would never have dared to step in, but now with the system, it was different. Spending 10 times the rebate meant that the more you spent, the more you got back. If they went to cheap places, the rebate would be insignificant. But such a high-end Western restaurant was different. If they had a meal costing 100,000, the rebate would be as high as 1 million. Then let's just have this one meal. Seeing Su Yuan's enthusiasm, Zhao Qingxue didn't want to dampen his spirits. She sweetly took his arm and walked in together. Welcome, are there two of you? A waitress in an elegant uniform approached. True to her work in a high-end restaurant, she had a fine figure, exquisite makeup, and graceful manners. Seeing that her own attire was inferior to the waitress's, Zhao Qingxue felt a tinge of disappointment. It was all her fault for being in such a hurry today and not dressing up properly. She should have worn that red evening dress. Yes, too. Su Yuan, who knew Zhao Qingxue so well, could tell what she was thinking just from her expression. So he gently patted her hand and said calmly to the waitress, "We'd like a table by the window." The waitress smiled and led them to a window seat. "Please order. Order whatever you like." Handing the menu to Zhao Qingxue, Su Yuan looked at her with gentle, focused eyes. Zhao Qingxue hesitantly opened the stylish menu. Though the dishes looked appealing, the prices beside them made her dizzy. A small piece of cake, nothing special, cost over 200. 200 could buy 3 pounds of crawfish, 2 servings of Russian-style mashed potato salad, 2 portions of Angus snowflake steak, and a raspberry cheesecake lava cake, plus a bottle of Gloria vintage port wine. Seeing Zhao Qingxue torn, Su Yuan decisively ordered the dishes, all of which were items she had stared at but couldn't decide on except for the wine. Very well. As the waitress gracefully walked away, Zhao Qingxue finally showed a pained expression. "Honey, don't be so rash. This is way too expensive. That bottle of wine alone costs over 1,000. She had originally thought they'd spend around 1,000 for the meal. But Su Yuan's wine alone was 1,000. With the steak and desserts, wasn't it 3,000 to 5,000? Her heart was bleeding. "Honey, I'm treating you to good food. What's with that face? It's our first day of marriage." Seeing Zhao Qingxue's puffed cheeks like a little squirrel, adorable beyond words, Su Yuan couldn't help pinching her face. Zhao Qingxue quickly pushed him away. "What are you doing? We're in public, mind your image. You're my wife, why should I mind my image? If I can't argue with you, just wait till I get you home." Though pain, they had already ordered, so not eating would be wasteful. So with the goal of getting their money's worth, Zhao Qingxue cleaned the steak and cake, and even had 2 extra glasses of wine. Her fair skin flushed easily, so after 2 glasses a lovely pink tint spread across her face like a half-opened rose, delicate and enticing. "Honey, I'm so happy today." Possibly because of the wine, Zhao Qingxue was more talkative and bolder than usual. Though he knew his wife was beautiful, seeing her like this made Su Yuan barely able to control himself. If they weren't outside, he would have pounced on her. But for now, he could only pat her head and take her to pay. "Sir, your total is 3,659 yuan. Card." When it was time to pay, Su Yuan couldn't help swallowing. Ding. Congratulations to the host for spending 3,656 yuan on his wife, Zhao Qingxue. You've received a 10-fold rebate of 3,656 yuan, which has been deposited into your account. Please check. But the system's voice rang in his ear in time. Earning nearly 40,000 from a single meal made Su Yuan's lips curl upward. This system was truly reliable. However, compared to Su Yuan's comfort, Zhao Qingxue snapped back to reality when she heard the price. "Ah, this restaurant is such a ripoff. A piece of steak costs 700 or 800. That's not steak, that's half a cow." So as soon as they left the restaurant, Zhao Qingxue started complaining non-stop, her little mouth chattering away. Su Yuan listened to her adorable complaints while pulling her into a shopping mall. Once inside, Zhao Qingxue realized something was off. Hey, what are you doing? Your phone is 3 years old. Let's get you a new one." Su Yuan looked at the phone in Zhao Qingxue's hand, a model from 3 years ago. Though it was popular back then, phones now update so fast. The design was outdated and many apps were laggy. Su Yuan had wanted to buy her a new phone for a long time, but Zhao Qingxue always said her phone was fine and wouldn't let him waste money. But every time he saw her friends with the latest models, he felt guilty towards her. So now that he had some extra cash, he decided to get her a new phone right away. What new phone? The features are flashy, but not practical. No need to waste money. Zhao Qingxue was reluctant to go. As a girl, she naturally wanted the latest model phone with its beautiful design and great camera. But thinking about saving money for a house and a car with Su Yuan, she felt she could do without a new phone. "What color do you like for the latest iPhone 12 Pro Max?" But Su Yuan didn't give her a chance to refuse. He dragged her straight to the Apple Store and headed for the newest iPhone 12 Pro Max. The top-tier iPhone 12 Pro Max cost 12000. Seeing the 5-digit price, Zhao Qingxue lost all interest in colors. She tugged at Su Yuan to leave. "Let's go, honey. You usually like pink, but this one doesn't have it. Let's get graphite. It suits your skin tone best and will look great in your hand." Su Yuan directly smiled at the salesperson behind the counter. "Please wrap it up." "Certainly, sir. The total for this iPhone 12 Pro Max is 11999. Will you be paying by card or cash?" "Card." When Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue first walked in, the saleswoman, noticing their ordinary clothes and old phones, didn't pay them much attention. But who knew Su Yuan would be so straightforward, ordering a phone without even asking? She immediately changed her laissez-faire attitude, eagerly packing the phone and helping set up the Apple ID, her service much warmer. Miss, your boyfriend is really good to you. Watching Su Yuan hand the phone to Zhao Qingxue, the moment he got it, the saleswoman looked at her with envy. Miss, your boyfriend is really good to you. Not really, he just likes to waste money, she said. Despite the envy and the shop assistant's praise, Zhao Qingxue was naturally delighted, but she still chided Su Yuan aloud. I told him not to spend recklessly, but he insisted on doing so, never listening to me. Chided by Zhao Qingxue, Su Yuan merely offered a faint smile and did not refute. As long as she was happy, he would buy her anything. Not to mention the tenfold rebate on purchases. The system had just notified him of 1,000 yuan credited to his account. In the blink of an eye, his wealth had doubled just from buying a phone. He had worked for a year and saved about 1,000 yuan. After this meal and phone purchase, the system gave him over 1,500 yuan, so his card now held around 2,500 yuan. Though not a huge sum, it was enough to buy Zhao Qingxue a decent diamond ring, wasn't it? Oh, this feels so nice. Come and touch it. Though Zhao Qingxue scolded Su Yuan verbally, she couldn't put down her new phone and immediately started snapping photos of herself joyfully as they stepped outside. Wow, it's so smooth. And the beautification features look amazing. The camera functions are absolutely incredible. Despite her aloof demeanor toward others, Zhao Qingxue turned into a silly chatterbox around Su Yuan, engrossed in exploring her new phone with boundless delight. Fortunately, Su Yuan was tall enough to put his arm around her shoulders and guide her along without any trouble. However, after a short walk, once Zhao Qingxue had finished exploring the phone's features, she suddenly looked up, her small face full of regret and heartache. What's wrong? Su Yuan worried she might be unwell, so he nervously touched her cheek. But her next words made the corner of his mouth twitch. I forgot to ask for freebies when buying such an expensive phone. Freebies? Let's go buy a diamond ring. Before Zhao Qingxue could react, Su Yuan had already pulled her into the Tiffany Co. store on the second floor. Tiffany, one of the world's top 10 luxury jewelry brands, is known as the queen of jewelry, famous for its diamonds and silverware. As a girl, Zhao Qingxue naturally knew the brand. Occasionally, she would see Tiffany diamond rings in magazines or on Zaihangshu. Those dazzling, exquisite rings paired with elegant high-end models were like hallowed works of art, inspiring both desire and a sense of reverence. Though she yearned for them, reason told her that buying diamonds was not worthwhile. After all, compared to gold, diamonds depreciate at an astonishing rate. This place looks so upscale. Stepping onto the mirror-like marble floor, Zhao Qingxue was cautious, afraid of accidentally damaging something. She glanced at the diamond rings in the glass display cases while whispering to Su Yuan, so expensive. Why buy diamonds instead of gold? Let's just look. Hearing this, Su Yuan for some reason felt a sudden sting in his nose. As the universally recognized campus belle, Zhao Qingxue had no shortage of wealthy suitors, at least 8 or 10. She was hardworking and outstanding, and by her own merits, she could easily find a boyfriend from a well-off family, receiving new phones, expensive cosmetics, and beautiful bags on holidays like other girls. Yet she chose to be with him. Though he had tried his best to provide material comfort, reality still forced him to bow his head. The money he earned each month couldn't all be spent on her, because they would need to buy a car and a house in the future. He couldn't give her a grand, splendid wedding. He was too poor to afford it, and he couldn't even gain her family's approval. He was just one of the many living hard, yet mediocre. But she still loved him unconditionally, abandoning a bright and brilliant future, defying her family's objections and opposition. Such unwavering devotion. Such a good girl, and he had let her suffer too much before. Pick whichever you like. He'll buy it for you. Hearing Su Yuan's low voice beside her, Zhao Qingxue, who had been enthusiastically browsing the styles, was suddenly full of confusion. She turned around in disbelief and said sternly, Su Yuan, enough. I'm already overjoyed with the big meal and the new phone today. Buying a diamond ring is too much, don't you think? Didn't we agree before not to buy flashy things like diamond rings? Zhao Qingxue had a pure youthful look. Though she was 23, her cheeks were full of collagen, and with her lively big eyes, she looked incredibly cute, even when serious. Though Su Yuan was being scolded, he didn't mind at all. Instead, his gaze fell on a round yellow diamond ring inside the glass case. The ring had a gold band studded with diamonds, with a double chain of tiny diamonds at the edges and a brilliant golden main diamond in the center. If he remembered correctly, Zhao Qingxue had seen this style in a magazine before. He hadn't noticed the price back then, but here it was priced at 200 yuan. How about this one? Su Yuan asked Zhao Qingxue, but without waiting for her answer, he told the shop assistant, please bring this one out for my girlfriend to try. Sir, this wedding ring is our summer limited edition, priced at 200 yuan. Normally, a high-end store like Tiffany provided attentive service with assistants proactively greeting and introducing styles to customers. But Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue were dressed so shabbily that they looked like they couldn't even afford the most basic models, let alone the expensive new ones. So no assistant was willing to attend to them, just letting them wander around the store. Now that Su Yuan had taken the initiative to ask to see the ring out of basic politeness, one assistant finally deigned to respond. However, even her sweet voice and fake smile couldn't hide the impatience and contempt in her eyes. If you can't afford it, why bother looking? Just causing trouble. Those words were almost written on the assistant's face. 22000. That's way too expensive. Let's go. Though Zhao Qingxue was naive, she wasn't ignorant of social cues. The assistant's impatience didn't escape her notice, making her feel a bit timid and disappointed. She tugged at Su Yuan's sleeve and softly urged him to leave. Is anyone willing to show it to me? Su Yuan was a bit frustrated by this encounter, but since it was his lucky day, he didn't want to lose his temper. So he asked the idle assistants again. One of the assistants, noticing Su Yuan's good demeanor and persistence, hesitated for a moment before walking over. She took out the yellow diamond wedding ring and handed it to Su Yuan, saying with a smile, "Go ahead, let your girlfriend try it. This yellow diamond ring symbolizes purity and eternity. It's very suitable for your girlfriend. This one, please wrap it up." Su Yuan, after letting Zhao Qingxue try on the ring, found it fit perfectly without needing any adjustment. He then promptly told the shop assistant to wrap it up. This statement left Zhao Qingxue utterly stunned. "Honey, don't joke around," she stammered. "Diamonds aren't worth much. Gold is more valuable." "Of course I'm not asking you to buy me gold either. I mean, this ring just isn't right." In truth, although Zhao Qingxue had entered the Tiffany jewelry store with Su Yuan for her, it was just like window shopping. Just looking, never intending to buy. Especially since this store was all high-end merchandise. The ring she had just tried on was Tiffany's limited edition this summer, worth 220,000 yuan. What did 220,000 yuan mean? It meant they could afford the down payment for a 3-bedroom apartment in a small city. She couldn't bear to spend that much money on a diamond ring. Yes, sir. It wasn't just Zhao Qingxue who was dumbfounded. Even the shop assistant was momentarily taken aback. Originally, she had taken out the ring for Zhao Qingxue to try on purely out of politeness, never thinking Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue could actually afford it. But who would have expected Su Yuan to be so decisive? Even those wealthy housewives who dressed in expensive clothes and jewelry would need to consider cost-effectiveness when faced with a 200th Sandian diamond ring. Yet this young man was so carefree. It seemed to him that it wasn't 200,000, but 20 yuan. Was he just putting on a show? "Oh, isn't this Qingxue? What are you doing here?" Before they could pay, a cloying voice suddenly sounded behind them. The voice was deliberately squeezed out, giving people goosebumps. Zhao Qingxue tensed slightly at the voice and reluctantly turned around to greet the woman opposite. "Momo, what a coincidence. My husband and I are here looking at rings." "Looking at rings? You must be in the wrong place." Lin Mo, clinging to a pot-bellied, middle-aged, greasy man, covered her mouth with a laugh at Zhao Qingxue's words. She deliberately raised her hand to tuck a strand of hair behind her ear, casually revealing the large round pearl earrings and the string of Cartier bracelets on her wrist, and then gave a fake smile. "Let me tell you, Qingxue, we've only graduated a year ago, and the job market is tough now. Salaries are generally low. When buying things, you must compare prices and get the best value for your money. For example, when buying a diamond ring, I wouldn't recommend buying here. It's too expensive. Better to go to the underground market at Erlaton. There are a few custom ring shops there. The quality isn't as good as here, but the value is great. You can get a 50-point loose diamond for 3,000 yuan pair with a silver setting plus the crafting fee. It won't exceed 4,000. Perfect for you." Although Lin Mo's tone was one of concern, the mockery in her eyes clearly said, "You poor thing, you don't belong here." This speech made Zhao Qingxue even more embarrassed. I just came to look." "Is that so? Then do you have any recommendations for a ring that suits me? My husband Dong insists on buying me a diamond ring, and I can't talk him out of it." Lin Mo said this while casting a coquettish glance at the greasy, middle-aged man beside her. The man puffed out his large round belly and said magnanimously, "Momo, as long as you're happy, you can buy any diamond ring you want. Oh, no need to buy anything too expensive. Around 50 or 60,000 will do." When Lin Mo mentioned 50 or 60,000, a flicker of reluctance flashed in her eyes. Although the man she was with was a senior executive at a company earning 500 or 600,000 a year, he was always stingy when giving her gifts. This time she had to beg and plead for a long time just to get this opportunity to buy a diamond ring. She knew he wouldn't buy her a very good diamond ring. 50 or 60,000 at most. But a 50 or 60,000 yuan diamond ring was enough for her to show off on her social media. And of course enough to make Zhao Qingxue envious. "Sorry, my wife didn't look at such cheap diamond rings, so I can't recommend any to you." Just as Lin Mo was proudly showing off in front of Zhao Qingxue, Su Yuan suddenly put his arm around Zhao Qingxue's shoulder and said to Lin Mo with a sardonic smile. Lin Mo's smile immediately faded upon hearing this. She had intended to show off, but Su Yuan's words instantly slapped her in the face. But after all, they were college classmates, who didn't know whom. In Lin Mo's eyes, Su Yuan was nothing but a poor wretch who was good-looking, but had nothing else going for him. He had only graduated a year ago. How could he afford a good diamond ring? Thinking this, Lin Mo couldn't help but sneer disdainfully. Oh, don't tell me you can afford that diamond ring on Qingxue's finger. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and wrap the ring for me. But the next second Lin Mo was stunned. Because Su Yuan, upon hearing her words, didn't show the embarrassment or anger she had imagined. Instead, he gave a slight glance at the shop assistant and said that while handing over his bank card. The shop assistant respectfully took the ring and card away and soon returned handing Su Yuan the card and an exquisite paper bag. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 200 yuan on your wife, Zhao Qingxue. You have received a tenfold rebate of 22000 yuan. It has been deposited into your account balance. Please check host. Hearing the system notification in his ear, Su Yuan calmly put his arm around Zhao Qingxue's soft waist and left. But as he reached the door, he paused and turned back to say to the ashen-faced Lin Mo, my wife said those 50 or 60,000 yuan diamond rings are all quite ugly, so she didn't bother to look at them. But I think there might be one that suits you. What did he mean? That she only deserved those ugly rings? Or was he implying she was ugly? Lin Mo was so furious at Su Yuan's words that her body trembled slightly, and she felt as if a layer of powder had literally shaken off her face. But she had nothing to say in rebuttal. Honey, you're amazing. One sentence drove her insane. She always bullies me. Walking out of Tiffany's, Zhao Qingxue couldn't help but laugh. Did you see that? She was so angry that the powder fell off her face. Although they were classmates, Zhao Qingxue had never liked Lin Mo. She usually didn't provoke her, but Lin Mo always came to show off her love life, or make snide remarks which annoyed Zhao Qingxue to no end. You're only fierce at home. When you're with me you're sharp-tongued, but why are you so polite to others? Actually, Su Yuan wasn't the type to be petty, but if someone bullied his wife, he wouldn't let it slide. Today he only mocked Lin Mo a few times. That was getting off easy. If there was a next time, he would never be. Let's go. The scene of Su Yuan mocking Lin Mo was clearly witnessed by several shop assistants. At that moment Lin Mo felt her entire face burning with shame, wishing she could find a hole to crawl into. To salvage her dignity, she deliberately linked arms with the greasy man, and with an air of superiority examined several pieces of jewelry priced around yuan. She either criticized the diamonds for lacking perfection or claimed the designs were too outdated before finally leaving with her chin held high. What a fake. Exactly. She was practically drooling over the diamond rings, yet she still said they were ugly. How could anyone be like that? If you can't afford it, just admit it. Sour grapes, right? Several shop assistants were outwardly polite to Lin Mo and the man, but as soon as the two left the store they immediately revealed contemptuous expressions. After finishing their mockery of Lin Mo, they shifted their attention to Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue. A few people looked enviously at the shop assistant who had served Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue today. Yeah, you're so lucky. That poor guy today looked really shabby, but who would have thought he's actually so rich? Exactly. A 2,000 yuan diamond ring bought on the spot, and he's so handsome too. I'm so jealous. He's the classic example of a man who would rather scrimp and save himself, but spoil his wife. The shop assistant called Yaya was also overjoyed. Selling that diamond ring had completed her weekly sales quota in one go, making her mood exceptionally bright. That's right. When looking for a man, you need one who dotes on his wife. Of course, Zhao Qingxue had no idea what the shop assistants were saying. Having spent over 2,000 yuan today, she was terrified. Seeing that Su Yuan seemed reluctant to leave and still wanted to browse cosmetics, she quickly dragged him back to their rented apartment. Confess honestly, where did you get all this money? You didn't blow your life savings, did you? Looking at the huge ring on her finger, Zhao Qingxue sat on Su Yuan's lap, pinching his cheek as she interrogated him. Haven't I recently completed a big project for the company? It's a bonus from the company. Of course, Su Yuan couldn't tell Zhao Qingxue about the system. Even if he did, she might not believe him. So after weighing the pros and cons, he decided to make up an excuse to brush it off. Upon hearing that the money was Su Yuan's bonus, Zhao Qingxue became even more distressed. So getting a bonus gives you an excuse to squander money. Woo, this was supposed to be the down payment for our house. Then how about we return the ring? Su Yuan found it amusing and said, if we return it in time we might get back 100,000 or so. I'm not that stupid. This is my diamond ring. You want to return it? No way. Zhao Qingxue spoke with acute fierceness, turning around to guard the ring warily, as if afraid Su Yuan would snatch it away. Su Yuan pretended he was really going to grab it and return it. The two of them tussled on the bed for a while, and Zhao Qingxue eventually couldn't hold on and fell asleep. Watching her sleep, Su Yuan placed a feather-like kiss on her forehead, then picked up her phone. The two of them were very open with each other, having both registered their fingerprints on each other's phones, so they had no fear of the other snooping. Therefore, Su Yuan smoothly unlocked Zhao Qingxue's phone with his fingerprint and logged into her Taobao account. As a girl, Zhao Qingxue naturally loved browsing Taobao. However, most of the things she liked she would just look at. Although she might excitedly add them to her cart, they would simply lie there in her cart, as she rarely bought them. Actually, Su Yuan had many times been impulsively wanting to clear her shopping cart, but he never had the money. Now with over 2 million yuan lying in his account, he naturally didn't hesitate to do what he had long wanted to do. Ding. Congratulations to the host for spending 2,000 on your wife, Zhao Qingxue, obtaining a tenfold rebate of 20,000, which has been deposited into your account balance. Please check host. Ding. Congratulations to the host for spending 5500 on your wife, Zhao Qingxue, obtaining a tenfold rebate of 5500, which has been deposited into your account balance. Please check host. Ding. Congratulations to the host for spending 9600 on your wife, Zhao Qingxue, obtaining a tenfold rebate of 9600, which has been deposited into your account balance. Please check host. Zhao Qingxue's shopping cart basically contained some pretty little dresses, cosmetics, and various small trinkets. They weren't expensive in total. Clearing the entire cart only cost Su Yuan 100 yuan. He also received a rebate of 1.2 million. Adding to his previous rebates, his account now held around 3.7 million yuan. With so much money, perhaps it wasn't enough to buy a house in Shanghai, but it should be more than enough to buy a car, right? Thinking this, Su Yuan also fell asleep, holding Zhao Qingxue. How come there are so many messages? In the morning, Zhao Qingxue always woke up earlier than Su Yuan. She had planned to make breakfast, but who knew that when she habitually glanced at her phone, she would see several unread messages in the top right corner of her WeChat icon. She was startled, wondering if her boss had something to discuss with her. However, when she opened WeChat, she felt relieved. No one had added her in the company group chat, nor had any colleagues messaged her privately. All the messages were from her moments. Only then did she remember that after returning home yesterday, she had taken a photo of the Tiffany diamond ring Su Yuan bought and posted it on Moments. Qingxue, you finally changed your phone. A conspicuous line under the post from iPhone 12 Pro Max also caught many people's attention. However, everyone's focus was still on the photo Zhao Qingxue posted. Is this really the Tiffany Summer Limited Edition wedding ring? It's so beautiful. I remember this ring costs over 2,000 yuan. Qingxue, I never knew you were a secret rich girl. Qingxue, tell me the truth, did you win the lottery? How did you suddenly become so generous? Zhao Qingxue's moments were filled with her close girlfriends and co-workers. They all knew that although Zhao Qingxue was beautiful, she had a very poor boyfriend, and the two of them were saving money to buy a house and a car and get married. So normally Zhao Qingxue lived very frugally. Her phone was an old model from years ago. She bought clothes on Taobao, brought her own lunch, and only bought affordable cosmetics. Her moments were just daily photos. This was the first time she showed off a diamond ring. And to show off a Tiffany Summer Limited Edition. For wealthy people, maybe 2,000 yuan was nothing. Any piece of their jewelry cost more than that. But for ordinary girls like them, this 2,000 yuan Tiffany Summer Limited Edition wedding ring was already a luxury item. After all, with their monthly salary of 5,000 or 6,000, it was completely impossible for them to ever buy a Tiffany Summer Limited Edition on their own. Unless they found a boyfriend from a well-off family. But nowadays, where could you easily find a tall, rich, handsome man? It's just a Tiffany ring. Some admired it, while others naturally sneered at it. Gazing at the picture in Zhao Qingxue's moments, Jin Jiwen let out a cold laugh and opened her private chat. Swear, did your boyfriend give you that ring? Yes. Seeing Jin Jiwen's message, Zhao Qingxue felt reluctant to reply. However, as a major client of the company, she had to maintain a good relationship with him, so she had no choice but to respond. Your boyfriend is really rich. Noticing Zhao Qingxue's swift reply, Jin Jiwen's face lit up with feigned admiration. In truth, he had already investigated Su Yuan's background. His father was a civil servant, his mother ran a convenience store. Not destitute, but certainly not wealthy. He himself was just a 996 office worker toiling away for the company and earning a meager 7,000 or 8,000 a month. Graduating only a year ago, buying a 2,000 yuan diamond ring. For Zhao Qingxue meant either the ring was fake or it had drained Su Yuan's resources completely. Judging from the photo, the ring didn't look fake, so Su Yuan must have spent a fortune on it. What a fool. With that 2,000 yuan, he could have bought himself a car instead. Spending money to please a woman is far less effective than buying a car to attract one. Thinking this, and seeing that Zhao Qingxue hadn't replied, Jin Jiwen dialed a number. Hello, manager son. Are you free tonight? I've got 2 bottles of fine wine. How about we share a drink? Hearing the affirmative answer, the corners of Jin Jiwen's mouth curled higher. This manager's son was none other than Su Yuan's direct superior. Super Idol's smile isn't as sweet as yours. The noon sun in August isn't as dazzling as you. I love you at 105C, crystal clear, distilled water. Su Yuan was awakened by a sweet, ethereal song. He rubbed his eyes groggily, watching 2 bunny ears sway before him. He reached out and pulled the soft body into his arms. Zhao Qingxue's pretty face appeared before him, her bright eyes shimmering with watery light, brimming with happiness. Lazy pig, get up. The little bunny has already made breakfast. Really? But this morning I want to eat a little bunny. Here, have it. She offered her pink lips to Su Yuan, closing her eyes as if resigned to her fate. Su Yuan smiled and gently bit her lips. After a delightful breakfast, Zhao Qingxue rested her chin on her hand, enthusiastically planning where to go. Since graduation, they had been busy only dating on weekends, usually just eating, shopping, and watching movies. Though happy this time, Zhao Qingxue wanted something different. Where do you think is better? I want to go to Happy Valley or maybe Underwater City. As she spoke, Zhao Qingxue still remembered to check her phone for guides comparing ticket and transportation costs. I've already decided where to go, so put your phone away. Su Yuan smiled, took her hand, and led her out. Zhao Qingxue followed him, dumbly recalling yesterday's extravagant spending. She couldn't help but remind him, by the way, don't take me to any expensive places today. I want to eat a single bite if the meal costs more than 100 yuan. Okay, I promise to take you to a low-cost place. If that's more like it. Reassured by Su Yuan's promise, Zhao Qingxue followed him trustingly. But when they arrived at their destination via subway, and she saw the huge 4S store sign, she was stunned. This is what you call a low-cost place? Exactly. Su Yuan pulled her inside, speaking with righteous indignation. Let's just buy a car worth around 1 million. The tens of millions or hundreds of millions supercars. We won't even glance at them. Zhao Qingxue gritted her teeth. Su Yuan, honey, I'm here. Let's go. Coming. Su Yuan strode forward, dragging Zhao Qingxue inside, completely ignoring her resentful gaze. But resentful as she was, Zhao Qingxue knew Su Yuan had always wanted to buy a car, so she considered it just a preview. The 4S store was huge with 3 floors. The first floor held ordinary cars, usually under 1 million yuan. The second floor was for million-level vehicles. The third floor was accessible only to members of the store, off-limits to ordinary people. So Su Yuan took Zhao Qingxue to the second floor. She had been cautious on the first floor, but once Su Yuan led her to the second, she actually relaxed. She knew that while he might have been able to afford a car on the first floor with a loan, he definitely couldn't afford anything on the second. This Porsche Cayenne looks nice. Relieved of financial worry, Zhao Qingxue browsed more freely and soon spotted a red Porsche Cayenne. As an SUV model under the Porsche Cayenne line, it was popular in China for its outstanding power and handling. The Porsche Cayenne has excellent power thanks to its newly designed turbocharged engine. Seeing Zhao Qingxue's delight, Su Yuan enthusiastically explained. But Zhao Qingxue blinked her big eyes, listened attentively, and said seriously, I just think the color is pretty. Fine, whatever reason, as long as his wife liked it. He waved over a car salesperson and pointed at the red Porsche Cayenne. How much is this car? The salesperson had noticed Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue when they entered. Those in the business were sharp, they could tell at a glance whether someone could afford a car. Seeing the couple, they lost interest, and simply let them wander on the second floor. Now called over, the salesperson smiled, but couldn't hide the perfunctory tone. With insurance and everything, the out-the-door price is about 2 million yuan. Su Yuan casually patted the hood of the Porsche Cayenne. That's cheap. He'll take it. What? Sir, what did you just say? At Su Yuan's words, both Zhao Qingxue and the salesperson exclaimed in disbelief. I said I want this Porsche Cayenne. Su Yuan repeated calmly. It was then that Zhao Qingxue and the salesperson realized he was serious. Outside, Zhao Qingxue couldn't scold him, so she frantically tugged at his sleeve, nearly tearing it off. Su Yuan pretended not to notice, calmly looking at the salesperson. Just swipe the card directly. Yes, sir. Please follow me to the VIP lounge. They'll handle the paperwork immediately. A generous spender is a king. Hearing that Su Yuan genuinely intended to buy a car and was going for a Porsche Cayenne, the salesperson's face transformed like a magic trick, brimming with enthusiasm. So you have excellent taste. This Porsche Cayenne is this year's new model, renowned for its outstanding performance and cost-effectiveness. It's in high demand. I have a client who desperately wants one but couldn't secure the funds in time, so he asked me to hold one for him. Although we're closed, given you're discerning, I'll sell it to you first. Su Yuan knew the salesperson's spiel was nonsense and merely listened. He found Zhao Qingxue's anxious pacing amusing and stroked her hair. Actually, my wife really likes this car. I'm buying it for her daily commute. Your wife is so beautiful. You two are a perfect match. The salesperson, witnessing Su Yuan's doting expression, truly felt the sting of envy. But no matter how much envy stung, one still had to earn a living. After a barrage of flattery aimed at Zhao Qingxue, she finally let go of Su Yuan's sleeve. Ding. Congratulations, host, for purchasing a 2 million yuan Porsche Cayenne for your wife, Zhao Qingxue, triggering a tenfold rebate of 22 million yuan, which has been deposited into your account. Please check. Ding. Congratulations, host, for purchasing a 2 million yuan Porsche Cayenne for your wife, Zhao Qingxue. You have received an additional lucky rebate of Ferrari LaFerrari. Please check. The two were sipping tea in the VIP lounge when Su Yuan, while being scolded by Zhao Qingxue, heard the system's prompt in his ear. Hearing the prompt, Su Yuan was ecstatic. He had thought he would only gain 20 million yuan, but unexpectedly he also received a Ferrari LaFerrari as an extra reward. A supercar like the Ferrari LaFerrari would cost tens of millions at least. This was a luxury car he had never dreamed of owning. I wonder how the LaFerrari feels to drive. Su Yuan couldn't help but lick his lips. After all, what man could resist such a supercar? Are you even listening to me? Seeing that she had rambled on while Su Yuan was distracted, Zhao Qingxue huffed and tossed a grape into her mouth. If you ignore me again, I'll choke myself with this grape. Honey, I was thinking, what kind of house do you like? Let's buy one too. Snapping back to reality, Su Yuan found her words both amusing and exasperating, so he pulled her into a comforting hug. Zhao Qingxue's attention was piqued. We'll talk about the house later. That Porsche Cayenne probably drained your savings, right? It's fine. Just tell me, so I have a goal to work toward. I've thought about it. We don't need a house in a prime location. Those are too expensive. I checked, the money for a small, old apartment in the city center could buy a large flat in the suburbs. After much deliberation, Zhao Qingxue reached that conclusion. Su Yuan silently noted the large flat. But she had only spoken casually. In truth, she was now deeply concerned for him. After they got their marriage certificate, Su Yuan had bought her an expensive diamond ring, and now a car. He must have exhausted all his savings, perhaps even received support from his parents. They were both from ordinary families. How could they afford such extravagance? Yet she couldn't bear to refuse. She knew Su Yuan felt guilty and wanted to compensate her materially. If he saw her happy, he would likely be happier too. Qingxue, it's the weekend. Want to go out for hot pot at noon? I found an incredible restaurant. Just as Zhao Qingxue was lost in thought, her phone vibrated, displaying a message from her close friend Shihan. Zhao Qingxue then asked Su Yuan for his opinion. Su Yuan glanced at it. The hot pot restaurant Shihan mentioned was not far from the 4S store, so he readily agreed, asking Shihan to wait while they picked up the car. This time Su Yuan paid in full, and the salesperson was exceptionally attentive, completing all the paperwork and insurance within the morning. I'm waiting for you at the hot pot restaurant entrance. Come quickly. After agreeing on the time, Shihan drove her car to the restaurant. Her family was well off and worried about her working alone, and Modu bought her a 1 Yuan SUV after graduation. Although the car wasn't expensive, it was a blessing for most office workers who endured crowded subways daily and spent exorbitant amounts on ride-hailing during holidays. Occasionally, Zhao Qingxue would hitch a ride to go shopping or run errands. We're here. After picking up the car, Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue drove to the agreed hot pot restaurant. Seeing Shihan urging them, Zhao Qingxue replied. Checking her message, Shihan was puzzled. She didn't see anyone. But soon a red Porsche Cayenne pulled up in front of her. Seeing the brand new car, Shihan felt a twinge of envy. Even older models cost over 1 million yuan, and this latest model must be at least 2 million. When would she ever own such a car? Henan, have you been waiting long? Just as Shihan was lost in thought, the passenger door of the Porsche Cayenne opened, and Zhao Qingxue jumped out. Seeing her, Shihan was startled, and then expressed admiration for the car's owner. Tisk driving a Porsche Cayenne while working so hard as a ride-hailing driver. No wonder they're rich. Hearing Shihan's teasing, Zhao Qingxue paused. Henan, my husband bought this car for me today. Shihan was stunned for a moment, then waved her hand dismissively. Qingxue, stop joking. I know Su Yuan inside out. How could he afford a Porsche Cayenne? I know everything about your Su Yuan. How could he possibly afford a Porsche Cayenne? Shihan was not looking down on Su Yuan. If Su Yuan had bought Zhao Qingxue a car worth 2 or 300,000, she wouldn't have been surprised. But the problem was that the car in front of them was a Porsche Cayenne. This car cost over 2 million. Just this morning she had seen Zhao Qingxue showing off a Tiffany ring on her moments. Where did Su Yuan get so much money to buy a ring and a car? After all, he came from an ordinary family and had only graduated a year ago. Some people were still living paycheck to paycheck. How could he have saved up millions? It was completely impossible. It's a bit hot. You two go in first, they'll go park the car. Seeing Zhao Qingxue get out of the car and talk to Shihan, Su Yuan poked his head out of the window and greeted Shihan. Honey, come back. Quickly, Zhao Qingxue leaned in and kissed Su Yuan on the cheek. They'll miss you. You too. Although seeing a handsome man and a beautiful woman kissing was pleasing to the eye, the problem was that they had been together for 4 years already. Did they have to be so lovey-dovey? Shihan shuddered at the sight, then suddenly froze. Wait, was it really Su Yuan inside the Porsche Cayenne? Did Su Yuan really buy this car for Zhao Qingxue? Let's go. Watching Su Yuan drive off to park, Zhao Qingxue reluctantly tore her gaze away and took Shihan's arm to go pick a seat. Shihan was stunned. Qingxue, this car is really yours. Yeah, Zhao Qingxue nodded, looking at Shihan's surprised face, and said with a smile, actually, I didn't want him to buy such an expensive car, but he insisted on buying it for me. I couldn't stop him. You're so lucky. As Zhao Qingxue's roommate and best friend Shihan had basically watched Zhao Qingxue and Su Yuan's relationship from the beginning. They had gotten together when they were sophomores. At that time, Zhao Qingxue was already famous on campus for her beauty and outstanding grades, a true goddess. When she first got together with Su Yuan, Shihan thought they were a perfect match, a pairing of a god and a goddess. But when they were about to graduate and start looking for jobs in their senior year, Shihan's opinion changed. She had been naive before, not knowing to compare family backgrounds, only caring about looks. So she thought Zhao Qingxue and Su Yuan were great together. But by senior year, she had seen more of the world and become more realistic. What use was a handsome face? Could you eat a face? When looking for a boyfriend, family background came first. Su Yuan was good-looking, but his family was too ordinary. Not to mention the cheap gifts he gave on holidays, even their usual dates were stingy. What kind of life was that? Dating in college was fine, but after stepping into society, you had to be practical. So Chi-Han had subtly mentioned this to Zhao Qingxue back then. But when Zhao Qingxue heard what Chi-Han said, she was furious, and they had a fight. Chi-Han stopped meddling. Zhao Qingxue didn't know the hardships of the real world, yet once she did, she would definitely break up. But over the past year, their college classmates had broken up, gotten married, had kids, and lived messy lives. Yet Zhao Qingxue and Su Yuan were still as sweet as if they were soaked in a honey jar. They could practically open a dog food factory. Honestly, Chi-Han couldn't understand it. It's not that bad. You can find a boyfriend too, Zhao Qingxue said as she sat down with Chi-Han. Come to think of it, you've been single for a long time. Easier said than done. Finding a boyfriend isn't that easy, Chi-Han sighed, her voice tinged with tears. Hearing Zhao Qingxue's casual tone, Chi-Han lamented, after I broke up with my college boyfriend, I thought that once I entered society with my charm I'd be chased after in no time. But who knew? The ones who chased me were either dirt poor, horrifically ugly, or just not my type. The other day I used my phone to tell my fortune, and it said I'm cursed with a peach blossom disaster. I might not meet my true love until I'm 30. You can even tell fortunes. I want to try. Zhao Qingxue felt a bit speechless, but was eager to give it a go. Hearing that Zhao Qingxue was also interested, Chi-Han quickly sent her the master's WeChat and enthusiastically recommended how amazing the master was, warning her not to say anything foolish. After listening to Chi-Han, Zhao Qingxue carefully sent her and Su Yuan's names and clicked on Fortune for Love. A long paragraph appeared almost instantly. But as soon as she saw the text, Zhao Qingxue's heart sank, because it started with a line of poetry: fate meets a marriage disaster, husband and wife find it hard to return home, if not troubled by lesser people, then surely hindered by parents. This meant the two of them would have a hard time being together. Remembering her parents' and relatives' disapproval, Zhao Qingxue felt the fortune was incredibly accurate. She nervously asked the master what to do. This marriage disaster is very difficult to resolve. I have no way, the master replied. The master didn't ask for money, and simply said it couldn't be done. Zhao Qingxue panicked. Master, you must have a way, right? You too. Su Yuan returned from parking and saw Zhao Qingxue and Chi-Han with their heads together looking at a phone. He saw the screen from behind, felt a bit amused, and reached out to snatch the phone from Zhao Qingxue's hand. Without hesitation, he transferred 100 yuan to the other side. Recalculate. Seeing this, Chi-Han was very displeased and frowned. Su Yuan, you're blaspheming the master, don't you understand? The master is not that worldly, how could he lie for money? But just as Chi-Han finished speaking, another string of words appeared on the other side. A noble son emerges from a humble gate, a high official from a poor family, husband and wife are like a pair of lovebirds loving each other without doubt. Seeing this result, Su Yuan was finally satisfied and waved the phone in front of Chi-Han. Chi-Han was annoyed and turned to Zhao Qingxue to complain. Qingxue, look at your Su Yuan. Can't you control him? I think it's great. I'm very satisfied with this result, Zhao Qingxue said contentedly, leaning on Su Yuan's arm. Honey, you're amazing. Chi-Han knew Zhao Qingxue was frugal, so she hit the nail on the head. He's wasting money. He just transferred 1,000 to the master. Huh. Henan, I think this result is well worth 1,000. Zhao Qingxue's face still wore a happy and satisfied smile, and she even gave Chi-Han advice. Henan, didn't you just say the master told you you're cursed with a peach blossom disaster? Why don't you do what Su Yuan did and try recalculating? Seeing the two of them united, Chi-Han felt exhausted. She waved her hand weakly. Forget it, Fortunately, Chi-Han had a resilient heart and strong resistance to setbacks. Once the hot pot arrived, she immediately forgot about the earlier troubles. Qingxue, seriously, that new Porsche Cayenne you bought is absolutely stunning. Can I borrow it later to post a story on Moments? Sure. After finishing the hot pot, the three of them headed to the parking lot. Chi-Han didn't hold back. She sat directly in the driver's seat and snapped a frenzy of photos. Only after she had taken enough for a 9-grid post did she reluctantly climb out of the car, linking her arm with Zhao Qingxue's and pestering her to go shopping. Having nothing else to do, Zhao Qingxue had planned to wander around with Chi-Han. But unexpectedly, she received a call from her mother asking her to come home for dinner that afternoon. Zhao Qingxue's family lived in a rundown apartment complex in the suburbs, a 2-hour journey from where they were. Yet she couldn't refuse her family's request, so she had to bid farewell to Su Yuan and Chi-Han and head home alone. Although she had obtained her driver's license, it hadn't been issued yet, so she could only take the subway back. Meanwhile, Chi-Han and Su Yuan each went their separate ways. After parking the car in the underground garage of the apartment complex, Su Yuan walked toward the residential area. Halfway there, he noticed a Ferrari LaFerrari parked on the road. A crowd of residents had gathered around to watch. If I'm not mistaken, that's a Ferrari LaFerrari. In this dump of a neighborhood where everyone's just working-class folks, where did such a fancy car come from? Could it be some brat cuckolded the boss and the boss tracked him down here? I'd say that's highly likely. Two security guards were smoking and gossiping when a cleaning lady approached and asked, "Is this car very expensive?" The guard glanced at her. "Not really. See, I thought so. It's way lower than other cars must have cut corners. How could it be pricey? It's only about 20 million give or take." The cleaning lady was taken aback, dropping her mop. "I didn't go to school much, don't you dare mess with me. If you don't believe me, go ask your son. You see, this is building 3, apartment 502, no mistake. I just went up and no one was home. Let's make a call." Beside the Ferrari LaFerrari, one staff member stood guard while another, out of breath, emerged from building 3. The staff member watching the car pulled out his phone, scrolling through the contacts, muttering in disbelief. "This is too bizarre, isn't it? This complex is just a rental place for migrant workers. The cars parked at the entrance are all junk. How could anyone here afford a Ferrari LaFerrari? There are plenty of hidden talents these days. Can't let someone buy a LaFerrari." True enough. Overhearing their conversation, Yuan confirmed that this LaFerrari was indeed his, so he walked over and said with a smile, "Hello, I'm Yuan." "You're Yuan." The staff members were about to dial the number when they heard Yuan's greeting. One of them paused, sizing him up. Yuan was tall, slender, and fair-skinned, but his attire didn't look like that of a wealthy man. However, in a city like Shanghai where hidden dragons and crouching tigers abound, some rich folks had peculiar tastes. They liked wearing cheap clothes from street stalls. That was none of their business. After respectfully verifying his identity, the staff handed Yuan the car keys. "Mr. Su, we've handled all the insurance and maintenance paperwork for you. If your car gets dirty or suffers any scratches or bumps, feel free to visit our shop anytime. We'll be at your service. Your shop is quite thorough." Yuan smiled, twirling the car keys around his finger with pleasure. "Did you drive here? How are you planning to get back?" Caught off guard that a wealthy man like Yuan would care about such trivial matters, the two staff members stammered, slightly embarrassed. "We'll take the subway. Hey, race, a red envelope of 200 each. Take a cab back." Since they had exchanged WeChat for easier communication, Yuan sent each of them a red envelope. Surprised by the unexpected bonus for simply delivering a car, the two were flattered and quickly thanked him. Yuan waved his hand dismissively and sped off in the car. "This guy has such good upbringing. Must come from a super rich family." The two staff members looked at the red envelopes in their hands, exchanged a glance, and sighed. They worked for a luxury car dealership and had met plenty of wealthy people. Some were arrogant and looked down on others, while others were cold and aloof, untouched by worldly affairs. A small number were down to earth and treated them kindly, but there was always a sense of superiority. Yet this young man made them feel genuinely comfortable from the inside out. It wasn't because of his clothes, it was the sincere concern in his tone when he asked how they'd get back to the company, making them feel like a friend. Such a wealthy person. Low-key, not flashy, gentle, and well-bred. Couldn't be raised by an ordinary rich family. The LaFerrari is truly amazing. No wonder so many people want to buy a sports car. Sitting in the soft, ergonomic LaFerrari seat, Yuan drove a lap around the complex, letting out a comfortable sigh. This LaFerrari was a soft-top convertible, light and agile, yet with outstanding performance. He imagined it would be a thrill on a racetrack. Of course, it was also perfect for a leisurely drive. Tonight, he'd take his wife for a spin. Just as Yuan was thinking this, his phone rang. It was Zhao Qingxue, her voice anxious. "Yuan, it's over. Mom found out that the household register is missing." Yesterday morning, Zhao Qingxue had secretly returned home to steal the household register so she could get married to Yuan. The register was usually kept by Zhao Qingxue's mother in a hidden compartment under the bedside table in her bedroom. Under normal circumstances, it wouldn't be touched unless needed, so Zhao Qingxue had planned to sneak it back when the opportunity arose. But as luck would have it, Zhao Qingxue's mother discovered it today. Remembering that Zhao Qingxue had recently mentioned wanting to marry Yuan, she immediately figured out where the register had gone and called Zhao Qingxue right away. She had intended to give her daughter a scolding, but after a moment's thought she realized that since the register was already taken, scolding wouldn't help. So she used the excuse of dinner to trick Zhao Qingxue into coming home, then locked her up. Zhao Qingxue was now trapped at home, unable to leave. She had called Yuan from the bathroom, hiding to make the call. "It's okay, I'll be there soon." Hearing the panic in her voice, Yuan was startled, but he quickly calmed down and reassured her. Zhao Qingxue was on the verge of tears. "Don't come. Mom's words are too harsh. She'll curse you out." Zhao Qingxue's father was a middle school teacher, but her mother was merely a primary school educated worker who occasionally ran small businesses. As a result, she was exceptionally sharp-tongued. When Yuan first visited, she bluntly told him to break up with her daughter without any tact, leaving Zhao Qingxue extremely embarrassed. Now if Yuan came over, he would certainly face harsh treatment. "It's alright, we have to get through your mother's test eventually." Yuan knew what Zhao Qingxue was worried about and comforted her gently. "Once we pass this test, we can be together openly." But Zhao Qingxue wanted to say more, but the bathroom door was pounded by her mother. "You've been in the bathroom for half an hour, why aren't you out yet? Did you fall into the toilet?" Hearing her mother's urging, Zhao Qingxue had no choice but to hang up and come out. Her mother glanced at her and sneered. I know you were hiding in the bathroom, talking to that little brat on the phone. Well, that's fine because today I want to see that little brat too. Mom. Zhao Qingxue looked up in confusion, not understanding what she meant. I've already called your uncles and aunts to come over. Today you must break up with that boy. If he doesn't agree, well, beat him until he does. I don't believe his bones are that hard. Mom. Zhao Qingxue, hearing her mother's words, was so anxious she nearly cried. How can you do this? Calling over all the relatives to discuss this was embarrassing enough, but beating someone up was too much. Imagining Su Yuan's bruised and swollen face, Zhao Qingxue's heart ached. Mom, listen to me. Su Yuan isn't poor, and he treats me very well, really. Treats you well. Look at the rags you're wearing, and look at other girls. Zhao Qingxue's mother sneered, tugging at her clothes. I'm telling you, do you remember the neighbor girl Lin? You two played together as children. She went to school in the capital, didn't she? In college, she found a rich second generation whose family runs a textile factory. Not only was their wedding grand and glorious, but the groom's family also gave a betrothal gift of 1 million, then bought a house and a car for the bride's family. They spent at least 5 million on the girl's family. Mom, that's them. Can't we not compare ourselves to others? I don't want to compare either, but I see Lin girl dressed beautifully every day, not even having to walk a step, when going out while you work from 9 to 5, and can't even bear to buy a new dress. It breaks my heart. Zhao Qingxue's mother pointed at her own chest, her face filled with pain. I'm heartbroken, do you understand? Zhao Qingxue, hearing her mother's words, covered her mouth as tears streamed down her face. The doorbell interrupted their confrontation. Zhao Qingxue covered her face and returned to her room, while her mother rushed to open the door. Standing at the door were Zhao Qingxue's 2 aunts and their husbands. Come in quickly. Zhao Qingxue's mother invited the 4 inside, looking at them with a resentful expression. I can hardly go on living. Third sister, what's all this about life and death? It was a rare weekend, and everyone was resting at home, but they had been urgently summoned by Zhao Qingxue's mother, thinking something had happened to her family. Zhao Qingxue's mother poured tea for the 4 and began to weep to her 2 sisters. My daughter was dating a poor boy before, right? I told her to break up with him, but not only did she not listen, she even stole the household registration book and secretly got a marriage certificate with that boy. This. Qingxue has always been so well-behaved, hasn't she? She wouldn't do something like this, would she? Hearing this, the others were stunned. In their memory, Zhao Qingxue had always been obedient, lovely, and excellent in both character and academics, never causing any worry. Slap. Zhao Qingxue's mother directly threw the marriage certificate she had found in Zhao Qingxue's bag onto the table. Hey, race the marriage certificate. Seeing the bright red certificate, everyone fell silent. Zhao Qingxue's eldest aunt hesitated. Third sister, the rice is already cooked. Maybe we should just let it go. Since the 2 children are already married, their future life is their own business. We adults shouldn't interfere too much. Eldest sister, your daughter found a rich boyfriend and can enjoy a carefree life, but I only have 1 daughter. I really can't bear to let her suffer a hard life with that poor boy. As soon as her eldest aunt finished speaking, Zhao Qingxue's mother began wailing and wiping her tears, making everyone awkward. Zhao Qingxue's eldest uncle pushed his wife's arm, annoyed at her poor choice of words, and spoke to comfort Zhao Qingxue's mother. Third sister, don't cry first. Let's discuss this properly. It's just a marriage certificate, isn't it? Let them get a divorce. After all, times are open now, and even a second marriage girl can find a good match. Brother-in-law, you understand me. You all really need to help me this time. I truly don't want my daughter to jump into a pit of fire. Third sister, how poor is that boy really? Zhao Qingxue's second aunt, seeing her sister like this, couldn't help but ask. Once the topic of Su Yuan's poverty came up, Zhao Qingxue's mother couldn't stop. His family isn't from Shanghai, they don't even have a Shanghai household registration. His parents are a civil servant and a convenience store owner, and they can't even afford a house in Shanghai. My daughter has been with him for years, living a life that makes my heart ache just to see. Tell me, if it were your daughter, would you be willing to let her marry into such a family? Well, as long as he's a good person. Good person. How many men nowadays are reliable? Especially these young lads, they just have a sweet tongue. I've been through it myself, don't I know that? Zhao Qingxue's mother then launched into a tirade of Su Yuan's faults, belittling him as worthless. After hearing her out, Zhao Qingxue's aunts and uncles also felt Su Yuan was unreliable and expressed their support for Zhao Qingxue's mother, insisting that the 2 must divorce today. Having unified their strategy, Zhao Qingxue's mother finally called Zhao Qingxue out. Where is that little brat now? Zhao Qingxue, with red eyes, said. He said he's at the entrance of the residential area. Let's go. Hearing this, Zhao Qingxue's mother immediately led her 2 sisters and their husbands toward the entrance with a menacing air, as if they were ready to devour someone. Fearing that Su Yuan might suffer, Zhao Qingxue hurriedly tried to follow, but was quickly stopped by her mother's glare. You stay at home. With that, she locked the anti-theft door from the outside. The LaFerrari is absolutely stunning. Right? It's a supercar. How could it not be? But seeing it up close makes it even more incredible. Does someone in our neighborhood actually own a LaFerrari? Yet when Zhao Qingxue's mother arrived at the entrance of the neighborhood with her sister and brother-in-law, they didn't see Su Yuan. Instead, they spotted a LaFerrari parked nearby, surrounded by a crowd of onlookers. One of the onlookers was a mother holding a child about 5 or 6 years old who clenched his little fists and said, "Mommy, when I grow up, I'll buy you this car." The mother was deeply moved and nodded repeatedly. "Good, my darling, will buy it for mommy when you grow up." Third sister, does your neighborhood have a Ferrari owner? Seeing the LaFerrari, Zhao Qingxue's eldest aunt's husband stopped in his tracks, his eyes filled with envy. No man can resist a sports car. Though he was now middle-aged, burdened with parents and children, and no longer naively dreamed of actually owning one, he still couldn't help but steal extra glances at a parked car like this. "Brother-in-law, I told you our neighborhood is pretty nice." Zhao Qingxue's mother didn't know the exact price of the LaFerrari, but hearing her brother-in-law's comment made her feel a bit proud. Zhao Qingxue's mother had 2 sisters. Her eldest sister married a dealer, the second sister married a small company executive, but she herself married a teacher. Though their life wasn't terrible, both her elder sisters had bought new apartments in Shanghai, while she still lived in the old neighborhood, which had always rankled her. That was precisely why she insisted that Zhao Qingxue find a wealthy husband. Their family had only one old apartment valued at a few million, but that was all they had. Selling the house was out of the question, so her only hope was for Zhao Qingxue to marry a rich man and move into a new home. While this kind of old neighborhood, aside from poor infrastructure, has its perks, at least nobody is renovating. In our new apartment, someone upstairs is renovating every day, starting at 8 sharp, and on weekends you can't even sleep in. They chatted idly, each lost in their own thoughts, and didn't notice the LaFerrari's door open as Su Yuan got out carrying things. By the time Zhao Qingxue's mother noticed Su Yuan, he was already standing before her. "Mom, I've come to see you." "You? This car is yours." Zhao Qingxue's mother had been chatting with her sisters and hadn't seen how Su Yuan arrived. But Zhao Qingxue's eldest aunt's husband had been fixated on the LaFerrari, so he clearly saw Su Yuan step out of it. He had been silently admiring the handsome and wealthy young man, only to see that very young man walk over and call Zhao Qingxue's mother Mom. Was this the penniless son-in-law Zhao Qingxue's mother had been talking about? "Yes, it's mine." Though Su Yuan had never met him, seeing him standing with Zhao Qingxue's mother, he guessed he was a relative. So he answered with a smile. The moment Su Yuan confirmed it, the 4 of them, Zhao Qingxue's eldest aunt's husband and the others, all turned to Zhao Qingxue's mother with questioning looks. Their meaning was clear. "Are you kidding me? You call a son-in-law who drives a LaFerrari a poor boy? You still have the nerve to show up?" Zhao Qingxue's mother was also stunned, but she was still angry, so she habitually put on a cold face and sneered at Su Yuan. The other 4 were utterly shocked by her attitude. The young man was tall, handsome, and driving a multi-million-dollar supercar, clearly well off. What was wrong with her? Zhao Qingxue's eldest aunt's husband quickly snapped out of it and pulled her aside. "Third sister, have you lost your mind? Look at the car he's driving. That's a LaFerrari worth over 20 million yuan. Are you sure he's just an ordinary guy?" "Really? This car? Over 20 million. Zhao Qingxue's mother looked at him skeptically. "You're not lying to me, are you?" He slapped his thigh in frustration. "Oh, why would I lie to you? If you don't believe me, take a picture of the car and search it online. If it's under 20 million, I'll come to your house and apologize on my knees." "Impossible." Qingxue said his family is ordinary. How could he be so rich? "Wipe that scowl off your face. Figure things out first." Zhao Qingxue's eldest aunt's husband made up his mind. He stopped her from speaking and walked over to talk to Su Yuan himself. As a businessman, he put on a friendly smile and warmly introduced everyone to Su Yuan. Su Yuan, who truly loved Zhao Qingxue, wouldn't dream of putting on airs in front of her family. He greeted each one with equal warmth. "Smoke?" He pulled out a cigarette and asked Su Yuan. Su Yuan took it naturally. "Sure." With that, he pulled out a lighter and lit the cigarette for him. Men, once they share a smoke, conversation flows much more easily. Seeing Zhao Qingxue's mother looking anxious, he carefully asked, "I heard from Qingxue's mother that you and Qingxue secretly got married." "Yes, Qingxue and I have been together for 4 years. We felt it was time, so we decided to register first. I can see you're a cultured man with proper manners. It's not really my place to say this, but since Qingxue's father doesn't take charge as her eldest uncle, I have to say a few words. You two handled this badly. How can you get married without telling either set of parents?" Zhao Qingxue's eldest aunt's husband gave Su Yuan a gentle but firm reprimand. Su Yuan didn't make excuses. "You're right, uncle. We were too young and rash. I'll need your guidance in the future." They stood by the entrance smoking and chatting for a while. Zhao Qingxue's eldest aunt's husband truly felt that Su Yuan was a rare good kid. If his own daughter weren't already married, he would have snatched Su Yuan up as his own son-in-law. After all, Su Yuan was handsome, exuded excellent breeding in his speech and manner, and was wealthy. A perfect catch you couldn't find even with a lantern. "Let's not stand here. Come inside and sit down." Zhao Qingxue's eldest aunt's husband took the initiative to invite him. Since everyone was of the same mind, Zhao Qingxue's mother had no choice but to agree. "Sure." Su Yuan smiled and didn't forget to pull out several boxes of bird's nest and Maodai from the car. He set aside the gifts for Zhao Qingxue's parents, then handed the bird's nest and Maotai to Zhao Qingxue's eldest aunt and uncle, as well as her second aunt and uncle. I didn't know you were coming today, so I didn't prepare anything special. Please accept these as a small token of my appreciation. This is far too generous. Zhao Qingxue's aunt hadn't yet discerned what Su Yuan had given when she first took it, believing it to be merely a small token of appreciation. However, upon close inspection of the packaging, she was instantly stunned. It was a box of Zhanji's premium golden thread bird's nest. Though Zhao Qingxue's aunt initially didn't recognize its value, bird's nest has long been regarded as a superior nourishing delicacy for women, especially favored by affluent ladies. Since her husband was in business, she occasionally catered to these wealthy women to help secure clients. She had once seen this very brand of bird's nest at a wealthy woman's home. It was said to cost over 1,000 yuan per liang. This box held a full gene, meaning it was worth at least 10,000. A casual gift worth 10,000. What kind of family did he come from? In truth, not only were Zhao Qingxue's two aunts astonished, but both uncles were equally taken aback by the matai Su Yuan had presented. Although it was all matai, the liquor was graded into various tiers. Younger vintages sold for a mere 3,000 to 5,000, and they had indeed tasted them before, as they often attended social engagements. But the bottle Su Yuan gave them was a 50-year-aged matai, now fetching nearly 20,000 a bottle on the market. Since even a small token was so extravagant, the four of them instinctively turned to the gifts Su Yuan intended for Zhao Qingxue's mother and father. Those were surely worth no less than 100,000, right? This was truly a diamond in the rough. Son-in-law. Third sister, why hasn't brother-in-law come back yet? Doesn't he know your son-in-law is here today? After this brief interaction, Zhao Qingxue's aunt and uncle had completely reversed their previous opinion of Su Yuan, showering him with warmth and chiding Zhao Qingxue's mother for not summoning her husband home. Zhao Qingxue's mother was utterly bewildered, her earlier domineering demeanor gone. Qingxue's father went to tutor students over the weekend. He won't be back until evening. Evening? That's fine. Zhao Qingxue's uncle looked warmly at Su Yuan. You're not in a hurry to leave, are you? If you're not in a rush, stay for dinner tonight. We're family now, and it's only right to have a meal together. Of course. Chatting and laughing, they reached the door of Zhao Qingxue's home. When the door opened, Zhao Qingxue froze at the sight. She first glanced nervously at Su Yuan, relieved to see he was unharmed, then cautiously looked at her mother. Mom, let's go inside and talk. Seeing Zhao Qingxue's wariness, her mother didn't press her, but ushered everyone inside. Unaware of what had transpired, Zhao Qingxue nervously welcomed everyone and bustling about to cut fruit and pour tea. Only then did she realize that things were not as she had imagined. Why did everyone seem so warm towards Su Yuan? She stole a glance at Su Yuan, and he gave her an okay gesture from below. Though Zhao Qingxue still didn't know what had happened, seeing that gesture set her mind at ease. Third sister, Su Yuan is such a wonderful boy. He and Qingxue are a match made in heaven. I know you're partial to your daughter and see her as perfect, but you can't be too picky about a son-in-law. After they sat down, the allies Zhao Qingxue's mother had brought in all turned against her, urging her to relent. This left Zhao Qingxue's mother embarrassed. It's not that I have high standards, it's just what? It was just that she hadn't expected Su Yuan to be so wealthy. She had truly believed his family was impoverished, barely able to make ends meet. Of course, she couldn't say that to Su Yuan's face now, so she struggled to find an excuse. I just wanted to test him a bit more. Oh, third sister, look at what you've done. Does such a fine young man need testing? Hearing her words, the others scolded her. Finally, Zhao Qingxue's second aunt couldn't bear it anymore and smiled as she glanced at the gift Su Yuan had given to Zhao Qingxue's mother. Yuan, I'm sure you've carefully chosen a present for third sister, haven't you? What did you give her? Just a few small gifts, nothing too extravagant. The gift for Zhao Qingxue's mother included, besides a box of Zhanji's premium golden thread bird's nest, a beautiful handbag emblazoned with the Fengxiang logo. Seeing an opportunity to save face, Zhao Qingxue's mother quickly took the gift and opened it for everyone to see. She hadn't thought much of it initially, but upon opening it, she discovered a set of pure gold jewelry inside. Not only was it exquisitely designed, but its craftsmanship clearly indicated substantial weight, at least half a gene in total. Yuan, you're far too sincere. I see the design is unique, probably created by a renowned designer, right? Third sister, I'm so jealous of you. Look at the gift your son-in-law gave you. It must be worth at least 100,000. When my son-in-law bought my daughter her gold jewelry, it wasn't nearly this fine. The others gathered around, exclaiming in admiration at the set. You're too kind. The flattering words from her two sisters and their husbands greatly satisfied Zhao Qingxue's mother's vanity. At this moment, she could no longer maintain her aloofness towards Su Yuan, mixing reproach with delight. Mom, as long as you like it, I've already arranged with the store. If you don't care for this design, you can call the designer directly to have it recreated according to your preferences. Su Yuan seized the moment, plopping down beside Zhao Qingxue's mother and picking up a pair of bracelets for her to try. Zhao Qingxue's mother slipped on the gold bracelets, each weighing a full 100 grams, and asked joyfully, do I look good? Of course you do. How else could Qingxue be so beautiful? It's all thanks to your genes. Under the barrage of Su Yuan's money and sweet words, Zhao Qingxue's mother completely capitulated. She no longer mentioned the divorce. Instead, she went over, handed the marriage certificate to Zhao Qingxue, and told her to keep it safe. Mom, so you're not against it anymore. Seeing that Su Yuan had completely won over her mother, Zhao Qingxue finally breathed a sigh of relief. I'm not against it anymore as long as he treats you well. Zhao Qingxue's mother patted her hand and sighed. He's in such a good position, why didn't you tell me clearly? What did she mean by not telling her clearly? The truth was she didn't even know. Though she smiled bitterly inside, Zhao Qingxue still laughed. It's just that Yuan is a very low-key person. He told me not to be too flashy. After spending the afternoon at home, it was time for Zhao Qingxue's father to return. Old Zhao, your daughter has really made something of herself. She's landed a wealthy catch for you. Hurry home and see. As Zhao Qingxue's father, fresh from his tutoring session, entered the neighborhood, an acquaintance greeted him from afar, their tone tinged with envy and admiration. The neighborhood was mostly inhabited by the elderly, who often gathered in the garden downstairs for exercise or card games. Thus news spread like wildfire. Shortly after Su Yuan drove the LaFerrari into the compound, everyone had already learned that he was Zhao Qingxue's husband. However, Zhao Qingxue's father was unaware of this. He forced a faint smile, but inwardly wondered, could it be that Qingxue, under some kind of pressure, had found a rich second-generation heir from somewhere? In truth, Zhao Qingxue's father actually thought it was a good thing that Zhao Qingxue and Su Yuan were together. In his view, Su Yuan's family wasn't exceptionally well off, but it wasn't bad either. His father worked in a government position with a pension, and his mother had her own income. Both were healthy and free from major ailments, so they wouldn't burden the young couple after marriage. Though they couldn't provide much support in terms of a house or a car, those were things the young couple could strive for on their own. However, Zhao Qingxue's mother had always felt that Su Yuan wasn't good enough. She constantly nagged her husband, saying Su Yuan was just a poor boy. Back in the day, Zhao Qingxue's mother had been young and beautiful with many suitors, but she had married him under an arranged marriage. He knew that his own conditions were not as good as his wife's former suitors, nor could they compare to her two brothers-in-law. So in life, he often deferred to her, letting her have the final say on both big and small matters. Thus, when Zhao Qingxue's mother thought Su Yuan was unsuitable, he dared not voice any objection. But he was afraid that Zhao Qingxue's mother would push their daughter too hard, driving her down a wrong path. So when he heard from the neighbors that his daughter had found a wealthy catch, he didn't dare to feel happy. Instead, he hurried home with a heavy heart. So you finally remembered to come home. What tutoring could you possibly be doing every weekend? Hurry up, let's have dinner as a family. No sooner had he entered the door than he was stunned by the atmosphere inside. The son-in-law was still Su Yuan. But the entire family, including Zhao Qingxue's mother, had undergone a dramatic change in attitude towards Su Yuan, showering him with endless praise. Brother-in-law, you are truly blessed. Your daughter found you such a wonderful son-in-law. I'm jealous. Exactly. Before Zhao Qingxue's father could figure out what was happening, he was dragged out for dinner. The dinner was held at a mid-range restaurant near the neighborhood, hosted by Zhao Qingxue's eldest unclean-law. After reserving a private room, everyone took their seats. You two are already married. When do you plan to buy a house and hold the wedding? Although Su Yuan had demonstrated his financial strength to Zhao Qingxue's family, that afternoon the essentials still needed to be addressed. Everyone's eyes fell on Su Yuan. They were all brimming with anticipation except for Zhao Qingxue, who sat beside him with a face full of worry. She knew very well Su Yuan's financial situation. To impress her family, he had not only rented a LaFerrari, but also bought so many expensive gifts. By now he was probably left with nothing but his underpants. How could he possibly afford a house? As for the wedding, I plan to organize it carefully, so there's no rush. As for the house, I plan to take Qingxue to look at properties tomorrow. Just as Zhao Qingxue was worrying about how Su Yuan would respond, he smiled calmly and replied with composure. What kind of house are you planning to buy? Even though you don't have children yet, you need at least a 2-bedroom apartment to live comfortably. A 1-bedroom is too small. Right, I saw a development called Huizue Yuan. It's over 5,000 per square meter. A 2-bedroom would cost about 4 or 5 million. 4 or 5 million. That's too expensive. As they discussed houses, the conversation became animated. The prices being mentioned made Zhao Qingxue's heart race. How could housing prices be so absurd? Thank you all for your kindness, but Qingxue prefers tranquility, so I'm not considering these apartments. I plan to buy her a spacious penthouse. Su Yuan put his arm around Zhao Qingxue and smiled, his eyes filled with affection. But his words left the others stunned. A spacious penthouse. The prices for those are quite high now. A spacious penthouse is essentially a villa-style apartment, typically with 1 floor per household, large area, complete functions, and some even offer scenic views if located in a prime spot. To buy a spacious penthouse in the Magic City, where land is as precious as gold, was no small expense. None of them had the financial means for that. A spacious penthouse. I just mentioned it casually, but you're actually going to buy one. Zhao Qingxue was dumbfounded by Su Yuan's words. She had indeed said before that she wanted a larger living space, but she had never dreamed of a penthouse. Since Su Yuan had brought up the idea of buying a penthouse in front of her family, he must be serious. But how could they afford it? It was far too expensive. Of course he'll buy you whatever you like. Su Yuan looked into Zhao Qingxue's worried eyes and gently patted her head. What? Don't you like the penthouse? Then he'll just buy you a villa instead. No, the penthouse is fine. Then tomorrow we'll go pick out a house, and he'll put it under your name alone. Their intimate conversation, oblivious to the world around them, left the other couples present with mixed feelings. They were all experienced in life. Although the daily grind of mundane existence had worn them down, they had all once walked through the sweet path of romance. But when it came to love, people said whatever sounded good during the passionate phase, but when marriage came, disagreements over money inevitably caused friction. But for Su Yuan, none of that mattered. Buying a penthouse and putting it directly in the woman's name, wasn't that essentially giving the house to her? It was absolute trust. Look at him, and then look at you. Zhao Qingxue's second aunt-in-law couldn't help but sneer at her husband, contempt dripping from her voice. Back when they got married, they had argued for a month over whose name should be on the house deed. Zhao Qingxue's second aunt-in-law felt that since she had paid for the renovation and brought a dowry of 2 yuan, her name should be added to the property. But her husband argued that since they were husband and wife, what difference did it make? That dispute had hurt their relationship. Although they eventually married, it remained a sore spot between them. Now seeing Su Yuan purchase a penthouse and put it solely under Zhao Qingxue's name, Zhao Qingxue's second aunt-in-law was intensely envious. If she were 20 or 30 years younger and met someone like Su Yuan, she would definitely pursue him relentlessly. After a lively dinner, it was getting late, and everyone parted ways to head home. Zhao Qingxue and Su Yuan saw off the last of the elders before climbing into the car, finally able to relax completely. Zhao Qingxue softly wrapped her arms around Su Yuan's neck and planted a kiss on his cheek. Honey, you're amazing. A rented car was all it took to win over my parents. Although Su Yuan had arrived in a luxury car that day and promised to buy her a penthouse, Zhao Qingxue hadn't really taken it seriously. Having lived with him for a year, she was well aware of his financial situation. There was no way he could afford a luxury car or a penthouse, right? You think I rented it? Su Yuan looked at her clear, innocent eyes, both amused and exasperated. Do you think my promise to buy you a penthouse was fake too? Even if you're acting as good, I know you too well. Zhao Qingxue said, glancing at him before examining the car's interior. Stop pretending it's just us here. Alright, fine. Seeing her disbelief, Su Yuan didn't push it. Smiling, he fastened her seatbelt and stepped on the accelerator. Let's go home. Congratulations, Qingxue. You and your boyfriend finally made it official. Show us your ring. When are you planning the wedding? We need to save up for the gift. The next day, as soon as Zhao Qingxue walked into the office, she was surrounded by her colleagues. She smiled generously. We haven't set a date yet. Maybe after a while, since we still don't have a house. Right, marriage does require buying a house and a car first. They nodded in agreement and returned to their desks, chatting while working. The office atmosphere was pleasant. Somehow the conversation shifted to cars. Everyone was admiring Ying, who had big wavy hair. Ying, I heard your boyfriend got a new car. That wasn't the BMW from last time you drove this morning. It was a Land Rover. Yeah, my boyfriend loves cars. He has 3 at home, so he often switches between them. Ying tossed her wavy hair, seeing the envy in their eyes. What, jealous? Of course. You have no idea how hard it is for me to squeeze onto the subway every day. I've been late so many times just because I couldn't get on. Sigh, when will I ever find a boyfriend this rich? They sighed, and one of them even pinched Ying's cheek. You're so lucky, beautiful, and with such a great boyfriend. For us, the future is so uncertain. Haha, that tickles. Escaping from her colleague's clutches, Ying turned her attention to Zhao Qingxue with a smile. Qingxue, since you're not buying a house, yet you could at least get a car for commuting. My boyfriend's family runs an auto sales business. If you decide to buy one, just let me know. I'll have him find you some internal discounts. It could save you a lot. Ying, you're the best. I want a discount too when I buy a car. So your boyfriend's family is in car sales? No wonder they're so rich. Does your boyfriend have any single brothers? Ying's words left the young women in the office too distracted to work their minds entirely on finding a wealthy bachelor. Zhao Qingxue gave a faint smile. Thanks, Ying, but my boyfriend already bought me a car. I just haven't gotten my driver's license yet. Once I do, we'll be driving to work. Though she spoke calmly, she couldn't help feeling a little smug inside. The young women perked up, their attention shifting to her. Really? What kind of car? Zhao Qingxue pulled out her phone and showed them a picture. A Porsche Cayenne. What? Since Zhao Qingxue hadn't posted about buying a car on social media, everyone assumed that if she did get one, it would be a cheap runabout worth a few thousand yuan. After all, she had often said her boyfriend was ordinary. How could he possibly afford a luxury car? But who would have guessed she'd come out with a Porsche Cayenne? This model was hugely popular and well known. Even the women in the office knew it was expensive, at least over 2 million yuan. More expensive than both Ying's boyfriend's BMW and Land Rover combined. Let me see. Oh my god, it really is a Porsche Cayenne. Excitedly, the young women crowded around Zhao Qingxue, jostling to look at her phone. But their commotion was too loud, and the manager scolded them. They obediently returned to their desks, but soon created a small group chat to continue discussing the matter. Do you think Qingxue's Porsche Cayenne is real, eh? Looks fake to me. If her boyfriend were that rich, why would she be so frugal? I don't think it's real either. She's probably bragging. Definitely bragging. I just looked up the model. It's the latest tapophyline version costing at least 2 million yuan on the road. Even selling both kidneys an ordinary family couldn't afford it. Tisk tisk, so Qingxue is vain too. While they were chattering away in the group, Ying, who had been lurking, suddenly spoke up. You're wrong. The car really is hers. To be honest, when Zhao Qingxue said her boyfriend had bought her such an expensive car, Ying didn't believe it either. She thought she was boasting. But since her boyfriend's family was in auto sales and had connections at the vehicle management office, she had secretly memorized the license plate number while looking at the Porsche Cayenne picture and sent it to her boyfriend to check the owner's information. The feedback came back. It was indeed registered to Zhao Qingxue. She could brag, but she couldn't alter the records at the vehicle management office, so the car really was hers. After Ying's words, the group chat fell silent for a few seconds. After a long pause, someone finally popped up and asked, wait, the car is registered under Zhao Qingxue's name. That question alone set everyone off. There was a huge difference between the car being in Zhao Qingxue's name and her boyfriend's name. For instance, even though Ying's boyfriend had multiple cars, they were all in his name. If they broke up, she would get nothing. But since the car was registered under Zhao Qingxue's name, even if they broke up, the car would still belong to her. What an amazing boyfriend she found. No, since her boyfriend is so rich, why does she still live so frugally? She's just low-key unlike you, who would want the whole world to know about buying a 1,000 yuan dress. The group chat was buzzing with excitement, but Zhao Qingxue, who was focused on her work, had no idea she had become the topic of discussion. She continued drawing. However, soon she received a message from Su Yuan. Qingxue, I lost my job. I'm so sad. Can you have lunch with me? Upon seeing Su Yuan's message, Zhao Qingxue immediately became anxious and asked worriedly, why did you lose your job? You worked so hard, why would they fire you? I'm packing up my things. They'll tell you at lunch. After sending the message, Su Yuan quickly packed all the clutter on his desk into a cardboard box. Seeing that he was truly leaving, two colleagues hurried over, patted him on the shoulder, and comforted him. Su Yuan, the manager, has been in a bad mood these past few days. Just apologize to him, and this will blow over. That's right, jobs are hard to come by these days. If you quit, it'll be tough to find a job with better benefits than this one. One must bow when under the eaves. Because Su Yuan was kind and capable, he got along well in the office. Before, many young women had been flirting with him. If he hadn't clearly stated that he already had a beloved girlfriend, there would probably be a queue of girls chasing him in the office. Previously, the manager had also valued Su Yuan, but who knew what had gotten into the manager today? He walked in and immediately started picking on Su Yuan. At first, everyone thought Su Yuan had actually done something wrong, but upon listening carefully, they realized the manager was simply finding fault where there was none, deliberately making things difficult for Su Yuan. The manager usually appeared smiling, but when he decided to go after someone, he could make life quite miserable. Just as everyone was secretly sympathizing with Su Yuan for being scolded, Su Yuan simply dropped what he was holding and said, I quit. Faced with Su Yuan's defiance, everyone thought the manager would at least try to retain him, but unexpectedly the manager was even more decisive, telling Su Yuan to get lost immediately. And so Su Yuan directly submitted his resignation. However, seeing him leave like that, the colleagues who had worked most closely with him were reluctant to see him go and came over to persuade him. Su Yuan, on the other hand, was indifferent and said, actually, it's perfect. I've been planning to go look at houses with my wife recently, so I don't have time for work. Quitting is fine. Looking at houses is one thing, but you can't just give up your job. The colleagues continued to urge Su Yuan. If you just apologize to the manager, and we put in a good word for you, the manager certainly won't insist on driving you away. If there's no place for me here, there's plenty elsewhere. Facing the colleagues' persuasion, Su Yuan left resolutely, carrying his cardboard box and taking the elevator downstairs. Seeing his determination, the colleagues had no choice but to see him off. Sigh. We didn't expect you to leave so suddenly. We didn't even have time for a meal. How about this? Let's get together this weekend. Sounds good. Let's all have a few drinks. As they were talking, they didn't notice that Su Yuan had pressed the button for the basement level. By the time they realized, they were already at the basement floor. The basement level was a parking lot. Basically, only car owners would come here. Those without cars would go directly from the first floor and turn to the subway station nearby. Everyone thought Su Yuan had pressed the wrong button and was about to close the elevator doors to go to the first floor, but instead they watched Su Yuan step out of the elevator, pull out a car key from his pocket, and wave it. It'll be off then. With that, he opened the door of a Ferrari LaFerrari parked nearby. Several colleagues watched Su Yuan sit in the LaFerrari, completely stunned. After a long while, someone exclaimed, "Damn, is this your car, Su Yuan?" "Oh." Su Yuan nodded, calmly waved at them, and said, "Until we meet again." With that, he stepped on the gas and drove off in a flash. So the clown was me all along. The few of them watched Su Yuan's figure as he drove away in the LaFerrari, all giving a bitter smile. In truth, their reluctance to let Su Yuan go wasn't because they had a deep bond with him. They were all colleagues in a competitive relationship. Even if they interacted frequently, there were inevitably conflicts of interest, so they couldn't truly open up to each other. The reason they had tried to persuade and sympathize with Su Yuan this time was more out of a sense of shared sorrow for a fellow sufferer. After all, they were all ordinary guys struggling to make a living in Modu, occasionally needing to stick together for warmth. But they never expected that Su Yuan was someone who could afford a Ferrari LaFerrari. That was a LaFerrari worth tens of millions. It turned out he was actually a rich second-generation heir with a family fortune. No wonder he had quit on the spot without any hesitation. So while they were here to work and support their families, he was just here to kill time. If he wasn't happy, of course he would leave. Damn, so everyone else is a rich second generation, and in the only real loser. One of the colleagues looked at the other two and asked, "Your families don't have minds too, do they?" The other two rolled their eyes. "Are you dreaming? How could that be? Exactly, if I were a rich second generation, would I still be here? I'd be in Sanya enjoying a lavish feast of sea and sky, alright. Damn, I'm so jealous of Su Yuan. He's already good looking and popular with the girls in the office, and now we find out his family has money. This is like a cheat code for life." Through the crack in the office door, manager's son saw that Su Yuan's seat was empty. Presumably, he had already left. Sitting in his office, he leisurely brewed a cup of tea and made a call to Jean Jiwen. "Young Master Jean, I've taken care of the matter." Jean Jiwen on the other end was surprised by manager's son's efficiency. He paused and said so fast, "Yeah." Manager's son curled his lips in disdain. "That guy is just a pest. Getting him out of the company was a piece of cake. Manager's son is really impressive. They'll treat you to a meal when I'm free." Upon hearing that the job was done, Jean Jiwen was grinning from ear to ear. "When the time comes, he'll bring my chick along. They'll be waiting for the good news." Manager's son also gave a lecherous grin. He had long heard that Su Yuan had a very beautiful girlfriend, but had never had the chance to see her. Now that Jean Jiwen said he would bring her over after getting her, manager's son was also a bit curious. However, thinking that Su Yuan had lost his job just because Jean Jiwen had taken a fancy to his girlfriend, manager's son sighed. A beautiful woman is a disaster. Su Yuan was no fool. He was highly competent at work and had never offended anyone in particular, so there must have been a reason why his immediate superiors suddenly started making trouble for him. But he couldn't be bothered to dig into the specifics. At the end of the day, it was just some petty, underhanded business. As it happened, he was already itching to quit. Manager's son's move gave him the perfect excuse to resign. Why bother working? Wouldn't it be better to take his wife out for a meal and buy a house? Realizing time was running short, Su Yuan drove straight toward Zhao Qingxue's company. "I'm out." After finishing her tasks, Zhao Qingxue hurried out of the office planning to join Su Yuan for dinner. "Hey." But before she could spot his car, she saw Jean Jiwen, clad in a pink suit, holding an enormous bouquet of roses and leaning against a McLaren 600 LT, waving at her. Although Jean Jiwen wasn't much to look at, he had put effort into his appearance. With the sports car worth over $3 million, he exuded a certain dashing charm enough to make many white-collar workers' eyes light up at the sight of him. He's exactly the kind of diamond bachelor I'm looking for. Come on, he's not after you." A few passing office ladies cast envious glances at Zhao Qingxue before reluctantly moving on. But Zhao Qingxue found Jean Jiwen's sudden appearance utterly exasperating. While others saw him as charming, Zhao Qingxue saw him as nothing but nauseating and greasy. So she simply pretended not to see him. "Baby." But Jean Jiwen had no intention of letting her go and blocked her path. "I have a boyfriend. Please show some respect." Even though he was a client of the company, Zhao Qingxue had had enough. Her face turned icy. "Don't be so cold." Flicking his hair with self-assured flair, Jean Jiwen stepped forward and offered the roses to Zhao Qingxue. "Baby, how about doing me the honor of having lunch together?" Zhao Qingxue's expression grew even frostier. "First, I'm having lunch with my husband, so I'm busy. Second, I don't dine alone with any male creature other than my husband, okay? Oh, then no worries. Another time then. But you must accept my roses." Having navigated the romantic scene for years, Jean Jiwen knew well the principle that haste makes waste. After Zhao Qingxue turned down his lunch invitation, he didn't press the matter, instead insisting she take the roses. His mind was already calculating. After all, Zhao Qingxue was a woman, and a beautiful one at that. On one side was her unemployed, useless husband wallowing in defeat. On the other, a suave, elegant, rich second generation. Given enough time, even if her love for her husband ran deeper than the sea and loftier than the sky, there had to be a limit. He refused to believe that under his gentle assault, Zhao Qingxue wouldn't fall. Smack! But just as Jean Jiwen was momentarily distracted, the roses in his hand were suddenly snatched away and thrown in a parabolic arc straight into the trash can. Before he could figure out what was happening, a tall, handsome figure had already taken his place beside Zhao Qingxue, wrapping an arm around her slender waist without a word. "He'll buy my woman roses. Do you need to be here sucking up like an idiot? Yuan, you're here." The moment she saw Su Yuan, Zhao Qingxue's eyes lit up. Then with a hint of pride, she glanced at Jin Jiwen. My husband is here. Don't block the way. Her gaze at Su Yuan was practically dripping with sticky sweet honey. You're not worthy of Qingxue. Stung by that look, Jin Jiwen clenched his fists at the memory of Su Yuan's actions. He sneered, maybe you can afford to buy her roses, but can you give her the life she wants? Oh sorry, I can afford it just fine. Su Yuan couldn't be bothered with Jin Jiwen. He put his arm around Zhao Qingxue and walked toward the LaFerrari parked nearby. Jin Jiwen turned to hurl more insults, but when he saw the LaFerrari his mouth dropped open and his words got stuck in his throat. How is this possible? How could he afford a LaFerrari? Jin Jiwen's family wasn't exceptionally wealthy, just assets in the hundreds of millions. Even so, his father could only buy him a McLaren 600 LT worth over 3 million. But he had investigated Su Yuan. His father was a civil servant, his mother ran a convenience store. With such an ordinary family background, how could he afford a LaFerrari worth over 20 million? What kind of joke was that? Yet the facts were right before his eyes. Su Yuan was indeed driving a LaFerrari, and not just any LaFerrari, but one of only 4 soft-top LaFerraris in the entire country. Though the car was said to cost just over 20 million without connections, even money couldn't buy one right. Who the hell was Su Yuan? That guy in the pink suit. He's no diamond bachelor. He's at best a gilded toad. The one driving the LaFerrari behind him. That's the real catch. The girl who got into the LaFerrari is called Zhao Qingxue from the design company upstairs. I'm so jealous of her. Who isn't? If I were fought over by 2 rich second generations like that, I'd be laughing in my sleep. No need to dream. You're already drooling. A crowd of onlookers who had witnessed the farce began indulging in rosy, bubble-filled fantasies. Of course, every single one of them imagined themselves in Zhao Qingxue's shoes. But as the heroine of this farce sitting in the LaFerrari, Zhao Qingxue wasn't all that happy. Instead, she felt a bit sick to her stomach. Honestly, is Jin Jiwen out of his mind? I already have a husband as handsome as you, and he still wants to chase me. And he talks so disgustingly. It ruins my appetite. After muttering this, she rubbed her stomach. Honey, what are we going to eat? What's the rush? Let's go see some houses first. Su Yuan's next words left Zhao Qingxue completely stunned. She blinked her beautiful eyes. Are you kidding me? Didn't you just lose your job? How are we supposed to buy a house? By selling you, of course. My wife is so beautiful she could easily fetch a nice penthouse. Cut it out. I'm serious. I'm serious too. As he spoke, Su Yuan contacted his college classmate Qi Jingshun. Qi Jingshun had lived in the dorm next to his. They had great synergy in gaming and often played duo Q together. Though they didn't have much time for games after graduation, their bond remained strong. Su Yuan recalled from his social media feed that Qi Jingshun worked in real estate sales and had access to many premium listings. Rather than searching aimlessly, it was better to let him show them around. Qi Jingshun quickly replied to Su Yuan's message. What's up, Yuan Go? I'm looking to buy a house. Since you're in this business, can you recommend some good properties? Buying a house. You're something, Yuan Go. Only a year since graduation, and you're already looking to buy a house. I haven't even saved up for the down payment yet. Qi Jingshun was quite surprised when he heard Su Yuan wanted to buy a house, but he spoke with a sense of loyalty. All right, Yuan, good, tell me what kind of house you want, your requirements and budget, and I'll see if I have anything suitable in my listings. Not too many demands, just want a large flat, preferably with nice surroundings. Qi Jingshun had been waiting for him to mention specifics like the layout, but Su Yuan immediately asked for a large flat with a scenic view. After a moment of deliberation, Qi Jingshun didn't want to discourage Su Yuan, so he had to say, I do have a few decent large flats on hand, but they're in remote locations and the prices are high. I think the value for money is too low. Why don't you suggest another requirement? I want a large flat. Take me to see the best one you have. Seeing Su Yuan's persistence, Qi Jingshun had no choice but to agree. They arranged to meet in Pudong, and Su Yuan stepped on the accelerator, bringing Zhao Qingxue straight to the area. Pudong, with its excellent environment, had seen the development of many residential complexes and high-end homes. Properties here were guaranteed to have good surroundings, though naturally the prices were steep. The current housing prices had already reached 70 to 80,000 per square meter. What did 70 to 80,000 mean? That was the total annual savings of both Zhao Qingxue and Su Yuan combined. By the time Zhao Qingxue realized they had arrived in Pudong, it was too late. She watched Su Yuan park the car with a bewildered look, then followed him to meet Qi Jingshun, asking foolishly, You're not really planning to sell me, are you? Su Yuan found her confused, innocent eyes utterly adorable and couldn't resist reaching out to pinch her cheek. How could I bear to sell you? Then why did you bring me here? To spoil you. Taking advantage of Zhao Qingxue's distraction, Su Yuan quickly planted a kiss on her cheek. Qi Jingshun arrived just in time to witness their public display of affection and exclaimed, Yuan Gu's sister-in-law have a heart. It's tough being single. Cut the chatter. Where's that large flat you mentioned? Blushing at Qi Jingshun's words, Zhao Qingxue burrowed into Su Yuan's arms, wishing she could disappear into him. Su Yuan chuckled as he held Zhao Qingxue, already bringing up the house. Regardless of what he was thinking, he had spoken, and Qi Jingshun jingled the keys in his hand as he led them toward Deland Mansion. The large flat I told you about is here at Deland Mansion. There are 2 units left, let me show you. The large flats at Deland Mansion were popular due to their excellent layout and serene, elegant surroundings. Qi Jingshun had brought many viewers, but none had closed the deal due to the high prices. This place is really beautiful. Zhao Qingxue stepped cautiously into the Deland Mansion complex, taking in the environment that resembled a large park, and took a deep breath. The air is wonderful too. Do you like it here? Su Yuan was also pleased with the surroundings, so he looked down and asked Zhao Qingxue. She nodded, hesitating. I do like it, but let's see the house first. The large flat Qi Jingshun mentioned was on the 5th and 6th floors of Deland Mansion, fully furnished with a usable area of 300 square meters. Besides a master bedroom and 2 guest rooms, it also included a study, a gym, and a viewing kitchen. What Zhao Qingxue loved most was the spacious living room. The south side featured a full wall of transparent glass windows with a thick snowflake-patterned wool carpet by the window adorned with beautiful green plants. On a sunny weekend, brewing a cup of coffee, picking 2 books to read, while sipping coffee on the carpet would be sheer bliss. You really like it, don't you? Seeing Zhao Qingxue's expression, Su Yuan knew she was smitten, so he whispered in her ear, right? Yes. Living here in the future would be wonderful. If you like it, that's settled. Just as Su Yuan was about to finalize the deal on the flat, before he could speak, to Qi Jingshun, footsteps echoed from the entrance. Another real estate agent had brought a couple, a man and a woman, to view the property. The man, though not handsome, was dressed in a sharp suit and wore imported leather shoes worth tens of thousands. The woman was clad in an expensive silk dress suit with red Tiffany high heels and a classic Chanel handbag. Ordinarily, running into another party viewing the same house wouldn't be an issue. They could just look together. Zhao Qingxue and Su Yuan hadn't thought much of it. But the moment the woman entered with the agent and saw Zhao Qingxue and Su Yuan, she rolled her eyes contemptuously. What kind of house are you showing us? How can just any riffraff come in? Is your company's management that lax? I am sorry, I didn't expect anyone to be here. How about I show you the upstairs unit instead? The agent, embarrassed by the couple's remarks, apologized profusely while shooting a reproachful glance at Qi Jingshun. What's wrong with you? Don't you inform us before bringing people to view a property? Qi Jingshun clearly knew the agent, and there was no love lost between them. Hearing the agent's comment, he sneered. I brought my clients here first. If you want to show yours, get in line. You? The agent sized up Zhao Qingxue and Su Yuan with ill intent. You're quite something, bringing these 2 paupers to see a house. Can they even afford it? Who are you calling a pauper? Before Qi Jingshun could respond, Su Yuan spoke up abruptly. His icy gaze and low voice instantly drew everyone's attention. Startled by Su Yuan's words, the woman clutched her chest and sneered. The poor are the ones who get called that. Just look at what you're wearing, rags. And you dare come here to see a house? Do you even know how much these places cost? You probably can't afford a single bathroom. Turning to the agent, she commanded, what are you standing there for? Throw them out. They're dirtying the air. Yes, yes, yes. Assuming the couple were his big clients, the agent fawned over them, nodding eagerly before frowning at Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue. If you can't afford it, get lost, all right. If you don't leave, I'll call security. If you keep dawdling, I'll call the guards. Let's just forget it, shall we? We've already seen it, so let's go. Watching the salesperson's condescending demeanor, Zhao Qingxue bit her lip, filled with a sense of inferiority, and lowered her head. Anyone with a shred of self-respect would find the salesperson's words unbearable, let alone a girl like Zhao Qingxue. Thus, she was deeply hurt by the remarks, tears welling up in her eyes. Darling, don't cry, be good. In the 4 years of being with Zhao Qingxue, Su Yuan had never let her shed a single tear. Now to see her brought to tears by 2 strangers, his heart ached unbearably. At the same time, rage blazed fiercely in his chest. Without a second thought, he stood up, grabbed the woman by the wrist, and shoved her out. Get out. From now on, this is my home. Hey you. How can you be so rude? Can you afford this house? You're talking as if you're not the one footing the bill. If you lay a hand on me again, I'll call security. The woman was no match for Su Yuan's strength, and was easily pushed out, staggering and nearly falling to the ground. Her boyfriend and the salesperson initially wanted to help, but seeing Su Yuan's terrifying demeanor, they dared not approach him, merely taunting from a distance. Brother Chun, I'm buying this house. Help me process the paperwork. Hey, erase my bank card, just swipe it directly. Su Yuan glared coldly at the 3, pulling out his bank card from his pocket and handing it to Qi Jingshun. Huh. Oh, okay. Qi Jingshun had been racking his brains on how to deal with the trio, never expecting Su Yuan to so boldly kick them out. He was still in a daze when the card appeared before him. This stunned him even more. Was Su Yuan really going to buy this luxury penthouse? But the penthouse cost over 20 million. Even with a mortgage, the down payment would be at least 4 or 5 million. Did he have that much money? What are you spacing out for? Go ahead. Su Yuan added, seeing Qi Jingshun's hesitation. Qi Jingshun snapped out of it and turned to process the paperwork. You? The woman on the other side was clearly shocked that a shabby-looking poor boy like Su Yuan could be so wealthy buying a 20 million penthouse without a second thought. She wanted to say something more, but eventually stomped her foot, adjusted her clothes, and gracefully instructed the salesperson. Let's go. Well, just look at another unit. Sorry, but it'll take the one upstairs too. Su Yuan turned directly to Qi Jingchun and said, buy me the upstairs unit as well. You? This was a deliberate provocation. The woman was furious at Su Yuan's words, but she was at a loss for a retort. After all, he had money. This time she had misjudged. She had thought they were just two poor people visiting to see the sights, but they turned out to be hidden millionaires. Don't stand at my doorstep. You're shedding powder everywhere. If you're not disgusted by it, I am. Watching the woman tremble with rage, Su Yuan showed no sympathy, delivered this cold remark, and slammed the door shut. It's infuriating. You can accuse a woman of moral depravity or call her cheap, but you can never call her ugly. Thus Su Yuan's words struck a nerve, enraging her to the point of tears. She stomped and screamed at the doorstep. The salesperson, also caught off guard, stammered, well, maybe we should look at another property. There are some good listings nearby. Haha, brother Yuan, you're amazing. Did you see the looks on their faces? Like they'd stepped in a rainbow. So funny. After closing the door, the happiest person wasn't Su Yuan or Zhao Qingxue, but Qi Jingchun. He had often been bullied by the top salespeople in the company, forced to fetch tea and water due to his poor performance. Whenever he resisted, they ostracized him, leaving him quite frustrated. Though he later came to terms with it, he still harbored resentment, silently, hoping to regain his dignity. Today, Su Yuan's move not only drove away the two contemptuous people, but also earned him a lot of face. After laughing, he finally came to his senses. Brother Yuan, are you really buying this penthouse? Of course. The bank card is in your hand. Do you think I'm joking? Awesome, brother Yuan. Qi Jingchun looked at Su Yuan in disbelief. I never imagined you were a hidden rich second generation. He found it hard to believe Su Yuan had earned the money himself, since he occasionally chatted with Su Yuan on WeChat and never heard of him striking it rich. More likely it came from his family. Su Yuan gave a non-committal smile. Stop with the nonsense and get the paperwork done. Go. Yes, sir. Ding. Congratulations, host, for spending 21 million on a house for your wife, Zhao Qingxue. You have received a tenfold cashback of 210 million already deposited into your account. Please check. Ding. Congratulations, host, for spending 21 million on a house for your wife, Zhao Qingxue. You have been awarded a lucky tenfold cashback of 10 school district properties. Please check your rewards. Qi Jingchun was quick and efficient, and soon the house procedures were complete. Su Yuan received the system notifications. This time not only did he get over 200 million in cash, but also 10 school district properties in the city. Nowadays, the most expensive houses were school district ones, with prices skyrocketing like rockets. Each one was worth at least 10 million. Here, brother Yuan, the property deed. After the paperwork was done, Qi Jingchun handed the deed to Su Yuan with a conflicted expression. As the person handling the deed, he knew it was made out in Zhao Qingxue's name. This baffled him. Although Zhao Qingxue was his wife, and they were indeed deeply in love, it was a house worth over 20 million. He just put it in her name, without hesitation. Wasn't he afraid she'd run off with the house? From now on you can live in the penthouse. Su Yuan, the moment he received the deed, handed it directly to Zhao Qingxue, who was beside him. At that moment, Zhao Qingxue was completely stunned. To be honest, Su Yuan had repeatedly said he would buy her a penthouse, but she never took it seriously because she thought he had no money. Yet Su Yuan not only bought her a ring worth over 2 million and a Porsche Cayenne worth over 2 million, but also a penthouse worth over 20 million. That added up to nearly 25 million. While she was overjoyed, what puzzled her was, where did Su Yuan get all this? Yuan. Although she had obtained the property deed for the large penthouse, Zhao Qingxue was in a daze the entire afternoon, at work, her efficiency dropping by more than half. Returning home, she grabbed Su Yuan, who was about to pack his things, her small face serious. As she looked at him, her lips pressed into a thin line. Su Yuan noticed Zhao Qingxue's expression was not good, and asked curiously, Qingxue, what's wrong? I'm going to ask you something, and you must tell me the truth. Zhao Qingxue tightly grasped Su Yuan's sleeve, her big eyes fixed on his with a glimmer of moisture in them. Seeing her serious demeanor, Su Yuan found it amusing, but also put on a straight face. All right, whatever you ask me, I'll answer truthfully. If I lie, you can have me tonight. I'm not joking with you. I know. You? Zhao Qingxue clenched her small fists and finally blurted out, did you go into that line of work? Huh. Su Yuan, hearing her question, didn't understand what she meant for a moment. What line of work? Gigolo. It's just doing bad things. Huh. Su Yuan, will be straight with you. I suspect you've been selling drugs. Now tell me, is it true? Don't be afraid. If you really did it, I won't blame you. At worst, it'll go with you to turn yourself in. Maybe a few decades in prison, but it'll wait for you. As Zhao Qingxue spoke, the moisture in her eyes grew brighter, on the verge of spilling golden teardrops. Su Yuan couldn't help but laugh at her expression. He hugged her, pressing his lips firmly against hers, savoring the sweet honey. Then he said, look at you, where did your mind go? How could I possibly do something like that? Then how did you get the money? Zhao Qingxue looked at him aggrievedly. After getting the property deed today, she went back to work, and the more she thought the more wrong it seemed. She couldn't figure out how Su Yuan had suddenly become so wealthy overnight. Where did the money come from? Obviously his family couldn't give him that much money. He only earned a fixed salary of 8,000 yuan a month, and he never did any side jobs. Could the money have fallen from the sky? There was no such thing as money falling from the sky. The remaining quick ways to make money were all written in the criminal code. Zhao Qingxue thus concluded that Su Yuan had done something bad. This thought lingered in her mind, refusing to dissipate. The more she thought, the more she felt that Su Yuan had done too much for her. Therefore she had made up her mind, if Su Yuan really got into trouble, she would wait for him forever. Do you know about Bitcoin? Su Yuan patted Zhao Qingxue's head. Back in high school I was bored and saw someone online saying Bitcoin was very valuable, so I used my New Year's money to buy 200 of them. I only remembered this a couple of days ago. Of course he couldn't tell her about the system, but Zhao Qingxue wasn't easy to fool. After thinking for a long time, Su Yuan came up with this excuse. Bitcoin. Zhao Qingxue blinked. Bitcoin was so popular now, of course she knew what it was. But she hadn't expected it to be so valuable. Can Bitcoin buy a house? A car? Of course. Seeing Zhao Qingxue's disbelief, Su Yuan took out his phone and checked the current market price of Bitcoin for her. See, Bitcoin is now 35000 yuan each. Didn't I buy 200 of them? Selling them would net me 70 million. 70 million. Zhao Qingxue counted on her fingers. That was no small sum. Even in her dreams, she couldn't imagine having that much money. Great. Laughing, she wrapped her arms around Su Yuan's neck, almost crying with joy. But what she said next made Su Yuan's forehead crease with black lines. Great, you didn't do anything bad. Wasn't the point that they were rich now? Silly girl. Su Yuan was deeply moved by her words. Just as he was about to embrace her and enjoy a tender moment, his phone suddenly rang. Zhao Qingxue quickly pushed him away and answered the call. The call was from the package collection point. Miss Zhao, my collection point is almost bursting with your packages. You need to come pick them up quickly. My packages? Yes, they're all yours. Come get them soon. The caller was Sister Lin from the convenience store downstairs. Zhao Qingxue usually had her online purchases stored there. After hearing Sister Lin's words, she was very confused. Had she bought anything recently? Oh right. If she remembered correctly, every time the courier left her package at the collection point, they would send her a text message. That afternoon she had indeed received many text messages, but because she had been preoccupied with Su Yuan's matter all afternoon, she hadn't bothered to read them. Now that she thought about it, those messages seemed to be from the courier. She quickly opened her messages and saw that there were at least 50 or 60 messages from various couriers. Honey, that night I saw you were asleep, so I cleared your shopping cart for you. Su Yuan smiled at Zhao Qingxue. Aren't you going downstairs to pick them up? Shopping cart. Although having her shopping cart cleared was a happy thing, Zhao Qingxue now felt dizzy. She had a habit of adding things she liked to her shopping cart, but sometimes she only added them as bookmarks without intending to buy them. Especially since her shopping cart contained many luxury items she couldn't afford. Did Su Yuan buy everything? No way. No way. No way. She quickly opened her Taobao app and saw that her shopping cart was indeed empty. Zhao Qingxue was momentarily speechless. Having money doesn't mean you can spend it recklessly like this. She gave Su Yuan's arm a playful pinch. Come on, let's go downstairs and get my packages. Arm in arm, they went to the package collection point at the convenience store downstairs. Sister Lin was sorting the day's deliveries. Seeing Zhao Qingxue, she pointed to the pile in the back without looking up. These are all yours. The convenience store downstairs was just a small package collection point, usually only receiving packages for their building, so there weren't many packages. But today Zhao Qingxue's packages occupied almost half of the store, leaving barely any room to move. Sister Lin, your courier collection business is doing quite well, isn't it? You must be making a decent amount just from this alone, right? A customer came into the convenience store to buy something, and seeing the piles of packages filling the shop spoke with envy. Sister Lin shook her head. My little convenience store is only so big. How much business can I really have? But I see a lot of packages in your shop, at least 100, right? Naturally, a courier collection point doesn't offer free services. Private convenience stores typically charge 1 yuan per package. Though it's just 1 yuan per parcel, small amounts add up, and over time it can become quite a sum. 70 out of 100 belong to this girl. Sister Lin glanced helplessly at Zhao Qingxue and asked curiously, did you strike it rich? Why did you buy so much? Since Sister Lin had sorted all the packages herself, she couldn't help but notice the information on the bags. Among them were not only high-end clothes, shoes, and handbags, but also various cosmetics and makeup items. These cosmetics were all internationally renowned brands, each one expensive. To buy the entire collection would cost at least over 100,000 yuan. Spending over 100,000 in one go. What kind of family background was that? Well, my husband bought them for me. Zhao Qingxue glanced at Su Yuan with some embarrassment, feeling a bit ashamed. Shouldn't shopping be done gradually? What was the point of buying so much all at once? Sister Lin was stunned by Zhao Qingxue's words, and the envy in her eyes almost overflowed. Zhao Qingxue and Su Yuan had lived here for a year, and Sister Lin knew they were just office workers who rarely bought much. When she suddenly saw so many packages for Zhao Qingxue, she initially thought they were her own, but after some thought, she found it unlikely. Because there were just too many packages. Who would buy so much for no reason? She figured Zhao Qingxue might be running a small online business reselling goods, or maybe even doing direct sales, which was popular now. But she never expected that the items were actually for Zhao Qingxue herself. Wasn't this an absurdly large amount? And they were all bought by Su Yuan. You young people really know how to pamper your wives. Sister Lin sighed and shook her head again. Not necessarily. I have several nieces around your age, and their husbands aren't nearly as good. Little girl, you're truly fortunate. Thank you, Sister Lin. Being envied naturally made Zhao Qingxue very happy. As she inspected her packages, she secretly glanced back at Su Yuan. Her gaze coincidentally met his. Ahem, you bought so many packages. How am I supposed to carry them all? Hurry up and come help. But after the joy came a headache for Zhao Qingxue. With so many packages, it was impossible to carry them all upstairs in one trip. It would take at least a dozen rounds. They had already decided to move to the large flat in Pudong tomorrow, so carrying the packages up, now only to bring them down again tomorrow, was too troublesome. After some thought, Zhao Qingxue only took a few of her favorite packages and planned to load the rest directly into the car tomorrow. A youth is truly wonderful. Watching Zhao Qingxue and Su Yuan walk away, Sister Lin was filled with envy. She turned and took a photo of the mountain of packages to share in her recent social group. See this? Marry a man who's willing to clear your shopping cart for you. At first, the group members didn't think much of the photo since Sister Lin ran a courier collection point, and having dozens of packages in a convenience store was normal. But when they realized all the packages belonged to the same person, they suddenly felt a pang of jealousy. Sister Lin, are there really men these days who clear a woman's shopping cart? I saw it with my own eyes. How could it be fake? So such good men really exist. If I ever met one so considerate, I'd build a zoo just to protect him. Looking at the photo in the group, many couldn't help but feel envious and lamented about their own blockheads. Alright everyone, let's move on. It seems such a good man is out of our league. Qingxue, hehe, this might be my most liked post ever, even more than my 9-grid selfies. See, in this era beauty has no competitiveness against money. Back home while packing with Su Yuan, Zhao Qingxue chatted with Chi Han, who complained about posting a photo of a Porsche Cayenne on her moments yesterday. What a pity, this car isn't mine. If this Porsche Cayenne were mine, I'd post a 9-grid every day. Oh Qingxue, why are you so slow to reply? Don't you love me anymore? Seeing Chi Han's messages, Zhao Qingxue smiled helplessly. I'm packing up, but I'm moving tomorrow. Moving? Alright, you've lived there for a year. Your lease must be up. Chi Han immediately offered enthusiastically. Where are you moving? They'll take a day off tomorrow to help you move. I'd hate to make you take leave. It's fine. Who says you're my best friend? How could I bear to see you exhausted? Zhao Qingxue paused for a moment, then said helplessly, just say you want the day off, don't pretend it's to Boo-hoo Qingxue, how can you say that about me? I love you so much, of course I'm taking leave to help you move. Fine, I won't make you treat me to a meal. Just let me help you move, okay? Under Chi Han's persistent coaxing, Zhao Qingxue had no choice but to agree to let her come the next day. True to her word, the next day, Chi Han arrived downstairs in her little car. I'm here to help you move. Haha, today, I changed into sportswear, see? I'm instantly a mighty Hercules. Chi Han was actually quite sincere, though insisting on helping with the move was partly an excuse to skip work. She wasn't there to slack off. Dressed in simple practical sportswear and sneakers, she looked ready to help with the move. This time her help wasn't really needed. Su Yuan didn't hold back. They had packed most things the night before, and as for carrying them downstairs, he had hired a moving company, so there was nothing to worry about. There's nothing much for you to help with at home. But here there is. Zhao Qingxue pointed to the convenience store run by Sister Lin downstairs. Chi Han was momentarily confused. What's up? Are you planning to take the convenience store with you when you leave? Did you see all those packages? They're all mine. Zhao Qingxue pulled Chi Han into the convenience store to show her the packages, then carried them one by one to the car. Chi Han was completely dumbfounded. SKI YSL Star Collection Dior $9.99. And even a Chanel set. After coming to her senses, she crouched down and began rifling through the packages, her eyes widening with each one. These were all things any woman would dream of. Though she bought something every month, her salary only allowed her to treat herself to a lipstick or a pair of shoes, and never anything this expensive. This pile of packages was her dream incarnate. Her greatest aspiration in life was to be able to shop recklessly, buying everything she loved without worrying about the price. But she had always thought that dream would never come true. After all, her favorite LV handbag in the shopping cart cost over 8,000 yuan. Over 8,000. How many months of living on air would that take? Yet unexpectedly, Zhao Qingxue had already realized her dream. Qingxue, let me carry those. You stand aside, drink some water, and watch me. Don't tire yourself. Su Yuan, after arranging the moving company's work, saw Zhao Qingxue personally carrying packages and quickly walked over to take them from her hands. Seeing the fine beads of sweat on her forehead, he recalled the first time they moved here together. That day he had an interview. The process was tedious, with rounds of screenings from morning until 6 in the evening. He had planned to move after the interview, but when he dragged his exhausted body home, he found that Zhao Qingxue had already taken care of everything. All the heavy items had been carried upstairs. The house was neatly organized, and she stood behind the stove in a dirty t-shirt, looking disheveled, clumsily cooking noodles. In truth, Zhao Qingxue's situation was very favorable. Her parents were locals of Modu, owning a house there, and she was a native Modu girl, beautiful and gentle. In the matchmaking market, she was quite eye-catching. If she hadn't been with him, finding a man with a house in Modu would not have been difficult. Although her parents were strict with her, they had always cherished her like a precious gem, never letting her do heavy labor. The most disheveled moment of her life was probably moving alone. At that time, Su Yuan felt a mix of bitterness and emotion. He vowed then that even if he failed himself, he would never let down this silly girl who trusted and loved him. Now that he finally had the ability to give her a good life, he couldn't bear to let her exert even a little. Oh, these packages are small. Carrying them isn't any trouble at all. Zhao Qingxue, unaware of Su Yuan's thoughts in that moment, was still eager to help. She complained, "We don't have many things. Why did we rent such a big truck? And why so many people to help? It's such a waste of money." In fact, Zhao Qingxue used to have plenty of pocket money in school and never needed to be so frugal. These endearingly worldly habits were developed over the past year with Su Yuan. Su Yuan smiled, but forcibly took all the small packages from her hands. Even if they're small, you're not allowed to move them. The hands of a goddess are not meant for carrying things. Oh, I can't stand it. Qi Han, carrying a pile of assorted packages, overheard their conversation at the convenience store entrance and felt her teeth ache. She looked at Su Yuan with a gloomy expression. "Can you ease up? It's just moving things. Do you have to be so dramatic? Besides, don't you understand? Carrying these packages one by one to the car is happiness for every woman." For Qi Han, if these were her packages, she would gladly carry 10 more mountains of them. And wouldn't it be even happier for a woman to watch her husband load all the packages while she sips a drink and chats? Ignoring Qi Han's words, Su Yuan took Zhao Qingxue's hand and kissed her palm. "Anyway, I can't bear to let my precious one suffer even a little fatigue." Qi Han took a deep breath and asked Sister Lin beside her, "Sister, do you have sunglasses for sale? I want to wear a pair so I don't have to see this shameless couple anymore." Sister Lin laughed heartily, looking at Qi Han with concern. "Young lady, don't you have a boyfriend? When you have one, you'll understand. I think being single is great. Why would I need a boyfriend? I'm an independent woman of the new era." Though Qi Han said this, she secretly shed bitter tears. Men nowadays were all pigs trotters. Even ordinary-looking men could be players. Where was she supposed to find a suitable boyfriend? She should have learned from Zhao Qingxue and hooked a handsome guy back in school. After all, Zhao Qingxue had perfectly demonstrated what a dark horse looked like. An independent woman of the new era still needs a boyfriend. Sister, no, I'm telling you, one shouldn't be too narrow-minded. Frustrated, Qi Han stood at the entrance and argued with Sister Lin. Despite their differing views, they ended up chatting quite happily. After about an hour of moving, everything was packed. Originally, Qi Han had planned to have Su Yuan drive his own car, while she hitched a ride in Zhao Qingxue's Porsche Cayenne. But when she asked Su Yuan to get in her car, she watched him spin the key fob of his LaFerrari. "I'm driving my own car." "What car?" Seeing the LaFerrari key fob in Su Yuan's hand, Qi Han wasn't sure. Could it be a LaFerrari? Bingo. Su Yuan snapped his fingers, took Zhao Qingxue's hand, and walked toward the LaFerrari, tossing the Porsche Cayenne keys to Qi Han. "You like the Cayenne, right? Drive our car over and have a chauffeur take yours back." Qi Han looked at the Porsche Cayenne key fob in her hand, her emotions a jumble of confusion. What was going on? Didn't Zhao Qingxue tell her that Su Yuan was from an ordinary family? An ordinary family buys her a Porsche Cayenne. An ordinary family drives a LaFerrari. Could it be that the definition of ordinary family has changed? She had barely accepted the fact that Su Yuan drove a LaFerrari, but when Qi Han followed the truck in her Porsche Cayenne to the Dilan Mansion penthouse in Pudong, her worldview and values were once again reshaped. This time, even with her carefree nature, she noticed something was off. Su Yuan was really rich. First clearing out the shopping cart, then the LaFerrari, and now a luxurious villa-style penthouse. Any one of these things alone would be beyond the means of an ordinary person. She originally wanted to ask Su Yuan where he got all that money, but then she thought about it. Although she was Zhao Qingxue's best friend, she had no right to ask such a question. So she dutifully kept her mouth shut and widened her eyes to admire the beautiful scenery outside the penthouse window. Before moving in, Su Yuan had already hired a cleaning lady to clean and disinfect the place, so it was spotless. All they needed to do was move the stuff in. What a heavenly life this is. Qi Han unceremoniously threw herself onto the thick cashmere rug beside the bay window, rubbing her face against it with a blissful expression. "Ah, just let me die on this mat. am already a useless waste. Hey, I asked you to come help with the work. What are you doing lying on the floor? Su Yuan, who was busy moving things, looked at Qi Han and smirked. A lazy girl like you will never find a boyfriend. Qingxue isn't doing anything either. Qi Han turned to look at Zhao Qingxue, who was sitting beside her playing a mobile game. Say something for me. Are you still my best friend? Qingxue has already found a husband as good as me. Can you compare to her? Qi Han was half dead with anger at Su Yuan's words. She turned and grabbed Zhao Qingxue's arm. Qingxue, I'm serious. If we don't have a Haidaleo hot pot today, don't even think about me forgiving you. Alright, Haidaleo it is. After tidying up the whole morning passed, Qi Han was noisily insisting on going to Haidaleo to eat them out of house and home. But just as they were about to leave, Zhao Qingxue was urgently called back to the company by a phone call. Su Yuan didn't want her to go back. He had finally taken a day off and wanted to take Zhao Qingxue out to have fun. But Zhao Qingxue saw that the packing was almost done and the company was urging her urgently. She felt it was her duty to go back and no amount of persuasion could stop her. Su Yuan had no choice but to let her go. Qi Han tactfully took her leave. Forget it. I knew you'd weasel out of treating me. Well then I'll take this as my reward. With that she picked a bullet lipstick from Zhao Qingxue's pile of packages. Su Yuan had bought her dozens of lipsticks at once. Qi Han only took one, and Zhao Qingxue didn't mind. Do you see any other colors you like? Take them all if you want. I can't use up so many. If you can't pluck all the wool at once, you have to save some for later. Qingxue, be careful. The manager might be on her period today. She's in a really bad mood. She'll definitely scold you when you go in. As soon as Zhao Qingxue walked into the company, she felt something was off about the atmosphere. Ying, who was sitting at her desk too scared to even speak, saw Zhao Qingxue and quietly warned her. Zhao Qingxue gave her an okay gesture and carefully knocked on the office door. Come in. The company Zhao Qingxue worked for was a small fashion design firm that specialized in custom-made clothing. The boss was a lazy rich kid who basically spent every day playing around and didn't care much about the company's operations. So the manager was the one who actually ran the company. She was a petty person, usually quite amiable, but if you made a mistake, be prepared for a storm of her wrath. That was exactly why Zhao Qingxue insisted on going back when the manager called. She didn't want to be given a hard time over something like this, so a little hardship was worth it. Manager, do you have a new assignment for me? Bang! Hearing Zhao Qingxue's question, the manager threw the thing in her hand onto the desk and sneered, Don't you know what you've done? What did I do? Zhao Qingxue clenched her fingers. Deep down she knew very well. She hadn't made any major mistakes at work recently. The clothes she designed had all satisfied the customers. The only person she had offended was Jin Jiwen. Jin Jiwen's sister was a major client of the company, ordering custom clothes every month. Last time Jin Jiwen came to the company to pick up clothes for his sister, and that's how he met Zhao Qingxue. Stop pretending. Young Master Jin has made it clear. If you don't apologize to him, he'll stop ordering from our company. The manager stood up and stared at Zhao Qingxue. You know that young Master Jin's sister is our company's big client. If we lose this long-term business, you can forget about working here anymore. Manager, Zhao Qingxue didn't know how to respond. There was nothing she could do about the Jin Jiwen incident. Don't think I don't know what's on your mind. To put it bluntly, you look down on young Master Jin, don't you? Enough, stop pretending to be aloof. It's only clueless people like you who like to put on airs. The manager poked Zhao Qingxue's shoulder and lowered her voice. Do you know? Someone as rich as young Master Jin. Even if he just let a few crumbs slip through his fingers for you, it would be more than your boyfriend could earn in half a lifetime. Manager, you can criticize me, but please don't drag my boyfriend into this. Zhao Qingxue had been standing there taking the scolding quietly. She had a good nature and could handle being yelled at. It would only make her sad for a while. But when she heard the manager belittling Su Yuan, she couldn't hold back. Her bottom line was Su Yuan. She couldn't help it if her parents said something, but no one else was allowed to slander Su Yuan. You dare to talk back? When Zhao Qingxue first joined the company, she was a green newbie and the manager had scolded her plenty. Zhao Qingxue had always just listened silently when being scolded, never arguing or defending herself like a timid quail. But the manager never expected that just one remark about her boyfriend would make Zhao Qingxue talk back, which surprised her greatly. But more than surprise, she felt anger and contempt. Have you ever heard the saying, poverty and love are ill-matched? Let me tell you, Zhao Qingxue, the water in your head now will be the tears you shed later. A golden patron like young Master Jin. Once you miss this opportunity, it's gone forever. Think it over carefully. Hearing the manager's words, Zhao Qingxue clenched her fists. I've thought it through very clearly, manager. Seeing the expression on Zhao Qingxue's face, the manager felt it was about time. She took a room card from the table and slipped it into Zhao Qingxue's pocket. Since you've made up your mind, hey, raise the card. You know what to do. Don't put on that reluctant face and don't worry about your boyfriend. Maybe if you earn money, he'll be happy to live off you. Slap. Before the manager could finish speaking, Zhao Qingxue directly took the room card from her pocket and threw it at the manager's face. You? The manager never expected Zhao Qingxue to be so audacious. She didn't react at first. When she finally realized what had happened, she trembled with rage. Zhao Qingxue. Her voice was piercing, and the office's soundproofing was poor, so those outside also heard her angry shout. What's going on? What happened? Why is the manager so angry? Oh, my Qingxue won't be in trouble, will she? Normally Zhao Qingxue was quite popular in the office. Everyone knew she had been called in by the manager, and hearing the manager's roar they were all worried about her. However, Ying holding a coffee cup leaned in. Qingxue is finished this time, I tell you. Just now when I went to get coffee, I passed by the office door and saw through the crack that she threw something at the manager's face. Are you sure you saw correctly, Ying? How could Qingxue possibly do something like that? In everyone's eyes, Zhao Qingxue was like a soft white rabbit. No one could believe she would do such a thing. Seeing that everyone didn't believe her, Ying quickly and vividly described the scene she had just witnessed. Everyone listened attentively. However, before Ying could finish speaking, the manager's office door was fully pushed open, and Zhao Qingxue walked out with red eyes. I'm sorry, everyone, I have to go. Seeing Zhao Qingxue's state, everyone was momentarily at a loss for words, their faces awkward. Fortunately, Zhao Qingxue didn't say anything else to them. She rubbed her eyes and ran out. What are you looking at? I'm telling you, this is what happens when you don't know your place. As soon as Zhao Qingxue's figure disappeared from the company entrance, the manager followed out with a dark expression. Everyone quickly returned to their seats and pretended to work. The manager, however, did not leave. Clearly she was extremely angry, and she continued to yell in the direction Zhao Qingxue had left, setting up a chastity arch while being a whore. Don't you dress up every day just to seduce men? Now you're pretending to be chaste for whom? You've left the company with a mess of bad debts for me to clean up, and you walk away thinking you're the victim. This kind of trash deserves to be poor forever. The manager's curses were extremely venomous. Some people in the office couldn't bear to listen and simply went to the corridor to escape the noise. There was a window in the corridor that happened to overlook the company entrance. Usually when they had nothing to do and wanted some peace, they would gather by the window to chat. What exactly did Qingxue do to make the manager so angry? Just look at the things the manager said. So vicious. Who knows? Qingxue was too impulsive. To be fair, our company's benefits are pretty good. If it were me, I wouldn't want to leave. But I think Qingxue probably doesn't care about that, right? After all, her boyfriend bought her a Porsche Cayenne. As they chatted, they turned their gaze to the company entrance. At some point, a Ferrari LaFerrari had parked at the entrance. What's a Porsche Cayenne? Maybe for common folks like us, that car is considered a luxury car, but in the eyes of real tycoons, it's just a pile of scrap metal. Someone pointed at the LaFerrari with a grin. See that LaFerrari down there? Now that's a real luxury car. You're right, we really have limited horizons. If only this LaFerrari were here to pick me up. They chatted and laughed, and when they saw the LaFerrari's door open, they immediately wanted to see what kind of man was driving it. He's too perfect. Broad shoulders, narrow waist, long legs. He's got the body of a god. With a build like that, he looks slim in clothes, but muscular without. I bet he has an 8-pack. And his face is my ideal type. They had initially thought the rich guy driving the LaFerrari might be short and ugly, but unexpectedly, he was a total god. They immediately went into a swoon, fantasizing in their minds about various scenarios of meeting the god, almost to the point of losing themselves. However, before they could finish their fantasies, their eyes went wide in the next second, because they saw Zhao Qingxue, who had just come out of the company, throw herself into the god's arms. And the god they had been crazed over just moments ago was gently holding her in his arms and comforting her, his tenderness palpable even from a dozen floors away. Who is he? Seems like Qingxue's boyfriend. Damn, no wonder Qingxue dared to throw things at the manager's face. I never expected her boyfriend to be so impressive. How come we didn't know at all? They looked at each other, each face filled with shock. What are you all doing here? I was wondering why you were all missing. Turns out you're hiding in the corridor to look at the scenery. Is it that interesting? Unknown to them, the manager had appeared behind them and asked coldly. They were startled and were about to say something, but the manager had already looked out the window. With that one glance, her originally arrogant face froze. Clearly she too saw Zhao Qingxue being held by Yuan downstairs. Manager were going back to work. Seeing the manager's face darkening, the few of them afraid of becoming punching bags quickly slipped away. The manager could only stand there alone, her face livid, watching the scene below. After a long while, she finally gritted her teeth and said, I was wondering how this little minx got so capable. Turns out she's latched onto a rich man. Her tones sounded contemptuous, but beneath the contempt was undisguisable envy. Regardless of whether Zhao Qingxue had latched onto a rich man, from the gentle and careful gestures, it was clear that the young man's affection and indulgence toward her were genuine. This kind of heartfelt love and pampering was something she had never seen before. I knew you were wronged. Seeing Zhao Qingxue throw herself into his arms, Yuan patted her head, lifted her into the car, and carefully fastened her seatbelt. I lost my job. Along the way, Zhao Qingxue was dejected too. She had been working happily until a bad romantic entanglement cost her the job. They'll support you. Yuan chuckled softly. What, think I can't afford to keep you? Fine then, I don't eat much anyway. Being comforted like a child by Su Yuan made Zhao Qingxue a bit shy, but also deeply sweet. She tilted her head in confusion, looking at Su Yuan. Hey, don't they say that boys become bad when they have money? How come you're getting better instead? That's boys. I'm your husband. Su Yuan patted Zhao Qingxue's head and was about to take her to eat something delicious when his phone rang. He looked down. The screen showed the name Li Hao. The moment he saw it, a smile crept onto his lips, and he answered without hesitation. You've been out enjoying yourself everywhere, haven't you? What made you think of me? Li Hao's voice carried a hint of frustration. Don't even mention it. I was having a blast, but my dad insists I'm old enough to go home and get married. Not happening. Marriage. That sounds great. Then someone will finally keep you in line. What I hate most are those nagging women always bossing me around. Who do they think they are? The topic made Li Hao impatient. Enough chatter. Where are you? He'll come find you for dinner. If my brother's coming, I have to treat you properly. How about Tanggu? Great. As a Michelin 3-star Chinese restaurant in Modu, Tanggu had been famous for years. A steady stream of diners came, and regardless of the taste, the prices were undeniably high. Last time Su Yuan had been lucky enough to accompany the company's senior leader there, and had been craving a dish of snow frog gelatin ever since. This time he seized the chance to bring Zhao Qingxue and Li Hao. This place looks even more expensive than the last Western restaurant. As the car stopped at the entrance of Tanggu, Zhao Qingxue whispered to Su Yuan. Su Yuan naturally put his arm around her shoulder. These prices are nothing to your husband now, right? I'm fearful of tricks. Why didn't you tell me about Bitcoin earlier? Last time I thought that Western restaurant was too expensive, so I didn't dare to eat my fill. Yes, dear, it's my fault. Tossing the car keys to the valet, Su Yuan led Zhao Qingxue straight to the private room he had booked on the second floor. After telling the waiter to order, once everyone arrived, Su Yuan sent the room number to Li Hao. Half an hour later, Li Hao finally arrived late. Damn, this big city is really something. Traffic jams in a uniquely annoying way. Standing at the door, Li Hao wore a Versace suit, Air Jordans on his feet, and his hair, dyed a shade of brown varying in depth, messily falling over his forehead and temples, revealing only a pair of somewhat decadent eyes. Though he had a roguishly handsome look, his skin was a bit dark. Su Yuan teased, did you go have fun in a coal mine? How did you get so dark? What do you know? I got this tan on purpose. Don't you know tanning is in style? He plopped down across from Su Yuan, ready to keep bantering, but the next second, he spotted Zhao Qingxue sitting beside Su Yuan. His eyes lit up. Miss, have we met before? Go away, this is your sister-in-law. Seeing Li Hao's look, Su Yuan knew his old habit was acting up, and quickly pulled Zhao Qingxue closer. Li Hao was like Jia Baoyu from Dream of the Red Chamber. He couldn't live without women. He had already started fooling around with girls back in elementary school. In middle school, he tasted the forbidden fruit with a young girl, but luckily his father caught him, gave him a severe beating, and sent him to a boarding high school in the county. Su Yuan had met Li Hao in high school. Though they were different types, both were undeniably handsome. Many girls in high school had crushes on them, but Su Yuan wasn't interested in romance at the time. He spent his days studying and playing games. So all the love letters and snacks he received went to Li Hao, and he gave all the girls' contact info to him. While Su Yuan studied, Li Hao was flirting with the girls. While Su Yuan played games, Li Hao was still flirting. There was never a moment without a girl by his side. He was the ultimate playboy of No. 11 high school. Later, Su Yuan got into a top-tier university, while Li Hao's grades were only good enough for a vocational school, so he decided to skip college and roam around. But he came from a wealthy family, so he could afford it. During college, they drifted apart due to different circles, but their bond from 3 years of high school remained. Hello, sister-in-law. Once Su Yuan said she was his sister-in-law, Li Hao immediately behaved. Though he was a bit of a womanizer, he had his principles. He would never lay a finger on a brother's woman, no matter how beautiful she was. Nice to meet you. Zhao Qingxue smiled and nodded at Li Hao. Hey, your sister-in-law is really beautiful. Li Hao looked at Su Yuan holding Zhao Qingxue like a treasure, nudged his shoulder and whispered, even prettier than the one you told me about in college, right? Hearing Li Hao's words, Zhao Qingxue shot Su Yuan a puzzled look. Did you have a girlfriend in college? Su Yuan was annoyed by Li Hao's remark and pushed him. What the hell are you talking about? This is the same girlfriend I had in college, and now she's my wife. Li Hao had originally said that to tease Su Yuan, but he didn't expect Su Yuan to play this card. He was stunned. Let me count. You told me you had a girlfriend in your sophomore year. That's almost 4 years. How do you manage to stay with the same woman unchanged for 4 years? To Li Hao, without new girls, there was no fresh blood. Even a stunningly beautiful woman was just another fish in his pond. We're not like you. We're truly in love. Su Yuan said, then bent down to gently peck Zhao Qingxue on the lips. As if everyone else isn't sincere. Li Hao clutched his chest. It's just that my heart shattered into many pieces, and each piece fell in love with a different person. The two reminisced about their high school days, then shared their experiences over the years, chatting amiably. The bond of brotherhood was instantly rekindled, and they had a few extra drinks. Zhao Qingxue had finished eating long ago, yet she didn't urge Su Yuan to head home. Instead, she sat quietly listening to the two men talk, occasionally covering her mouth to stifle a laugh, when Li Hao mentioned Su Yuan's embarrassing moments. Having had some wine during the meal and feeling cheerful after chatting with Su Yuan, Li Hao was not ready to call it a night. Come on, let's move to another spot and keep the party going. By party, Li Hao meant a nightclub or bar, but Su Yuan wasn't particularly fond of such noisy places. He had never seen Zhao Qingxue go to such places either, so he turned to look at her. Honey, should we go? Li Hao, witnessing Su Yuan seeking Zhao Qingxue's opinion over such a trivial matter, immediately let out a series of exaggerated exclamations. Are you serious? Are you serious? Are you serious? Dude, your status at home is way too low. Sister-in-law, let me tell you, you can't control a man too much. The more you control him, the more likely he'll step out of line. You've heard that saying, right? Either explode in silence or die in silence. Shut up. Su Yuan cut off Li Hao's rambling, then wrapped his arm around Zhao Qingxue and said with a grin, "Who says my wife controls me? I willingly listen to my wife." Li Hao had initially thought that Zhao Qingxue, with her gentle appearance, was actually a domineering wife who kept Su Yuan completely in line. But seeing Su Yuan's attitude now, he twitched the corner of his mouth. Yuan succumbing to temptation is a sin. Alright, you two go ahead. I'll head home myself. Zhao Qingxue cast a helpless glance at Su Yuan, a faint smile blooming at the corners of her lips like a mountain flower gently caressed by the spring breeze, as if one could almost smell its delicate fragrance. That's perfect. Sister-in-law, you're really understanding. Let me call a cab for you. Hearing that Zhao Qingxue was sensible enough to go home, Li Hao slapped his thigh in delight and pulled out his phone to order a ride for her. Although Zhao Qingxue was stunningly beautiful, and bringing her to a nightclub would certainly be impressive. First, she was his brother's woman, so he couldn't make a move. Second, his brother was a henpecked husband, and if she came along, they'd surely be constrained. If they were going to party, they had to truly enjoy themselves. But the next second, Su Yuan pressed down on his hand. Before Li Hao could react, Su Yuan was already holding Zhao Qingxue and turning to leave. Honey, how could I bear to let you go home alone? Let's go, we'll walk you back. Hey, you're ditching your buddy for a girl. This outcome left Li Hao utterly dumbfounded. He grabbed Su Yuan's arm, still caught up in the high school reminiscing. You've changed. You weren't like this before. I'm asking you, am I still your sweetheart? Back when they were together, Su Yuan had shown absolutely no interest in women. How could he have fallen into the gentle trap in just 4 years? This was terrifying. You can take a cab back to the hotel. I need to accompany my wife home. Alright, I'll come with you both. Seeing Li Hao's expression, Zhao Qingxue had no choice but to change her mind. Su Yuan studied her face. Honey, don't force yourself. Nearby, Li Hao made a last-ditch effort. Is going to a nightclub really that forced? Did I ask you? The three of them chatted as they made their way downstairs. Sir, the total is 13600 yuan. The front desk had just printed the bill when Li Hao swiftly paid it without giving Su Yuan a chance to pull out his bank card. Su Yuan didn't stand on ceremony. He simply smiled and said nothing. I've booked a booth at Misco. Let's take a cab over there. We're gonna have a blast tonight, haha. As a rich second generation, Li Hao had only brought money on his trip to Modu with no house or car, yet so a cab was his only option. He knew that Su Yuan came from an ordinary family and having just graduated a year ago probably couldn't afford a car. So he thought they'd take a cab together. However, before his cab arrived, a dazzling LaFerrari pulled up at the entrance. He let out a series of impressed whistles and nudged Su Yuan's shoulder. No wonder they call this Modu. Luxury cars everywhere. See that LaFerrari? That's worth tens of millions. It's not bad, I guess. Su Yuan nodded calmly, walked over to the valet, took the keys, and said, my wife and I will head off first. Hurry up. Li Hao was utterly stunned that the LaFerrari belonged to Su Yuan, and for a moment he couldn't speak. Only after Su Yuan drove away in a cloud of dust did he stamp his foot and howl, Su Yuan, you son of a bitch. You bought a car and didn't even tell me. I want to ride in the LaFerrari too. An hour later, Su Yuan's LaFerrari pulled up outside Misco, the famous nightclub in Modu. As one of the top nightclubs in the city, Misco frequently hosts various joint events. This time, a giant cake model was displayed in front of the massive billboard at the entrance. The cake was intricately crafted, exuding an artistic appeal. The top 3 spenders tonight get the cake. Zhao Qingxue had never been to a nightclub before, as she only knew it was a place for drinking. The cake model in front of the billboard caught her attention. This cake is so beautiful. No wonder it's only given to the top 3 spenders. And this is supposed to be a famous nightclub in Modu. The top 3 spenders only get a cake. That's so stingy. Back home, they give away bags and phones. Much more valuable than this. Li Hao was completely unimpressed by the event. His gaze was fixed on the beautiful women coming in and out of the nightclub. But the ladies here are all stunning in their own ways. Modu really does produce beautiful women. Hey sweetie, wanna play together later? Li Hao's stare was probably a bit too obvious as a woman in a sexy black leather skirt crooked her finger at him. Sure thing, sweetie. They'll come find you later. As a seasoned player in the romance game, Li Hao expertly blew her a fiery kiss. Their eyes locked in a sizzling exchange for a long moment before they reluctantly parted. This cake is gorgeous. I really want it. It's a limited edition from the Millennium Cake Shop. My sister ordered one of their cakes for her birthday. Cost over 2 million. We can't afford it, but we can at least take a photo with Avril. Soon 2 seductively dressed women approached the cake, chatting among themselves. Avril is getting this cake. Yes, she's Brother Ming's sister, right? Brother Ming said he'd definitely get the cake for her. Oh my god. I'm so jealous. The 2 women chatted as they entered the nightclub. Su Yuan, after showing Zhao Qingxue the cake model, was about to head inside, when he noticed Li Hao standing frozen in place. What's up? Why are you standing there? Weren't you the one who insisted on coming? Su Yuan slapped Li Hao on the back. Li Hao snapped out of his daze and laughed. Let's go. I booked a booth with a minimum spend of 1800 tonight. I'm going to make sure you guys have an amazing time. After passing through the entrance security, the group approached the front desk and provided the booth number Li Hao had. Since Li Hao had booked through an online platform, the salesperson immediately recognized them as first-timers and enthusiastically introduced the booth options, saying the booths I manage have the best spots, and it's still early with few people. Feel free to pick whichever you like. These booths offered an excellent view, close to the dance floor, and with a full sight line to the stage. As the hour was still early, only 2 DJs were playing a slow rhythmic beat accompanied by soft music. Li Hao initially wanted to choose the most conspicuous spot to be the star of the night, but Zhao Qingxue disapproved, so they ultimately selected a wall-side booth flanked by screens for a degree of privacy. What would you like to drink? Some soft drinks perhaps. With few patrons around, and sensing Li Hao's apparent wealth, the salesperson eagerly attended to them. Here, my wife, you order first, Li Hao said, handing the menu to Zhao Qingxue. As Su Yuan quietly asked, anything you fancy. It's so expensive I can't bring myself to order. Flipping through the drinks, none were priced below 500 yuan, leaving Zhao Qingxue indecisive, especially since she was new to such venues and unsure which drinks were palatable. 10 bottles of Jägermeister. As a nightclub veteran, Li Hao swiftly ordered 10 bottles of Jägermeister, muttering, we must also get some Red Bull. The salesperson chuckled at his choice, Jägermeister with Red Bull, a drink to drown all sorrows. Red Bull with Jägermeister, lives not worth the pain. Li Hao gave a thumbs up and invited, brother, want to join us? We're a small group tonight. Sure, I feel a connection with you, so I'll drink my fill with you tonight. It was common for salespeople to sit and drink with guests, fostering rapport to boost sales and cultivate regulars. 10 bottles right away. We can't finish that much, can we? Zhao Qingxue was puzzled by Li Hao's lavish order, worrying about waste. Miss, this booth has a minimum consumption of 188 yuan, and 10 bottles of Jägermeister cost only 6 or 7,000, so it's not expensive, the salesperson explained warmly, noting her inexperience. He suggested if you find the liquor too strong, you can mix Jägermeister with want milk. It tastes great, and many young ladies enjoy it that way. Really? Liquor with milk? I have to try that. Zhao Qingxue was intrigued by the novel combination. The salesperson nodded with a smile. Of course, if you're interested, I can recommend other mixes for you to explore various flavors. You're sure to find one you love. After ordering 10 bottles of Jägermeister Red Bull, want milk, several bottles of whiskey beer, and assorted snacks, along with complimentary water and fruit platters from the salesperson, the table was laden with drinks and treats. As time passed, the nightclub gradually came alive with beautiful women passing by, captivating Li Hao's attention. He found each one alluring. However, when a young woman in a leopard print low-cut mini dress walked past the booth arm in arm with a man, Li Hao stiffened abruptly. Instead of staring at her legs, he lowered his head and began drinking. Is that Brother Ming? I heard he's planning to make a big move tonight. The salesperson recognized the man with the thick gold chain and stood to greet him. Brother Ming nodded, scanned the four at the booth, paused his gaze on Zhao Qingxue for 2 seconds, and asked, your new clients? Yeah, they're my buddies here for the first time. Brother Ming cared to get acquainted. At a nightclub, socializing was the norm. Su Yuan nodded politely in acknowledgement, but when Zhao Qingxue tried to greet him, he pulled her into an embrace, restraining her. She pushed against his chest but failed to free herself, so she stayed put. The issue arose with Li Hao. He had intended to ignore Brother Ming, but the salesperson's introduction left him no choice but to look up and nod expressionlessly. Brother Ming. Oh, who do we have here? If it isn't little Hao, the leopard print girl said playfully, her tone familiar, clearly acquainted with. Avril. You know each other. Brother Ming raised an eyebrow at her words. Li Hao remained silent. Avril giggled, clinging to Brother Ming's arm. We do. He's the little guy I told you about who used to chase me. But we broke up ages ago. I see. What a coincidence meeting here. We'll have to share a few drinks later, Brother Ming said, casually settling into a booth not far from Li Hao's group. Bang. After they left, Li Hao downed a bottle of beer in one go and slammed it on the table. The salesperson, sensing trouble, quickly apologized. Brother, this is my fault. I didn't know you two knew each other. If I had, I wouldn't have spoken. It's on me. They'll drink 3 bottles as penance, okay? Li Hao remained sullen and silent. Without another word, the salesperson grabbed 3 bottles of beer from the table and chugged them all. Only then did Li Hao's expression soften slightly. He waved the salesperson away and sat alone, drinking in gloom. He even lost interest in watching the women pass by. Su Yuan, who had been mixing drinks with Zhao Qingxue, found it odd and asked Li Hao, is it really that big a deal just because you ran into an ex-girlfriend? As far as Su Yuan knew, Li Hao had always been the one to end his relationships. You don't understand. Feeling that beer wasn't strong enough, Li Hao directly opened a bottle of whiskey and drank it neat, without mixing anything. He had only just entered the door not long ago, and already drinking like this. Would he end up dead drunk here today? Su Yuan quickly snatched the bottle from his hand. Li, how the hell's wrong with you? Can't you just talk about it? What's the point of drinking alone in silence? Scolded by Su Yuan, Li Hao finally eased up a bit. He let out a bitter laugh, and then recounted what had happened between him and Avril. The pitcher goes so often to the well that it is broken at last. Though Li Hao called himself a playboy, an ultimate Casanova whose life's dream was to cast a net over all the fish in the sea, leaving none for others. Even a playboy can have a change of heart. Because of Avril, Li Hao almost came ashore. They met on a resort beach. At that time, the beach was filled with stunning bikini-clad beauties who flirted and teased Li Hao, a muscular man. But he, seriously sunbathing to get a tan, remained completely unmoved, lying quietly on the beach under the sun. But who would have guessed? Not long after he started sunbathing, someone crashed into his arms, her hand just grabbing his umbrella handle. He opened his eyes angrily and saw Avril flustered, staring back at him in panic. To be fair, Avril was not tall, very petite, and not exactly a great beauty. But she had a particularly youthful look with a slightly chubby face that seemed very cute, easily arousing a protective instinct. At that glance, Li Hao's anger vanished. But awkwardly, his umbrella pole began to stir, restlessly eager to carry out its mission. And so they got to know each other. After that, Li Hao felt he had met his true love and pursued Avril passionately. A month later, they naturally got together. 2 months, a home run. 3 months, he discovered Avril was sleeping with someone else. When his friend told him about it, Li Hao had just called his parents, saying he would bring his girlfriend home to meet them in a few days. So you can imagine how heartbroken Li Hao was. After hearing Li Hao's tragic tale, Su Yuan felt it was his just deserts. After all, he had enjoyed himself plenty while fishing. But still, he was his brother, so he offered a few words of comfort. Hey Li Hao, there are plenty of fish in the sea. This one just wasn't meant to be yours. Don't force it. Su Yuan's consolation didn't help at all. Li Hao continued drinking alone. Seeing him like this, Su Yuan said nothing more. As time passed, the nightclub grew livelier, and all the booths around became packed. At some point, a hot female DJ had taken the stage, frenetically beating time to the music, unwittingly igniting the atmosphere. Tonight, I believe you all have a basic idea of our event. The top 3 spenders will receive a limited edition cake co-branded with Millennium. This cake is exclusive to our club. Only 3 in the entire world, never to be sold again. A true collector's item. Love her. Give her this cake. The host's passionate announcement was followed by explosive music as countless girls took the stage, swaying to the rhythm, filling the air with thick hormones everywhere, flirtatious teasing and seductive glances. Brother Ming, your 10 bottles of Ace of Spades. Over at this booth, because of Li Hao's romantic misfortune, it was quite gloomy. Several girls had initially come over to drink with him, but he had chased them all away. Not far away, Brother Ming's booth was bustling with countless girls flocking to him. Brother Ming was also very generous, ordering 10 bottles of Ace of Spades, then 10 bottles of Champagne King, pushing the atmosphere to its peak. Many salespeople crowded around to take photos and post on social media. What a waste, said Zhao Qingxue, sitting beside Su Yuan, quietly snacking and drinking her milk soda. Su Yuan looked at her tenderly. You're right, my dear. TCH, I wonder what Brother Ming sees in that bitch. She's got him completely spellbound. At the next booth, 2 heavily made-up girls sat down, probably unable to squeeze into Brother Ming's booth, and started chatting resentfully. Brother Ming just likes her being slutty. Hey, have you heard? That bitch's ex-boyfriend is also in this club. I heard it too. Earlier, to please Brother Ming, she even said her ex was no good in bed. Really? Really, I heard it with my own ears. She said she wasn't with Brother Ming for the money, but because he was so good in bed. You tell me, with that kind of slutty behavior, how could Brother Ming not like her? The 2 women talked as if no one else was around. Though it was hard to hear, clearly the 3 of them still caught the gist. Su Yuan glanced at Li Hao. Sure enough, Li Hao, who had been silently drinking, now had a face ashen, his eyes practically spitting fire. It was understandable. What man wouldn't care about that kind of thing? Especially being compared by the woman he loved to another man. Anyone would explode over something like this. Su Yuan's face also darkened. After all, it was his friend being bullied. Avril really had gone too far. If you cheat on him, fine. He didn't hold a grudge, didn't even curse you when you broke up. But then you go around airing their bedroom matters. That's just grinding his face into the dirt. Where's the salesperson? Li Hao, who had been silent, directly called the salesperson over, then pointed his finger at him, his eyes dark. The salesperson thought he was still angry about what happened earlier and felt a bit sheepish, but then his next words shocked him. Open 100 bottles of Ace of Spades. The classic Ace of Spades cost 888 yuan per bottle here. 10 bottles would be 88800 and 100 bottles. 88000. Although in a big club like this with many rich heirs and bosses, it wasn't unusual to see someone open 10 or 20 bottles of Ace of Spades, but 100 bottles at once was still very rare. After all, those rich kids weren't fools. Occasionally when in high spirits they might blow a few $100,000, but throwing that kind of money around every day was just unrealistic. Alright, I'll arrange it right away. The salesperson, seeing Li Hao's generosity, immediately ran off to have it set up. Soon a dozen or so servers cleared the way and bottles of Ace of Spades were brought up in a long line under the dim lights. Seeing someone silently open 100 bottles of Ace of Spades, most of the crowd's attention was drawn over. Avril, your cake might be in jeopardy tonight. Your ex-boyfriend just ordered 100 bottles of Ace of Spades. Avril, what exactly is your ex-boyfriend's identity? Li Hao's display of a long line of Ace of Spades bottles earned him immense face at the nightclub. A dozen servers stood idle by the booth, serving as a show of prestige, ready to attend to any need. Seeing so few people at the booth and the man's handsome appearance, many girls were tempted to approach. Ming and Avril's booth wasn't far away, so they had a clear view of the situation. Upon seeing that it was Li Hao who ordered 100 bottles of Ace of Spades, Avril was taken aback. No way. In the 2 months she had been with Li Hao, he had never taken her to a nightclub, and their meals were always at cheap, tacky, internet-famous restaurants. He hardly seemed like someone who could afford Ace of Spades at a club. Of course it's him. Why don't you go see? Catch up with your ex. Someone beside her chuckled. Hearing this, Ming's face soured, and Avril rolled her eyes. She turned and nestled into Ming's arms, coaxing him. Ming, want to go dance a bit? No. Ming waved his hand, picked up a bottle of Ace of Spades from the table, and slowly poured it down Avril's chest. The sudden action startled Avril, but those around them cheered and hooped in excitement. Only then did Ming's expression ease slightly. Ming, we're all waiting for the cake tonight. You've got to step it up. Although Disco was running a promotion that night, it wasn't very appealing to the big spenders. Few wealthy second-generation patrons or bosses showed up, making Ming quite famous in the circle. He was well connected, knowing many of the rich kids and bosses who frequented the club, often drinking with them. They all regarded him as a big shot, and he indeed often spent over 100,000 yuan in a single night. After the promotion was announced, worn down by Avril's pestering, he promised to spoil her, vowing to win the cake for her no matter the cost. No rush. I said I'd get the cake for Avril, and I will. What's the hurry? With few bosses there tonight, 100 bottles of Ace of Spades would surely secure a top 3 spot in spending. But even if he took first place, weren't there still 2 other spots? There was second and third. Is my spending tonight in the top 3? While Ming fixated on the top 3 spenders, Li Hao was equally focused. Li Hao, though he enjoyed partying at nightclubs, was more into flirting and wasn't particularly interested in flaunting wealth by ordering drinks. Despite his wealth, he rarely spent more than 20,000 yuan in a single night at a club. Ordering 100 bottles of Ace of Spades in one go was clearly an act of anger, a defiant move against Ming. The salesperson, aware of the situation, quickly said, You're in. Unless something unexpected happens tonight, you'll be the top spender. And second and third. Let me check. As of now, Mr. Li at booth 99 has spent 45,000, and Ming has spent 15,000. Barring surprises, you 3 will be the top. Is this nightclub's spending threshold so low? Just 150,000 gets you in the top 3. The thought of the cake infuriated Li Hao. Not all bosses are as generous as you. The salesperson found it awkward. But Su Yuan, who had been sitting beside Zhao Qingxue with his arm around her, suddenly spoke up. Can you open another booth for me? It's full now. No spots left. The salesperson, puzzled by Su Yuan's question, shrugged helplessly. No spots. Su Yuan's lips curled into a slight smile. What if I said I'd order 99 bottles of Ace of Spades if you opened a booth for me? Well, they'll see what I can arrange. Nightclub salespeople don't rely on base salaries. Their income comes mainly from booth and drink commissions. Initially, Su Yuan's request to open a booth seemed unnecessary given the night's earnings. But hearing head order 99 bottles of Ace of Spades gave the salesperson the courage to move mountains. Without further ado, he negotiated with some acquaintances, and soon Su Yuan's booth was ready. Su Yuan didn't ask where the booth came from. Keep the booth for me. He'll order another 99 bottles of Ace of Spades and have them sent here. But keep the spending separate, understand? The implication was clear, and Li Hao understood that Su Yuan was spending money to save face for him. He paused, then grabbed a bottle of whiskey and chugged it down. Brother Yuan, say no more. From today, you're my blood brother. We may not have been born on the same day, but we'll die on the same day. Even in death, we'll be buried together, and in the next life, we'll be together again. Stop. Li Hao's words gave Su Yuan goosebumps. He quickly waved his hand, lowered his head, and kissed Zhao Qingxue several times. Zhao Qingxue's face flushed, and she pushed him away. What are you doing? Honey, didn't you hear what he just said? He said he wants to be buried with me. Su Yuan patted his chest and nuzzled against Zhao Qingxue's slender shoulder. Who wants to be buried with him? I want to be buried with you. Seeing them, Li Hao's tears of emotion, which had almost spilled from his eyes, were forced back. I rarely get this sentimental. The last time I cried was at my grandmother's funeral, and you were just wasting my feelings. You make it sound like there's something between us, Su Yuan retorted unappreciatively, holding Zhao Qingxue and swaying. Honey, I'm innocent with him. Whoa, another boss just ordered 99 bottles of Ace of Spades. There are so many bosses tonight. The boss who ordered the Ace of Spades is really handsome. Su Yuan and Li Hao's booth had already drawn attention with the earlier 100 bottles, and now 99 more set the entire venue ablaze. Many stunningly attractive women couldn't help but glance over their blatant flirtation, almost overwhelming. But they quickly noticed something. The boss who ordered 99 bottles of Ace of Spades impressive as he showed no interest in the crowd of beauties. Many gorgeous women popular at the club tried to get close, but were blocked by the servers standing in front of the booth. Sorry, Master Yuan prefers peace and quiet. Who is that woman? Quite the skill monopolizing 2 big shots all by herself. Isn't she afraid of choking on such a feast? What are you talking about? I think that woman might be the man's sister or something. How so? Have you ever seen a man sit with a beautiful woman doing nothing but mixing drinks? Su Yuan and Li Hao's booth had become a prime piece of meat, drawing the predatory gazes of a pack of tigresses. Naturally, they directed their malice and speculation toward the only female on the seat, Zhao Qingxue. Initially, the women assumed Zhao Qingxue had mastered some cunning art to monopolize the 2 bosses. But after observing more, they realized it wasn't the case. Though she sat in the booth, she had virtually no interaction with the darker-skinned boss, and while she seemed close with the fair and delicate one, there were no ambiguous gestures between them. They simply sat together mixing various drinks for fun, barely sipping any. The onlookers couldn't fathom their relationship. Mixing drinks is so fun, these colors are beautiful. Su Yuan was oblivious to the speculation about his relationship with Zhao Qingxue. The reason he refrained from making any moves on her was simple. Earlier, when no one was paying attention, he could steal a kiss without being noticed. But now their booth was a magnet for attention, and any overt gesture would be disrespectful. Moreover, he didn't want others to see his wife blushing. Brother Ming wanted to order a few more bottles of Champagne King. As the music grew more intense, it was past 1 in the morning. The event would end at 2, but given the few bottles Brother Ming had opened, they wouldn't make the top 3 in consumption. If he didn't place in the top 3, her cake was lost. This made Avril increasingly anxious. She had boasted in her social circle that she would treat her friends to cake tonight. If she failed, wouldn't she lose face? Annoyed by Avril's pestering, Brother Ming snapped. What's the rush? We haven't finished our drinks yet. Let's talk after we're done. I said I'd get you the cake, and I will. Seeing Brother Ming irritated, Avril tried to coax him. I was just asking casually, Brother Ming. Don't be mad, okay? I know you care about me the most. Good that you know. With that, Brother Ming patted her thigh, stood up, and said, You all keep drinking. I'm going to the restroom. Hurry back, you'll be waiting. After drinking so much, a restroom break was normal. No one thought much of it, and continued enjoying themselves in the booth. Avril, swaying to the music with a bottle of Ace of Spades in hand, couldn't help glancing toward Li Hao's booth. It remained deserted, seemingly out of place in the club's atmosphere, yet it drew an overwhelming amount of attention. Thinking of how he had just ordered 100 bottles of Ace of Spades in one go, a bitter feeling stirred in Avril's heart. When she was with him, he was just a poor guy. Where did he get all that money? But those 100 bottles were real, weren't they? Had she misjudged him? To be honest, Avril had once genuinely liked Li Hao, his fit physique, handsome face, and the way he made her the center of his world. If he hadn't been so poor, she might have chosen to stay with him. But his poverty was a deal breaker, so she had to give him up and seek another path. Yet what if he was actually rich? Had she missed out on a prime catch? Hey, it's almost 2. Why isn't Brother Ming back yet? Maybe he drank too much and is throwing up in the bathroom. Go check on him. As Avril pondered, the clock struck 1:50. Seeing Brother Ming still absent, panic set in. The cake event was about to end. Where had he gone? Oh, could he have bailed? Avril, your cake is gone. I never thought Brother Ming would pull a stunt like this. What a sight. When Brother Ming didn't return, someone asked a waiter to check the restroom, only to learn he had slipped out the back door long ago. The implication was clear. Many gathered around Avril, smirking and enjoying her misery. Her face flushed red as she quickly pulled out her phone. Impossible. Brother Ming promised to get me the cake. He must have something urgent. Let me call him. The onlookers watched with varied expressions as she dialed Brother Ming's number. But after several rings, no one answered. Maybe he's busy. You know, he's a businessman with emergencies. At a loss, Avril made an excuse for him. The crowd's gazes grew more mocking and gleeful. Oh, an emergency in the dead of night. Who would believe that? It was clearly a case of cutting losses and running. All right, we've reached the event's deadline. Let's see who made the top 3 tonight. First place, OR Booth 82, Young Master Hao. Second place, OR Booth 16, Young Master Yuan. Third place, OR Booth 99, Master Li. At exactly 2 o'clock, the host took the stage to announce the top 3 spenders. Amid cheers, a cascade of colorful streamers burst forth, and 3 exquisitely crafted dreamlike cakes were slowly wheeled out. Each cake was bathed in a bright spotlight, pushed by 7 or 8 beauties toward the winning booths. What a beautiful cake. It's the Millennium Cake collaboration. If someone bought me this cake, I'd die happy. Quick, take a photo for my social feed. As the 3 gorgeous cakes moved through the venue, they captured the attention of nearly every woman present. After all, who wouldn't want such a stunning cake? Honey, the cake is here. Although Su Yuan's nominal booth was 16, he was sitting in booth 82, so both cakes were brought over. The waiter stood before the booth, offered a few words of congratulations, and placed the cakes on the table. Su Yuan immediately slid the cake to Zhao Qingxue. Up close, that's even more beautiful. How can a cake be so exquisite? It must taste wonderful. Blinking her big eyes at the cake before her, Zhao Qingxue couldn't help but marvel. The cake was truly dreamlike, perfectly satisfying her girlish heart. Su Yuan picked up the knife ready to cut the cake, but Zhao Qingxue stopped him. If you like it, let's cut and eat it, she said. Chi-Han also loves desserts. Let's take it back and invite her over to share. The reason she always thought of Chi-Han when she had something good was simple. Besides their compatible personalities, Chi-Han had been a great help to her over the past year since graduation. Knowing that Zhao Qingxue was frugal, Chi-Han would often buy 2 of the things she couldn't bring herself to purchase, claiming she had bought too many and insisted on giving one to her. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan put down the knife and pushed the cake that the waiter had placed in front of Li Hao over to Zhao Qingxue. Well, eat one and pack the other, he said. Hey, that's too much, isn't it? Li Hao protested. Li Hao, who had been planning to use the cake to charm a girl, felt wronged. This is my chick magnet, he complained. You just said you'd be buried with me, and now you're upset about a cake. Su Yuan retorted without looking at him. Ignoring Li Hao, Su Yuan placed both cakes in front of Zhao Qingxue and took out his phone. Honey, let me take a picture of you. He snapped away, and Zhao Qingxue gamely posed. Honey, this one is so pretty, this one too. I think this one is great. Let's post a 9 grid on moments. Watching the couple affectionately selecting photos on their phones, Li Hao gloomily picked up his bottle again. He had learned his lesson. Never go out with a couple. Drinking alone was boring, so Li Hao stood up on the table holding his bottle and shouted, Tonight, he'll pick a lucky one to party with me. The crowd, already eyeing him, eagerly erupted in excitement. Sizzling beauties from all sides swayed their bodies closer, casting seductive glances at Li Hao. Li Hao squinted, jumped off the table, and scooped up a beauty into his arms. Baby, it's you. I knew at first sight you were my true love, he said. The woman in his arms gave him a sultry look. Is that so? She purred. Of course. Li Hao grinned and pulled the woman to their booth, introducing her to Zhao Qingxue and Su Yuan. My girlfriend. Zhao Qingxue was baffled. Moments ago he was heartbroken over his ex, and now he was calling another woman his girlfriend. She was completely confused. But the woman named Kaishi was very composed. She smiled and nodded at Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue, introducing herself. I'm Kaishi. Oh, I'm Zhao Qingxue. Nice to meet you. Su Yuan couldn't be bothered to acknowledge a woman who was practically picked up as a filler, but Zhao Qingxue earnestly gave her real name. It was rare for people to use their real names at a nightclub, since everyone was just a fleeting encounter, parting ways at dawn. Seeing Zhao Qingxue's sincerity, Kaishi was surprised and covered her mouth with a laugh. You don't come here often, do you? No, it's my first time. That explains it. Kaishi, though leaning against Li Hao, kept her eyes on Su Yuan. And this is my husband, Zhao Qingxue said, linking her arm with Su Yuan's. He's a bit reserved and doesn't talk much. Is that so? You're so lucky. Many had envied Zhao Qingxue before, and Kaishi was no exception. She was intensely curious about the relationship between Zhao Qingxue and Su Yuan. Now that she had the answer, a mix of envy and jealousy filled her heart. Girls like her who frequented nightclubs might not lack men fawning over them, but those men's flattery was only for their bodies. How many were sincere? A man like Su Yuan, who brought his wife to a nightclub, spent lavishly on drinks and cake, and kept his eyes only on her, was a rare gem. No, he was simply non-existent. After partying until 3 in the morning, Zhao Qingxue was dozing off in her seat, and Li Hao and Kaishi were also quite drunk. Su Yuan then arranged for them to head home. With the waiter's help, Su Yuan guided the drunken Li Hao to the front desk to pay. Ding. Congratulations, host, for spending 879912 yuan on your wife, Zhao Qingxue. You have received a 10-fold rebate of 8709120 yuan, which has been deposited into your account. Please check. They each paid their own share. Li Hao winced at the cost and muttered, I shouldn't have shown off. Such a loss. Although Li Hao was a rich second generation, he did nothing all day and had to ask his family for pocket money. In the past 2 years, he had been spending too freely, so his family had cut his allowance from 3 million to 1 million. One night of partying had cost him an entire month's allowance. Su Yuan didn't think it was a big deal. Wasn't it just 100 bottles of Black Ace? Li Hao staggered. 100 bottles. 100 bottles. 100 bottles of what? Seeing he was almost unconscious, Su Yuan asked the bar staff to send him back later. He called for 2 cars, one for Li Hao and Kaishi and the other for himself and Zhao Qingxue. Soon they arrived at the Delan Mansion penthouse. Honey, you rest first. He'll settle them down and come back. Seeing Li Hao's condition, Su Yuan felt it would be unkind to leave him alone in a hotel, so he decided to put him up in the penthouse upstairs. He had bought an extra unit on a whim, and it was unoccupied. Hey, race the key. Take care of him. After taking him upstairs, Su Yuan saw that Li Hao was fine, just asleep, so he handed the keys to Kaishi. Kaishi looked at the multi-million-dollar penthouse with undisguised delight and quickly nodded. They'll take good care of him. All right. Su Yuan was eager to get back to sleep with Zhao Qingxue, so he didn't bother with what happened upstairs. The apartment was empty anyway, they could do whatever they wanted. But just as he was about to leave, Li Hao suddenly sat up like a zombie and called out, "Baby sweetheart, don't go." Su Yuan was startled. "Are you crazy? You're the one who's crazy." Li Hao, whether conscious or not, retorted instinctively, and then collapsed back down. "Why are you up so early when you don't have to go to work?" Since he had stayed up late the previous night, not falling asleep until 4 in the morning, Su Yuan slept in a bit longer. When he opened his eyes, it was already 11 o'clock. He had planned to linger in bed with Zhao Qingxue for a while. But to his surprise, when he turned over, he found the bed empty. After searching the house, he discovered Zhao Qingxue in the kitchen, already wearing an apron and cooking. Even without work, it's good to keep the habit of waking up early. Besides, I can't stay unemployed forever. They'll find a new job in a couple of days. Although Su Yuan now had money and their previous goals of buying a house and a car were met, Zhao Qingxue felt she shouldn't let herself become lazy. Hearing her words, Su Yuan walked up behind her, wrapped his arms around her waist, and rested his chin on her shoulder like a clingy dog. He gently nibbled on her earlobe, which was as round and full as a pearl, and whispered, "Honey, maybe you don't need to work anymore." "Huh? Not working? How can that be? I was thinking before we worked for others because we had no capital. Now that we have capital, we should do what we really want. Haven't you always wanted to be a beauty vlogger? Now that you're free, you can use this time to make videos." Although Zhao Qingxue worked in fashion design, she was also very interested in makeup and had always dreamed of becoming a beauty vlogger. She had already created an account intending to occasionally share her makeup tips, but work had been too busy for her to maintain it. Now that Su Yuan brought it up, she felt a bit tempted. But the income from that isn't very stable. "Then let your husband take care of you." Su Yuan held her tighter. "When you become a big vlogger with millions of fans, I can just stay home and live off you." "What do you mean live off me? That sounds so vulgar. But I love living off my wife." They were still cuddling in the kitchen when the doorbell rang. Zhao Qingxue pushed him away. "All right, go answer the door." Su Yuan had hoped to enjoy a little more intimacy in the morning, but his plans were dashed. Reluctantly, he walked to the door. Standing at the door were Kaishi and Li Hao. Kaishi, assuming Su Yuan was a rich second-generation heir, wasn't particularly surprised. But Li Hao's jaw dropped. "Damn, Yuan, go, what's going on? A LaFerrari and a penthouse suite. You're living fancier than me." Having lived together for 3 years, Li Hao knew Su Yuan's family background. Su Yuan came from an ordinary family with simple living expenses. The cost of one of Li Hao's outfits could cover Su Yuan's entire year's wardrobe. So when they first met, and Su Yuan treated him to a meal at Tang Court costing 10,000, Li Hao thought Su Yuan was putting on a show and insisted on paying. But who would have guessed that after leaving the restaurant, Su Yuan would drive a LaFerrari? They had drunk too much the night before to think about it, but when Li Hao woke up in the penthouse suite today, he was completely stunned. It was Kaishi who told him this was Su Yuan's place. "I just keep a low profile." Su Yuan replied casually. "Did you think I'd be like you, flaunting your wealth at every chance?" Li Hao had always been hot-tempered, getting into fights over the slightest disagreement. He caused plenty of trouble in high school and was a notorious headache for teachers and the principal. Though he had matured a bit in recent years and learned to control his temper, he still retained his youthful spirit. If anyone else had accused him of showing off his money, he would have been furious. But with Su Yuan, Li Hao didn't react at all. Instead, he walked and plopped down on the soft living room sofa and grinned. "I'm broke, now no money left. Yuan, I'm counting on you to support me from now on." "You're not my wife, why would I support you?" Su Yuan sat down as well. "Unless you call me Dad, I can support a son." "Dad, please accept your son's bow." As a wealthy second-generation heir who knew when to bend, Li Hao didn't hesitate to swallow his pride for the sake of benefits. "Get lost, you actually called me that." Su Yuan had only been joking, but Li Hao went along with it, giving him goosebumps. "Yuan, Dad, I'm your only biological son. You can't disown me." Sometimes Li Hao's skin was thicker than a city wall. He stood up and headed to the kitchen. "Where's my super gorgeous fairy mom? What delicious food is she making?" Zhao Qingxue, who was cooking breakfast in the kitchen, had overheard Su Yuan and Li Hao's conversation in the living room. But she hadn't expected Li Hao to drag her into the joke. Her hand, holding the spatula, trembled. She turned to stare at Li Hao's dark face, which showed 12 white teeth for 2 seconds, then said, "I don't have a son as dark as you. It's a tan. A tan. A tan." Li Hao jumped up at her words. This was the result of 2 weeks of hard work baking in the sun. He had even shed 2 layers of skin during that time. After Zhao Qingxue finished cooking breakfast, the 4 of them sat down to eat a meal that could hardly be called breakfast. After eating, Su Yuan, acting as if he owned the place, took the keys, belched, and went upstairs to take a nap. Before leaving, he didn't forget to remind them, "They'll come down for dinner later." Su Yuan raised an eyebrow. "Are you really planning to camp out here?" "Come on, Dad, you're not going to kick me out, are you?" Li Hao looked at him innocently. "Right, you haven't given me my monthly allowance yet. When will you transfer it?" "Love you, moi. Get lost." Seeing that Li Hao insisted on staying, Su Yuan thought it over and figured it didn't matter. The house was big enough. But the problem was that Li Hao kept coming downstairs disturbing Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue's private time. Su Yuan sighed, then pulled out his phone to look for a housekeeper, hoping to keep Li Hao from coming down so often. Honey, come over and do my makeup. As Su Yuan was browsing for housekeepers, Zhao Qingxue had already cleaned up the kitchen and was setting out her bottles and jars. She sat obediently at the vanity waiting for Su Yuan. Su Yuan put down his phone, walked over to her with practiced ease, picked up a bottle of primer, squeezed a little into his palm, spread it, and then gently applied it to Zhao Qingxue's face, smoothing it evenly with his fingertips. This was something Su Yuan often did. He hadn't known how to do makeup before, but there was a period when Zhao Qingxue was extremely busy with work, coming home very late, too exhausted to even remove her makeup. Out of love for her, he taught himself to do both makeup removal and application, so she could just lie back and enjoy. After watching some professional makeup tutorials, he became quite skilled. Now if he wasn't busy, he would personally. Zhao Qingxue was posting a tutorial on the school beauty makeup look. She sat facing the camera filming herself, while allowing Su Yuan to apply makeup on her face, all while providing commentary. Look everyone, the key to the school beauty makeup is a clean base, and the eyebrows must be natural. For the lips you must choose a lively lipstick color. I think this vibrant orange is quite nice. Light, not too mature, yet it makes you stand out. The 3-minute video took Zhao Qingxue about an hour to film. Then she spent another hour editing it. After watching it several times and feeling satisfied, she solemnly posted the video on her personal account. Once it was up, Zhao Qingxue hugged her phone and waited for comments. Her account wasn't new, she had posted a few videos before, but they received lukewarm responses. For one thing, there were too many beautiful girls online, and her videos weren't particularly outstanding. For another, she hadn't managed the account well. But now she planned to make a living from it, so she naturally cared about the video's reception. Alright, you stay home and think of new video ideas. I have something to do, so we'll step out for a bit. Seeing Zhao Qingxue's nervousness, Su Yuan chuckled and pinched her cheek. Okay, go ahead. Come back soon. Zhao Qingxue didn't ask what he was doing as she waved him off. Su Yuan grabbed his keys, left his apartment, went upstairs, and rang the doorbell. This time it was Li Hao, who had been napping, who got up grumbling to open the door. Seeing his disheveled appearance, Su Yuan raised an eyebrow. Busy with something? What else would I be doing? Li Hao's expression softened when he saw it was Su Yuan. I was in the middle of it, and you show up. Don't you know that interruptions like this can cause ED? Stop your nonsense. Come out with me. Get changed quickly. Su Yuan ignored him, picked up his phone from the table. You'll use your phone to call a taxi. TCH, if it weren't for our bond, since the womb, I'd have beaten you to death. Despite his reluctance, Li Hao grumpily went to change clothes. Su Yuan saw Kaishi standing nearby in a large shirt, and said to her, if you're free, come along. Okay. Just now, when Su Yuan came in, and only asked Li Hao to go out, Kaishi tactfully didn't propose to join, watching from the side, but she actually wanted to go too. Hearing Su Yuan say that, she immediately raised her eyebrows, and went out to put on makeup. After the two had changed, Su Yuan led them downstairs. Li Hao finally asked, what are we doing? You'll know when we get there. Oh. Since Su Yuan didn't want to say, Li Hao didn't press further, but he pondered for a while, feeling something was off. When he saw Su Yuan driving up in a Porsche Cayenne, he finally realized, damn, don't you have a car? Why did you use my phone to call a taxi? Su Yuan turned and grinned at him. I was calling my own car. Li Hao was shocked by Su Yuan's move. I'm really broke right now, and you're still squeezing me. Actually, Li Hao wasn't exaggerating about being broke. He really was. He had been living it up too much. When he came this time, he had about $1 million in his card, but last night at the bar, he blew through 8 or 900,000, leaving him with just a few tens of thousands. He had to stretch that few tens of thousands for half a month. So you expect me to feed you for free, eh? Aren't you rich now? I told you my money is for supporting my wife. The two bickered all the way, and soon Su Yuan drove to Wanatian Square. Seeing the food street below, Li Hao was satisfied. At least you have some conscience inviting me to eat. Rolling his eyes, Su Yuan ignored him and led him and Kaishi into the Millennium Cake flagship store. As an internationally renowned cake brand, Millennium Cake specializes in luxury cakes, earning it the title of Hermes of cakes. The cakes here were naturally not cheap. The cheapest ones cost over 1,000 yuan each. Inside the elegantly decorated shop, transparent display cases line the space with warm orange light shining down on cakes of various styles. What? Are you throwing me a birthday party? Li Hao showed no interest in the cakes, not even wanting to glance at them. But Kaishi beside him began examining each one. These cakes are so beautiful. No wonder the girls at the club went crazy for that Millennium collaboration cake. Which one do you think a girl would like the most? Su Yuan glanced at Kaishi. Bringing her was indeed the right choice. Hearing his question, Kaishi immediately understood what he meant and winked at him. Are you buying this for your wife's birthday? Yeah. Su Yuan nodded while looking at the cakes. But I want to surprise her, so don't tell her. That's so sweet. Watching Su Yuan's profile as he seriously picked a cake, Kaishi let out a barely audible sigh. Su Yuan didn't catch what she said and asked what? Nothing. I think this one is great. Kaishi pointed to a half percentile 6-layer gold leaf rose cake in the center of the store. I think this design is beautiful. It's just a birthday, why buy such an expensive one? Li Hao leaned in and saw the price. He thought it was too expensive, but it wasn't unreasonable. The cake cost over 2 million yuan. That money could buy a house. Is it really that beautiful? Actually, Su Yuan wasn't sure what girls liked, which was why he brought Kaishi and Li Hao for advice. Now Li Hao's input was 0, so it was only up to Kaishi. Hearing Su Yuan's question, Kaishi nodded seriously. Really? If my boyfriend gave me a cake like this, I'd marry him on the spot. Then she glanced at Li Hao. Li Hao was blunt. What are you looking at me for? I can't afford such an expensive cake. He pointed to a plain one nearby. I think this one's fine for a birthday. Why all the fuss? But just as he finished, Su Yuan had already walked to the counter to order that cake. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 209,000 on your wife, Zhao Qingxue. You have received a tenfold rebate of 209,000, which has been deposited into your account balance. Please check your account. 2 million for a cake. Li Hao watched Su Yuan pay so readily and immediately clutched his chest, looking at him with a mix of disappointment and frustration. You charge me for sitting in your car, yet you dare to order a 2 million yuan cake. In truth, although the Millennium Cake specialized in high-end cakes, it was rare for individuals to purchase such an expensive one. Usually companies or brands ordered them for major events, since the cake would be displayed on a table, its beauty reflecting the brand's strength. Li Hao watched Su Yuan spend money like water, feeling as if it were his own fortune being drained. Su Yuan, however, ignored Li Hao's complaints. He was in a daze. Because after ordering the cake for Zhao Qingxue, he had not only triggered a tenfold rebate, but also a lucky rebate. This lucky rebate was a pile of seeds, a pile of fruit seeds with various effects such as weight loss and skin whitening. Su Yuan had heard that fruits could whiten skin, like how drinking lemon water was said to have that effect, but the idea that fruits could help with weight loss was sheer nonsense, wasn't it? After all, fruits contain so much sugar, if you don't gain weight from eating too many, that's already good fortune. Weight loss. Yet the system probably wouldn't lie, would it? Are you even listening to me? Seeing that his long-winded rant had been completely ignored by Su Yuan, Li Hao felt a bit annoyed. He plopped down onto the rattan chair beside him and refused to move. Su Yuan also stopped in his tracks. He looked at the various dresses displayed in the window before him, and in his mind's eye he saw Zhao Qingxue's hopeful yet shy eyes when she had pulled him past a wedding dress shop earlier. If he remembered correctly, the wedding dresses Zhao Qingxue had looked at then were from the same brand as this store. If he bought a dress from this brand, she would surely love it, right? Originally, Su Yuan had come today only to order a cake and a venue for the birthday, but he hadn't thought about a dress at all. Yet seeing this one, his interest was piqued. I need to go inside and take a look. Li Hao was waiting for Su Yuan to come and placate him, but instead Su Yuan strode into the dress shop without even looking back. Li Hao hurried after him. You really are something, can't you walk slower? His reprimands softened abruptly when he caught sight of the salesgirl at the entrance. He straightened his clothes, turned around, and walked out with Kaishi. A moment later he returned alone. Su Yuan was being led by the salesgirl to choose a dress suitable for Zhao Qingxue. When he saw Li Hao come in without Kaishi, he asked, "Where is she?" He was hoping Kaishi could help him pick out a dress for Zhao Qingxue. Li Hao was busy flirting with the salesgirl. Hearing Su Yuan's question, he paused. Who? Kaishi. Oh, she said she had something to do and left first. Li Hao maintained his composure, looking at Su Yuan. She's just a friend anyway. Oh, I can't control what she does. Don't you need someone to help you choose clothes? I think this salesgirl is more suitable. She works here every day. Her eye for fashion must be incredibly sharp. She'll definitely pick the perfect dress for your wife. This time it was Su Yuan's turn to be stunned. He glanced at the salesgirl, then at Li Hao. Although he knew Li Hao was smooth with women, the speed of his change was astonishing. Just last night he was with Kaishi, and today he was already dumping her. This gentleman really knows how to talk, the salesgirl said, amused by Li Hao's flattery. Seizing the moment, Li Hao moved closer to her, his gaze earnest. Actually, I'm usually a quiet person, but seeing you I feel like I have to say something. Enough. Let's pick out the dress. Su Yuan was tired of watching Li Hao flirt. He quickly asked the salesgirl to help choose. The salesgirl, professional as ever, didn't blindly recommend the most expensive one. Instead, she asked for Zhao Qingxue's photo and measurements before leading him to the back of the store. There displayed alone was a red evening gown. Its design was not overly complicated. In fact, it was quite simple, but the tailoring was sharp and clean, and the embroidery on the dress was hand-stitched, exuding a subtle charm mixed with a hint of allure. Your wife has a style that leans toward pure and alluring, so this gown style and color suit her perfectly. However, the size may need adjustments. Rest assured, we have a dedicated designer for alterations. If needed, we can have it ready within 24 hours. Su Yuan was pleased with her recommendation. I'll take this one. How much? The salesgirl smiled. This gown is the final work of internationally renowned designer Wei Rue. The price is 99 million yuan. That's way too expensive. Before Su Yuan could respond, Li Hao exclaimed in shock. That amount of money could last him half a year. He glanced at Su Yuan. Hey, you already spent over 2 million on a cake for your wife. Do you really need to buy such an expensive dress? In his opinion, 10 million yuan would be better spent on a decent car. Using it for a dress was a terrible way. The salesgirl didn't interfere with their conversation as she simply smiled and said, "If you're not satisfied, we can look at other options. Our store has a wide variety of dress styles." After all, a 10 million yuan gown was a luxury item, and she didn't expect to sell it so easily. "No, I'll take this one." Su Yuan touched the hem of the dress, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "At least the symbolism of this dress is good. Qingxue and I will be each other's last just like this dress. Sir, it's clear you truly love your wife." The salesgirl noticed the tenderness in Su Yuan's eyes and couldn't help but admire him. "Men as devoted as you are rare these days." "No, you just haven't seen me." Li Hao had been about to persuade Su Yuan to buy a cheaper dress, but after being doused with a wave of affection, he calmed down and turned his gaze to the salesgirl, speaking with deep emotion. "Look at me more and you'll see. I could also be your last." With that, he reached out and took her hand affectionately. The salesgirl, likely no novice herself, remained unmoved by Li Hao's confession. She gently withdrew her hand and smiled. "Sir, our store receives many customers. You won't be the last." Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 999,000 on his wife, Zhao Qingxue. You have received a tenfold rebate of 999,000 which has been deposited into your account balance. Please check it, host. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 999,000 on his wife, Zhao Qingxue. You have triggered a lucky rebate and received a super galactic guard team. Please claim it, host. After paying, Su Yuan, noticing that it was getting late, intended to rush to book the venue for the birthday banquet. But the system's notification sound halted his steps. He had just been rewarded with a bunch of strange seeds, and now there was even a galactic guard team. He opened the information of the galactic guard in his mind and took a glance. However, that single glance made him exclaim inwardly, "Awesome." The team consisted of 22 members, 20 ordinary galactic guards whose combat prowess was roughly on par with that of a top-tier soldier. The other two were Silver Rose galactic nurses, rumored to be incredibly fast and possess explosive combat power, each one capable of matching a well-equipped and advanced military force. Not only that, but all these galactic guards shared a common trait: the ability to vanish into the void. Most of the time they remained in a state of void concealment, and only Su Yuan's command could summon them from the void to the real world. They're this powerful. Could they turn against their master? Seeing their formidable abilities, Su Yuan's first concern was his own safety, but he felt relieved after reading further. It was clearly stated that these galactic guards were absolutely loyal, for if they harbored the slightest intention to rebel against their master, they would be instantly destroyed by the power of the void. He wondered where such a powerful guard system came from. A hint of curiosity crossed his mind, but he quickly dismissed it. After all, with the system being such a bug-like existence capable of even legitimizing a tenfold cash rebate, what else could it not accomplish? The galactic guard couldn't have come at a better time. Though Su Yuan was now wealthy, a faint unease lingered in his heart. As the old saying goes, one should not flaunt one's wealth. With so much money but insufficient personal strength, he would merely be a tempting target in the eyes of the powerful, vulnerable to being preyed upon at any moment. He didn't want to die in obscurity. But with such a formidable galactic guard now at his disposal, such worries were no longer necessary. "Master Su, please add me on WeChat. If any issues arise, I can communicate with you promptly. You can also contact me directly for anything you need. I am at your service anytime." Su Yuan's impulsive purchase of a 10 million yuan dress made him appear as a wealthy man at first glance. Therefore, after he paid, the salesgirl immediately notified the designer to adjust the dress size. Meanwhile, Li Hao shamelessly followed along. After the salesgirl finished communicating with the designer, she promptly approached Su Yuan to ask for his contact information. Su Yuan readily added her on WeChat. Upon seeing her WeChat name, he learned that the salesgirl was called Yuan. Quick, give me her WeChat." As soon as they stepped out of the clothing store, Li Hao eagerly tried to snatch the phone from Su Yuan's hand. Su Yuan tightened his grip on his phone. "If you want her contact, why don't you ask for it yourself?" "I did ask, but she wouldn't give it." Li Hao grinned at Su Yuan. "You're my best buddy. You wouldn't begrudge me a woman's WeChat, would you? If she won't give it to you, it means she's not interested. Why pester her? You just don't get it, do you? What's the fun in a girl who's easy to get? I've seen too many of those. I prefer the ones who act indifferent. It sparks my desire to conquer." Taking advantage of Su Yuan's distraction, Li Hao reached into his pocket and fumbled around. But he came up empty. Su Yuan pulled his phone from behind his back. "No way. I can't let you ruin so many good girls. If you don't give it to me, you'll tell your wife you had your eye on that salesgirl when we get back." Li Hao, satisfied, typed in the WeChat ID. "Her name is Yuan. What a lovely name." Su Yuan rolled his eyes. Seeing Su Yuan's disdainful expression, Li Hao patted his shoulder. "Brother Su, no, Dad, you're about to have a beautiful daughter-in-law. I hope you'll work hard for her and put in a good word for me with Yuan. Get lost." With the cake and dress ready, only the venue booking remained. Su Yuan had already decided where to hold it, so he went straight ahead and spent 300 yuan to reserve the place. By the time everything was done, it was already past 7 in the evening. Li Hao had already expended a lot of energy with Kaishi that afternoon, and then Su Yuan dragged him shopping for the entire afternoon, leaving him starving. He desperately pleaded with Su Yuan to take him for barbecue, but Su Yuan stepped on the accelerator and drove him straight home. When they reached the doorstep, Li Hao's vision was dark. What smells so good? However, as soon as the door opened, he was instantly revived, following the aroma to the dining table. Wow, my favorite squirrel-shaped mandarin fish. The table was already laden with dishes, 4 meat dishes, 2 vegetable dishes, plus a soup and a cold dish. You're back? Perfect timing, I've just finished cooking. Come and try it. Zhao Qingxue untied her apron and smiled gently at them. She had nothing much to do that afternoon and thought she hadn't cooked in a while, so she went to the market to buy some ingredients. Why did you make so many dishes? Aren't you tired? Li Hao, oblivious, had already sat down at the table waiting to eat. Su Yuan, however, walked over to pull out a chair for Zhao Qingxue and gently massaged her shoulders. Zhao Qingxue shook her head. How could I be tired cooking for you? Exactly. Hurry up, let's eat. Li Hao, nearly ravenous, started devouring his meal, paying no attention to the couple's affectionate moment. Zhao Qingxue, seeing his wolfish eating habit, sighed helplessly and placed a piece of squirrel-shaped mandarin fish in his bowl. Eat slowly. You're so kind to me, sister-in-law. Li Hao, with his face buried in the bowl, was touched that Zhao Qingxue had taken the initiative to serve him. Then he glanced smugly at Su Yuan. Su Yuan also extended his bowl to Zhao Qingxue. Honey, here. Zhao Qingxue smiled and picked up a fisheye, placing it in Su Yuan's bowl. I want some too. Li Hao raised his bowl and leaned in. But Su Yuan knocked his bowl away with his chopsticks. What do you want? Don't you know that fish meat is for outsiders, but the fish eye is reserved only for the one you love most? Then he picked up the other fish eye and placed it in Zhao Qingxue's bowl. Li Hao. After finishing the meal, Li Hao left with a burp, while Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue cleaned up the kitchen together and then sat on the sofa cuddling while watching TV. Zhao Qingxue eagerly opened her phone to check the likes on the video she had posted earlier. Haha, this one has already surpassed 10,000 likes. Because she had plenty of time today, Zhao Qingxue had put more effort into editing, so her video's likes had indeed exceeded 10,000. The campus beauty herself. I think you're already the campus beauty without makeup. Is your makeup artist a man? His hands are so beautiful. Most of the comments under the video praised Zhao Qingxue's beauty, while the rest focused on Su Yuan. Although only his hand was visible, it was slender with well-defined knuckles, and when holding the eyebrow pencil, the entire hand looked like a work of art. Seeing Su Yuan being praised made Zhao Qingxue happy, and she replied one by one while holding her phone, "He's not a makeup artist, he's my husband." The comment thread, where Zhao Qingxue replied, quickly became popular. Oh my god, what kind of fairy husband is this? He even does his wife's makeup. My husband always says I'm like an old Sao painting. Thanks, I'm going home to switch husbands. Can we see more makeup tutorial videos? Seeing the replies below, Zhao Qingxue had a sudden inspiration. We can make a compilation of your makeup. When making videos now, of course you film what the fans want to see. Seeing Su Yuan's popularity, Zhao Qingxue wanted to create a compilation. She had several videos of Su Yuan doing her makeup, but they were scattered and needed editing. No sooner said than done. Zhao Qingxue quickly got up to find footage and boot up the computer for post-production. Su Yuan lay beside her with a plaintive look, not daring to disturb her, so he took out his phone to study the seeds the system had given him. Even the awesome Galactic Guard system had been rewarded to him, so the seeds must be amazing too. But the problem was that these seeds needed to be planted to take effect. However, there wasn't enough space at home to plant them. Maybe you should buy a farm. Thinking this, Su Yuan began searching for information about farms in Modu. There was very little information, but a farmhouse that was urgently up for sale popped up. It was located on the outskirts of Modu, about an hour's drive from Pudong. Su Yuan looked at the pictures of the farmhouse. Honestly, it had no special features. Average-looking with no appeal to visit. He then searched for reviews on other food review apps and found overwhelmingly negative comments. Buying this place to grow fruit wouldn't be bad. After thinking it over, Su Yuan decided to act and added the farmhouse owner's contact info. The farm covers about 10 mu with all entertainment facilities complete. The transfer fee is 35 million. The owner, probably tired of answering questions, quickly sent a string of info about the farmhouse and then went silent. Su Yuan glanced over it. He'll come see it tomorrow. Prepare the contract. If it's good, well, sign tomorrow. Okay. After confirming this, Su Yuan unknowingly fell asleep, waiting for Zhao Qingxue. The next morning he got up early and took her to the farmhouse. He originally wanted to bring Li Hao, but Li Hao said he was going to have dinner with Yuan and declined. Driving the Porsche Cayenne, they arrived an hour later at the farmhouse gate. Zhao Qingxue was still puzzled. Why did you bring me here? Are we going to a farmhouse today? Then I'll call Hen in too. I'm not here to play. I want to see what this place is like and buy it. Su Yuan patted Zhao Qingxue's head and pulled her inside. The farmhouse was desolate with few people. As they entered, a couple emerged from around the corner. Their expressions were cold, and the atmosphere was tense as if they had just been arguing. The woman remained silent, but the man spoke up. Are you here to? I made an appointment yesterday to come see the place today. Su Yuan put his arm around Zhao Qingxue's waist and nodded to them. May I take a look around? Sure, go ahead. The man gestured. Just go that way. Seeing that the couple didn't intend to follow Su Yuan, and Zhao Qingxue enjoyed the peace and walked hand in hand around the farm. As the owner had said, the farmhouse was indeed fully equipped with entertainment facilities like chess rooms, billiards, and KTV, but the biggest problem was the lack of rustic charm. People come to a farmhouse for a rustic experience. Having all these facilities isn't bad, but the theme should be right. Looking at the pitiful small pond in the middle, its water already fouls Su Yuan sighed. No wonder no one comes here. I think the environment isn't great either. Maybe we shouldn't buy it. Zhao Qingxue didn't know what Su Yuan was planning, and thought buying a farmhouse was just a whim. No, this is perfect. Su Yuan wasn't really planning to run a farmhouse. He just wanted a place to plant fruit trees. There was plenty of empty space here. He could remove all the useless stuff and clear about 5 mu for planting. He didn't know the exact yield of the fruit trees yet, but he would start with this amount and expand later if the results were good. I'm so tired, Zhao Qingxue said, coquettishly tugging Su Yuan's hand. Su Yuan immediately crouched down. Hop on. Hee, you're the best hubby. Seeing no one around, Zhao Qingxue jumped onto his back without hesitation. Hubby, am I heavy? Of course you are. Su Yuan paused. Who wouldn't find the whole world heavy on their back? You're so smooth. Although this cliché line was overused, Zhao Qingxue still felt sweet, her smile rippling in the wind, full of happiness. Have you two finished looking? As Su Yuan walked slowly with Zhao Qingxue on his back, the woman from the farmhouse entrance suddenly appeared from somewhere. The woman froze for a moment, seeing Su Yuan carrying Zhao Qingxue, then turned her head away as if nothing had. Caught in this moment, Zhao Qingxue felt particularly embarrassed, instinctively wanting to jump off Su Yuan's back. But he held her tighter, saying, Didn't you say your feet hurt? Stay put on my back. Hey. If no one was around, cuddling and carrying each other would be fine, but with people watching, she couldn't bear the shame. Being carried at her age, wouldn't that make her a laughingstock? Yet as she struggled, she found Su Yuan's strength far beyond her own puny arms and legs. Resigned, she simply buried her head in his back and covered her face. As long as no one saw her face, it would be fine. Su Yuan chuckled at Zhao Qingxue's newfound docility on his back, then replied to the farmhouse owner, I've made up my mind. 35 million, right? He'll buy it for my wife. It had been a month since he decided to stop running the farmhouse. Over the past month, many had come to see the farmhouse, but most just glanced around. When asked if they'd buy, they'd say they'd think about it, and then vanish. So the owner was startled by Su Yuan's decisiveness. Fearing he might change his mind, she quickly led the way. Since you've decided, come with me to sign the contract. She brought them to a wooden cabin. Have some water. After pouring them drinks, she frowned and shouted inside. Are you dead, or what? Get the contract out. Someone wants to buy the farmhouse. Su Yuan helped Zhao Qingxue into a chair, handed her the water, and casually chatted with the owner. Why did you stop running the farmhouse? Farmhouses aren't easy to run these days. In recent years, rapid economic growth had improved infrastructure and living standards. Many kids born after 2000 had never even seen a vegetable garden, making farmhouse tourism a craze. The couple had set one up just after getting married using their own land, so they had little to lose and treated it as a hobby. But while it broke, even at first, business dwindled over time. Both came from well-off families and weren't too invested in the farmhouse, so they just let it be. However, recent family emergencies forced them to sell both the farmhouse and the land. What do you mean it's not easy? You don't know anything. The owner started, but the husband emerged with the contract, scowling. I told you women have long hair and short wisdom. Don't spout nonsense when you don't know the facts. It's not that the farmhouse is hard to run, it's that we don't have time. Can't you stop acting high and mighty? The woman shot back without hesitation. The atmosphere between them grew tense. Su Yuan waved his hand. Let's not dwell on that. Let's sign the contract first. Su Yuan had seen plenty of couples quarreling and didn't bother to mediate. He just wanted to get business done before they resumed their spat. The couple finally stopped. Honey, didn't you say? This place wasn't great. Zhao Qingxue asked nervously, seeing he seemed serious about buying. This farmhouse wasn't cheap. 35 million. Even if Head made 70 million from Bitcoin, he shouldn't waste it. We can renovate it after buying, can't we? Didn't you always say you wanted a bigger place? Su Yuan explained. Our current flat is nearly 300 square meters, but it doesn't give you room to spread your wings. This farmhouse sits on 10 acres. He'll buy it, plant some trees, and the rest is yours to design however you like. How about that? Really? Zhao Qingxue's eyes lit up at his words. She had indeed fantasized about owning a large piece of land with wooden houses, flowers, trees, and pets. Dogs, cats, rabbits. But it was just a dream. Real estate prices in Shanghai were nothing short of fantastical. She had thought that if she and Su Yuan worked hard, they'd be lucky to afford a 3-bedroom apartment with 70-year property rights. Owning land in Shanghai was beyond her wildest dreams. After all, even the cheapest suburban land cost millions per acre. Yet to her surprise, Su Yuan had remembered her little wish. Really? He tapped her nose gently. Just wait to draw up the plans for this place. Then he discussed the specifics with the husband, and half an hour later the contract was signed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 35 million on his wife, Zhao Qingxue. Received 10 times the rebate, 350 million. Deposited into your account. Please check. After the payment went through the system, chimed with a notification. Another 350 million in the bank. At this rate, he'd never have to worry about money for generations. Get on. Done with the contract, Su Yuan crouched in front of Zhao Qingxue, signaling her to climb onto his back. Despite the embarrassment of having others around, she quickly scrambled onto his back. Let's go. Su Yuan smiled at the couple and carried her out to the car. The couple saw them off, watching as they drove away before returning to the cabin. Huh. Look at how he treats his wife. And then look at yourself. The owner couldn't help sneering at her husband, recalling Su Yuan's meticulous care for Zhao Qingxue. The husband retorted, and you? Look at his wife. Beautiful with a great figure, and she doesn't interfere with his decisions. She lets him do whatever he wants. When have you ever been that easygoing? You're a tigress. If you were reliable, would I bother to keep an eye on you? Even with me watching, you're already out of control. Without me, who knows where you'd be? Long hair, short wisdom. You're the one with the short. You. They glared at each other, argued, then fell into a cold, silent standoff. The woman stormed out of the cabin, her heart aching with envy as she recalled Su Yuan carrying Zhao Qingxue. She didn't need someone who would swallow his pride to carry her when her feet hurt. She just wanted a man who wouldn't constantly belittle her as having long hair and short wisdom. After 5 minutes of contemplation, she made up her mind. Divorce. Over here, Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue were already in the car discussing how to plan the land use and renovate the newly purchased farmhouse, completely unaware that their casual actions had inadvertently torn apart a married couple. Honey, I'm going to sketch out a blueprint for the land we discussed, and then we can find someone to start the renovation. Earlier in the car, they had talked about how to renovate the farmhouse. Broadly speaking, they agreed to set aside 5 mu of land for Su Yuan to plant trees, while the rest would be planned according to Zhao Qingxue's preferences. As a fashion designer, drawing blueprints was certainly no challenge for Zhao Qingxue, so she took charge of that task. Honey, I'm going upstairs. Seeing Zhao Qingxue busy with her sketches, Su Yuan grabbed his keys and headed out to Li Hao's place. Where are you going? Just some business. Zhao Qingxue asked, but when Su Yuan didn't elaborate, she continued drawing. When Su Yuan entered, Li Hao was lounging in his room bare-chested and watching TV. Spotting Su Yuan, he patted his belly and complained, "What did you two do today? You didn't even cook. How can you treat your own child like this?" "I bought a farmhouse." Su Yuan plopped down beside Li Hao and started pulling out his phone to contact people. "Huh, bought a farmhouse. What's the point of buying that junk? Farmhouses are a tough business these days. They're easy to lose money on. None of the ones my family invested in have turned a profit." Upon hearing that Su Yuan had actually gone and bought a farmhouse, Li Hao was stunned. He couldn't believe there was still such a sucker out there. Su Yuan ignored him, focused on sending messages from the sofa. It was after 11 at night when Su Yuan finally got home to sleep, and he left early the next morning without telling Zhao Qingxue where he was going. This pattern continued for several days. It made Zhao Qingxue a bit frustrated, but she didn't dwell on it. She found a renovation company and contracted out the entire farmhouse renovation at a rate of 1,000 yuan per square meter. Apart from her daily editing work, she spent her free time visiting the farmhouse to check on the renovation progress, living a rather leisurely and fulfilling life. But when Saturday arrived, seeing Su Yuan leave early again, she couldn't help feeling upset. Because today was her birthday. She had originally hoped to spend the day visiting various attractions in Modu with Su Yuan, but he was gone before dawn, and he didn't even reply to her messages. She opened her phone, but there were no messages. Only Chi Han inviting her out for shopping. Initially, Zhao Qingxue thought about waiting at home for Su Yuan to return, but remembering how he had been absent the past few days, she pouted, put on some makeup, and headed out defiantly. "Why are you out alone today? You two are so close. I thought Su Yuan would come with you." They met at Wana Square. Chi Han was also dressed impeccably. Seeing Zhao Qingxue arrive alone, she asked curiously. Zhao Qingxue said gloomily, "He's been very busy lately, so I came out by myself." "Then you don't know what he's been busy with?" "He has his own things to do. How would I know?" Hearing Chi Han's question, Zhao Qingxue felt even more frustrated. She really wanted to know what Su Yuan was up to, but he simply wouldn't tell her. With that, she couldn't help complaining a few words about him. Chi Han, while pulling her along for shopping, feigned surprise. "He's that outrageous. He won't even accompany you on your birthday. See, all men are big jerks. They turn bad when they have money. Look at him, already on the path to becoming bad." "Impossible." Even amid her complaints, when Chi Han started bad-mouthing Su Yuan, Zhao Qingxue immediately defended him. "He recently bought me a car and a house. He must have spent a lot of money. It's only natural for him to go out and find ways to earn more. All the men in the world might turn bad, but he never will. You trust him that much?" Chihan looked at Zhao Qingxue's naive expression and couldn't help poking her forehead. You fool, then tell me. If he really were out earning money, why wouldn't he tell you? He must be up to something shady. Impossible. If he doesn't say, it's because what he's doing is too tiring and he's afraid it'll worry. Zhao Qingxue replied earnestly. Oh, maybe he's out straining his back. Chihan. All right, my little princess. He'll stop bad-mouthing him. Seeing that Zhao Qingxue was on the verge of anger, Chihan immediately shut up. She pulled out a bag from somewhere and handed it over. As your bestie, I've been preparing your birthday gift for a long time. Zhao Qingxue looked at the bag in her hand curiously. What's this? It's a dress I picked out for you. Oh, enough talk. Find a fitting room and try it on to see if it fits. Without another word, Chihan pushed the bag and Zhao Qingxue into the fitting room. Helpless Zhao Qingxue opened the bag and found a gorgeous red gown inside along with a thoughtful pair of red high heels. The dress was beautiful, but how could she wear it out now? Henin, I really like this dress, but can I try it on at home? No, you have to try it now. But, no buts. Under Chihan's insistence, Zhao Qingxue had no choice but to take off her clothes, hang them aside, and struggle into the gown. To her surprise, the gown fit perfectly. The high heels were also the exact right size. It was as if it had been tailor-made for her. Are you done? Just as Zhao Qingxue put on the heels, Chihan's impatient voice came from outside the door. Zhao Qingxue nodded. Yes, I'm coming out. She said, about to push open the fitting room door to look in the mirror. But to her surprise, the door seemed stuck. No matter how hard she pushed, it wouldn't budge. She grew anxious. What's wrong with this fitting room door? It seems broken. Really? Try pushing the back panel. Chihan's voice came from outside. Zhao Qingxue hesitated, then followed her suggestion and tried pushing the panel at the back of the fitting room. She expected it to be difficult, but to her surprise, with a gentle push, the back panel swung open, revealing a dark passage. She hadn't expected such a mechanism here and was astonished. Henin, I actually pushed it open, but I don't know where this leads. Just walk through. It'll lead you out. All right. Trusting Chihan, Zhao Qingxue lifted her skirt and stepped into the passage. But the moment she entered the fitting room's back panel slid shut automatically. The passage was plunged into up. The sudden darkness startled Zhao Qingxue, and she instinctively let out a scream, wanting to turn back and push aside that panel. But before she could turn around, she suddenly felt a flash of light. A beam of light shone down from the darkness above her head. Beneath the radiance appeared a massive three-tiered cake adorned with gold leaf and red roses. The red roses on the cake bloomed with enticing allure, while the shimmering gold leaf sparkled like tiny butterflies. Happy birthday to you. A clear, bright male voice suddenly began to sing the birthday song. As the voice rang out, a handsome and delicate face emerged from behind the cake. Happy birthday to you, Su Yuan sang the second line, while pushing the cake cart closer to Zhao Qingxue, his deep, profound eyes gazing at her with intense affection. Zhao Qingxue stood frozen in place, stunned by the scene, her bright eyes wide open, her small lips slightly parted, as tempting as an August cherry. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. During the third and fourth lines, the singing suddenly turned into a chorus. As the birthday song ended, the lights in the room flickered on one after another. Only then did Zhao Qingxue realize the room was filled with people. There were Chihan, her former colleagues, and Li Hao, each holding gifts in their hands, smiling and shouting, Qingxue, happy birthday. She hadn't expected that Su Yuan, who had been silently leaving early and returning late for the past few days, was actually planning her birthday. Zhao Qingxue was so moved that she covered her mouth with her hand, leaving only her shimmering eyes visible. There seemed to be a bright, fragile light trembling in her eyes. Silly girl, I've prepared for so long, just to celebrate your birthday. You're not allowed to cry. Su Yuan knew Zhao Qingxue too well. As soon as he saw that expression on her face, he knew she was about to shed golden beans. He quickly walked over and took her small hand. Exactly, he's been pestering me at my place for days, driving me crazy. If you cry now, you'll be doing a disservice to all the suffering I've endured. Li Hao chimed in with a grin. Yeah, several of Zhao Qingxue's colleagues nodded. Your husband contacted us days ago telling us he was going to surprise you with a birthday celebration today. Thank you all for making a special trip today. The chatter from everyone made Zhao Qingxue too embarrassed to cry. She looked at the enormous cake before her, picked up the special knife for cutting cakes, carefully sliced it into many pieces, and then invited everyone to eat. This cake must be from Qingxue, right? As everyone took a slice of cake from the small plates on the table ready to eat, Ying suddenly noticed that the plates and small forks accompanying the cake were extremely exquisite, not only made of unusual material, but also stamped with a gold foil logo. This was clearly no ordinary cake. It really is the Qingxue logo. Several others also sensed something was off and quickly glanced at the cake plates in their hands. As women, they naturally paid more attention to cakes like this. After all, Qiangxu's desserts were quite famous. Last time I visited Qiangxu's flagship store, an ordinary 16-inch cake cost several thousand. Oh my, a cake this big must be at least 100,000 or more. I just checked my phone. This cake is one of Qiangxu's flagship models. Guess how much it costs? How much? Everyone turned to Ying, their eyes wide with curiosity. Ying held up 2 fingers and wiggled them. Oh my god, does just one cake cost 200,000? I don't even earn that much in a year. 200,000. Ying shook her head at the number, snorting with laughter. You're thinking too cheaply of Qingxue's flagship cake. This cake costs over 2,200,000. Over 2,200,000. Even for someone like Li Hao, a minor rich second generation, a cake worth over 2 million was a luxury, let alone for white-collar workers like them. In their eyes, a cake worth over 2 million existed only in lavish high-society banquets and newspaper headlines. But they never imagined such a high-end cake would appear in their world. A Yuan cake. Just cutting a small slice would cost tens of thousands. What kind of family does Qingxue's boyfriend come from? Now Zhao Qingxue's former colleagues were bewildered. When they shared an office with her, Zhao Qingxue had always told them she and her boyfriend were poor, saving up hard to buy a house in the magical city. And indeed, Zhao Qingxue wasn't joking. She was very frugal in her daily expenses. But her supposedly poor boyfriend bought her a Porsche Cayenne, and drove a LaFerrari, and bought her a Yuan cake for her birthday. Compared to all this, the 20,000 Yuan Tiffany diamond ring she flaunted on social media seemed utterly insignificant. Could it be that Zhao Qingxue's husband deliberately hid his identity as a rich second generation to test her? Ying speculated while eating cake. Isn't it said that many rich second generations are afraid others are only marrying them for money? Now that you mention it, that makes sense. Oh, if that's really the case, it's so romantic. Thank you all for coming to my birthday party. As they chatted happily, Zhao Qingxue approached with a radiant smile. Qingxue, you look so beautiful today. Zhao Qingxue was naturally stunning. Even with just a touch of light makeup, she was breathtaking. Today, after changing into a red evening gown, the dress not only perfectly outlined her curvaceous figure, but also made her delicate face look exceptionally radiant, like a blooming rose. Thank you. Zhao Qingxue graciously acknowledged the compliment and pulled Shihan over. Let me introduce everyone to my best friend Shihan. She gave me this dress. Hearing Zhao Qingxue's words, Ying's expression shifted, and she looked at Shihan with astonishment. Qingxue, not only is your boyfriend rich, but your best friend is also so wealthy. Huh? Zhao Qingxue didn't immediately understand what Ying meant, and looked at her with confusion. Ying pouted. Qingxue, stop pretending. We're all in fashion design. How could we not recognize how much this dress you're wearing is worth? This dress. Hearing Shihan say this, Zhao Qingxue lowered her head to carefully examine the gown she was wearing. Since it was a gift from Shihan, she had felt a vague familiarity when putting it on, but hadn't thought much about it. Besides, the lighting in the fitting room was dim, so she hadn't clearly seen the dress details. She only knew it was a red gown. But now, upon closer inspection, she realized this red gown was actually the final masterpiece of the renowned designer Wei Rui. Wei Rui was considered one of the industry's titans, as she had even analyzed his designs under her mentor's guidance before, so naturally, she recognized his work. However, Wei Rui's creations typically started at 1,000,000 yuan. She had never imagined she would ever wear a gown designed by Wei Rui. And this was his final masterpiece. Although she didn't know the exact price of this red gown, it didn't take a genius to figure out that it was anything but cheap. Henin, why did you give me such an expensive dress? Zhao Qingxue's lips trembled as she spoke, and she looked at Shihan beside her with disbelief. Shihan covered her mouth and burst into laughter. What are you thinking? How could I possibly afford such an expensive dress? It was your Su Yuan who bought it for you. I just brought it over. At this point, Shihan added with some indignation, let me tell you, your Su Yuan has been putting me through the ringer these past 2 days, making me practice the scene of luring you out over and over at home. My poor back is nearly broken from all the effort. So that's how it is. Qingxue, what kind of divine husband did you find? Oh my god, my clueless husband has never prepared such a surprise for me. I'm so jealous I could die, Qingxue. After hearing Shihan's words, Zhao Qingxue's colleagues suddenly found the expensive cakes in their mouths tasteless. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed that such an extraordinary man could exist in this world. Not only was he wealthy, but he also treated his wife so well. Excuse me for a moment. Amidst the envy of the others, Zhao Qingxue quickly ran over to find Su Yuan, who was sitting nearby chatting with Li Hao. She pulled Su Yuan aside. Honey, how much did you spend on this birthday party for me? She had been too caught up in emotion to think about this question earlier. Now calculating roughly, this birthday party must have cost at least 10 million yuan. Su Yuan looked at Zhao Qingxue innocently. Honey, I only give you the best. Zhao Qingxue didn't know what to say, but it's too expensive. Don't worry about it, your husband has plenty of money. Seeing the bewildered expression on Zhao Qingxue's face, Su Yuan couldn't help pinching her cheek. Don't you trust your husband's ability to make money? I only made 70 million from Bitcoin, but I've earned quite a bit from investing that money. So that's it. Zhao Qingxue had been worried that Su Yuan would spend all the Bitcoin money on her, buying her gifts and leaving nothing for the future. Now that she heard Su Yuan had made more money from investments, she felt much more at ease. So feel free to spend your husband's money. Seeing that no one was around, Su Yuan pulled his wife close by her slender waist. Honey, you look so beautiful today. I put a lot of thought into your birthday. Don't you want to reward me a little? Su Yuan's deep eyes were right in front of her, filled with sincerity and adoration that seemed ready to overflow, and his warm breath brushed against her face, making Zhao Qingxue blush. Her face turned a captivating crimson, and she stammered, Reward you with what? What do you think? I don't know. Just kiss her already. Just as the two were gazing deeply into each other's eyes, a voice full of frustration, Li Hao's, suddenly rang out from the side. Startled by the voice, Zhao Qingxue pushed Su Yuan away. Li Hao, are you tired of living? Seeing that the shy beauty was about to take the bait only to have his plans interrupted by Li Hao, Su Yuan gritted his teeth and turned to glare at him. I didn't mean to, I just got too impatient watching. At that, Li Hao suddenly covered his mouth. I didn't mean to spy on you, I just accidentally caught a glimpse. After saying that, Li Hao looked at Su Yuan with an innocent expression. Now you know how it feels when you keep interrupting my good deeds, don't you? I'll go get a glass of water. Feeling the awkward atmosphere, Zhao Qingxue couldn't stand it anymore and quickly fled the scene. Honey, wait for me. Don't go. Li Hao pulled Su Yuan back. You've got the beauty in your arms, but what about me? That girl who's close with my sister-in-law. I think she's my type. Give me her contact info, will you? Li Hao looked at Su Yuan with a fawning smile. Su Yuan shook off his hand without hesitation. I'm telling you, you can mess with anyone, but don't you dare touch Qi Han. As Zhao Qingxue's best friend, she held Qi Han in high regard, and he didn't want Li Hao to cause Qi Han any heartache. What if Zhao Qingxue got upset along with her? Come on, I just want her contact info. Su Yuan was getting a headache from his persistence. What about your Yuan? Not pursuing her anymore. Li Hao looked at him in confusion. Can't I pursue two at the same time? Get lost. Su Yuan ignored him and went to find Zhao Qingxue. Watching Su Yuan's retreating figure, Li Hao pouted. Fine, don't give me the contact info if you don't want to. It's just the contact info, isn't it? I'll get it myself. With that, he picked up a glass of wine from somewhere and walked toward Qi Han. Over there, Qi Han was chatting with a few of Zhao Qingxue's colleagues, and as she turned around, she collided with Li Hao. The wine in Li Hao's hands splashed all over Qi Han's skirt. I'm so sorry. Offering an insincere apology, Li Hao pulled a silk handkerchief from his pocket. Here, wipe it off. Thank you. Although it was their first meeting, Qi Han knew Li Hao was Su Yuan's friend, and they seemed to have a good relationship. She actually had a favorable impression of Li Hao. He was handsome, seemed polite, and most importantly, using a handkerchief in this day and age showed he was quite refined, didn't it? I've stained your dress. I'm really sorry. How about this, leave me your contact info, and I'll treat you to a meal another day to make up for it. What do you think? Seeing that the fish had taken the bait, Li Hao pressed on. Qi Han naturally couldn't find a reason to refuse. Sure. Ying and her friends, having attended a friend's birthday party, were delighted by the luxurious feast. They quickly snapped a photo of the Millennium cake they had just cut, added their own selfies, and posted it on their social media feeds. Which friend of yours is so amazing? Able to afford such an expensive Millennium flagship cake? It's a former colleague I'm very close with. Her husband is super rich. Watching the envious comments on her social media, Ying felt a sense of pride. Though she was not wealthy, having a remarkable friend still brought her face. Ying, stop looking at your phone. Did you see that guy named Li Hao? He's handsome, isn't he? I noticed his clothes are not cheap, and he seems close with Qingxue's boyfriend. He must be a rich second generation too. In the office, only Ying, Zhao Qingxue, and one older female colleague had boyfriends. The rest were single. Thus many of them had noticed Li Hao. He was a prime catch. Let me see. His clothes are Versace, his belt is LV, and the watch on his wrist is a classic Patek Philippe worth over 100,000. He's definitely a genuine rich second generation, even richer than my boyfriend. You single girls work hard. Ying sized up Li Hao for a moment, and then smiled at her colleagues. The moment they heard Ying's words, they got extremely excited. He's really a genuine rich second generation. Oh my god, he looks like he's still single. Right, you go for it, maybe you'll be the next Qingxue. But how do we get his contact info? Asked Qingxue. They quickly touched up their makeup and gathered around Qingxue. Qingxue, your husband's friend, is really interesting. Would like to get to know him. Zhao Qingxue had been chatting with Su Yuan on the rattan chairs nearby. Hearing their request, she hesitated and glanced at Su Yuan, unsure how to respond. For one thing, she wasn't very familiar with Li Hao and didn't have his contact information. For another, based on Li Hao's earlier behavior, he didn't seem like a good man. If she gave his contact to her colleagues, what if Li Hao turned out to be a player? Catching Zhao Qingxue's look, Su Yuan immediately understood what she meant. You want his contact info? It's possible, but I suggest you just chat with him and avoid close contact. Su Yuan looked at them hesitantly, then gave them the contact information. At first, they were all delighted to get the contact info. Each added Li Hao, and they even secretly began scheming, thinking how to hook the wealthy catch faster than the others. However, Su Yuan's look made them uncomfortable. After hesitating, they asked what he meant by his earlier remark. Su Yuan looked very troubled. I really don't want to say. Go ahead, what's there to hide? Exactly, we want to know more. Su Yuan sighed. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't say this. But since you're Qingxue's colleagues and good friends, if I didn't tell you I'd be harming you. So he'll tell you the reason he still doesn't have a girlfriend is because of certain issues from his early years. He trailed off, not finishing the sentence. Anyway, chatting is fine, but avoid close contact, especially high-risk contact. I wouldn't dare get too close to him. So that's it. The women were both shocked and skeptical after hearing Su Yuan's words. They couldn't believe that someone like Li Hao could have a contagious disease of that sort. Seeing their half-believing, half-doubting expressions, Su Yuan pressed on. So you should be kind to him. Talk to him often. He was about to get engaged a while ago, but after the premarital checkup revealed this. You understand. He just went through a breakup, he's quite vulnerable. Okay. Well, help. Seeing how earnestly Su Yuan spoke, they had no choice but to believe him, their eyes filled with disappointment. Such a great catch, who would have thought he had that kind of disease. Still, he was a rich second generation, so chatting was fine. Honey Li Hao, is it really true? Thinking about what Su Yuan had just said, not only Ying Ying and the others were shocked, but Zhao Qingxue was also stunned. Su Yuan nodded seriously. Really? I understand. He'll be even more caring towards him. Upon hearing Zhao Qingxue's words, Su Yuan immediately wrapped his arms around her slender waist and whined. You said you'd only love me for life, and now you say you love another man. What's going on? Have you changed? Do women also turn bad when they get rich? Shoo. Su Yuan's antics made Zhao Qingxue extremely embarrassed. She covered his mouth, signaling him to be quiet. But when she looked down, she met his pitiful, pleading eyes. A tall man of 185 meters with a delicate fair face and innocent big eyes, acting so aggrieved. Any woman would find it irresistible. A faint smile played at the corners of Zhao Qingxue's lips. She whispered to soothe him, don't worry. My care for him is like the care for a son. Not even a son. Then like a grandson. That's barely acceptable. It took some effort to appease Su Yuan. Zhao Qingxue was about to pull him to get some food. But Su Yuan glanced around and noticed Li Hao was gone. A sense of foreboding struck him. Send a message to Qihan, ask if she's with Li Hao. You know so much, you must come from a good family. Qihan had gone to the restroom to fix her dress. When she came back, she found Li Hao still waiting for her at the door, and they naturally started chatting. The two tacitly left Zhao Qingxue's birthday party and found a cozy cafe nearby. Once seated, Li Hao began to talk eloquently about coffee, explaining the characteristics and differences of various types and the best ways to drink them. The knowledge he shared was quite obscure, and he used many specialized terms that Qihan didn't understand. Although she was baffled, she also felt she had learned something. Seeing the admiration in Qihan's eyes, Li Hao felt a sense of accomplishment. He took a slow sip of the coffee in front of him, smiled lightly, and his eyes took on a hint of melancholy. Others think I come from a good family, but in reality, what does a good background matter? At best, it gives me a slight material advantage over others. It's better to be an ordinary person at least, then you can have complete love. Qihan understood that many wealthy second-generation heirs whose parents were busy with work and business were typically raised by nannies and rarely saw their parents, leaving them starved for affection. Thus, when Li Hao said that, she automatically projected her own assumptions onto him. Imagining little Li Hao returning home from school every day to an empty house and a nanny with whom he had only an employer-employee relationship day after day. When he was cold, no one would add clothes for him. When hungry, he could only grab pre-made frozen food from the fridge. When wronged, he could only lick his wounds alone in a corner. Her heart softened instantly. It's okay. One day someone will be willing to wait for you at home and give you complete love. Her voice was gentle, and as she spoke, she couldn't help leaning closer to Li Hao. Li Hao also leaned and gazing at her with affectionate eyes. Do you think you could be that person? Buzz. Just as Qihan was about to answer, the phone on the table suddenly vibrated. Someone had messaged her. Annoyed, she picked it up and saw it was Zhao Qingxue, who had sent several messages in a row. Henin, where are you? Are you with Li Hao? He has that disease. Be careful. With a handsome man before her and the atmosphere thick with romance, Qihan had intended to silence her phone and ignore it after glancing at the first few lines. But she inadvertently caught the last sentence. That disease. What disease? A vague unease crept into her heart, and she couldn't help but ask what disease. In layman's terms, AIDS. She looked up at Li Hao, whose features under the lights seemed carved by a knife. Devastatingly handsome, almost infuriatingly so. The Qihan who was about to succumb was jolted awake by those two words from Zhao Qingxue. Really? Qihan knew Zhao Qingxue wouldn't lie to her, so hearing her speak so seriously, she had no choice but to believe it, even if she didn't want to. Putting down her phone, Qihan felt awkward and took a sip of the coffee before her. Finished chatting. Li Hao had patiently waited for her to finish texting, then resumed his gentle assault, gazing at her with deep affection. Qihan nodded, afraid to meet his eyes. Then may I continue asking my previous question? Would you be willing to wait for me at home? I have something to do. Facing Li Hao's heartfelt eyes, Qihan abruptly stood up, her face a mixture of apology and fear. I have to go now. Let's talk later. With that, she picked up her skirt and fled in a panic. Li Hao stared at the barely touched coffee question marks slowly forming above his head, utterly baffled. What on earth was Qi Han's urgent matter? Even if she had something, could she just leave him like that? Could it be that his charm had lost its effect? Unconvinced, he went to the restroom, examined himself in the mirror from every angle, and decided that his handsome face was flawless today. Conquering a woman of Qi Han's caliber should be effortless. But he had failed. After finishing the cake, the group went to a high-end KTV and booked a luxurious private room to sing and have fun. Order whatever you like, tonight's on me. To ensure Zhao Qingxue's friends had a good time, Su Yuan was certainly not going to be stingy. However, he wasn't interested in singing, so he simply held Zhao Qingxue and whispered by her side. Zhao Qingxue took out her phone to show Su Yuan the decoration photos of the agri-tainment. The renovation is mostly done, but the things you planted will probably take a while to grow. After the land was planned, Su Yuan had given the seeds directly to the renovation company and asked them to plant them. As for the rest, the flowers, plants, and trees, they were all transplanted from existing ones, so once those were in place, the effect could be seen immediately. But the few acres where he planted seeds looked bare. Most importantly, no one knew what would grow from those seeds. Zhao Qingxue was worried that the final appearance of the agri-tainment would be disappointing. Do you trust me? Seeing her anxious expression, Su Yuan curled his lips. No matter what grows from those seeds, I'll sell them like gold. After all the trouble, Su Yuan naturally expected high returns. But he wasn't worried that the fruits he planted wouldn't sell. If the effect was good, beauty-conscious girls would line up to buy from him. If you're just bragging, Zhao Qingxue didn't believe a word he said. Is today just not a good day to go out? As they were talking, Li Hao slumped down beside them, looking dejected. He had no idea what was wrong. The Qi Han he'd set his sights on today was acting strangely toward him. Every time he approached her, she claimed to be busy, but as soon as he left, she cheerfully started singing. Not only that, but Zhao Qingxue's colleagues were the same. An hour ago, they had sent him friend requests, clearly interested. Yet no matter how hot their chat on WeChat, whenever he suggested singing together, they avoided him like the plague. It was as if he were some kind of pathogen. Now he even wondered if he was too ugly. But his facial features were clearly handsome. Could it be that his tan was so dark that under the KTV's colorful lights, he looked especially like a black ghost? What's wrong? Su Yuan asked knowingly, seeing Li Hao like this. Struck out today? Yeah. Raking his hair, Li Hao glanced gloomily toward Qi Han. Did I screw up somewhere today? Have you considered that the sudden drop in your charm isn't because they don't like you, but because the country is testing you? Su Yuan looked at Li Hao seriously. Li Hao raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Testing me? Yeah. Su Yuan nodded. You can look at Qi Han 100 times, and she still won't like you. But if you read a book 100 times, you'll become a legendary master. He placed a heavy hand on Li Hao's shoulder and continued, so brother, stop wasting your energy on women. Your mission is to contribute to the motherland. You. Li Hao stared into Su Yuan's eyes for 3 seconds. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? I'd rather die in a woman's arms than read a damn book. No wonder. Zhao Qingxue sighed, suddenly enlightened by Li Hao's stubbornness. No wonder what? Li Hao was puzzled by her remark. No, nothing. Of course, Zhao Qingxue felt too embarrassed to say such things directly. Her gaze was gentle and her voice soft. I was just sighing casually. Don't take my words to heart, and don't put any pressure on yourself, okay? Psychological pressure? Her words left Li Hao even more bewildered. He felt that everyone was acting strangely tonight. Su Yuan, standing nearby, coughed and said, It's getting late. I think we should head home. He patted Li Hao's shoulder. You should go back and rest too. Overindulgence isn't good for you. Look at those dark circles under your eyes. I'm furious. Li Hao bellowed. That's Aishadao. Sir, your total for tonight is 12,600. Charge it. Su Yuan handed over his card, and soon the system's notification chimed in his ear. Ding. Congratulations, host, for spending 12,600 on your wife, Zhao Qingxue. You have received a tenfold rebate of 126,000 which has been deposited into your account. Please check. Ding. Congratulations, host, for spending 12,600 on your wife, Zhao Qingxue. You have triggered a lucky rebate and received 100 bags of rapid growth fertilizer. Please check. Originally, Su Yuan had planned to leave with Zhao Qingxue after receiving the rebate. Since he had only spent a little over 10,000, he hadn't expected any impressive lucky rebate. But to his surprise, he received 100 bags of rapid growth fertilizer. He checked the description. This fertilizer not only provided all the nutrients needed for plant growth at every stage, but also accelerated growth by 100 times for 3 days. What a great thing. Thinking of the 5 acres of trees at the farmhouse, Su Yuan couldn't help but curl his lips into a smile. What did you say, honey? Zhao Qingxue, nestled in his arms, looked up at him with a hint of confusion. Su Yuan lowered his head and whispered in Zhao Qingxue's ear, I said. It's late. Let's hurry home. They'll show you something good. Oh, you. As they spoke, Ying and a few other colleagues came over to bid farewell to Zhao Qingxue before getting into a taxi and leaving. I envy you couples so much. They'll be off now. Qi Han also came over to say goodbye to Zhao Qingxue, then turned to leave in her car. But just as she reached her car door, and before she could get in a hand, blocked her way. Sweetheart, it's dangerous for a girl to go home alone at this hour. How about I give you a ride? He'll be your personal driver, what do you say? Li Hao leaned against Chi Han's car, slicked back his hair, and asked in a gentlemanly tone. His words, however, startled Chi Han so much that she stammered, I can go back by myself. No need for you to escort me. You're my brother's wife's good friend. It's only right that I see you home. Don't be polite with me. But we're not going the same way. I said I'll take you. What does it matter if we're going the same way or not? Chi Han took a deep breath and looked at Li Hao sincerely. I know it's not your fault that you have that kind of illness, and am not discriminating against people who have it. But at least have some self-awareness, okay? You're standing so close to me, and it's really freaking me out. Afraid that Li Hao might retaliate after hearing her words, Chi Han instinctively took a few steps back. But Li Hao was completely baffled. What are you talking about? What illness do I have? Don't play dumb with me. I already know. Seeing Li Hao's expression, Chi Han grew irritated. Now that it's out in the open, can you promise to keep your distance? Normal interaction is fine, but anything more? He'll have to say no. Fine. Li Hao stepped back 2 paces, watching Chi Han's guarded posture. He'll agree to keep my distance. But you have to tell me who told you this. Who told me doesn't matter. Chi Han's face was cold. I think I have the right to know. Taking a deep breath, Li Hao tried to calm himself. Thinking back to what Su Yuan had said earlier, he already had a suspicion. He forced a faint smile and nodded at Chi Han. Thank you. Su Yuan. Plunking himself down on Su Yuan's sofa, Li Hao glared at him through gritted teeth. Tell me what the hell is going on. Nothing's going on. Su Yuan spread his hands innocently. What do you want to say? Don't play dumb with me. I know everything. You've been telling everyone I have a contagious disease, haven't you? Li Hao's face twisted with anger. I thought my charm was off tonight for some reason. Turns out you were the one behind it. Tell me, are you jealous of my good looks or my talent? Both. Su Yuan looked at him sincerely. Humans are inherently jealous creatures. Under the influence of envy, I did something uncontrollable. It's perfectly normal. I sincerely apologize to you here. Really? Li Hao eyed him suspiciously. Su Yuan nodded earnestly. More real than gold. Fine. Since you admit you're jealous of me, I won't hold it against you. After all, with my qualities, ordinary people can't even catch up. Jealousy is only natural. Li Hao casually picked up a makeup mirror from the table, studied his handsome face carefully, then glanced sideways at Su Yuan. But death is avoidable, punishment is not. Think of a way to make it up to me. How about a barbecue in the wild tomorrow? That's it. Su Yuan sighed. What else do you want? Invite Ruan too. Deal. After a round of concessions and reparations, Li Hao finally went upstairs to bed satisfied. The bedroom door was pushed open by Zhao Qingxue. She came out in a pink bunny pajama set, her soft black hair cascading down her skin fair as snow and her eyes bright and clear. He's gone. He's gone. Finally. And how could you joke about something like that? I actually thought he... She walked over and nestled safely into Su Yuan's arms, unable to resist scolding him a little. Su Yuan didn't think it was a big deal. If I hadn't said that, don't you think your colleagues and girlfriends would have been in trouble? That's true too. You seem so happy. Did something good happen? Su Yuan looked at Zhao Qingxue with a smile. Hearing this, Zhao Qingxue happily held up her phone. Look, the makeup compilation I posted has over 100,000 likes. Previously, the short makeup videos she had posted mostly received only a few hundred to 1,000 likes, with the best one reaching just over 10,000. But this time her makeup compilation had surpassed 100,000 likes. Let me see. It really broke 10,000. My wife is amazing. Enough said, I'll reward you with a barbecue at the farmhouse tomorrow, how about that? Zhao Qingxue pretended to be angry. You're coaxing me again. You're going to the barbecue tomorrow just to apologize to Li Hao. Bringing him along is just a side note. Taking my wife is the main point. If you don't want him to go with you, we'll tell him not to go tomorrow. Hey, you already said you'd bring him along. Don't go back on your word. What's a broken promise compared to my wife? Su Yuan tightly wrapped his arms around Zhao Qingxue's slender waist, burying his head in her soft chest. Brothers are like limbs, women are like clothes. Of course my wife is more important. Zhao Qingxue's forehead was covered in black lines. Are you sure that saying, brothers are like limbs, women are like clothes, is meant to describe me as more important? Of course. Su Yuan didn't change his expression and said seriously, brothers are like a centipede's limbs, women are like winter clothes. Honey, you are my indispensable little cotton padded jacket. TCH. Zhao Qingxue couldn't help laughing at Su Yuan's words. She brought the phone in front of him. Look, this video is popular all because of you. Previously, her straightforward beauty videos didn't attract many viewers, but once she posted a compilation of her husband doing her makeup, a bunch of girls were screaming divine husband in the comments. Swear delete this video quickly. If I had such a treasure of a husband, I would definitely hide him and not let others know. With a husband like this, can I just lie in bed in the morning and be a little lazy bum? His hands are so good looking, and on top of that his makeup skills are even better than mine, a woman. It's so unfair. Mutual respect and harmony. I'm so envious. The comments below were basically all praising Su Yuan, which made Zhao Qingxue both happy and a little jealous. As a serious beauty blogger, she was being overshadowed, wasn't she? There's actually a message requesting advertising cooperation. After the video went viral, she received many private messages mostly complimenting her looks or asking for beauty tips. Zhao Qingxue replied to them one by one and unexpectedly found a private message requesting advertising cooperation among the pile. Su Yuan leaned over to take a look. Yuan Cosmetics Co. Ltd. I haven't heard of it, but they offer a decent compensation. Should we take it? It was clearly stated that as long as Zhao Qingxue made a short video using the beauty products provided by Yuan and threw in a few compliments about their products, she would receive a reward of 10,000 yuan. For a small-time beauty vlogger, this was already a very good deal. I am not really keen on taking it. Zhao Qingxue frowned as she looked at the advertising cooperation message. Why not, honey? Because I know this brand. Their products are really not good. Do you remember that time I tried a new cosmetic and ended up with acne for a whole month? It was from their brand. After saying that, Zhao Qingxue felt a bit reluctant. But this is my first time getting an ad, and the payment is 10,000. No matter what, the first time always holds special significance for a person. Moreover, 10,000 yuan was already a pretty good compensation for her. After all, her previous job only paid 8,000 a month. This amount was equivalent to more than a month's salary, making it hard not to be tempted. I'm not taking it. While Zhao Qingxue was hesitating, Su Yuan had already made the decision for her. Since you're not really willing to take it, why bother? Your husband can support you. One day when you become a big beauty vlogger, you'll definitely get better ads. Honey, thank you. Hearing Su Yuan say that, Zhao Qingxue's nose tingled and she hugged his waist, whispering. Since they had agreed to go to the farmhouse for a barbecue the next evening, Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue dragged Li Hao to the market to buy groceries in the afternoon. Originally, Li Hao thought Yuan would also come along to shop, but after they left, he learned that she would go directly to the farmhouse. This immediately dampened Li Hao's enthusiasm, and he wore a long face while shopping. We must buy some lamb skewers. How can a barbecue lack lamb skewers? Su Yuan pushed a large shopping cart, while Zhao Qingxue placed items into it one by one, quickly filling it to the brim. Li Hao leaned over and asked, "Is it you meat? I want to eat ram skewers." Su Yuan turned to him and smiled. "If you don't want to eat, you can skip it." "Hey, are you even human? Yesterday you screwed me over, leaving me alone in the room all night. Today you promised to make it up to me, and this is your attitude." Hearing Su Yuan's words, Li Hao immediately started grumbling loudly. The people around them glanced at him, then at Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue, revealing meaningful looks. Li Hao, completely unashamed, said, "Do you have any idea how desolate I felt sleeping alone last night? Even though I'm an adult, I'm afraid of the dark. You slept soundly with your wife, but do you understand my loneliness and solitude at night? You won't even sleep with me." Su Yuan was truly afraid that if Li Hao kept shouting, the three of them would end up on the news. He quickly shut him up, paid the bill, and left the supermarket. They drove from the city to the farmhouse, arriving exactly at 8 o'clock. A red Range Rover was already parked at the entrance. Seeing this Range Rover, I know there must be a beauty sitting inside. Li Hao hopped out of the back seat gleefully and ran over to Yuan to show off his attentiveness. Yuan, why are you so early? Have you been waiting long? I'm used to arriving 10 minutes early, so I haven't waited long. Today Yuan was dressed in casual clothes with a high ponytail, looking very energetic. A completely different person from the one in the formal wear shop. After Su Yuan greeted her, he introduced Zhao Qingxue. Yuan, this is my wife. Sister-in-law, is really beautiful." As soon as she saw Zhao Qingxue, Yuan tilted her head with a gentle smile. "I knew from your photos that you must be a stunning beauty, but you're even more beautiful in person." Zhao Qingxue was flustered by the compliment. No, I'm just an ordinary person." "If you sister-in-law are ordinary, then where does that leave me, eh?" "Yuan, you're beautiful too." Li Hao chimed in. "And you look good in anything." "Oh, I think for you I look best only when I take off my clothes." As a veteran in romantic affairs, Yuan saw through Li Hao's nature and spoke with a knowing smile. Li Hao, caught red-handed as a player, didn't blush at all. "I think you might have some misunderstandings about me, but don't worry, you'll soon change your opinion. Do you have any stuff? It'll help you carry things inside." Watching his fawning behavior, Su Yuan grabbed him by the collar and dragged him to the trunk of the Porsche Cayenne. "This is where you should be carrying things. Get off." Li Hao slapped Su Yuan's hand away. "Don't pull and tug. You might not care about your image, but I do." The farmhouse was almost fully renovated. As they walked in lush bamboo groves and flourishing vegetation lifted their spirits. They brought out the pre-prepared grill from the cabin, and Su Yuan began organizing the ingredients. Zhao Qingxue and Yuan helped, busy and cheerful. Only Li Hao took a tour around the farmhouse, quite dissatisfied. "Brother Yuan, not to criticize, but isn't this place a bit too tacky? What are those barren plots of land planted with? Nothing at all." Su Yuan retorted, "What do you know?" "I don't know. You're the one who knows nothing." Li Hao curled his lips in disdain. Inside, he thought the farmhouse doesn't even have enough trees for a tryst in the wild. No sense of romance at all. Of course he didn't say that aloud. Ruan, are you skewering? Let me help you. Sure. Ruan placed a basin in front of him. Skewer all these vegetables. All right, serving a beauty is a pleasure. Li Hao glanced at her, but Ruan ignored him and instead spoke to Zhao Qingxue. Qingxue, how much did you spend on this farmhouse? It was about over 30 million. My husband bought it. But it doesn't seem like you're planning to run a farmhouse. The farmhouse was almost fully renovated, yet there were no flyers, no online promotions, no WeChat Moments ads. This wasn't the pace of opening a business. People who truly intend to run a business start advertising even before renovation begins. Exactly, my husband said running a farmhouse isn't profitable now. He mainly bought it for me to grow flowers, Zhao Qingxue said, a little embarrassed. Of course we might consider opening a farmhouse to supplement the household income in the future. I'm so jealous. Ruan looked at Zhao Qingxue with starry eyes. When you came to buy the formal, where last time I knew your husband loved you deeply. But he's even better to you than I imagined. I wish I had a husband who treats me well too. He'll be good to you. Li Hao poked his head in from the side. He'll never say no to you. Then you'll say 3. Ruan pursed her lips, slowly skewering vegetables. There are plenty of men chasing me, and I know exactly what they're like, so I won't fall for it. Zhao Qingxue asked curiously, how do you tell them apart? Eyes. After a moment's thought, Ruan said, when young Master Su looks at you, his gaze is particularly focused and gentle without any impurities, because his love for you is genuine. But my suitors either put on a fawning facade or harbor ulterior motives. Anyway, I can always tell. That's impressive. Zhao Qingxue was truly amazed by Ruan's skill. She pointed at Li Hao beside her. What about his eyes? What do you think? Zhao Qingxue always felt that Li Hao's eyes looked sincere and innocent, the kind that make you think he could never deceive you even when he is. Right, what about my eyes? Li Hao leaned in front of Ruan looking at her expectantly. Ruan smiled. Your eyes are the eyes of a predator. You can even tell that. Li Hao persisted. I don't believe it. You must be making it up. Li Hao wouldn't let it go. I don't believe it. You're definitely making it up. The group chatted over barbecue music playing as they watched the sky gradually fill with stars. If only we had some fish. I forgot to buy any today. Because shopping with Li Hao was too embarrassing, they had left the supermarket in a hurry, causing Zhao Qingxue to forget to buy a fish. Su Yuan put down his half-eaten lamb skewer, leaned close to Zhao Qingxue, and said, give me a kiss, and he'll conjure a fish for you. Zhao Qingxue's eyes sparkled as she looked at him. Really? Hubby? Of course it's fake. He's just tricking you into a kiss. Don't fall for it, sister-in-law. Li Hao commented coolly from the side. No, I believe my husband is powerful. Zhao Qingxue ignored Li Hao, leaned in, and gave Su Yuan a gentle peck on the corner of his mouth. If you don't listen to an old man's advice, you'll suffer losses. Faced with the lovey-dovey couple, Li Hao, who was almost sick of the display, said grumpily. Then he affectionately took Ruan's hand and said, baby, if you're willing to give me a kiss, I can do anything for you. Stop wasting words. Before Ruan could respond, Su Yuan had already appeared from somewhere carrying 2 fishing rods and a bucket and forcefully shoved one rod into Li Hao's hand. The farmhouse had a small half-acre pond which the previous owner had neglected, leaving it a stagnant pool of foul water. But after renovation, the pond water had been replaced with fresh flowing water. Su Yuan not only planted the lotus flowers given by the system, but also bought many fish to put in, mostly fry, with a few fully grown ones. Therefore it was now possible to actually catch fish. Looking at the fishing rod in his hand, and hearing Su Yuan's explanation, Li Hao looked deeply troubled. Brother Yuan, the fish are all asleep at this hour. How about we fish tomorrow? Then well, fish for the ones that stay up late, Su Yuan said, grabbing him by the collar and dragging him away. I don't care. My wife wants fish, so you have to come. Sitting by the pond, Li Hao sighed to the heavens. What a sin. Buzz. The clean, plump sea bass had been marinated, skewered, and grilled over the fire until the skin was crispy and the meat tender. Seasonings were sprinkled on, and the charcoal crackled, releasing a mouth-watering aroma of fish. Everyone couldn't help but start salivating profusely. As soon as her phone rang, Zhao Qingxue asked Su Yuan to divide the grilled fish into 4 portions, and she picked up her phone to check. Lin Jian. Seeing the name of the sender, Zhao Qingxue felt a moment of daze before recalling that this was her high school classmate. At that time she had good grades and easily got into a top-tier domestic university, but Lin Jian's grades were only average. However, his family was quite well off, so right before the college entrance exam his parents sent him abroad, and he reportedly attended a decent school. After going abroad, Lin Jian had contacted her sporadically a few times, but she was busy and replied slowly, so he eventually stopped reaching out. She thought they would never cross paths again, yet now Lin Jian was contacting her. Out of politeness she replied, is there something? Qingxue, you're still up so late. The other side quickly responded, I'm not really looking for anything. I just returned to the country and have some free time, so I wanted to treat my old classmates to a meal. I see. Who else is coming? There aren't many people in Shanghai right now, right? Bo Ling and Zhu Zhizhi will both be there. Hearing that Bo Ling and Zhu Zhizhi would also attend, Zhao Qingxue suddenly became interested. In high school, she had a good relationship with Bo Ling and Zhu Zhizhi, but unfortunately both of them also went abroad, and they had never contacted each other since. So hearing that they would be there, Zhao Qingxue really wanted to go. Alright, I happen to be free tomorrow. Let's have a meal together. Zhao Qingxue agreed readily. Since Zhao Qingxue had never been fond of group activities and was rather introverted, Lin Jian had expected to have to plead with her to grace the gathering with her presence. He was pleasantly surprised by her prompt agreement and was overjoyed. He typed a long string of text, then, after a moment's thought, deleted it and simply wrote, "I'm really happy you agreed to come." Zhao Qingxue did not reply. "Honey, who are you chatting with?" After Su Yuan had divided the grilled fish into 4 portions, Yuan and Li Hao, utterly captivated by the irresistible aroma of the fish, were already devouring it with greasy lips. He himself couldn't resist taking a big bite, and when he turned around, he saw Zhao Qingxue still unmoved, engrossed in a cheerful conversation on her phone. He sidled over. Zhao Qingxue made no attempt to conceal it. "I'm chatting with a high school classmate. He says he wants to treat me to dinner tomorrow. Male or female?" Hearing this, Su Yuan curled his lips. "Forget it whether it's a man or a woman, I'm going with you." "Fine." Zhao Qingxue nodded with a smile. Since no one had said she couldn't bring a +1, she might as well bring her husband along to introduce him to everyone. "Have some grilled fish." Seeing her agree so readily, Su Yuan handed her the fish he had already deboned. "You're the best, honey." Class reunion. Nearby, Li Hao, who was also munching on grilled fish, pricked up his ears at those words. He glanced at Yuan beside him, but said nothing. After everyone had eaten their fill, they each returned to their rooms to sleep. The next morning, since Yuan had other matters to attend to, she drove off early. Li Hao, who had nothing better to do, wanted to tag along with her, but was firmly rejected by the young lady. Su Yuan was hiring some local farmers from the agritainment area to fertilize the trees. When he saw Li Hao's dejected expression, he raised an eyebrow. "I thought with your charm you'd have already won her over. Seems like you haven't succeeded yet." Based on his observations, Li Hao was the typical player. Once he got what he wanted, his attitude would change instantly. Colloquially known as heartless after getting what he wants. Judging by his clingy behavior, he definitely hadn't gotten anywhere yet. Li Hao noticed Su Yuan's smug look and immediately became wary. "Tell me honestly, did you badmouth me in front of Yuan again?" Su Yuan raised his hands. "Heaven knows I haven't said a word this time." "Then why is Yuan treating me so badly? It doesn't make sense." "I don't care whether it makes sense or not." Su Yuan tossed a set of old clothes to Li Hao. "Put these on and come help me with work. Aren't you embarrassed to eat and drink for free all day?" Looking at the old clothes in his hands, a question mark appeared above Li Hao's head. "You're not asking me to go fertilize those barren plots of yours, are you?" Bingo. Damn. Though extremely reluctant since he was staying in Su Yuan's house and eating his food, Li Hao had no choice but to change into the clothes and go through the motions, treating it as exercise. I wonder what the hell is planted in this crappy soil. Can't tell at all. Even while working, Li Hao's mouth never stopped. "Fertilizing? How you want me to fertilize? Does this pile of rotten seeds even have the blessing to withstand the fertilizer I apply? They'll probably never sprout a single blade." After finally finishing a day's labor, Li Hao was exhausted like a dead dog and was dragged straight back to the penthouse to rest. He went upstairs, took a shower, changed clothes, and only then remembered he hadn't eaten yet. At the thought of food, he immediately clattered down the stairs and knocked on the door. "What?" Su Yuan looked at Li Hao at the door. "You're here to freeload?" "What? I worked for you all day and you won't even pay me, but are you telling me you won't feed me either?" Li Hao strode into the living room like a lord and plopped down on the sofa. "I want to eat sweet and sour mandarin fish tonight. We're getting ready to go to a class reunion. So we're not cooking tonight." Zhao Qingxue had just changed into a yellow floral long dress and was carrying a light green bag ready to head out. The moment Li Hao heard class reunion, he jumped up. "I love class reunions. Why don't you take me along? It's just an extra pair of chopsticks. I won't eat much." "Oh well." Zhao Qingxue looked a bit troubled. This small gathering was originally supposed to be just 4 people. It was understandable for her to bring Su Yuan, but what would it look like if she brought Li Hao? "My dear sister-in-law, my kind-hearted mother, please take me with you." Seeing Zhao Qingxue hesitate, Li Hao shamelessly grabbed her sleeve. "Look at me, all alone in the world with barely any money now. I can't even afford to eat, and there's no one to keep me company. I'm so pitiful. If you don't take care of me, I might as well die." "Then go." Su Yuan yanked Li Hao's hand away from Zhao Qingxue's sleeve. "Who let you touch my wife? I'm just asking if you're taking me or not." Zhao Qingxue looked at Li Hao's antics and sighed helplessly. "Fine, you can come with us." She figured she'd just treat everyone to dinner this time. "Alright, I'll go downstairs and be your driver." Upon hearing that Zhao Qingxue had agreed to the reunion, Su Yuan was thrilled and grabbed the keys to the Porsche Cayenne from the coffee table, heading downstairs. His mind was already scheming. "Sister-in-law, are there many female classmates at this reunion? Are they single?" "Actually, it doesn't matter if they're single, just as long as they're pretty." "Sister-in-law, don't get me wrong. I'm not asking because I want to do anything to them, you know. There's a saying, a beautiful face is a feast for the eyes. I can eat better when I'm looking at pretty girls. Sister-in-law, do you know why I always like coming downstairs to eat? Because I can eat better when I'm looking at you. Zhao Qingxue had initially intended to ignore Li Hao, but she couldn't help laughing at his antics. When they reached the garage, Li Hao casually unlocked the car with the key fob, intending to turn around and press Zhao Qingxue for photos of her high school female classmates. But when he turned, he saw Su Yuan already pulling Zhao Qingxue into the Ferrari LaFerrari. Hey, are you ditching me for your wife? Li Hao stomped his foot in anger, but the only response was the exhaust of the LaFerrari speeding away. If it weren't for the prospect of seeing beautiful women, Li Hao would have turned around and left. Finally, they arrived at Old Jiangnan, handed the keys to the valet, and the three of them walked inside. Taking in the decor of Old Jiangnan, Li Hao sighed. Sister-in-law, are your classmates all pretty wealthy? Having a reunion at such a fancy place. Brother Jian, you've changed so much in the past 2 years that I almost couldn't recognize you. That's right, Gigi is correct. Brother Jian, you've really changed a lot. Moreover, if I remember correctly, you should now be the one with the highest education among us, right? In a private room on the second floor of Jiangnan, Lin Jian was wearing a sharp Armani suit, his hair meticulously combed, and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses giving him an erudite appearance. Sitting on either side of him were two women dressed in flashy attire by Ling and Zhu Zhizhi. Although Bai Ling and Zhu Zhizhi came from decent family backgrounds, their families had sent them abroad, but they merely scraped by with a diploma from a university. After obtaining their diplomas, they gilded themselves and returned home as overseas returnees, landing high-level management jobs, spending their days relatively leisurely in the office. However, compared to Lin Jian, who had earned a master's degree from a prestigious American university, they were far behind. It's just a master's degree. I dare not claim it's high. There are many senior brothers in my school who have higher degrees than me. Lin Jian pushed up his glasses, looked toward the door, and steered the topic toward Zhao Qingxue. Why isn't Qingxue here yet? Brother Jian, it seems your intention in inviting us to dinner is not about the wine. As soon as Lin Jian mentioned Zhao Qingxue, Bai Ling and Zhu Zhizhi immediately covered their mouths and laughed. Actually, they had a returnees group, and they chatted a lot in the group. At that time, when Bai Ling and Zhu Zhizhi learned that Lin Jian had earned a master's degree, they became quite warm and ingratiating toward him. After chatting a few times, they asked Lin Jian if he had a girlfriend. It was then that Lin Jian told them the person he liked was Zhao Qingxue. Although they stood no chance themselves, the two women weren't too disappointed. Instead, they were quite willing to play matchmaker. Yes, you know, I've liked her for many years. Before, I always felt I wasn't mature enough, so I didn't have the heart to confess. But this time I've come back specifically to be with her, and I need your help. Zhu Zhizhi, seeing Lin Jian's confident demeanor, hesitated for a moment before saying, Brother Jian, but I saw her post a Tiffany ring in her moments a few days ago. Either she's engaged or married. So what if she's engaged or married? Lin Jian shrugged. I'm not a very conservative person. On the contrary, I'm quite open-minded. As long as she's willing to be with me, I don't care about her past. Brother Jian, you're so devoted. The two women, hearing that Lin Jian didn't care about anything, were deeply impressed. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Lin Jian was about to say something, a knock sounded at the door. He immediately signaled Bai Ling and Zhu Zhizhi to be quiet and walked over to open it. As soon as he opened the door, he saw the person he had been longing for day and night standing before him. Time seemed especially kind to Zhao Qingxue. Compared to her high school days, she hadn't changed much except for her features being slightly more mature. Her skin was still so delicate it seemed to break at a touch, and her eyes were still bright and captivating. Just standing there, she was a sight that captivated the gaze. However, Lin Jian only froze for a moment at Zhao Qingxue's face. He soon noticed that Zhao Qingxue had two men standing beside her. One was 185 centimeters tall, handsome, and restrained with a refined aura. The other was dressed in brand-name clothes, tanned deeply, but still unable to hide his handsome features. Just by their appearance, one could tell they were definitely not ordinary. Lin Jian, long time no see. Zhao Qingxue greeted Lin Jian first. Then, seeing Lin Jian's puzzled expression, she quickly introduced, This is Su Yuan, my husband. This? She hesitated for a moment, then pointed at Li Hao. This is my younger brother. We happened to be shopping nearby, so we came together. You don't mind, do you? Oh, hello. Of course I don't mind. Casually greeting Su Yuan and Li Hao, Lin Jian invited the three in. Please have a seat. Since Bai Ling and Zhu Zhizhi were also in the room, Zhao Qingxue introduced them again. After everyone had been introduced, they began to order food. Lin Jian handed the menu to Zhao Qingxue. Qingxue, order whatever you like. It's my treat today. Oh, okay. Lin Jian's gaze and attitude made Zhao Qingxue feel quite uncomfortable, but since his actions weren't too out of line, she didn't say anything. After ordering, the group chatted casually. Bai Ling was the first to ask, Qingxue, it's only been a year since college graduation. You're not telling me you're already married, are you? Speaking of her marriage, Zhao Qingxue was very happy. Under the table, she took Su Yuan's hand. Yes, we got married not long ago. Qingxue, you're too mean. You didn't even invite us to the wedding. Aren't we worthy of being your bridesmaids? Zhu Zhizhi looked at her with a hint of reproach. Zhao Qingxue smiled. We only got the marriage certificate. We haven't had a wedding ceremony yet. Oh, nowadays people usually have the wedding first, and then get the certificate. How can you get the certificate first without holding a wedding? Upon hearing Zhao Qingxue's words, Bai Ling immediately gave Lin Jian a watch me look, then pretended to be innocent, and asked, is it because you don't have enough money for the wedding? Oh dear, if you're married you must have a wedding. Even if you don't have enough money you can borrow from us. Then when you receive the gift money you can pay us back, right? Zhu Zhizhi also chimed in. Exactly. How can a woman get married without a wedding? That's so disrespectful to women. The two women had already observed Su Yuan when Zhao Qingxue introduced him as her husband. Although Su Yuan wasn't wearing cheap street stall clothes, he was only wearing those affordable domestic casual brands with each piece costing no more than 1,000 yuan. Attending a class reunion with his wife in such clothes, he must not have any better clothes to wear. Moreover, Zhao Qingxue's handbag was just an unknown off-brand. Judging by its appearance, it definitely cost no more than 500 yuan. The couple's life must not be very comfortable. Even if Zhao Qingxue was a naive sweetheart, she could hear the unfriendliness towards Su Yuan in Bai Ling and Zhu Zhixi's words. Just as she was about to frown and say something, Li Hao, who was beside her, spoke up first. You two don't have boyfriends yet, do you? Well, that's right, we're still single. Haven't met anyone suitable. Compared to Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue, Li Hao was dressed much more decently, and he was also quite handsome. Bai Ling and Zhu Zhizhi had a good impression of him. Upon hearing Li Hao ask if they had boyfriends, the two women eagerly answered that they didn't. At your age, not even having a boyfriend. You women are really a failure, aren't you? But Li Hao's next words made both their faces change dramatically. Yet Li Hao, as if oblivious to their expressions, continued. Let me tell you, the older a woman gets, the less she's worth. Look at my sister. She's so beautiful she got married early. What are you waiting for? You want to wait until you're 30 or 40, become old women, and then find a boyfriend. By then you'll only get some toothless widower. You? How can you speak like that? Bai Ling slammed the table in anger, her chest heaving with fury. Seeing the situation turn sour, Lin Jian quickly pulled her to sit down. He's Qingxue's younger brother, still young and not very sensible. Don't bother with him. Young? So being young gives him the right to spout nonsense. Though she sat back down, Bai Ling was still furious. Li Hao, however, couldn't care less. I said you guys are clearly my sister's classmates, yet you look like you're from an older generation. Turns out it's because you're always angry. You. Just as Bai Ling and Zhu Zhizhi stood up ready to throw a punch, Zhao Qingxue quickly rose to stop Li Hao from talking nonsense. She glared at him. Sit there and eat properly. What's with all the chatter? Yes, sis. For the sake of the free meal, Li Hao graciously shut up. Bai Ling and Zhu Zhizhi, calmed by Lin Jian, settled down, but they were far from appeased. They redirected their irritation toward Zhao Qingxue and Su Yuan. After all, they're the ones who failed to discipline their brother. Qingxue, you were one of the top students in our class. You must be doing well now, right? Bai Ling smiled. For those of us who were poor students, we could only go abroad to some random university. Now that overseas returnees are everywhere, we have no future, just lowly office workers. I'm unemployed. Zhao Qingxue replied calmly, finding Bai Ling and Zhu Zhizhi utterly unfamiliar, completely different from the people in her memory. During high school, she rarely heard them speak so venomously, but now. No job. Then you're a housewife, I suppose. Zhu Zhizhi chimed in. Is your husband a big shot? Where does he work? He worked at a small company and got fired not long ago. Su Yuan had no fondness for Bai Ling and Zhu Zhizhi, so he said flatly, but before they could mock him, he added slowly. So now he's just doing some investing. Fortunately, it's been paying off. Bai Ling let out an exaggerated laugh. Qingxue, your husband sure knows how to brag. How many people actually make money from investing these days? I think you'd better tell him to find a real job. Zhu Zhizhi nodded. Exactly, a real job is more reliable. Speaking of jobs, I'm so jealous of Brother Jian. You have no idea how sought after he is now. Several Fortune 500 companies have offered him project manager positions. If he accepts any one of them, he'll be making $500,000 a year. Don't say that, you're making me blush. Actually, $500,000 isn't much. Lin Jian adjusted his glasses modestly. Speaking of work, I've been planning to start a business. Remember when I was studying in the US and made $2 million from investments? Now we're planning to invest all that $2 million into the project I'm most optimistic about. If the returns are good, we could make several million a year. Several million a year. Brother Jian, you're amazing. Bai Ling and Zhu Zhizhi hadn't heard this before, so they were filled with admiration. Brother Jian, bring us along too. We want to earn some pocket money. No problem. We're all old classmates. They'll be happy to make the connections. Lin Jian smiled and turned to Zhao Qingxue. Qingxue, your husband said he's also into investing, right? Why not join me? I guarantee this project is a sure thing. That's too kind of you. I'd rather not. Zhao Qingxue shook her head and held Su Yuan's hand tighter. Seeing her refusal so blunt, Bai Ling sneered. What's with the act? Someone's offering to help and you still won't take it. Such a pretentious show. Exactly. This is what they call saving face at the cost of comfort. Refusing free money falling from the sky. I've never seen anything like it. Zhu Zhiji echoed. After they went back and forth for a while, Bai Ling suddenly seemed to realize something. Qingxue, you said you and your husband are both unemployed, right? Is the reason you want to invest because you have no money? Lin Jian thought she had a point. He smiled at Zhao Qingxue. Qingxue, if your husband doesn't have the capital to invest, that's fine. My company will need staff eventually. He can come work for me. We're old friends. I won't treat him unfairly. These words nearly made Su Yuan sound worthless. Even the usually mild-tempered Zhao Qingxue wanted to slam the table and curse, but these were old classmates, and she couldn't bring herself to do it. Su Yuan, however, wasn't bothered. He simply said, I appreciate your kindness, but I have enough money for my investments for now. I don't need a job. Brother-in-law, don't say that. Just as Su Yuan finished, Li Hao, who had been quietly eating, suddenly spoke up. Su Yuan raised an eyebrow at him. This guy Li Hao never kept quiet. Once he opened his mouth, Lin Jian and his group would be utterly crushed. Under Su Yuan's gaze, Li Hao calmly rolled up his sleeve, revealing a Patek Philippe 18K rose gold Calatrava watch on his wrist. I don't really like this watch you bought me last month. How about buying me a new one? I've got my eye on the sporty elegant series mechanical watch. It's not that expensive, just over 700,000. Thighs. Your brother-in-law bought this for you. Staring at the Patek Philippe 18K rose gold Calatrava on Su Yuan's wrist, Bai Ling and Zhu Zhiji were utterly astonished. That watch must have cost at least 200,000. Wearing clothes worth a few hundred, yet buying such an expensive watch for his brother-in-law. In truth, it was unfair to blame Su Yuan for the clothes that Bai Ling and Zhu Zhiji always brought over. Firstly, he had never been particularly particular about clothing brands, believing that comfort was all that mattered. The domestic casual brands, though not expensive, each piece costing around 500 yuan, were made with solid materials, exquisite craftsmanship, and good tailoring, making them very comfortable to wear. Secondly, these clothes were bought when he cleared Zhao Qingxue's shopping cart a while ago, a gift from his own wife, representing her heartfelt gesture. Though once a person becomes wealthy, they are bound to engage in retaliatory spending. For Su Yuan, his only such spending was all lavished on Zhao Qingxue, while he had little desire for himself. Seeing Li Hao starting to put on an act, Su Yuan could only play along. You'll get it for you later. Brother-in-law, you better not break your word. Having secured a promise for a watch from Su Yuan, Li Hao was in an excellent mood. With that, he turned his head to look at Lin Jian. Didn't you call my brother-in-law to go to work? I really think my brother-in-law is too idle at home. Idle people tend to spend money recklessly. Just last week, he spent tens of millions on a farmhouse for my sister, not to run any business, but just to barbecue there with her. Isn't that a waste of money? He then began to complain to Su Yuan, brother-in-law, not to criticize you, but can't you save some money? Do you know it takes a company a decade of hard work to earn what you casually spend? Ah hee hee. Li Hao's words left Lin Jian with a very awkward expression, forcing a sheepish laugh. At the same time, he was deeply puzzled. Was this true or not? And you two being white-collar workers in a company is so boring. Doing repetitive work, staring at computers all day, getting old and fat, and not earning much. Li Hao stuffed a scallop into his mouth and mumbled to Bai Ling and Zhu Zhiji. Why don't you go work for my brother-in-law at his farmhouse farming for him? They'll give you a monthly salary of 15,000, weekends off, no overtime, full holiday benefits, and all leave for funerals and maternity. Isn't that good? Bai Ling and Zhu Zhiji exchanged a look of disgust, their faces turning extremely sour. Burp. Seeing that everyone was almost done eating, Li Hao stood up. Sis, brother-in-law, I'm full. Are you too full? Full. Let's go. The class reunion was meant for catching up, but Bai Ling and Zhu Zixi's words were laced with sarcasm, and Lin Jian's intentions were impure, which left Zhao Qingxue and Su Yuan no desire to stay. Hearing Li Hao's suggestion, they stood up to leave. He'll see you out. After being lectured by Li Hao, Lin Jian, Bai Ling, and Zhu Zhiji all wore grim expressions. Watching Zhao Qingxue and the others about to leave, Lin Jian suddenly stood up as well. Bai Ling and Zhu Zhiji, as if reading his mind, immediately understood his intention and also rose to their feet. Wasn't it simple to verify whether Li Hao's words were true or false? Just follow them and see what car Su Yuan drove. If they took a taxi or drove a beat-up car worth a few thousand, then Li Hao's boasting was definitely false. The Patek Philippe watch on his wrist would be a fake too. But if it was a luxury car worth millions, then his words might just be true. I think you don't need to see us off. Stepping out of Zhujiangnan, Su Yuan saw the suspicious look in Lin Jian's eyes and was too lazy to engage with them. I was planning to buy my wife a bag before heading home. A bag? That's great. Take us along, we can help you pick one out. Bai Ling and Zhu Zhiji were eager to prove Li Hao's words were all bravado. They had been anxious when following Su Yuan out of Zhujiangnan, afraid he might actually drive a luxury car worth millions, but now he suddenly proposed buying Zhao Qingxue a bag. This was clearly a ploy to escape after seeing through their intentions. How could they let Su Yuan slip away? He couldn't just show off and leave. Wanting to tag along for a bag purchase. Were they crazy? Su Yuan looked at Bai Ling and Zhu Zhiji with a hint of derision, having guessed their thoughts. But he genuinely wanted to buy a bag for Zhao Qingxue. Although he had cleared her shopping cart before, which contained several bags, they were only worth 1,000 or a few hundred yuan. Nothing particularly expensive. Seeing Bai Ling carrying a Chanel bag, he felt it was time to buy a nicer one for Zhao Qingxue. What's wrong? Have you changed your mind about buying the bag? Seeing Su Yuan hesitate, Zhu Zhizhi quickly sneered, trying to call his bluff. Let's go. Ignoring Zhu Zhizhi, Su Yuan directly took Zhao Qingxue to the nearby Hermes boutique. Welcome everyone. What can I help you with? Seeing a group of well-dressed people enter, several sales assistants immediately approached with bright smiles. Before Zhao Qingxue, who had come to look at bags, could speak, Bai Ling cut in. My classmate wants to buy a few bags. She pointed at Zhao Qingxue. Is that so? The sales assistant turned to Zhao Qingxue and asked gently, Miss, do you have any preferred styles? I can show them to you. Well, we'll just browse first. Zhao Qingxue looked at the expensive bags in the display cases. Though she knew Su Yuan was now wealthy, she still hesitated to spend. She also felt it was childish to pick an expensive bag just to show off in front of her classmates. What's there to browse? All the bags here are beautiful. Just pick whichever you like. After all, your husband is so rich he can buy you a farmhouse on a whim. Surely he can afford a few bags. Bai Ling and Zhu Zhizhi, seeing Zhao Qingxue's hesitation, covered their mouths and sneered. Seeing Zhao Qingxue's hesitance, Lin Jian seemed to understand something. He pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses and said to her, Qingxue, it's fine. If you see a bag you like, he'll buy it for you. Brother Jian would like one too. Knowing full well it was impossible, Bai Ling and Zhu Zhizhi couldn't help but chime in. A famous person once said, I know more than one woman who would kill for a Birkin bag. If it's a crocodile Birkin, a massacre would be justified. As one of the top luxury items, some people would even kill for an Hermes bag, let alone just be cheeky about it. Well, then I'll give each of you a peacoat in lock. Bai Ling and Zhu Zhizhi had both spoken up. On normal days, Lin Jian would have just laughed it off. But now in front of Zhao Qingxue and Su Yuan, he didn't want to lose face, so he generously picked out 2 bags for Bai Ling and Zhu Zhizhi. Really? That's great. Brother Jian is so generous. The two hadn't expected Lin Jian to actually give them bags, and they were overjoyed as if they had won some grand prize. But in reality, the peacoat and lock as a bucket bag from Hermes was merely an entry-level model costing just over 10,000 yuan each. Even giving one to each of them would only total over 20,000. Yet this entry-level bag was something they normally couldn't bear to buy, so after receiving it they were exceptionally delighted and showered Lin Jian with flattery. Lin Jian, feeling very pleased by the flattery, turned gracefully to Zhao Qingxue. Qingxue, don't hesitate. Pick one too. But I really don't know which one to buy. Zhao Qingxue hesitated and wanted to leave, mainly because she thought shopping was a happy activity. Under today's atmosphere, she had no mood to shop. Beside her, Bai Ling and Zhu Zhizhi, who had just received their peacoats and locks, were gesturing with the bags on themselves while taunting, Qingxue, don't act like you've never seen the world, okay? It's normal for rich people to casually give each other bags. Don't feel embarrassed. Brother Jian said he'll buy you one, so just pick one. The implication in their words was clear. They were saying that Zhao Qingxue couldn't afford it and was just pretending. Really don't know which one to buy. Su Yuan, feeling disgusted by Bai Ling and Zhu Zhizi's behavior, directly put his arm around Zhao Qingxue's waist and walked to the counter. The shop assistant was very enthusiastic. Hello, how may I help you? Oh, my wife doesn't know which one to choose. Give me one of each bag in your store, and I'll let her slowly pick it home. Probably hearing such a request for the first time, the shop assistant was startled by Su Yuan's words. She couldn't believe her ears and repeated to confirm, did you just say you want one of every bag in the store? Su Yuan nodded. Yes, and if some bags have multiple colors, I want one of each color. Okay, but it will take some time. Could you and your wait over there for a moment? Upon hearing that Su Yuan was serious, the assistant quickly instructed the other staff to start packing. Then she stood at the counter calculating the bill. This was a big client. They must not be negligent. The store suddenly became busy. On the other side, watching this scene, Bai Ling, Zhu Zhizhi, and Lin Jian were all stunned. Lin Jian's eyes widened as he stared incredulously at Su Yuan, who was holding Zhao Qingxue and resting on a soft stool, completely unable to believe what he had heard. One of every bag in the store. As luxury goods among bags, even the entry-level peacoat and lock from Hermes costs over 10,000 yuan each, let alone those crocodile Birkin bags that cost hundreds of thousands or even millions. If you wanted one of each bag in the store, wouldn't that cost millions? Millions just to buy bags. Meanwhile, Bai Ling and Zhu Zhizhi were even more ashamed. Zhao Qingxue's husband bought her bags without even blinking, getting one of every bag in the store. And what about them? They had been so overjoyed over a basic entry-level peacoat and lock. This not only made them seem incredibly unsophisticated, but also portrayed them as very poor. Thinking of the words they had said to Zhao Qingxue just now, they felt their faces burning with shame. Not only that, but they were now filled with fierce envy and jealousy. Getting one of every Hermes bag, that meant buying hundreds of bags. What difference was that from buying the entire store? With so many bags, she could casually buy them home and wear whichever she wanted every day. Wasn't that every woman's dream? It was one thing to always see heiresses of tycoons sharing their wardrobes on social media. After all, they were lucky enough to be born with golden spoons in their mouths. But thinking that Zhao Qingxue, who started from a similar background as them, received such treatment, they were truly jealous to the point of heartache. However, they could only envy, helplessly unable to do anything. Hello sir, here are a total of 112 bags totaling 25 million yuan. It took about 20 minutes for the shop assistant to pack all the bags. Hearing the price, Zhao Qingxue's heart ached as if bleeding, but she couldn't refuse and embarrass Su Yuan, so she reluctantly accepted. Su Yuan directly took out his bank card. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 25 million on your wife. Zhao Qingxue receiving a tenfold rebate of 250 million, which has been deposited into your account balance. Please check. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 25 million on your wife. Zhao Qingxue triggering a lucky rebate, a building named Jinxing Building. Please check. Su Yuan didn't expect the system to directly give him a building this time, which surprised him greatly. Jinxing Building. The name sounds familiar. Because he didn't have time to carefully read the introduction of Jinxing Building, Su Yuan didn't pay much attention. He turned and instructed the shop assistant to deliver the bags directly to the large flat in Pudong Dilan Mansion, then prepared to leave. However, as he turned, he found that Li Hao had disappeared at some point. Also missing was the key to his LaFerrari. He was just wondering if that kid Li Hao had driven his car to pick up girls on the street when he heard a faint gasp from the entrance. Wow, it's a LaFerrari. At the same time, Lin Jian and the others standing nearby also noticed the LaFerrari appearing at the entrance. For some reason, after seeing the LaFerrari parked at the door, they instinctively glanced at Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue. Su Yuan couldn't be bothered with them and walked straight toward the LaFerrari at the entrance. But Zhao Qingxue still politely turned back to say goodbye to them. Sorry, I've finished buying bags, so we'll be going now. Enjoy your shopping. Watching Li Hao jump out of the LaFerrari, hand the key to Su Yuan, and then walk away swinging another key by Ling and Zhu Zhizhi were already frozen in shock, their minds almost unable to think. Only Lin Jian's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. He clenched his fists, staring at the LaFerrari with shock. What identity did Su Yuan have? How could he afford? The class reunion was merely a minor interlude. Though Zhao Qingxue lamented how the bonds of old schoolmates had become worthless, it was after all just a gathering of distant high school acquaintances. She was unlikely to cross paths with them again, so upon returning home, she quickly put the matter out of her mind. Swear, your beauty tutorial videos are incredibly detailed. If you started a live stream applying makeup while answering questions, that would be even better. As soon as she opened Bilibili, Zhao Qingxue was flooded with countless messages urging her to upload more content. Among them were requests for her to do a live stream. She was actually quite tempted to try live streaming, but her introverted nature made her unsure how to interact with the barrage of comments, so she merely entertained the thought. Su Yuan, seeing through her hesitation, smiled and asked, "Are you really not going to give live streaming a try?" To be honest, Su Yuan felt that Zhao Qingxue's features were a perfect blend of bone structure and skin tone, making her incredibly photogenic. Moreover, she looked flawless from every angle. Others had to style their hair and find the right angle for a live stream, but she could start broadcasting straight out of bed with no makeup and still look stunning. With such advantageous conditions, it would be a shame not to do live streaming. But I have no idea how to interact with them. What if I say something wrong? Filming videos was manageable, but facing the live camera, Zhao Qingxue lacked confidence. Silly girl, the live room is your stage. Say whatever you want. Even if you make a mistake, it doesn't matter. If someone doesn't like it, tell them to leave. My wife can say whatever she pleases. Then, shall I give it a try? After much hesitation, encouraged by Su Yuan, Zhao Qingxue finally decided to give it a shot. She quickly set up her live streaming equipment, sat upright on the living room sofa, as if preparing for a mission, her small face unusually serious. Su Yuan suppressed a smile. I'm going to start the live stream now. Wait. At the critical moment, Zhao Qingxue chickened out and reached for the camera in Su Yuan's hand. But Su Yuan whispered, "It's already on." Hello everyone, I'm Zhao. I'm Schwer. Welcome to my live stream for beauty tips. If you have any questions, please interact with me in the comments, and I'll answer them one by one. The moment she learned the camera was on her, Zhao Qingxue seemed to transform into a different person. Su Yuan gave her a thumbs-up gesture. I see many of you are interested in the Tang Dynasty makeup I did before. Today I'll teach you how to create a Tang-style makeup that suits you. As a first-time streamer, even with her video experience, Zhao Qingxue felt nervous facing the camera, causing her to fumble a bit during the makeup application, sometimes unable to find the tools she needed. Su Yuan would find them and hand them over. Wow, Schwer, you're even more beautiful live than in your videos. I think Schwenner's face is definitely top 3 on this little site. Whose hand is that? I want to lick it. The number of viewers in the live room kept growing. Few asked about makeup techniques. Instead, most were there to admire Zhao Qingxue's appearance and drool over Su Yuan's hands. This left Zhao Qingxue exasperated. Hey, I'm a serious beauty vlogger. We know. We're just here to learn how to be flawless from every angle, right? Brain got it. Hands nonsense. Schwer, don't waste your youth on live streaming. Debut as a star. If you don't become famous, I'll eat my own words. As a new streamer with no conflicts of interest, Zhao Qingxue's live room was free of trolls, and the atmosphere was quite harmonious. She grew more relaxed, chatting with the audience while applying makeup. Ding dong, suddenly the doorbell rang. Su Yuan thought it was Li Hao coming down from upstairs again, but upon opening the door, he found Hermes staff members. Young Master Yuan, hello. These are the bags you ordered this afternoon at our store. 7 or 8 staff members stood at the door, each holding a cardboard box, looking at Su Yuan respectfully. Su Yuan stepped aside and pointed to the walk-in closet. Yes, put all the bags in that room. Understood, young Master Yuan. The staff carefully carried the boxes one by one into the closet, moving back and forth 3 times until they were done. Since the live stream camera happened to be facing the walk-in closet, the scene of the Hermes staff carrying the bags in was clearly captured on screen. Many viewers were curious about what Zhao Qingxue had bought. Zhao Qingxue hesitated. It's nothing really, just some bags. Several large boxes of bags. Just. True Versailles. Schwer, what bags did you buy? Show us. Well, this. Initially, Zhao Qingxue didn't want to show them, but she was soft-hearted and couldn't resist the repeated requests in the comments. After much deliberation, she reluctantly agreed. She carried the camera to the walk-in closet door. Inside the nearly 40 square meter closet, besides 2 large solid wood wardrobes, there were various shelves. At the entrance were the boxes just delivered by Hermes. Schwer, your family is this rich. That closet is bigger than my living room. Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. Am I seeing things? That box has the Hermes logo. No way. Schwer said the boxes contain bags. If they're Hermes bags, how much would that cost? As Zhao Qingxue opened the box while glancing at the comments, she paused. She pulled out a packaged Hermes Birkin bag and introduced softly, well, and the bags in here are indeed all Hermes. Oh my god. Schwer, what kind of family do you come from? Over a dozen boxes of Hermes. Are they fakes? Tell me, are you selling counterfeits? So Schwer is a rich lady. No wonder she never takes ads. They're not fakes. Good-naturedly, she took out each bag from the boxes and hung them on the racks in the closet. I'm just from an ordinary family, she said with a smile. Ordinary family. Schwer, when you say that, does your conscience not ache? It's true. Seeing that no one believed her, Zhao Qingxue was quite frustrated. I would never bring myself to buy such expensive bags. My husband bought them all for me. He wanted to give me a handbag, but I didn't know which one to choose, so he said get one of every style, and she can pick when she gets home. Buy them all, and take them home to pick slowly. How about that? I'd like a dozen of such husbands, thank you. Refuse to lure the dogs in, and then slaughter them. Love animals, it's everyone's duty. Since she was a beauty vlogger, most of the viewers watching Zhao Qingxue's live stream were girls. Gazing at the dozens of large boxes of handbags on the screen, they were drooling with envy, wishing they could instantly become Zhao Qingxue themselves. Though feminism was currently rampant online, encouraging women to stand on their own, it was but a reluctant choice. If one could, who wouldn't wish to be pampered like a little princess by their own husband? Thanks to the Hermes handbags, Zhao Qingxue's live stream had gained a significant number of followers. The segment where she applied Tang Dynasty makeup and the unboxing of the Hermes bags were captured by some sharp-eyed individuals and turned into short videos, garnering tens of thousands of likes. Though the reason for her popularity seemed to have gone off track, being able to stream live every day, interact with her fans, and watch her follower count steadily rise, breaking through 100,000 filled Zhao Qingxue with immense joy. Come on dear, let's go to the farm and check on the trees. They should be about ready. Calculating the time, the seeds gifted by the system after applying the accelerated fertilizer should have grown. It's only been a few days, they can't have grown already. Though she said that, seeing Su Yuan's eager expression, Zhao Qingxue obediently followed him to the farm. Just as they were halfway there, a torrential downpour suddenly struck. By the time the two finally arrived at the farm's entrance, they found 3 cars already parked there. And they were all luxury cars. A Maybach S680, a Rolls-Royce Ghost, and a Land Rover. Though not the absolute top tier, they were far beyond the reach of ordinary people. It seemed a group of rich second-generation kids had come to the farm. Why won't the owner open the place? No wonder the app reviews are so terrible. As Su Yuan sized up the group, the 3 men and 3 women standing under the farmhouse's eaves kept complaining. They had come out to the suburbs for fun, but the rain had caught them halfway. The roads were bad and their destination was still far off. They were tired and hungry. Spotting a farm nearby, they had driven over, but the damn place wasn't even open, making their trip a complete waste. Now, standing at the farm's entrance, they were seething with frustration. Stop complaining. Looks like we're not the only unlucky ones. Another man chuckled as a red Ferrari LaFerrari emerged from the rain curtain. The others stared at the LaFerrari with curiosity. A soft-top LaFerrari. I've never heard of anyone in our Magic City owning one. Ordinary people only knew that a LaFerrari was prohibitively expensive, priced at tens of millions, and that only 499 were made globally. But to these rich second-generation kids who were car enthusiasts, they knew just how rare Su Yuan's soft-top LaFerrari was. as Ferrari's flagship model besides the standard version a soft-top convertible was later released limited to a mere 29 units worldwide. Only 3 of those were allocated to the domestic market, all snatched up by a luxury car tycoon from the capital. They never imagined they'd see one here. And with a Magic City license plate at that. This person must be a super big shot, muttered one of the men dressed in hip-hop style. The girl beside him who had been examining the LaFerrari heard him and asked, "Master, is it really that exaggerated?" "You know nothing." Master, he shot the girl a displeased look. "It'd be pointless to explain anyway, but remember this, when they arrive, be respectful. Don't let your mouth run wild. If you offend someone like this, even I won't be able to protect you." As they spoke, the LaFerrari pulled up at the farm's entrance. "Careful, don't get wet," Su Yuan said, shielding Zhao Qingxue as they got out of the car. He then put his arm around her and led her under the eaves of the farmhouse. "What are you all doing here?" "Taking shelter from the rain." Startled by the youth and beauty of Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue emerging from the LaFerrari, master, he and his group momentarily froze, forgetting to greet them. It was Su Yuan who spoke first. A sort of, "We also wanted to grab a bite, but it's closed." "Master," he was the first to reply. Su Yuan pulled a key from his pocket. "Oh, I just bought this place not long ago and haven't had time to hire staff yet, so there's no food. But the ingredients and kitchenware are all here. If you want to eat, you can cook for yourselves." Hearing that Su Yuan was the owner of the farm, the group was stunned for a moment before nodding enthusiastically. "No problem. Having a place to eat is already a blessing. Then come on in." Su Yuan opened the door and invited them inside. They followed the solid wood corridor all the way to the log cabin, taking in the farm's lush greenery and fragrant flowers. A truly pleasant environment. This caught Master He's attention. He sidled up to Su Yuan and asked cautiously, "Brother, what's your name?" Su Yuan. Yuan. "You're from Magic City, right? I've never met you before. Pleased to meet you." It was clear that Yuan was particularly interested in Su Yuan, speaking with a humble demeanor as if eager to forge a connection. Su Yuan was an easygoing person. "I keep a low profile, so it's normal not to know me." "Hey, you've got a point. These days the bigger the shot, the lower the profile." Seeing Su Yuan's casual yet slightly aloof manner, Yuan became even more deferential. Among the group, Yuan was clearly the leader. Seeing his attitude, the others also treated Su Yuan with great respect. Su Yuan didn't mind. He casually pointed toward the kitchen. "If you want to eat, go cook over there. Use whatever ingredients you like." "Got it, Master Su." Yuan directed the others to prepare the meal while he stayed to chat with Su Yuan. "Master Su, this place is a hidden gem. With such a beautiful environment, why not run it properly? You'd make a fortune." "I don't care about making money. I bought this place just to plant some trees and such, mainly for my own enjoyment." Su Yuan tapped his fingers on the railing, gazing at the rain with a hint of worry, wondering if the trees gifted by the system had been affected by the downpour. Fortunately, the rain came and went swiftly. It had only lasted an hour before Yuan's people had even finished cooking. The rain stopped. Su Yuan pulled Zhao Qingxue along the gravel path, and Yuan, along with a man and a woman who couldn't cook, followed, saying the environment was nice and they wanted to look around. "Be careful, why don't I carry you?" The road was slippery after the rain, and it was a gravel path. Su Yuan was very worried that Zhao Qingxue would fall, and even holding her hand he felt uneasy, so he crouched down to carry her on his back. Seeing the 3 pairs of eyes staring at her, Zhao Qingxue was too shy to let Su Yuan carry her, and pushed him several times. "Sister-in-law, young Master Yuan is so good to you." The girl beside Yuan, who looked under 20, was full of envy at the sight. Zhao Qingxue smiled and said, "It's not that great." Sister-in-law, don't be modest. This is the first time I've seen such a considerate person. I thought people like that only existed in TV dramas." The girl leaned and warmly blinked at her and whispered, "If you have time, sister-in-law, teach me the art of taming a husband." Zhao Qingxue was puzzled by the girl's words. "What art of taming a husband? You know how to make a man like young Master Yuan." Zhao Qingxue recalled the details of her interactions with Su Yuan. They were just ordinary and natural, joking and playing around with each other, no special techniques. "You little girl, always not learning good things, just thinking about superficial tricks." Su Yuan overheard their conversation and couldn't help teasing. "Do you think men are fools? They can tell what tricks you're playing." "Oh, I was just asking." The girl felt wronged after being scolded. Yuan, however, frowned at her and said, "How dare you speak to young Master Yuan like that? When he says something, you should humbly accept it. What attitude is that?" "Sorry, I was wrong." The girl stuck out her tongue and quickly apologized. "Wow, this is a freaking orchard." As they were talking, they had already walked to the pond. After the rain, the pond was full of swaying lotuses in various poses, with lush lotus leaves and many lotus seed pods poking out. Behind the pond were various lush fruit trees, apples, begonias, hawthorns, and cherries, all kinds. The emerald green branches were laden with abundant fruits, especially tempting after being washed by the rain. Yuan also looked toward those fruit trees. To be honest, he had been to ecological parks or orchards where you could pick your own fruit. But Su Yuan's fruit trees were different. The fruits on the trees not only looked plump, but also had brighter colors. The cherries in particular looked like rubies. He subconsciously swallowed and turned to ask Su Yuan, Young Master Yuan, can we pick and eat the fruits here? You can, but the price isn't cheap. You decide for yourselves. The fruits from these trees had special effects, and Su Yuan did not intend to sell them cheaply. Hearing Su Yuan's words, He-Yun immediately laughed. Young Master Yuan, don't worry. I won't shortchange you. Just tell me how much per gene. 300 or 500, that's nothing. Previously, He-Yun had taken people to an orchard to pick cherries. He remembered that in the cherry orchard you could eat for free, but if you wanted to take some out it was about 90 yuan per gene. Therefore he naturally assumed that Su Yuan's prices wouldn't be too high either. Su Yuan wagged his finger. I sell everything here by the piece, not by the gene. Hey, that's interesting. How much for an apple? He-Yun asked with a grin, already walking to the apple tree and starting to pick his favorite apples. Su Yuan held up 5 fingers. 50 each. A bit pricey but still acceptable. He couldn't tell what variety the apple was, but its price was almost as high as those imported premium ones. He-Yun casually picked 2 and tossed them to the man and woman beside him. You two taste this apple. It's not 50 each, it's 50,000 each. However, just as He-Yun reached for a third apple, Su Yuan's words nearly made his hand cramp. He turned back thinking he misheard. Young Master Yuan, how much did you say? 50,000. The man and woman holding the apples and chewing were also stunned, completely frozen, like terrified hamsters. They forgot to chew, just holding the apple in their mouths, not knowing whether to swallow or spit it out. They hadn't misheard, they heard clearly. The apple was indeed 50,000 yuan each. Damn, even a golden apple wouldn't cost that much. Isn't this a ripoff? Well, eating one of these apples can help you lose up to 10 gene, depending on your condition. Su Yuan had already anticipated their reaction and remained calm. I know you don't believe it. He-Yun and the other two exchanged glances. Wasn't that obvious? No matter who came to you and said eating an apple could make you lose 10 gene, you wouldn't believe it. I cannot charge you first, and you can pay me after you see the effect. After all, these people were wealthy second-generation rich kids, so Su Yuan wasn't worried they couldn't afford it. This made He-Yun pause. He looked at Su Yuan suspiciously. What if it doesn't work? If it doesn't work, just consider it my treat. All right. Seeing Su Yuan speak so confidently, He-Yun readily agreed. After all, he could afford a 50th Zandiyuan apple, but he didn't want to waste money. Nobody was a fool. But if it actually worked, then the money would be well spent. Reluctantly, he also picked one from the tree and ate it. He-Yun's heart ached as he ate. 3 apples for 150,000. That could have let him have a wild night at the best club in Shanghai. Yuan. Seriously, when did you secretly transplant so many fruit trees in here? And even if you did, you can't cheat people. Selling apples for 50,000. Watching He-Yun and the others eat the apples, not only were they distressed, but Zhao Qingxue also couldn't bear it. But she always saved Su Yuan's face and wouldn't expose him in public. She would pull him aside to talk privately. Su Yuan pinched her soft cheek. Do I look like someone who would cheat people? My. The trees grew on their own, and the apples really can help you lose weight. Gently leaning close to Zhao Qingxue's ear, Su Yuan chuckled softly. I tell you, as long as you believe in me, I am your all-powerful treasure of a husband. A piercing scream shattered the tranquil morning inside the wooden cabin of the farmhouse, startling the birds around into a frantic fluttering of wings as they fled for their lives. In the kitchen, Zhao Qingxue, who was preparing breakfast for Su Yuan, was so startled that her hand trembled, nearly dropping the spatula. She then marched toward the source of the sound, spatula in hand. When she arrived, she found that the sound came from He-Yun's room. Several people had already gathered at the door. He-Yun came out of the room with disheveled hair, wearing only a pair of shorts revealing his pale belly. Everyone thought something had happened to him and was worried. He pinched his belly and cried out, My belly is gone. My belly is gone. Some people were confused. Isn't your belly still right where it's supposed to be? The young girl who had been following He-Yun stared at his belly in surprise. Oh my God, you've really lost a lot of weight. Reminded by the girl, the others took a closer look at He-Yun. Previously, He-Yun was a rather plump little chubby guy, especially with a beer belly at a young age due to years of drinking. Normally standing in a t-shirt, his belly was particularly conspicuous. But now He-Yun had not only slimmed down, but his small belly was indeed gone. What's going on? Master He, did you starve yourself yesterday? I saw you didn't eat less yesterday. Could it be that there's something unclean here, a female ghost that sucked you dry? Wow, a female ghost. I like it. Upon hearing about a female ghost, a lean man rubbed his hands together. The others looked at him with a hint of deeper meaning. I lost 5 gene. I lost 2 gene too. Seeing He-Yun's obvious weight loss, the two who had eaten the apples yesterday quickly weighed themselves. Since they were already relatively slim, the effect was not very noticeable. However, the harder it is for a slim person to lose weight, losing 2 gene is equivalent to a fat person losing 10 gene. This apple is too magical. It's worth 5,000 each. For a rich second generation like He-Yun, who is lazy, loves to indulge in pleasure, and never exercises, losing weight just by eating an apple is a great deal, isn't it? Even if it were 5,000 each, he would think it's not expensive. After all, to lose weight now, you either exercise seriously and eat grass every day, or go to extremes like liposuction, which are all painful. What apple costs 5,000 each? Master, what are you talking about? Only 3 people knew about the apple incident yesterday. The other 3, who were cooking in the kitchen, were puzzled. Yuan explained what happened yesterday. Upon hearing this, the others immediately ran to the orchard. Such an amazing apple, even if they didn't eat it, they had to admire it. It's effective, right? Yuan walked in wearing pajamas, yawning, and instinctively went behind Zhao Qingxue, wrapping his arms around her waist. Yes. Master Su, your apple is really amazing. I want to buy a few more. No, we'll take the whole tree. After all, his family was in business, and Yuan's mind was quick. Such an amazing apple, even if the price doubled 10 times, people would still want it. If he could buy all the apples from Su Yuan's orchard and resell them, he could net at least tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions. Although it was a bit unscrupulous, all businessmen are cunning. You wish. Su Yuan saw through his little scheme at a glance. I forgot to tell you, the fruits from my orchard are not allowed to be taken out to eat. Although compared to buying things for his wife, selling fruits makes money too slowly. Su Yuan didn't expect to earn much from it. But he wouldn't let others take advantage of him either. Master Su, don't be so cruel. We can negotiate the price. 1,000 each is fine. How about 1,500? 2,000 is also negotiable. No matter how much Yuan offered, Su Yuan's answer was the same: not for sale. He could only wistfully hope to eat more here. These cherries look so tempting. Apples can help lose weight. What can cherries do? What varieties are these? I've never seen them before. A group of people gathered around the orchard, looking at the magical fruits on the trees with curiosity and astonishment. Although they knew that with the continuous development of science and technology, there were many innovations in the fruit industry and many new varieties were hybridized. They were not inexperienced. The fruits they ate daily were either imported or famous domestic new varieties, but they had never seen these in Su Yuan's orchard. Apples for weight loss, cherries for whitening, crabapples for skin softening, hawthorn for improving eyesight, lotus seeds for removing spots. Seeing the group gathered, Su Yuan walked over with his arm around Zhao Qingxue. So many benefits. At first everyone thought only the apple had special effects, but it turned out the other fruits did too. How amazing! Can I take a photo and post it on Moments? Such a rare thing certainly deserved a photo to show off, otherwise it would be a wasted trip. Su Yuan didn't stop them. He made a gesture of go ahead, and then took Zhao Qingxue for a walk. An apple for 5,000. A cherry for 1,000. How can there be such expensive fruits? You've been ripped off. I can believe apples help lose weight, but cherries whitening, crabapples softening skin, lotus seeds removing spots are too far-fetched. I think you're not eating fruits, but mushrooms from Nanyun. You're hallucinating. Originally, they thought posting on Moments would let them show off, but instead of showing off, they got mocked. This made them a bit frustrated. Especially Yuan, who couldn't stand being insulted, especially when they were sarcastically mocking him. You're the one eating mushrooms. Your whole family eats mushrooms. He took a photo of his belly and posted it. See, my belly got slim by eating apples in just one night. Please share the software you used for editing, Master He. Right, the software is so seamless. Yuan took a deep breath, almost cursing out loud, but finally held back. Damn it, the chance to get slim, beautiful, and fair is right in front of you. With just 1 or 200,000 you can happily change. If you don't cherish it now, even 2 million might not buy this opportunity later. This post is a flag. In a few months, look back, and it'll be waiting for you to call me daddy. After posting, Yuan turned off his phone. What Yuan didn't know was that he was still wrong. He thought it would take months for these fruits to become known to everyone, but just a week later, he had gained hundreds of sons. Crunch, crunch. What's that sound? Holding Zhao Qingxue's small hand, the two strolled leisurely under the fruit trees. The orchard was a feast for the eyes with its heavy-laden branches, and the air was mingled with the sweet fragrance of berries. Glancing around to confirm they were alone, Su Yuan had been planning to pin Zhao Qingxue against a tree for a few kisses, but then he heard the sound of someone munching on fruit. He wondered who would dare to sneak a bite here, breaking the rules. Following the noise, he discovered a large, dirty clump of yellow fur nestled in the dead leaves by the wall, head buried in an apple. Is that a dog? Zhao Qingxue could hardly believe it was a dog were it not for the golden retriever's iconic size and golden fur. It was simply too filthy. Its entire coat was matted and tangled, clumped together in chunks interwoven with leaves and grass, making it look like a little monster. Upon spotting them, the golden retriever shot them a wary glance, then turned and bolted without a second look. Only then did Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue notice a hole that had appeared in the wall, its freshly turned earth, suggesting the dog had dug its way in. A woo-woo. But the golden retriever, apparently having entered on an empty stomach, had grown larger after its meal. When it tried to squeeze back out, its head passed through, but its body got stuck in the middle. It howled in panic, its hind legs flailing helplessly, looking utterly pitiful. Zhao Qingxue had always loved pets. Back in college, she had told Su Yuan that after graduation, she wanted to adopt a cat or a dog. But once they graduated, both were so busy with work that they had no time for a pet, so the plan had to be shelved. Now seeing this dog, her heart stirred. Don't be afraid, we won't hurt you. Zhao Qingxue knew a bit about golden retrievers. Gentle-natured, not aggressive. Watching the big dog still struggling in the hole, she spoke softly. She had said it instinctively, not really expecting the golden retriever to understand. Even if golden retrievers ranked high in canine intelligence, it was still just a dog. Many dogs that seemed to understand their owners weren't truly smart, it was just a bond built over time. But after hearing Zhao Qingxue's voice, the big golden retriever actually stopped struggling. Its frantic howls turned into soft whimpers full of grievance. Su Yuan found it amusing. After a moment's hesitation, he told Zhao Qingxue to stay put, walked behind the dog, grabbed its hind legs and pulled. He'll pull you out. Soon, like pulling a carrot, Su Yuan yanked the filthy dog out, bringing fresh soil with it. Once freed, the dog cautiously lay on the ground, whimpering, its bright black and white eyes observing Zhao Qingxue and Su Yuan's expressions. When it realized they didn't seem to mind it, it began wagging its golden tail like a whirlwind sweeping fallen leaves. Honey, let's keep it. Su Yuan cut in before Zhao Qingxue could speak, taking her hand. But you can't touch it now, it's too dirty. I'll take it to a pet shop to get cleaned up first, then you can have it. Moi? Zhao Qingxue rarely took the initiative in public, but she hugged Su Yuan's neck and planted a kiss. Honey, you're the best. Let's go. Su Yuan pulled Zhao Qingxue toward the exit, then turned and waved at the golden retriever. Little monster, follow me. Awoo awoo. Seeing that Su Yuan was willing to take it along, the golden retriever happily trotted after them. But it seemed aware of its own filth, keeping a respectful distance, ambling leisurely behind the pair. Zhao Qingxue kept looking back at it, growing fonder by the second. Honey, what should we name it? Since we found it, let's call it Found. That's too casual. Zhao Qingxue pouted, tapping her slender fair fingers on her head. It loves fruit so much. How about Li Gua? Fine, whatever you say, my lady. Li Gua will come here. When they brought Li Gua to the wooden cabin, the group of wealthy young friends were startled at the sight of such a dirty dog. Fortunately, Li Gua was well behaved. It didn't run around or jump, didn't even enter the door, just obediently lay in a corner, its round eyes darting everywhere. Thinking of how hungry Li Gua had been when it gnawed on the apple, Su Yuan took a steak from the fridge, thawed it, and put it in a bowl for the dog. Li Gua had probably been wandering for so long that it hadn't eaten meat in ages. At the sight of the meat in the bowl, it drooled a puddle on the floor. But to Su Yuan's surprise, it didn't dive into the food right away. Instead, it kept nudging the bowl towards Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue, with its nose looking at them expectantly. Awoo awoo. It whined, then wagged its tail when they didn't move. Zhao Qingxue was both amused and touched. She crouched down and patted the big dog's head. Eat it yourself. We've already eaten. Awoo. As if understanding her words, Li Gua finally lowered its head and began devouring the beef in big bites. Wow, this dog is so smart, totally not like a stray. The people around were all amazed at Li Gua's behavior. For a big dog like a golden retriever, after days of hunger, meat would normally make it lose its mind, no matter how gentle its nature. But this one was far too well behaved. Bro Yuan, how about I take this dog? Yuan sidled up, eyeing Li Gua. He'll pay 5,000 for it. Go go go. All of you pack up and get out of here. I'm taking the dog to the pet shop now. No time to run the farm stay. Su Yuan ignored Yuan, waving his hand to shoo them away. Yuan and the others were stunned. Bro Yuan, you're way too capricious. Kicking customers out just like that. Don't you know the customer is king? Then shouldn't you be ascending to heaven? Money and resources gave one the right to be capricious. Seeing Su Yuan's attitude, Yuan knew better than to provoke him, so he called everyone to pack up and leave. Su Yuan's Lamborghini couldn't accommodate Li Gua, so he drove separately to take Li Gua to a nearby pet shop. After a few rounds, they became familiar and exchanged contact info. Before leaving, Yuan leaned out of his car window and waved enthusiastically. Bro Yuan, I'll introduce customers to you when I get the chance. Now I might not feel like opening the shop. After sending Li Gua to the pet store for bathing, deworming, vaccinations, and other services, Su Yuan arranged for the store to deliver the dog later, then drove home. Schwer, it's time for your show. Oh no, your live stream. Hurry up and start. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Schwer, can you do a daily makeup tutorial today? As soon as she returned home, before she could even start anything else, Zhao Qingxue's phone buzzed incessantly with messages urging her to stream. She had no choice but to prepare her equipment and begin. With nothing else to do, Su Yuan washed a bowl of fruit picked from the orchard and sat across from her eating while opening his phone. He logged onto the platform, created an account, and followed Zhao Qingxue. Welcome to the live stream, Schwerer's husband. A message appeared in the bottom left corner of the screen, and several viewers who saw it scolded him for being shameless. Someone beat me to that username. He'll change mine to Schwerer's husband now. 2. He'll be Schwen's wife. Hand it over. The ID Schwerer's wife is mine. Su Yuan had only registered that account to casually watch the live stream, but it sparked a frenzy for the username. Even Zhao Qingxue found it amusing. Alright, I only have one husband, no wife. Everyone stop arguing. Let's start today's daily makeup tutorial. She focused seriously on the mirror, guiding viewers step by step from the base makeup. But the barrage grew increasingly heated over the Schwerer's husband ID competition. Schwerer's husband no. 29. Damn, then no. 99. Hello everyone, I'm Schwerer's husband no. 521. Su Yuan never expected his own wife to suddenly have so many husbands. He had only planned to lurk in the background, but seeing the flood of Xue'er's husbands, he couldn't stand it. As Xue'er's legitimate husband, I hope you'll show some respect. Don't think just because you registered that ID first you're the real deal. Have some shame. I know. 99, I won't accept it. In the real Xue'er's husband, no. 1314. Su Yuan typed. Seeing his position as the rightful husband threatened, he directly topped up his account with 5 million. Ding. Congratulations, host, for spending 5 million on your wife, Zhao Qingxue. You have received a tenfold rebate of 50 million, which has been deposited into your account balance. Please check. Xue'er's husband has gifted host Xue'er a Dream Castle 1. Soon a glaring notification jumped onto the screen, freezing the atmosphere. The Dream Castle was one of the platform's premium gifts, costing 5,000 coins each. A full 5,000 RMB. Typically, veteran streamers would guide fans to send gifts through various tactics. For beauty streams, sending a 99 renminbi cactus might earn a special tip or a cute gesture. But Zhao Qingxue was not one to do that. She preferred casual chats or earnest teaching. Although viewers in her livestream occasionally sent gifts, most were free red flowers or cheap glow sticks worth a few yuan, netting her only a few dozen yuan daily. But today someone had gifted a dream castle worth 500 RMB. What did that mean? Although the economy was growing and everyone was reaching a moderately prosperous level, 500 yuan was still no small sum for ordinary people. After all, salaries of tens of thousands a month were only found in first-tier cities. In small towns like theirs, the average monthly wage was just a few thousand. Some people might not even make 5,000 yuan a month. So the Dream Castle was essentially a luxury item reserved for the wealthy. Play around, joke around, but don't joke with your wallet. Don't spend that much just for an ID. You'll be eating dirt next month. No way. No way. No way. In this day and age, is someone still throwing money at another man's wife? Seeing that Su Yuan's account was new with no spending history or membership badges, viewers assumed he was just an ordinary guy who bit the bullet and charged 5,000 after being provoked. Most in the live stream thought it was fine to banter verbally, but spending real money was a different game. Dream Castle. Zhao Qingxue, streaming in front of the camera, was equally stunned by the expensive gift. She paused, almost smudging her eyeliner. Thank you to the fan named Xue'er's husband for the Dream Castle. Her voice trembled slightly with excitement, as it was truly the first time she had received such a costly gift. She wasn't the type to force fans into gifting. Even a gift worth a few dozen yuan made her happy, but streaming still needed income. She was now a full-time creator relying on videos and streams to make a living. Still, that username was just 2. Worried Su Yuan might be jealous, Zhao Qingxue glanced at him, sitting on the opposite sofa, only to see him staring at his phone, seemingly absorbed in something. Honey, my coral lipstick is in the bedroom. Can you find it for me? As the daily makeup tutorial neared its final step, Zhao Qingxue noticed her favorite coral lipstick was missing and called out. Coming right up. At his wife's call, Su Yuan leaped up from the sofa like a carp, set his phone on the coffee table, and headed to the bedroom. Soon he returned with several coral lipsticks. Honey, use this Lancome one. I think it suits you best on camera. How do you know the Lancome looks good on me on camera? Zhao Qingxue had been focused on her live stream, checking the barrage on her phone, so she hadn't noticed what was displayed on Su Yuan's phone resting on the coffee table. Hearing his remark, she instinctively glanced at his screen. It was her live stream. Could it be? That Xue'er's husband, who sent the Dream Castle, was Su Yuan. Xue'er, I just heard your husband's voice. It's amazing. A voice like a prince. Nice hands, great voice. He's probably handsome too. If he's really a good-looking guy, I'm willing to rename myself Xue'er's Disney Runaway Wild Prince. Though Su Yuan had said nothing, his legend was already spreading across the online world. The buzz around him had even eclipsed the earlier debate about IDs. Now satisfied, he picked up his phone and plopped down onto the sofa. I'm Xue'er's husband, so of course I have to be handsome enough to match her. Without exaggeration, I'm at least at the level of a campus heartthrob. Su Yuan wasn't exaggerating at all in saying that. Although his father was not particularly handsome, his mother was a great beauty. As the saying goes, a son resembles his mother, while a daughter takes after her father. He had perfectly inherited his mother's stunning genes. With long, sharply defined eyebrows, deep-set eyes, an elegantly sculpted nose bridge, and thin lips with a beautiful shape, his appearance was cool and refined. Back in school, his face had attracted quite a number of admirers. Unfortunately, during high school, he was too absorbed in his studies and gaming to care about romance. After entering university, he indulged himself for the first year, but by his sophomore year, he met Zhao Qingxue. Even then, his name had appeared on the university's confession wall many times. You're lying without even a draft. No picture, and you're just another random guy like the neighbor. Which campus heartthrob ever calls himself one? Are you the legendary Xiao Biluo making a comeback? Seeing the skepticism in the barrage comments, Su Yuan chuckled. If you don't believe me, fine. But I'll tell you this, Xue'er isn't as shallow as you all. She loves my soul, not my face. With that, he quickly sent a 10 in a row of dream castles. Big shot, this little one was blind. Please accept my knee. Everyone step aside. Let the top spender have the ID Schwerer's husband. A single dream castle had been shocking enough earlier, but not something to take too seriously. However, a 10 in a row of dream castles was a different story. One dream castle cost 5,000, and 10 of them totaled 50,000. That was no small sum. Spending 50,000 in a single gesture was something only a tycoon could do. They were about to witness the birth of a true legend. The 10 dream castles also left Zhao Qingxue a bit stunned. She had already begun to suspect that Schwerer's husband was Su Yuan. Now seeing the movement of his fingers on the screen opposite her, and the timing of the castle effects appearing on the barrage, it was directly confirmed. Husband, stop messing around. She let out a helpless sigh. After all, it was such a waste for Su Yuan to send her gifts. When he spent 50,000, she had to share the revenue with the platform, which meant that after the transaction, more than half the money was gone. Schwer, what did you say? Everyone in the chat room was still joking and goofing around when Zhao Qingxue suddenly dropped that sentence. The fans were stunned. Husband, stop messing around. That meant Schwerer's husband was really in the live stream. Thinking back to the video of Schwerer's husband buying her a dozen large boxes of Hermes earlier, the fans in the room locked their gazes on the ID Schwerer's husband. Someone who casually sent 10 dream castles. Could it really be Schwerer's actual husband? Schwerer's husband, are you the real one? Oh my gosh, the real deal is here. Husband, do you want a second wife? I want fuss, make noise or cause trouble, and it'll be invisible. It'll never come between you and Schwerer. Just buy me an Hermes bag, and I'm the kind of second wife you deserve. It finally dawned on everyone. The person they had been bickering with in the live stream was none other than Schwerer's actual husband. Don't talk about second wives. I only want Schwerer. Su Yuan typed furiously, watching the scrolling comments. All you imposters pretending to be Schwerer's husband, I hope you show some respect for the original. The tycoon is right, I'll change my name to Schwerer's husband's second wife. He said he only wants Schwerer. Shameless, the person before me. I'm the third wife. Move aside, him taking both Schwerer and her husband. They'll keep them in a little house and ship them all day long. The atmosphere in the live stream was lively. Su Yuan was about to continue boasting when a phone call came in. He got up, turned off the stream, and walked to the balcony to answer. Hello. Young Master Su, this is Jing Kai, the manager of Jinxing Building. The financial report for this month is ready. Would you like me to deliver it to you? Jing Kai's tone was extremely cautious. He had been working in the leasing department of Jinxing Building, managing the leasing and monthly financial reports for about 5 or 6 years. Everything had been going smoothly until last month. Suddenly, Jinxing Building was acquired by a mysterious buyer, changing ownership entirely. By the time he realized that his boss had become a young man named Su Yuan, Jing Kai didn't know how someone so young could possess such terrifying wealth, but he understood that new bosses were often difficult to deal with. No need. They'll come over myself. If Jing Kai hadn't called, Su Yuan would have forgotten that he actually owned Jinxing Building. As a super high-rise landmark skyscraper in the city, it covered an area of nearly 300 square meters, with a total floor area of 300 square meters and a height of 420 meters. Located in the financial trade zone along the Huangpu River, it was an iconic structure. Su Yuan had passed by this place a few times when he was job hunting, but he had never had the chance to go inside. Now that the entire building was his, he naturally wanted to check it out. Who told you to send gifts? As soon as he hung up, Zhao Qingxue, who had finished her stream, came to confront him. She was unusually assertive, pressing him against the balcony railing, lifting her chin, and speaking in a fierce but adorable tone. Don't you know this makes things difficult for me? I'm here to make money. If you send me money, that means I'm losing money by doing the stream. Schwer, it's time I told you. Su Yuan looked at Zhao Qingxue seriously. Told? What? Our family's assets. He pulled out his phone and showed her the location of Jinxing Building. This building is also ours. So rest assured, even if I send you millions every month, it won't drain our family's wealth. Jinxing Building. Zhao Qingxue stared at the coordinates on Su Yuan's phone, her mind momentarily blank. Wasn't Jinxing Building a highly prestigious commercial building? It was a landmark superstructure of which there were only a few in the entire city. It was also Su Yuan's asset. Come on, honey, let me show you our kingdom. Before Zhao Qingxue could react, Su Yuan grabbed her hand and led her down to the parking lot. Clean up your desks quickly. The boss is coming today, so don't mess anything up. Where's the cleaning supervisor? Mop the floor again and wipe the windows. Xiaozhang, why are the flowers on your desk all wilted? Unexpectedly, just a phone call to the boss, and he said he wanted to come over. But it was already 4 or 5 in the afternoon, leaving no time to prepare. He had to make everyone drop what they were doing and deal with the boss inspection first. The leasing department of Jinxing Building was thrown into a fluster by Jing Kai. As soon as Xiaozhang heard that her flowers had wilted, she nodded frantically. Okay, I'll call my boyfriend and ask him to send me a new bouquet. Jing Kai was taken aback, feeling something was off, but nodded okay. Roughly when preparations were almost done, he quickly led people to the entrance of the leasing department to wait. Let me tell you, when I went into Boss Jing's office to find documents today, I saw the new boss photo. Oh my god, he's super handsome, like a fresh-faced celebrity on TV. Watching Jing Kai nervously go to the restroom, the subordinates board standing at the door secretly started chatting. One woman's words piqued everyone's interest. They had heard some rumors about the change of boss, but they knew nothing about the specifics. But in their imagination, they always thought the boss who could directly acquire such a large building must be an old man, or at least a pot-bellied middle-aged figure. After all, that fit the stereotype of a boss. Yet now someone actually said the boss looked like a fresh-faced celebrity. Are you wearing money-tinted glasses? Look at Brother Dong. He's just an ordinary passerby in a crowd, but when you think of him as the head of Jingdong, doesn't he seem elegant holding a glass of red wine? Wake up, sister. This is no time for daydreaming. Basically, no one believed the woman's words. She was about to argue, but Jing Kai returned from the restroom, so she had to shut up obediently. This is it. Su Yuan drove the LaFerrari, bringing Zhao Qingxue to the leasing department of Jinxing building. From afar, they saw more than a dozen people standing at the entrance waiting. Zhao Qingxue was completely dumbfounded. Honey, don't tell me you bought this building with the 70 million from your Bitcoin. Somehow she felt Su Yuan was hiding something from her. Suddenly becoming so wealthy, even Bitcoin couldn't explain it. Could it be that he was originally a young master of some family? But he clearly told her he was from an ordinary family. He of course not. Seeing Zhao Qingxue's darting eyes, Su Yuan knew exactly what she was thinking. However, he wasn't planning to tell her about the system yet, so he simply patted her head. It's exactly what you're thinking. This. Zhao Qingxue was about to say something else, but the car had already stopped at the entrance of the leasing department. Jing Kai came forward with a large group of people. Welcome, boss, for taking time out of your busy schedule to inspect our work. Leading the leasing department staff in a deep bow, the unison shout startled Zhao Qingxue. Su Yuan hadn't expected that he would make such a grand show just for a casual visit. He felt he had been careless, should have told him to keep it low-key. Young Master Yuan, Madam hello. In the past, the boss had visited the leasing department, but he would call a few days in advance to specify the time and number of people, giving him time to prepare. But this young boss just suddenly said he was coming without a word, and even brought a young lady with him, leaving him momentarily dumbfounded. After observing for a moment, he carefully addressed her as Madam. Take me inside to have a look. Su Yuan didn't waste words, wrapping his arm around Zhao Qingxue's waist and walking into the leasing department of Jinxing building. Quick follow. Seeing that he had addressed her correctly, Jing Kai quickly waved his hand for the others to come in. After instructing everyone to work properly, Jing Kai then led Su Yuan to the office. Young Master Yuan, this is our financial report for this month. Please take a look. He called in 2 female employees with fair skin, beautiful faces, and long legs to serve tea, and handed the financial report to Su Yuan. Su Yuan picked up the financial report, moved closer to Zhao Qingxue, and flipped it open. He was shocked at what he saw. The rent for Jinxing building was really expensive, reaching a maximum of 15 yuan per square meter per day. Although 15 yuan didn't sound like much, the minimum lease area of the building was 450 square meters with a minimum lease term of 3 months. That meant even renting the smallest unit here required at least over 600 yuan just for rent. That didn't even include the deposit needed for renovation. The total leasable area here was 320 square meters. Based on the current price, the building's gross profit per day excluding costs reached 4.8 million yuan, an income of 5 million a day. That was truly comfortable, like winning the first prize of the double color ball lottery every day while lying down. Honey, didn't you always want to be a landlady? How about you take charge of collecting rent for this building? Su Yuan asked with a smile. Back when the little girl was tired from work, she would lie in bed every day shouting that she wanted to buy lots and lots of houses, preferably several buildings all together. Then at the end of each month, she would go collect rent and slippers with a little notebook, living a happy and carefree landlady life. Zhao Qingxue's eyes were already dizzy from looking at the financial report. No. She had indeed talked about collecting rent before, but not like this. Collecting rent for this kind of building was no simple task. She would have to manage the garbage, sanitation, electricity usage, water usage of the entire building every month. There were too many miscellaneous details. She had only glanced at the financial report, and the dense numbers already gave her a headache. Seeing Zhao Qingxue's shrinking expression, Su Yuan couldn't help but tap her head. What are you thinking? You didn't think I wanted you to collect rent by doing hard labor here, did you? The accounting is all handled by the accountants. You don't need to worry about anything. Just come here every month to look at the financial report and drink tea. Huh? Blinking her big eyes, Zhao Qingxue shook her head like a rattle drum. Then I don't want to come either. If I don't get to collect money, what's the happiness in being a landlady? Boss, there's a Mr. Jean outside asking for you. As Jing Kai was accompanying Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue in the office reviewing financial reports, a knock came at the door and a voice outside spoke respectfully. Jing Kai waved his hand and said, "Let him wait." Yes. The person at the door acknowledged and left. Soon he reached the entrance and said apologetically to Jin Jiwen, "I'm truly sorry, Mr. Jean. Please come with me and wait for a moment. Our boss is currently busy and cannot get away." "It's fine. Jin Jiwen, dressed smartly in a suit, was anxious, but had no choice but to wait. He sat in the VIP lounge, took a glass of water, and feeling a bit bored, he opened his phone and glanced at the chat interface. There were plenty of girls sending him caring messages, but he casually swiped them away and eventually tapped on Zhao Qingxue's avatar. His chat with Zhao Qingxue had been idle for days. He had originally thought that with his usual methods of pursuing women, someone as beautiful as Zhao Qingxue, but from an ordinary family, would be easily won over. But who would have thought that all his efforts would be like punching cotton, completely futile? Whether it was the little tricks he played behind the scenes, or the favors he showed Zhao Qingxue, none of them had any effect. A few days ago he had intended to put some pressure on her company as a last attempt, but not only did it fail, it also drove her away. He had planned to continue his efforts, but then his father told him to open a branch and handle the venue fee issue. He had to put that matter aside and first deal with the venue. This Jinxing building was the best place he had selected after comparing the surrounding properties. It was close to the subway entrance, had a good environment and management, and its price was not high compared to other office buildings in the area. However, there were too many tenants here. He had to have several meals with the person in charge to finally secure the desired location. Qingxue, wait for me. He'll come find you after signing the contract today, he silently murmured to himself. Jin Jiwen shifted his posture, leaning back against the sofa. But just as he adjusted his position, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a slender figure flashing by. Qingxue. He abruptly stood up and chased after her. He had thought he might have mistaken someone else, but when the person he had been yearning for turned around, it was indeed her. Zhao Qingxue had originally just gone to the restroom and was about to return to the office, but who would have thought she would be called out by a familiar voice? As she turned around, she saw Jin Jiwen with a look of pleasant surprise. Is there something, Mr. Jin? Since he was a former client, Zhao Qingxue couldn't pretend not to know him, so she responded coldly. How come you're here? I haven't seen you for days. I even mentioned you to your manager before you. Sorry, Mr. Jin, I have things to do and no time to catch up. Previously, Jin Jiwen was a major client of her company, so she had to deal with him to make a living, but now that they had no connection, Zhao Qingxue couldn't be bothered to listen to his nonsense and turned to leave. Qingxue. Jin Jiwen was about to chase after her, but was stopped by the woman who was with Zhao Qingxue. Why are you blocking me? Jin Jiwen was somewhat displeased and was about to bypass the woman, but was shocked by her next words. Sorry, Mr. Jin, our boss wife said she is busy and cannot receive you. Please be understanding. If you really have something, please call and make an appointment in advance. What did you say, boss wife? Watching Zhao Qingxue enter the office door, Jin Jiwen stood there as if struck by lightning, asking incredulously, which boss wife? The woman found his question strange. This was the leasing department of Jinxing Building. The boss wife was naturally the boss wife of Jinxing Building. Who else could it be? Who is your boss? Jin Jiwen asked another question that the woman found even more perplexing. Mr. Jin, I know you are anxious, but please be patient. Our manager is talking with the boss. He will come to you once he is free. Not bothering to answer Jin Jiwen's irrelevant questions, the woman finished speaking and prepared to leave. However, he chased after her. Wait, first tell me about your boss. He had intended to ask who the boss of this building was, but before he could finish his words, the office door opened. Zhao Qingxue walked out arm in arm, with Su Yuan chatting and laughing, followed by Jing Kai, who was deferential. Mr. Jin, how come you're here? Don't worry, go and rest over there for a while. When Jing Kai saw Jin Jiwen, he was taken aback, then somewhat displeased. How could this person be so impatient? It was just a matter of signing a contract, couldn't he wait? From Jing Kai's demeanor, the identities of Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue were already obvious. And Jin Jiwen, staring at Su Yuan in utter shock, had no time to pay attention to Jing Kai. He stared wide-eyed at Su Yuan as if he had seen a ghost. Because he had investigated Su Yuan's background, he knew that Su Yuan came from an ordinary family. As for the LaFerrari he drove that day, he initially wondered if his investigation had been flawed. But then he thought, damn, it wasn't Su Yuan fired. He was probably working as a driver for someone else. So he was just showing off with someone else's car. It was also because he hadn't had time to deal with him. Otherwise he would have reported Su Yuan's behavior of showing off in the boss car, which would have caused him serious trouble. But who knew that Su Yuan was actually the big boss? Although his father claimed to be worth hundreds of millions, that was after adding the value of their house and company, and they still owed a huge debt to the bank. Who knew how much of that hundreds of millions was inflated? But Su Yuan's Jinxing building was different. Not to mention how much the building itself was worth given the land and real estate prices in Modu. The annual rent alone was over $1 billion. Haha, what a coincidence. He smiled awkwardly at Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue. Now Jin Jiwen knew that the expression on his face must be uglier than crying. You look quite familiar. Su Yuan also recognized Jin Jiwen. Wasn't this the guy who had been playing tricks behind the scenes to pursue Zhao Qingxue? I am sorry, Master Su. Jin Jiwen quickly suppressed his pride as a minor rich second generation, becoming as meek as a quail, shrinking his shoulders and lowering his head to apologize to Su Yuan. Now he didn't even dare to look at Zhao Qingxue. Heaven knows what he had done before. It was like repeatedly dancing on the edge of death. Yet Jin Jiwen thought to himself, even daring to covet the woman of a man with such an unknown fortune was something he could boast about. But that was just a fleeting thought. He wouldn't dare actually spread such a thing. He wasn't that reckless. You're not wrong. A fair lady is a gentleman's pursuit. No, ID never dare again. Am nothing but a fool unworthy to compare with you. I was bewitched before. Su Yuan's words made Jin Jiwen tremble, with fear, terrified that he might cause trouble for him. Now he wished time could turn back. Had he known Su Yuan's true status, he would never have dared to harbor even a single thought toward Zhao Qingxue. Enough, I don't have time to waste with you. Go about your business. In truth, Su Yuan had only come on a whim today. Running into Jin Jiwen was pure coincidence, and he couldn't be bothered to pursue past grievances. Mainly because it wasn't necessary. In his eyes now, Jin Jiwen was utterly insignificant, and wasting time on him would be pointless. Yes, thank you for your boundless magnanimity, young Master Su. My admiration for you flows like an endless river. Jin Jiwen flattered, all the way accompanying Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue to the car alongside Jin Kai. Only after Su Yuan's LaFerrari had vanished from sight did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. Jin Kai stared at him. Mr. Jin, I never knew you were such a smooth talker until today. Though Jin Jiwen had previously flattered him during dinners to secure a prime spot in Venus Tower and negotiate rent, it was never as sycophantic as today. Standing beside Jin Jiwen, he was dumbfounded, almost thinking Jin Jiwen was Su Yuan's subordinate. Jin Jiwen waved his hand. Don't mention it. I didn't want to either, but life forced my hand. Impressive. Let's go sign the contract. Perhaps having witnessed each other's most obsequious sides, the distance between them unconsciously narrowed as they headed back to the office to sign the contract. Meanwhile, as they entered the office, the staff who had been diligently working suddenly looked up, their voices barely containing excitement. Did you see that, eh? The boss is so young and handsome. Damn, isn't he just the male lead from a CEO romance novel? And didn't you see the boss wife? She's stunning too. My God, I envy her so much, being with the boss. Yeah, if I were her, I'd faint from happiness just waking up to see him beside me every morning. The leasing department, though only a dozen or so people, was mostly female, a hotbed of gossip. When not busy, they had plenty to chatter about, from celebrity romances to office affairs, knowing everything thoroughly. Their favorite pastimes were bashing scumbags or discussing which handsome guy on which floor was worth a look. But usually opinions clashed on everything. For instance, whether the strikingly good-looking couple on the third floor of Venus Tower would stay together. Some thought beauty should last forever, others predicted infidelity. Yet on Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue, their consensus was unanimous and almost poetic: a handsome man and a beautiful woman together till the end. Meanwhile, on the way back, Su Yuan glanced at his phone and saw a voice message from Li Hao, which he casually tapped. The car instantly erupted with his frantic roar. Earlier, while reviewing financial reports, the pet store had delivered the dog. Su Yuan busy had sent Li Hao to pick up Li Gua. I've never seen a dog like this. Does it have a grudge against me? It refused to come with me no matter what. I had to drag it home by force, and then it scratched at the door to get out. When I stopped it peed all over my leg. Li Hao's complaint was filled with bitterness and anguish. Had never been so humiliated in his life, and now a dog had done it. If it weren't Su Yuan's dog, had have thrown it into a pot and stewed it. Didn't it occur to you that it was scratching the door to go out and pee? Parking the car in the garage, Su Yuan took Zhao Qingxue upstairs, only to find Li Hao squatting at the door with Li Gua on a leash. Compared to Li Hao's gloomy demeanor, Li Gua was overjoyed at the sight of Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue. He dragged Li Hao toward them, wagging his tail wildly and nuzzling them, whimpering happily. Li Gua is such a good boy. Cleaned up Li Gua looked like a different dog, bright-eyed with soft fur and the scent of shampoo. Sitting there wagging his tail, he seemed incredibly well-behaved. Su Yuan crouched to pet his head, but Li Gua placed his massive head right into Su Yuan's palm. Su Yuan thought Li Gua wanted food, but instead the dog opened his mouth and dropped a bone-shaped dog biscuit into his palm, likely from the pet store. Wrapping the biscuit in tissue and discarding it, Su Yuan washed his hands, smiling wryly at Li Gua, who kept frolicking around him, and Zhao Qingxue. Aren't golden retrievers supposed to be aloof? This one seemed different. You ungrateful mutt. I was the one who brought you home, and you don't show me any respect. Li Hao was furious at Li Gua's behavior. Holding a grudge against a dog. Su Yuan cut half an apple and held it out, beckoning Li Gua. Li Gua, come eat an apple. The dog bounded over, happily opening his mouth wide to devour the apple in one bite. Watching Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue cuddle on the sofa, and the dog happily gnawing on the apple at their feet, Li Hao suddenly realized. Wait, why is the dog named Li Gua and not Su Gua or Zhao Gua? Oh, since you don't have a steady girlfriend and might end up childless, I got you a furry son. Su Yuan patted Li Gua's head and nodded toward Li Hao. Li Gua, say hi to your dad. As if understanding Su Yuan, Li Gua turned to Li Hao, baring his teeth in a grin. Woof. You bastard. Li Hao nearly had a heart attack from rage. Who says I don't have a girlfriend? I have plenty, and an ex wants to get back together with me. He glanced at his phone and saw a message from an ex. He immediately opened the chat to show them. See, this is one of my exes. Even though we broke up 3 years ago, she still texts me. Clearly she can't forget me. Oh. As Li Hao brought his phone closer, Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue glanced at it casually, only to see that he had saved the contact as no. 21. What does this note mean? Zhao Qingxue studied it curiously. Are you planning to meet on the 21st? She's my 21st ex-girlfriend. Li Hao explained, smugly picking up his phone as if granting a favor, and replied. I'm here. What's up? The other side quickly responded, can't I look for you if I have nothing to do? See, do you know what this means? It means she's fishing for a conversation. Honestly, I find this kind of chat utterly boring. Usually, I wouldn't even reply to such messages. As he boasted, Li Hao typed back, if there's nothing, don't bother me. I'm busy. Wait, I do have something. Spit it out. Could you tap my profile picture and vote for my son? It's the Sunflower Baby Photography Contest. Please. Li Hao, who was live streaming to Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue, froze as his smile stiffened. He glanced at Zhao Qingxue and Su Yuan, who were suppressing their laughter, and stammered, well, I have things to do. Gotta go. With that, he bolted out the door, not even bothering to close it. Li Hao followed him to the entrance, let out a dissatisfied bark toward the corridor, then used his snout to push the door shut. The two exchanged a look before bursting into unrestrained laughter. Though Li Hao didn't understand what was so funny, he sensed their joy and began to circle around them happily. Hey. Zhao Qingxue straddled Su Yuan's legs with a bit of roughness, pinching his cheek. Listen, don't you ever learn from that kind of playboy. To be honest, Zhao Qingxue had no respect for womanizers like Li Hao. If he weren't Su Yuan's friend, she would have given him a wide berth. Su Yuan wrapped an arm around her slender waist. He's a flirt because he doesn't have a wife as wonderful as you. Why would I need to be unfaithful when I have you? Among 1,000 waters, rivers, lakes, and seas, none can compare to the sweetness of a single sip from you. You're all smooth talk. Though Zhao Qingxue scolded him, the crescent-shaped smile in her eyes betrayed her delight. Seeing the girl's soft arms around his neck as she straddled him, her tender pink lips pouting adorably, exuding a captivating charm, Su Yuan couldn't hold back anymore. His hands began to wander. Zhao Qingxue immediately clutched her collar. What are you doing? Clothes are for outsiders. When you're with me, keeping yourself so covered is just being distant. Seeing her guarded expression, Su Yuan knew exactly what she was thinking. He clutched his chest in mock heartbreak. Fine, if you don't like it, I'll leave. As he made to stand up, Zhao Qingxue hugged him tightly. Don't go. It's fine. Huh? Zhao Qingxue's reaction caught Su Yuan off guard. He thought she was playing some little trick. But when he saw his wife toss her top aside, Su Yuan, who had never seen her so bold and passionate, swallowed hard. His eyes fixed on the snow-white, delicate skin before him, utterly captivated. My. Yawning lazily, Zhao Qingxue shifted her position, tracing a finger along Su Yuan's chest. I'm asking you, do you like it? Husband. Her voice, naturally soft and sweet, became even more seductive when deliberately lowered and slowed. Especially when she called him husband, drawing out the last syllable unbearably alluring. Their breaths mingled, lips and tongues entwined. What's this? But the next moment, what his hand touched jolted Su Yuan back to reality. Zhao Qingxue, still clinging to his neck, blinked innocently with watery eyes. It's a sanitary pad. Letting out a long sigh, Su Yuan hugged her, wishing he could strangle the little vixen in his arms. How could she tease him like this while on her period? Such a little minx. Nevertheless, he eventually went to the bathroom to take a cold shower. But Zhao Qingxue, utterly carefree, sat on the sofa, munching an apple, giggling. Husband, want to come back and continue? Seeing her impish behavior, Su Yuan felt the fire he had just quenched reignite. He suddenly stared at her mouth as she bit into the apple, a meaningful smile curling his lips. That little mouth sure is nimble at chomping apples. Cough, cough. Sitting up straight, Zhao Qingxue pointed at Li Hao on the floor. Husband, there's a kid here. Not suitable for little ears. Su Yuan was about to pounce on the little minx to teach her a lesson, but his phone suddenly rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he gestured to Zhao Qingxue. You're lucky. They'll let you off this time. With that, he walked to the balcony to answer the call. A hesitant voice came through. Brother, are you doing okay lately? Huh. The caller was Su Yuan's younger sister, Su Yao, 3 years his junior. She was still attending university in the capital. They usually communicated via WeChat, so a phone call was rare. He had assumed she called for something important, but instead she asked such a question. This puzzled Su Yuan. Has my little sister grown up enough to care about her big brother, or is she plotting something? Brother, what do you mean by plotting? I'm your own sister. What could I possibly plot against you? No matter how great you are, you belong to my sister-in-law. Su Yao grumbled on the other and then cautiously asked another question. Mom just called. She said you suddenly transferred 5 million to her. Is that? Quick money. Quick money meant ill-gotten gains. Su Yuan's mother's suspicion wasn't unreasonable. After all, she knew her son's background well. He had always been a top student with a sharp mind, but he had only graduated a year ago. Suddenly earning so much money made it hard for her to believe it came from his salary. Su Yuan found his sister's words both amusing and exasperating. What quick money? I made it through investments. Tell Mom to rest assured. By the way, why didn't she ask me this herself? Oh, you know, Mom. Upon hearing Su Yuan's denial, Su Yao breathed a sigh of relief. She said if she asked you directly, you'd definitely lie to keep her from worrying. Since we're close, she asked me to do it. Alright, I'll call Mom back later. Su Yuan smiled. You haven't asked me for money lately. Did you find a boyfriend to be your meal ticket? After the little girl started college, the family gave her 200 yuan per month for living expenses. Although it wasn't a small amount, anyone who had been to college knew it wasn't enough. After all, you could save on meals, but you needed money for socializing with roommates and classmates, right? Buying small gifts cost money, right? As a girl, every month you needed money for new dresses, shoes, and cosmetics, right? So Su Yao would ask Su Yuan for some extra, and Su Yuan would give her a few hundred each month. This month, there seemed to be no such activity. Bro, how could I be that kind of person? Su Yao's voice sounded a bit aggrieved. Mom said before that our family needs to save money for you to get a wife, and also for my dowry, so she told me to spend less and not keep asking you for money. You and sister-in-law. I know about that too. Mom didn't go into detail, but I can guess. I know I was wrong before, so from now on save all your money for marrying sister-in-law. They'll do a part-time job myself. The siblings had a close relationship, and Su Yao had grown up spoiled by Su Yuan, used to pestering him for pocket money. But this time after Mom said that, Su Yao suddenly realized that although her brother was still her brother now that they were grown up, if she kept asking him for money, the nature of the relationship would change. In other families, it was the brother who was a vampire sucking the sister dry, but here, though the genders were swapped, it was essentially the same. A sister draining her brother. So she felt a bit guilty about what she had done before, and quickly found a part-time job at a milk tea shop on campus. Although the pay wasn't much, it was enough for her monthly expenses. Later, after saving a few thousand, she could buy gifts for the family. Yao. Su Yao had been whiny as a child, and as she grew up, she still had a somewhat unreasonable temper. Su Yuan always indulged her. He had been worried that no one would be able to stand such a sister in the future, but now as she grew older, she had become so sensible. He also felt a sense of, my little girl is growing up. Alright, I know you feel guilty, but don't worry. The important thing is to marry my sister-in-law. Don't worry about me. Seeing you and sister-in-law together is the happiest thing for me. Su Yao's tone of voice was exactly like her mother's. This made Su Yuan laugh. Enough, stop it. I'm not going to talk to you anymore. Check WeChat. Check WeChat for what? Su Yao was a bit confused, but he had already hung up. She cursed stinky Su Yuan, without much anger, then opened WeChat, where the interface showed a transfer notification. Su Yuan had transferred 3,344 yuan. Eternal brother and sister. That girl Yao, why is she so unreliable? I asked her to find out about her brother's situation, but it's been so long and no news. If she doesn't ask, I'll go ask myself. In a convenience store in a residential area of Rongqing, Su Yao's parents were watching the shop. As time passed, Su Yuan's mother grew more anxious. Earlier, Su Yuan had told the family about having a girlfriend, and he said he was going to visit her family. Before he left, he even called to ask what gifts to prepare, full of joy. But the next day, he didn't report good news nor bad news, and didn't even mention the matter again. This made her heart sink. She knew something had gone wrong. What could go wrong when visiting a girl's family? It must be that the girl's family didn't agree. Her son was tall and handsome, so it must be that the girl's family looked down on them for being poor. Su Yuan didn't tell her about it, probably for fear of upsetting her. If you're so anxious, just call and ask. Su Yuan's father, seeing her pacing back and forth in front of the convenience store, felt dizzy. I don't dare to ask. If I ask about him and Qingxue, it will definitely upset him. If I ask where the money came from, he'll definitely make up an excuse. Sitting down on the chair, Su Yuan's mother sighed. It's so hard raising a son. No, our son has been sensible since he was young. It's not as difficult as you say. What do you mean sensible? That's because I educated him well, okay. As a trendy mom who considered herself ahead of the curve, Su Yuan's mother not only dressed up beautifully while running the convenience store when raising her child, but also took child rearing very seriously, buying many educational books to read. For example, respect the child's needs, respect the child's privacy, don't hit or scold the child, explain things properly. Although she never actually used what she learned from the books, Su Yuan's mother believed that it was because she had read those books that her genes were good, so Su Yuan had become sensible even in the womb. What did you educate? The book tells you to be a reasonable parent and properly guide your child's adolescent feelings, and you encouraged him to have puppy love. Luckily, the son didn't listen to you, or he might not have gotten into a top university now. She glared at Su Yuan's father, then took out her phone, planning to take matters into her own hands. But before she could call, Su Yuan's call came in. How did he know I was about to call him? Could it be that because he did something wrong, our family has been monitored by their organization? Should I answer this call? Maybe I should go to the police station and let the police answer, since the police station is just a dozen steps away. Immersed in TV dramas every day, Su Yuan's mother instantly became a drama queen. That's not a police station, that's a security booth. Su Yuan's father was helpless. He grabbed the phone and answered, "Hello, Yuan." Su Yuan was a bit surprised. "Dad, where's Mom? Why are you answering?" "Oh, your mom's suspect. She's being monitored by bad guys. She might need a while to calm down. Let's talk first, father and son." Didn't you transfer 5 million to your mom yesterday? Where did the money come from? Su Yuan's father was a straightforward man with no great ambitions. He worked as a grassroots civil servant, just coasting through his days at the office, and spent his free time jogging with Su Yuan's mother or tending to the store. So he asked directly. Su Yuan's mother couldn't stop him in time. She pinched a tender spot on his arm, and then pricked up her ears. Oh, I bought some Bitcoin with my New Year's money before, and now I've sold it, and made tens of millions. So I'm rich now. That 5 million is a token of respect for you. So I'm rich now. That 5 million is a token of respect for you. Oh, so that's it. You scared your mother to death? I thought you'd done something wrong. Before Su Yuan's father could speak, his mother interjected. After receiving the money yesterday, she had imagined all sorts of scenarios, always feeling that the money was a ticking time bomb. Instead of joy, she was worried about whether her own life might be in danger. Now that Su Yuan explained it, she felt much more at ease. Mom, you and Dad are both so honest. What bad things could I possibly do? That's true. Hey son, I really don't regret cultivating your talent in finance back then. It's finally paying off. Thinking that she had worked hard all her life without earning so much money, and now her son had surpassed her, Su Yuan's mother was filled with pride. But her words left Su Yuan baffled. Mom, when did you ever cultivate this talent in me? You forgetful boy. Don't you remember when you were in high school, every morning at breakfast Idaho, place a copy of Principles of Economics under your porridge bowl? After a pause, Su Yuan praised, Mom, you're truly visionary. I admire you. So how are things with Qingxue? After some casual chat, Su Yuan's father steered the conversation back to the main topic. Su Yuan's mother perked up her ears. Qingxue and I are doing well. We've already registered our marriage and will hold the wedding when the time is right. Su Yuan explained this matter clearly to prevent his mother from overthinking and scaring herself. Really? Upon hearing that Su Yuan and Qingxue had registered their marriage, Su Yuan's mother was so delighted that wrinkles formed on her face. She happily looked in the mirror. My genes are good. Both my son and daughter take after me. Your genes are good too, and Qingxue's. The children you'll have will be so beautiful. Su Yuan's father interjected. Strictly speaking, children of the next generation are prone to atavism. They might take after me. You talk too much. After finishing the call with his parents, Su Yuan went to the sofa, wrapped his arms around Zhao Qingxue's waist, rested his chin on her shoulder, and whispered, Now we have our parents' approval, mutual consent, and everything is above board. How about we have a baby? Woof woof woof. Before Zhao Qingxue could answer, Li Guo, the dog beside them, suddenly spun around in joy, as if it were New Year's. What are you, a single dog, so happy about? Seeing Li Guo's reaction, Su Yuan tapped him on the head. Li Guo was a male dog about a year and a half old. He had been a family pet before, but unfortunately he had been neutered, now a little eunuch. Woof woof woof. As if hurt by Su Yuan's words, Li Guo lay dejectedly on the carpet, covering his eyes with his paws and whimpering. Hey, it's like he actually understood. From the first time she saw Li Guo, Zhao Qingxue thought he was unusually intelligent and perceptive. She had thought it was just coincidence, but now it seemed he really could understand human speech. Whether he understands or not, he can't talk. Well, because they had to take Li Guo out to relieve himself in the morning, Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue got up early the next day. After walking Li Guo back from downstairs, they had a hearty breakfast. Just as they were about to start work after eating, Su Yuan received a WeChat voice call from Yuan. Brother Su, is your farmhouse restaurant open today? Yes. Su Yuan figured there was nothing else to do, so he nodded. You guys coming again? No, I want to introduce my cousin to come. She's been having a rough time lately. I thought she could relax there. All right, tell her to come over. After a brief chat, Su Yuan hung up and left the house with Zhao Qingxue's live streaming equipment and Li Guo. Hey, where are you all going? Just as they stepped out, they ran into Li Hao, who had come down to mooch a meal. He was horrified. No more free food. To the farmhouse. Is there food? Yes. Then let's go. Hearing that Li Hao was coming along, Su Yuan handed him the live streaming gear and Li Guo, while he and Zhao Qingxue drove the LaFerrari, enjoying some time alone. Sai, has my charm been fading lately? Why do pretty girls seem uninterested in me? It's been 2 days since I last had a girl sleep with me. Grumbling about Su Yuan's betrayal for prioritizing his girlfriend, Li Hao sorrowfully drove the Porsche Cayenne, towing the live streaming equipment behind, with Li Guo in the passenger seat, trailing behind the LaFerrari with a mournful look. Li Guo proudly let out a few snorts. Forget it, you eunuch dog. What do you know about my sorrow? Shaking his head, Li Hao was about to light a cigarette to calm himself when a dog paw reached over from the side. Slap. His cigarette flew out the window. Li Hao turned in shock, meeting a pair of angry dog eyes. What the hell, I'm not even mad yet. Why are you so furious? Woof woof woof. You. Li Hao was so furious, he nearly steamed. He pulled over to the side of the road, intending to give Li Guo a proper lesson, but a cold wind hit him, sobering him up. Why should he teach Li Guo a lesson? That scheming Su Yuan. He deliberately made him bring the dog just to turn him into more of a dog himself. He wouldn't fall for it. An hour later, the LaFerrari and the Porsche Cayenne pulled up one after the other in front of the farmhouse. Also parked at the entrance was a black RV. The windows were tinted, making the vehicle completely opaque. Su Yuan helped Zhao Qingxue out of the car, paid no attention to it, and took out the keys to open the farmhouse door. Aren't you two going too far? You bully me, and even the dog you keep bullies me. Li Hao decided to complain to Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue, asking them to discipline Li Gua. He refused to acknowledge his role as Li Gua's dad. Su Yuan raised an eyebrow. My grandson is pretty obedient. How did he bully you? Li Hao turned around, pointed at Li Gua on the ground, and said indignantly, do you know what he did? He knocked a cigarette out of my hand. He then tried to reenact the scene in the car. But as he pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, he froze. At some point, the door of the RV in front had opened, and a woman stepped out wearing a red floral slip dress. She was graceful and alluring, walking slowly toward them as if everything else had become a backdrop, and this was her stage. Holy crap, am I seeing things? Jing Tian. Su Yuan was also quite surprised by Jing Tian's appearance. Judging by her demeanor, it was obvious she had come to the rural inn. Could it be that she was He Yun's sister? De Tian Tian. Zhao Qingxue, standing beside Su Yuan, was also overjoyed to see Jing Tian. She had recently been following Jing Tian's new drama, and her cheap-how styling in it was particularly stunning, inspiring many of her designs. She hadn't expected to meet Jing Tian in person today. Excuse me, are you the owners here? Approaching Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue gracefully, a faint smile curling at the corners of her lips, Jing Tian asked politely. Su Yuan nodded. Yes. Oh, my cousin He Yun recommended this place to me. Sorry to trouble you. Although Jing Tian's aura was formidable when she first stepped out of the car, stunning everyone present, she actually came across as quite warm and friendly when she spoke. Come in. Alright, I'll have my people bring in the luggage. Trusting He Yun's recommendation, Jing Tian had chosen this place for her entire rare vacation, planning to stay for 3 to 5 days. Naturally, she had brought many of her own belongings such as cosmetics and some intimate apparel. Miss Jing, is there anything I can help you with? I am at your service. Over there, although Li Hao had a string of ex-girlfriends, pretty or not, tall or short, he had collected them all. He had never met a celebrity as big as Jing Tian. After being stunned for a long moment, he launched his first offensive. And you are? Jing Tian had already been told about Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue by He Yun, so she recognized them. But who was this guy with the lecherous look? Ahem, let me introduce myself. My name is Li Hao, Li as in plum tree, Hao as in the bright moon in the sky. You can call me Hao. Don't mind him, he's having another bout of chinibyu. Seeing Jing Tian's puzzled gaze directed at him, Su Yuan felt somewhat helpless and shot a glare at Li Hao. Beside him, Zhao Qingxue warmly took Jing Tian's arm. Tian, don't be fooled by him. Li Hao's mouth is a devil's tongue. Alright. As a shrewd person, Jing Tian naturally understood Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue's implication, smiling as she nodded. She had the staff bring in the luggage as everyone entered the rural inn. Looking at the lush garden with its flourishing flowers and trees, Jing Tian was quite pleased. She was usually extremely busy with filming, attending events and variety shows, so when she finally had a rare break, she didn't want to travel too far. A quiet place in the suburbs of Mo with a nice ambience where she could relax for a few days was perfect for her. Su Yuan was about to arrange for the staff to store Jing Tian's belongings, but Li Hao eagerly volunteered, so he let him go. Meanwhile, he and Zhao Qingxue took Jing Tian on a tour of the rural inn. Li Gua leisurely followed behind the trio, occasionally chasing after pets, catching butterflies, thoroughly enjoying himself. Your place is really nice, but I heard from my cousin that your apples can help people lose weight. After strolling around for a bit, Jing Tian asked curiously. In truth, she had originally booked a hot spring hotel nearby for her hard-earned break, but He Yun insisted that he had visited a rural inn with excellent surroundings, an amazing boss, and a magical orchard. He strongly recommended she come, so she had no choice but to come. However, she didn't hold much hope for apples that could help lose weight or cherries that could whiten skin. As a celebrity, to maintain her figure, she not only spent 4 hours every week at the gym lifting weights, but also strictly controlled her diet. Low carbs with just a little protein and moderate amounts of vegetables and fruits. In fact, she believed her diet was already super healthy. So she thought that eating fruit for weight loss didn't really have much effect, though it might help maintain her shape. Yes, they can, Su Yuan smiled slightly. But I'm sure you've heard about the prices of my fruits. Of course. As long as they work, the price is more than reasonable. Although she didn't quite believe that Su Yuan's apples were really that miraculous, since she was already here, she might as well give them a try. Su Yuan walked over and picked 3 apples. He handed one to Zhao Qingxue, one to Jing Tian, and tossed the last one to Li Gua, who was sitting on the ground staring at him with eager eyes. Nom nom nom. Taking a big bite, Su Yuan chewed heartily, his mouth full of apple juice, making it look especially delicious. Originally, Jing Tian had planned to take just a few bites and throw the rest away, but in the end she couldn't help finishing it. By the way, don't prepare dinner for me tonight. We'll just have some fruit. Although she was on vacation, Jing Tian didn't want to let herself go just because she was staying here for a few days. Otherwise, when she returned, her makeup artist and stylist would nag her again, and the media would post photos of her with captions about her looking bulky and broad. Just thinking about it made Jing Tian lose her appetite entirely. Are you on a diet? Hearing this, Zhao Qingxue was surprised. But you're already very slim. You don't need to lose weight. It's my habit, Jing Tian smiled. To be honest, I'm naturally prone to gaining weight. Just a little extra food, and it'll put on pounds. But you can't skip meals. Zhao Qingxue thought for a moment. How about this, you eat normally tonight, then have an apple after dinner? I guarantee you won't gain weight by tomorrow morning. What do you think? Well, Jing Tian hesitated, but finding it hard to refuse such kindness, she eventually agreed after Zhao Qingxue's repeated invitations. However, she insisted repeatedly. He'll only have 3 pieces of meat, and then just a little bit of vegetables. Nothing more, okay? Got it. In truth, Zhao Qingxue was urging Jing Tian to eat because she could tell that Jing Tian really wanted to eat, but was holding back. After all, with the apples, she wouldn't gain weight, so she kept encouraging Jing Tian to eat. Around 5 or 6 in the afternoon, Li Hao and Su Yuan moved the barbecue grill and meat rack to the front of the small cabin. Then everyone sat together, lit the charcoal, and prepared to have a barbecue. Looking at the beautifully marbled pork belly and beef, Jing Tian swallowed her saliva. They look so delicious. Do you eat like this often? Not too often, but since we're here we have to fire up the barbecue. Zhao Qingxue, while placing the pork belly on the grill, asked, Tian, do you prefer fatty or lean meat? Watching the sizzling pork belly placed on the grill, Jing Tian struggled to swallow her saliva and whispered, there's too much fat, I might not be able to eat it. Tian, you don't know a girl looks better with a little meat. A few pieces won't hurt. Li Hao, who was beside her, also leaned in and urged, maybe you should just eat it yourself. Although her stomach and mouth were frantically screaming for meat for the sizzling pork belly, Jing Tian ultimately held back, thinking of the criticism she would face about her figure. Zhao Qingxue's eyes curved into a smile. They'll hold off for now. You're on a diet too. No, I'm waiting for my husband to grill me a fish. As a devoted fan of grilled fish, she naturally wanted to save her appetite for it. Zhao Qingxue turned to look at Su Yuan, who had already finished grilling the mackerel and was squeezing fresh lemon juice over it. Honey, your grilled fish. Su Yuan handed the steaming, fragrant grilled mackerel to Zhao Qingxue and didn't forget to remind her, be careful of the bones when you eat. If it weren't such a huge task, he would have removed all the bones from the fish before giving it to her. Zhao Qingxue took a happy bite and mumbled indistinctly, I know, it's so delicious. Little foodie. Seeing her like that, Su Yuan couldn't help but curl his lips and gently stroked her hair. Watching this scene, Jing Tian looked quite surprised. Zhao Qingxue noticed her staring and asked, a little embarrassed, do you like grilled fish too? I can grill a few more. Oh no, I prefer grilled meat. Jing Tian quickly waved her hands, then lowered her voice and asked curiously, Qingxue, how long have you and your husband been together? Well, over 4 years. Why? Over 4 years. Upon hearing this, Jing Tian exclaimed in surprise, really? How can he still be so good to you after 4 years? Jing Tian was genuinely astonished. She also had a boyfriend. Anyone who follows entertainment news would have seen her photos with her boyfriend showing off their love. They often interacted on Weibo, and people always said they were sweet, but in reality, it's like drinking water. Only one knows the temperature. In the beginning, during the honeymoon phase, her boyfriend was indeed very good to her. He would visit her on set whenever he had free time, send her sweet messages asking where she was, and they were as inseparable as sticky candy. But as time passed, she clearly felt their relationship cool down. He had his own life and career and couldn't give up his original circle of friends or his career just for her. Naturally, the time he could spend with her grew less and less. Previously, he would willingly accompany her whenever he was free, but now, when she finally had some free time, he had to go abroad for an event with friends, leaving her to come here alone. Seeing Su Yuan's attentiveness to Zhao Qingxue just now made her both envious and jealous. She really wished she had such a boyfriend. Even if he couldn't carefully grill fish for her, at least he could spend more time with her. He and I have always been like this. Zhao Qingxue was a bit puzzled by Jing Tian's words. Does being together for a long time mean you have to treat each other badly? That's not what I meant. I'm just envious of your relationship. No need to be envious. You'll find the one you love someday. I hope so. As for the grilled meat, though Jing Tian really wanted to eat it, she eventually restrained herself and only had 3 pieces of lean grilled pork belly and some grilled vegetables. Zhao Qingxue was amazed by her willpower. The next day, however, when Jing Tian woke up and habitually weighed herself on an empty stomach, the number on the scale jolted her awake. It showed 43.5. She touched her face and stepped on the scale again in disbelief, but it still showed 43.5. If she remembered correctly, she had weighed 45.1 yesterday morning. She had thought she might gain a bit after eating several pieces of grilled pork belly in the afternoon, but instead she had lost weight. And 3 Gene at that. Disbelieving, she lifted her pajamas and saw her even more defined abdominal muscles. Jing Tian was almost flying with joy. So that apple really worked. If eating that apple could make her lose weight, then it meant she could eat all the grilled meat she wanted, right? Qingxue. After getting up, Jing Tian changed clothes and rushed over to find Zhao Qingxue. Zhao Qingxue was in the kitchen preparing breakfast for several people. Seeing her up, she smiled slightly. You're up. I'm making breakfast. How many fried eggs do you want? I used less oil for yours so you can have an extra one. 3. Remembering she had lost 3, Jing Tian waved 3 fingers arrogantly and continued, are we having barbecue again this afternoon? No, not really. Since you can't eat much anyway, I thought I'd make some light dishes this afternoon, low in calories and tasty, so you can eat more without worry. Because Su Yuan and she used to be quite poor, they couldn't afford to eat out every day, so she had honed her cooking skills and could make delicious meals. Boo-hoo, but I want grilled meat. I lost 3 Jing today. Can we have grilled meat? Please, I really want it. Yesterday, fearing she would gain weight, Jing Tian had used all her willpower to restrain herself from indulging. But now that there was no such worry, she wanted to eat freely. Fine. Since Jing Tian was a guest and insisted so strongly, Zhao Qingxue had to agree. So in the afternoon, they set up the grill again. Schwer, you're so unprofessional. You said you'd stream, but why haven't you started today? While preparing the ingredients for the barbecue, Zhao Qingxue opened her phone to check her account. The countless messages urging her to stream made her feel helpless. Jing Tian, who was wearing gloves and marinating the pork belly, leaned over to take a look and asked Qingxue, are you a streamer? Yes. In the beauty sector. Zhao Qingxue put down her phone. She had no time to stream right now. Beauty streamers don't have to always stream about makeup. An occasional daily live stream is also great. Jing Tian's eyes suddenly lit up. Hey Qingxue, I haven't streamed in a long time either. How about I use your channel to stream for a bit? Is this a good idea? Of course it is. Without further delay, Jing Tian pulled Zhao Qingxue inside to freshen up their makeup, then set up the streaming equipment. After testing and confirming everything was working, they sat down in front of the camera ready to go live. Before starting, she waved at Su Yuan. Yuan, good, do you want to join us for the stream? With your looks, you'll definitely attract a lot of female fans. Su Yuan waved his hand, showing no intention of appearing on camera. It's enough for my wife to see me. Why would I need a bunch of female fans? Me. Let me be on camera, I can do it. Li Hao, who was preparing barbecue ingredients nearby, eagerly volunteered. He excitedly carried over a large pile of vegetable skewers. Tian, I noticed you really like veggies, so I made these especially for you. Jing Tian frowned at the huge bowl of vegetable skewers before her, feeling a bit dizzy. Give her a break. If she had a choice, she really didn't want to eat grass for every meal. What's wrong? Not enough. He'll make more for you. Seeing Jing Tian's expression, Li Hao cheerfully turned around to continue skewering vegetables, leaving her speechless. To be honest, Li Hao's flirting skills weren't very sophisticated. The main reason he had always succeeded was that the girls he pursued were usually quite ordinary. As a moderately wealthy young man with decent looks, all he had to do was act gentle and attentive, and the girls would fall for him. Someone with a bit of discernment like Yuan wouldn't bother with him, let alone Jing Tian. Hello everyone, I'm Schwer. Hello everyone, I'm Jing Tian, you're to Tian. With everything ready, Zhao Qingxue and Jing Tian began their live stream. Before going live, Jing Tian had posted the stream link on her social media account. So as soon as the stream started, fans of both Zhao Qingxue and Jing Tian were waiting in the chat room. Fans from both sides were astonished to see the two together in the same stream. Schwer, I didn't know you and Tian were friends. You've been hiding this well. Tian, who's this gorgeous girl? First time seeing her. Two stunning beauties together. What a feast for the eyes. What makeup tutorial are you streaming today? Can't wait. Watching the barrage of comments, Zhao Qingxue first explained, since I'm busy today, I won't be doing a makeup tutorial. We'll just be eating. Tian picked up cheerfully, turning the camera to show the surroundings and the barbecue ingredients. Yeah, look how great this place is. Right now I'm having a barbecue at a farmhouse in the outskirts of Modu. I'm telling you, the environment here is amazing. You should come visit if you have time. It's a real treat. As she spoke, she placed marinated pork belly, seasoned with onions, onto the grill. Soon the fat sizzled and crackled. After grilling until both sides were golden brown, she picked up the meat, wrapped it in lettuce, added seasoning and onions, and took a big bite, her cheeks bulging. Seeing this, her fans were stunned. Tian, you've changed. You're not eating vegetables anymore. This will make you gain weight. Tomorrow you'll be Tian plus. Boohoo, it's okay, you'll always be my baby. It's no wonder her fans were so shocked. Previously, when Jing Tian streamed her dinner, she'd only have a little sweet potato, a small piece of chicken breast, and a tiny portion of each vegetable and fruit. Although the colorful arrangement looked beautiful on the plate, eating it was a painful experience. Basically tasteless and completely lacking in oil. Sometimes after a full day of shooting a period drama, she'd come home dizzy with hunger, and the despair she felt seeing that plate of grass was unimaginable. Even through the screen, her fans could sense her misery while eating dinner. So now, seeing her devouring sizzling fatty pork belly, without hesitation, everyone was shocked. Not only that, but she kept eating piece after piece, downing 7 or 8 in no time. Tian, you're letting yourself go like this. Are you planning to quit the entertainment industry? Watching her eat non-stop, some began to speculate. How is that possible? Jing Tian denied between bites. Why would I quit at my prime? But you're eating so much. Schwer next to you has only had 1 piece. That's because Schwer is waiting for her husband to grill her a fish. Jing Tian glanced off camera, where Su Yuan was grilling a freshly caught bass. It was almost done, and he was sprinkling seasoning on it. Is Xue's husband here too? We want to see Xue's husband. On my prince. Zhao Qingxue's fans had always been curious about Su Yuan, and upon hearing he was grilling fish nearby, they clamored for him to appear on camera. Zhao Qingxue pursed her lips and smiled. All right, everyone settle down. My husband doesn't like being on camera. Is that so? De Tiantian, what does Xue's husband look like? Quick, De Tiantian, tell us. Xue, you're not allowed to answer or make any sneaky moves. Seeing so many curious about Su Yuan's appearance in the chat, Jing Tian took another bite of grilled meat, thought for a moment, then said, how do I describe it? I think Yuan guest looks can beat 95 of the fresh-faced idols in the entertainment industry. De Tiantian, if you're being held hostage, blink twice. No favoritism allowed. The entertainment industry is bursting with talent, producing wave after wave of fresh-faced idols like endless chives, some of them incredibly handsome. While everyone assumed the man who matched Zhao Qingxue wouldn't be ugly, they certainly didn't expect him to be extremely good-looking. After all, being rich, considerate, gentle, and doting on his wife was already a lot. On top of that, if he were also devastatingly handsome, that would be too perfect to exist in this world. I'm not lying to you. Jing Tian felt a bit helpless. She really wasn't exaggerating. With Su Yuan's natural facial features, a little makeup and a suitable hairstyle would make him outshine most young idols. At least among all the handsome actors she had worked with, none could compare to Su Yuan. There were a few with delicate features after makeup, but they looked terrible without it. Their faces covered in spots. Don't listen to De Tiantian's nonsense. My husband doesn't beat 95 of the fresh-faced idols. Zhao Qingxue suddenly interjected. He only beats 100 of the fresh-faced idols. It's not that impressive. Xue, you're such a tease. Does that little prank make you happy? Yuan Gu is that handsome. No wonder Xue is so devoted to him. I'd love to see a photo of them together. It must be such a treat. The number of viewers in the live stream kept growing, and it even made it to the platform's homepage recommendation. Although most people had entered because of De Tiantian, once they saw how charming and entertaining Zhao Qingxue was, they also chose to follow her. Zhao Qingxue watched as the number of followers on her backend surged, reaching 700,000 or 800,000 in no time. She had gained 400,000 to 500,000 new followers overnight. She never dreamed such a day would come. Out of nowhere, her follower count was closing in on that of a major streamer. Honey, your grilled fish. A familiar slender hand extended a plate of grilled fish from beyond the camera frame. Though only a hand was visible, it instantly electrified everyone in the live stream. Ah, that hand of Yuan guest that haunts my dreams. Yuan Gu is so gentle. I can't imagine. This very hand casually tipped Xue 50,000. When that hand tapped the phone, it must have been as perfect as a sculpture by a top medieval artist. Just a single hand, and they fantasized enough to fill a book, leaving Zhao Qingxue both amused and exasperated. Jing Tian smiled faintly. Everyone stop dreaming. Yuan Gu is already Xue's husband. Please restrain yourselves, no matter how much you like him. Cut the nonsense, De Tiantian. Just tell us, would you marry a guy like Yuan Gu? Of course I would. A question that would be hard for many female celebrities to answer came easily to Jing Tian. Before her fans could challenge her, she countered, don't tell me you wouldn't. I won't accept any dishonest answers. De Tiantian, you're ruthless. You've left us speechless. I'm going to tell your boyfriend. Exactly. After chatting for over 2 hours, Jing Tian had eaten so much grilled meat that she burped. She patted her belly and flashed a relaxed smile at the camera. This is the most satisfying meal I've had since I turned 13. With that, she pulled out an apple she had prepared earlier and crunched into it. I know you're all curious why I dared to eat grilled meat so recklessly. Alright, I won't keep it from you. The secret is right here. See, this apple can help you lose weight. Depending on your body type, you can lose 1 to 10 pounds overnight. I ate one yesterday and dropped 3 pounds. De Tiantian, are you serious? Are you sure this isn't an ad? Seamless product placement. After hearing Jing Tian's words, most viewers were skeptical. How could an apple have such miraculous weight loss effects? If it were true, wouldn't the world be full of skinny people? Wouldn't everyone be a bag of bones? Still, since they were fans and Jing Tian had promoted it, they dutifully asked, but then Zhao Qingxue's answer stunned everyone. Sorry, this apple was grown by my husband. It's not for sale. You can only pick and eat it here. If you want to try it, you're welcome to visit us, but you need to book in advance. To ensure the experience of every guest at the farm stay, Zhao Qingxue and Su Yuan had decided to accept no more than 10 people at a time. The conditions for this farm stay are too strict. If the apple really works, I think it's worth going once. By the way, how much does one apple cost? At first, everyone suspected that Jing Tian was munching on the apple because she had been paid by an apple merchant to advertise. But now, seeing that the farm stay wasn't short of customers, the suspicion of advertising was completely cleared. And if an apple could help you lose weight and a celebrity was eating it, how could it lack buyers? 50,000 yuan each. Jing Tian held up 5 fingers to the camera. I don't think it's too expensive because the effect is really remarkable. Most of you watching me here are longtime fans, and you know I rarely recommend cheap substitutes or anything like that. You get what you pay for. It's unrealistic to expect a huge bargain for a tiny sum. Although everyone knew Jing Tian had a point 50,000 yuan for an apple was daylight robbery. Sorry, I'm out. They'll take my leave. I'm not worthy. 50,000 yuan might be nothing to a celebrity like Jing Tian or a rich kid like Yuan, but to ordinary people, it was an astronomical figure. Because with 50,000 yuan, an ordinary person could do so much. Not only cover a year's food expenses, but also buy a used Santana for commuting. Forget it. I'd rather stay fat than spend 50,000 on weight loss. Although most ordinary fans in the livestream said they couldn't afford it, some people with ulterior motives clipped segments of Jing Tian's livestream and posted them on other video platforms. Thus overnight, Su Yuan's small farm stay gained fame. The next day his phone nearly exploded with calls from people wanting to book a visit. Realizing this wouldn't do, Su Yuan changed the online booking number to a landline. He hired 11 more people, 1 to answer phones, 4 chefs for the restaurant, 2 cleaners, and the remaining 4 to tend the orchard. After everything was arranged, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yuan gulped. Just as he was about to go find Zhao Qingxue and Jing Tian, who had gone for a walk, Li Hao pulled Li Guo inside. Awoo, awoo, awoo. Li Guo bared his teeth, clearly reluctant to be dragged by Li Hao, and kept backing away, almost wearing down the wooden floor with his tail. When he saw Su Yuan, he immediately started whining and complaining loudly. Su Yuan thought Li Guo's accusatory expression was quite funny, but he couldn't understand him. What's up? Seeing a handful of cherries in Li Hao's hand, Su Yuan asked, puzzled. Li Hao extended his hand, showing the cherries to Su Yuan. Look what Li Guo did. He picked 5 of your 10th Sandiyuan cherries. If I hadn't stopped him, he would have ruined the whole bunch. Awoo, awoo, awoo. Upon hearing Li Hao's accusation, Li Guo spun around in frustration on the floor, then lunged and bit Li Hao's pant leg, yanking it down hard. The silence was deafening. Su Yuan glanced down, then coughed and covered his mouth. You aren't wearing underwear. Li Hao covered his face and ran away. Su Yuan, not forgetting to retrieve the cherry from his hand, placed it into Li Guo's mouth, and only then did Li Guo become happy, frolicking around Su Yuan with joyful whines. After 3 delightful days at the farmhouse, Zhao Qingxue gained nearly 1 million followers due to her nightly live streams, a staggering speed. The Tianshan's video of eating barbecue was turned into various memes and uploaded, sparking another wave of trending topics. Finally, the most discussed topic was Su Yuan's orchard. Some reporters even called to request an interview, but Su Yuan declined, citing a lack of time. But Yuan was having a comfortable time. His earlier boast on his moments had been mocked, making him irritable, but once Su Yuan's orchard went viral, everyone changed their tune. Dad, quick, I can't get a reservation anymore, can you help? You're pretty close with the farmhouse owner, right? Introduce us, and he'll treat you to dinner anywhere you like. Dad, in your little cozy cotton-padded jacket. You'll take me to the orchard, won't you? Within a day, his social media accounts were flooded with private messages, all asking about the orchard. Yuan smirked. Calling me grandpa now is too late. Grandpa? Seeing all those messages calling him dad, Yuan felt a surge of satisfaction, but in the end he didn't reply to a single one. Because most were asking him to book spots at Su Yuan's orchard, but even he couldn't get a reservation after it became famous. How could he book for others? Back home, Zhao Qingxue tossed a towel on the floor. Come, Li Guo, wipe your paws. Li Guo obediently stepped on it a few times, cleaned his paws, and showed them to Zhao Qingxue. She nodded. Good boy, Li Guo. Come in. Wipe your paws every time you enter. Woof, woof, woof. Smiling, she patted Li Guo's head and was about to head to the kitchen to cook when she saw her phone light up. It was a call from her mother. Mom, what's up? Having not spoken for a few days, Zhao Qingxue sat on the sofa with her phone, chatting with her mom. Su Yuan sat beside her, and she put the call on speaker. Are you two doing well? We're fine. What's wrong, Mom? Good. By the way, tomorrow is Sunday. Did you receive Ningning's wedding invitation? Remember to come. Zhao Qingxue's mother emphasized. Ningning was a relative on her mother's side, 5 years older than Zhao Qingxue. They had played together as children, but lost touch as adults. At the new year, she heard that Ningning had found a very impressive boyfriend. A couple of days ago, Zhao Qingxue received an electronic invitation from Ningning and was already prepared to attend the wedding tomorrow. I know, Mom. Good. Let me tell you, even though you and Ningning haven't been in touch, you must give a generous gift this time. Ningning's boyfriend is very accomplished. Though he's over 30 and not much to look at, he started his own internet company with annual revenue exceeding 10 million. Zhao Qingxue's mother spoke earnestly. This isn't a trivial matter. If you build a good relationship with Ningning, you can ask her for help when needed. Hearing this, Zhao Qingxue and Su Yuan exchanged a glance and shared a wry smile. Su Yuan knew well what kind of person Zhao Qingxue's mother was, so he just smiled indifferently. Zhao Qingxue felt a bit awkward, but replied, Okay, I'll prepare a big red envelope. At least 10,000, got it. Finally, ending the call with her mother, Zhao Qingxue was a little worried. Ningning and I aren't close. We haven't been in touch for years. Is giving 10,000 for her wedding appropriate? Though she wasn't short on money, wedding gift giving had its own etiquette. For distant relationships like friends, classmates, or colleagues, 200 to 500 was enough. For closer friends, 1 or 2,000. As for 10,000, that was reserved for very close relatives. Who would casually give that much to someone? Let's listen to your mom. Su Yuan thought for a moment and made the decision. 10,000 was just a drop in the bucket for him now. He didn't care much about what others thought, but he had to consider Zhao Qingxue's mother's feelings, or else she would get angry and make things difficult for him and Zhao Qingxue. All right, I'll listen to my husband. Having made the decision, the next day they entrusted Li Gua to Li Hao upstairs and set off early in the morning. Ningning's wedding was held at a famous resort hotel in Shanghai. The hotel was already crowded on weekends, and with a wedding it was bustling with excitement. The crowd was manageable, but the parking lot was clearly insufficient. Seeing the cars lining up, Su Yuan asked Zhao Qingxue to get off and head to the hotel first while he drove to find a parking spot nearby. Oh, is that Qingxue? The wedding was grand, so many relatives had come. The bride's and groom's families filled 50 tables packed with people. As Zhao Qingxue entered the hotel lobby, she was about to find her seat when someone called out to her. Turning around, she saw Ningning's bridesmaids, whom she also knew from before. How you all look stunning today. Seeing them in full attire and heavy makeup, the semi-stars of the wedding, Zhao Qingxue grinned and complimented them. How could we be as beautiful as our Qingxue? Right, Qingxue, I'm so jealous. You're 24, and your skin is still this good, I'm already getting fine lines. Hey, don't you have a boyfriend? Didn't he come today? They warmly gathered around Zhao Qingxue, pinching her cheeks with envy. He came. My husband is parking the car. The bridesmaids were all nice, and Zhao Qingxue was happy to mingle with them. Since the wedding hadn't started yet, she pulled them aside to catch up. Is he your new husband? One of them asked curiously upon hearing that Zhao Qingxue's husband was there. She meant no harm. She had just heard recently that Zhao Qingxue had a very poor boyfriend, and her family disapproved, forcing them to break up. Zhao Qingxue had always been an obedient girl, and the bridesmaid assumed she had followed her family's wishes and ended the relationship. Although Zhao Qingxue knew that the person asking meant no harm, the words still made her a little unhappy. She earnestly explained to the others, I have already set my heart on him. No matter what he becomes, I will stay with him. Besides, he is not poor. When Zhao Qingxue said this, her expression was solemn. Her usually gentle eyes flickered with a cold, sharp light that made one's heart tremble. All right, Qingxue, I was just casually asking. I'm sorry, don't take it to heart. Yes, Qingxue Mumu doesn't know how to speak. Don't dwell on what she said. The others were momentarily stunned by Zhao Qingxue's serious demeanor, but upon reflection, they realized the words had indeed been inappropriate. The girl named Mumu promptly apologized to Zhao Qingxue. Zhao Qingxue was not one to hold grudges. Seeing that everyone admitted their mistake, she let the matter go and turned the conversation to the wedding. Honestly, I'm really envious of Ningning. You have no idea how rich her husband is. Everyone was eager to talk about the wedding. The wedding was held at a famous resort hotel where a single night's stay cost several thousand. Booking the entire venue for the wedding must have cost at least several $100,000 a day. The decorations were lavish, the cigarettes handed out were zhonghua, and the party favors were no less extravagant. Every detail screamed money. What made the girls most envious was the wedding dress Ningning's boyfriend had ordered for her. It was said to be designed by the renowned French designer Ferrari, entirely handcrafted. For people had spent a whole month affixing the tiny diamonds onto the dress, perfecting every detail. Of course, such an expensive dress came with a hefty price tag. A full 89,000. It was like wearing a BMW. For ordinary families, a wedding dress worn only once, no matter how willing they were to spend, would never reach that amount. At most, they would pick a nice style within 100,000 and have it altered. Who would hire a famous designer for a custom creation? That was utterly absurd. Yet Ningning's boyfriend waved his hand and bought her a dress worth 89,000. How could they not envy her? After all, it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for every woman. It had to be perfect. Well, Ferrari is indeed a good designer. Her wedding dresses should not disappoint. Zhao Qingxue smiled faintly, not particularly envious. After all, Su Yuan had given her dresses worth tens of millions, so this mere $100,000 dress was nothing special to her. Hey Qingxue, don't feel a sense of loss really. Seeing Zhao Qingxue's indifferent expression, the others thought she was upset. They patted her shoulder to comfort her. Yeah, we're all ordinary people. Not everyone has Ningning's luck. My boyfriend is also poor. He still lives with his parents. Their chatter left Zhao Qingxue both amused and exasperated. She had originally wanted to explain, but then she thought that explaining now would seem too deliberate. Even if she did, they might not believe her, so there was no need to waste words. She simply let it go with a smile. After a while of chatting, the entrance suddenly became lively. Glancing at the time, she guessed the bride and groom had arrived. Such a moment was worth watching at the entrance. The others got busy and stopped chatting with her. Zhao Qingxue waved them off and walked toward the door. Welcome the newlyweds. Amid the cheerful greetings, a long line of wedding cars pulled up at the hotel entrance. The lead car, a Rolls-Royce Phantom, opened its door. The bride, Ningning, in her designer wedding dress, slowly stepped out with the groom, greeted by enthusiastic cheers and stares. Although the groom looked nearly 40, he was well dressed today and matched the bride passably. Ningning, radiating happiness, held his arm and slowly walked toward the hotel lobby, her long train trailing behind. Ningning is so lucky. I wish I had a husband like that. This is the wedding of my dreams. If anyone could give me a wedding of this scale, I'd marry them on the spot. Many girls at the scene whispered enviously, their eyes fixed on the grand spectacle. The crowd was dense. To make way for the newlyweds, several security guards used their arms to push the guests back from the red carpet. Zhao Qingxue happened to be nearby. Pushed by the crowd, she stumbled and lost her balance, falling backward. Up. She instinctively flailed her arms in the air, catching nothing while screams erupted around her. When she regained her senses, she realized that a flower stand nearby had been knocked over by the crowd and was crashing toward her. Just as she was about to be hit, she struggled and raised her hand to shield her face. At a time like this, you only know how to protect your face. But the expected pain never came. A familiar strong arm wrapped tightly around her waist, and Su Yuan's slightly helpless voice sounded in her ear. His tone carried 3 parts helplessness, 3 parts affection, and mostly deep concern. How are you here? Opening her eyes and meeting Su Yuan's deep gaze, Zhao Qingxue asked in surprise. How did he appear so timely? Silly girl, I've been following you for a long time, and you didn't even notice me. Su Yuan said this with a hint of grievance. After parking the car, he had sent her a message, but she never replied. When he finally found her, he realized this silly girl hadn't even thought of him. She was too busy watching someone else's wedding with great interest. Zhao Qingxue felt a twinge of guilt hearing that. But now wasn't the time to dwell on it, as the wedding accident had nearly caused injury, startling everyone. Even Ningning paused the photo shoot and red carpet walk, walking over with concern. Qingxue, are you all right? I'm so sorry, it was our poor planning. You almost got hurt. As she spoke, her eyes couldn't help but glance at Su Yuan, filled with admiration. Because he was just too handsome. Not only her, but almost every girl present had their eyes fixed on Su Yuan, with little red hearts practically glowing in their gazes. Who is this person? Does anyone know him? He's so handsome, I thought he was some minor celebrity. No, he's even more handsome than those celebrities. Qingxue is so lucky to be held by such a handsome guy. Honestly, if I could have that treatment, I'd be willing to be hit by a flower rack. Look at you acting like a lovesick fool. As if you aren't one too. Since they were attending a wedding, Su Yuan wore a light gray suit today. The suit had been sitting in Zhao Qingxue's shopping cart for a long time, costing nearly 30,000 yuan, but she never had the heart to buy it. She had planned to give it to him on his birthday, but he accidentally cleared the cart and bought it himself. As a fashion designer, Zhao Qingxue knew exactly what style and size suited Su Yuan. Although the suit was bought online, it fit him perfectly. The elegant, understated gray brought out a sense of calm nobility in him, and his well-proportioned figure, broad shoulders, narrow waist, and long legs, added even more to the outfit's appeal. Of course, the most important thing was his appearance. Su Yuan already had a good foundation, and before leaving today, Zhao Qingxue remembered Jingxin's words, so she specially styled his hair and gave his face a slight touch-up. Now his face was as chiseled as a sculpture, with sharp features, deep eyes beneath his tousled hair, and a straight nose, making him look like a work of art from the Middle Ages that captivated everyone's gaze. People are visual creatures. Not only men are members of the Appearance Association, there are plenty of women too. Therefore, seeing such a handsome man, almost every woman's heart skipped a beat. Fine. Seeing everyone's attention on her, Zhao Qingxue felt extremely embarrassed and quickly tried to extricate herself from Su Yuan's embrace. But Su Yuan acted as if he didn't understand her intention, tightly wrapping his arm around her slender waist. Shooting him a glare, Zhao Qingxue felt helpless and could only let him hold her as she turned to continue speaking with Ningning. Lucky my husband came over. I'm really fine. You all go ahead with the wedding. Don't delay the ceremony. He's your husband. Ningning was stunned to hear that Su Yuan was Zhao Qingxue's husband, her mouth slightly agape in disbelief. She had only heard that Zhao Qingxue had a very poor boyfriend. When did he become her husband? And she had never known that Zhao Qingxue's husband was so handsome. No wonder Zhao Qingxue is willing to stay with him despite his poverty. With a face like that, many girls would be willing. Yeah. Ningning, since everything's fine here, don't waste time. We need to continue the wedding. Perhaps Ningning had been staring at Su Yuan for too long, which made the groom beside her a bit displeased. He coughed and instructed the staff to clean up the area quickly so as not to delay the wedding ceremony. Clearly, Ningning usually relied on the groom like a little woman. Hearing his words, she didn't dare to contradict him. She cast an apologetic glance at Zhao Qingxue and then took the groom's arm and walked away. But Zhao Qingxue didn't find peace there. Everyone who knew Zhao Qingxue gathered around her. Qingxue, why didn't you tell us earlier that you had such a handsome husband? Oh my God, he's really gorgeous. All girls to some extent have a bit of vanity. Hearing acquaintances praise her husband's looks, Zhao Qingxue couldn't help but smile. Oh, not at all. He's just dressed more formally today. He's not usually this handsome. Don't be modest. With looks like that, he's definitely at the level of a campus heartthrob. As expected, beauty matches handsomeness. You two are such a delight to the eyes. I want to sit with you. The girls around were all talking to Zhao Qingxue, but their glances kept sneaking towards Su Yuan. Although he was already someone else's husband, just a look from him would be wonderful. However, to their disappointment, Su Yuan stood by Zhao Qingxue's side the entire time, watching her chat with others, a gentle smile in his eyes. After the bride and groom walked the red carpet, and the master of ceremonies took the stage, everyone returned to their seats. When Zhao Qingxue finally extricated herself from the group of women and reached her table, she found that her mother and father were already seated there. Hearing others talk about Su Yuan, her mother was loudly boasting. "That's right, that's my son-in-law. My son-in-law is extraordinarily handsome. I don't think many can compare." Zhao Qingxue's father, who was not one to show off, kept tugging at her sleeve, telling her to lower her voice, only to be slapped away several times. After wincing and shaking his hand, Zhao Qingxue's father saw his daughter and son-in-law approaching and quickly called them over to sit. "Come sit down, Dad, Mom." Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue greeted her parents as they took their seats. The people at the table were also surprised to see Su Yuan. He really is a stunningly handsome man. Such a handsome face. He could be a big star. Yes, when you star in a TV drama, they'll definitely watch it. At this table, besides Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue, there were few young people. Most were of the same generation as Zhao Qingxue's parents. Seeing how handsome Su Yuan was, they didn't hold back their compliments, almost praising him to the heavens. These words made Su Yuan almost embarrassed. "What's the use of being handsome? It's not like you can eat it. I think Ningning's husband is better. Although he's a bit older, he's honest and hardworking. That's the real catch. Not like some people, just a pretty shell." There were always those who envied you, and others who couldn't stand to see you happy. An elderly woman sitting across from Zhao Qingxue spoke with a sarcastic tone, and after finishing, she didn't forget to sneer at Zhao Qingxue's mother. "I don't know what you're so proud of. What's there to brag about? If my daughter didn't listen to me and ran off with some wild man, I'd have broken her legs long ago." "Lin Jinhua, what do you mean by that?" Zhao Qingxue's mother had a fiery temper and wouldn't let anyone belittle her. Being mocked like this, she naturally couldn't swallow her pride, so she slammed the table and stood up. Seeing her agitated, the people around quickly pulled her back to her seat. "This is Ningning's wedding, a happy occasion. Why get angry? Sit down and let's talk calmly." As Zhao Qingxue's mother was being pulled back down, Lin Jinhua didn't miss the chance to add fuel to the fire. "Exactly what's there to be angry about? Did I hit a nerve?" Lin Jinhua's words reignited the fury that had just begun to subside in Zhao Qingxue's mother. Seeing the two about to escalate into a quarrel, the others had no choice but to separate them, forcibly pulling Lin Jinhua to exchange seats with someone from another table, thus resolving the matter. "That woman Lin Jinhua has a foul mouth. Everyone just lets her be. Don't bother getting angry at her. It's not..." "Exactly. Your son-in-law is perfect in my eyes. If I had a daughter, I'd marry her to him just for that face. With good genes, the grandchildren would be beautiful. Perfect for being little influencers. Too bad my old man is ugly. The whole family inherited his genes. I regret it so much now. Come have some food." After a while of coaxing, Zhao Qingxue's mother reluctantly calmed down. The wedding proceeded smoothly. The master of ceremonies first invited the officiant to the stage. After the officiant finished his lines, it was time for the bride and groom to exchange rings in front of everyone. After most of the formalities were completed, the next part arrived. The most anticipated segment of the wedding, the bouquet. As the saying goes, the roses in her hand, the fragrance in mine. Our beautiful bride will now pass this lovely bouquet to you all. She hopes this happiness can be shared. Please, all unmarried ladies, come to the stage. Whoever catches this bouquet will be the next happy bride. After the MC's words, many women in the audience stood up and moved toward the stage. As long as they were adults, regardless of relationship status, everyone was eligible, so quite a crowd gathered. Many glanced towards Su Yuan while approaching the stage. Finally, someone couldn't resist and came to ask Zhao Qingxue, "Why aren't you going?" Judging by Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue's demeanor, they guessed the couple wasn't married yet. First, they hadn't heard of any wedding. Second, such a handsome man getting married so early would break their hearts. Don't marry too early. It's easy to get fat. Catching the bouquet is for you single dogs. Shuer is already my wife, she doesn't need it. Before Zhao Qingxue could answer, Su Yuan spoke first. Then he cast a doting glance at her. The sweet atmosphere between them made the onlookers swallow hard. FK, FK, FK. I can't take it anymore. What kind of fairy tale husband is this? If he looked at me like that, I'd melt. Do perfect couples have a resistance buff? How can Qingxue be so unaffected? Well, she sees it every day. The point is, he called us single dogs. The women who still harbored some fantasies about Su Yuan were utterly disillusioned. They had hearts for him, yet he mocked them as single dogs. This was a critical hit of 999 damage. Couldn't he be less cruel? Not only did he show off his love, but he also struck back, leaving them no way to survive. The originally lively bouquet toss suddenly became filled with resentment, leaving the MC on stage quite baffled. He could only say some auspicious words to ease the tension, barely getting through the segment. After the bouquet toss, it was time for everyone to eat, drink, and for the bride and groom to toast. Everyone relaxed, eating and chatting while the bride and groom, accompanied by the best men and bridesmaids, made their rounds to each table. Normally, only the best men would be needed to shield the groom from drinking, but this time 2 of the bridesmaids were quite skilled at holding their liquor, so they joined as well. Zhao Qingxue's table was near the back, so by the time the toasting reached them, everyone was already quite tipsy. After the routine toasts, one of the bridesmaids who was about to leave suddenly grabbed Zhao Qingxue. "Swear no, I have to drink one with you alone. Look at you. How did you get so lucky to meet such a handsome guy? Why don't I have such good luck?" She had drunk quite a bit, so her speech was slurred. But on this joyous occasion, no one would mind her slightly out-of-line behavior. Zhao Qingxue felt embarrassed to respond, and was helpless against the glass thrust into her hand. Just as she was about to drink it and brush it off, Su Yuan beside her caught her wrist. Before Zhao Qingxue could react, Su Yuan's slender fingers had already taken the glass as he stood up. A faint smile played on his lips as he gently touched her hair. In a clear voice he said, "My wife doesn't hold her liquor well, as she can't drink too much. He'll drink this one for her." With that, he tilted his head back and drained the glass. After showing the empty bottom to the bridesmaid, he smiled and continued, "You're wrong. I think Qingxue is the best girl I've ever met. Meeting her is my lucky break." "Honey, don't say that." Zhao Qingxue was touched by his words and gently tugged his sleeve. The bridesmaid, emboldened by alcohol, had wanted to pour out her envy and jealousy to Zhao Qingxue, but instead was thoroughly fed a dose of couple's affection, so she had to admit defeat. Well, even though it was dog food, at least it was from a handsome man and a beautiful woman, so she reluctantly swallowed it. But why did her throat hurt so much? All right, first the wedding couple feeds us dog food, and now you 2 lovebirds also feed us. We old aunties are almost choked to death by all this dog food." Sensing the awkward atmosphere, an auntie stood up and said with a smile, Come, you 2 loving couples, drink a toast with me too. Let me bask in your happiness and see if that deadbeat of mine will treat me a little better when I get home." The group obliged the auntie, each drinking a glass. After finishing, one of the bridesmaids suddenly pointed at the Hermes crocodile leather Birkin bag behind Zhao Qingxue's chair and asked, "Is this bag real?" She rubbed her eyes and stared at the Hermes crocodile leather Birkin for a long time, feeling she must be mistaken. This particular Birkin was not the ordinary version. It was a bright red Porsche crocodile leather priced at a staggering $2 million. After what that bridesmaid said, everyone's attention converged on Zhao Qingxue's handbag. The bridesmaid looked at her expectantly. "Could you show me?" "Sure, no problem." It was just a bag, nothing to hide, but being stared at by so many eyes made Zhao Qingxue a bit uncomfortable. She quickly handed the bag to the bridesmaid. Meanwhile, she sighed inwardly. Since today was a wedding, wearing white or red would be too conspicuous, so she had chosen a black Chanel-style suit. In her opinion, this red Hermes bag was the perfect match for the suit, so she didn't overthink and simply wore it. Who would have guessed it would be discovered and become the center of attention? So exquisite. It must be authentic. Seeing the bag's accessories crafted with the precision of art, flawless in every detail, with even a large diamond embedded in the center of the clasp, the bridesmaids couldn't help but exclaim. They never imagined someone around them would be carrying such an expensive bag. "Swear this bag. My husband bought it." Seeing the puzzled expressions, Zhao Qingxue took Su Yuan's arm. "My husband thought I had too few bags, so he bought me several Hermes bags." Saying several large cases would be too shocking, so Zhao Qingxue decided to downplay it. Yet even her mention of several left the bridesmaids stunned for a long time. Other people save up their salaries for ages, enter Hermes with a reverent attitude, and then carefully carry out a single bag like a sacred relic. But she buys several in one go. How infuriating, isn't it? "Is this bag real?" Some middle-aged lady dressed rather elegantly was carrying an entry-level Hermes bag. Although it had been used for a long time, it was well-maintained, and she seemed more knowledgeable about Hermes than the other aunties. She knew that while Hermes bags were common, red ones were very rare, especially this bright red shade. She couldn't believe Su Yuan could afford such an expensive bag for Zhao Qingxue. She didn't want to ask a nosy question, but thinking of Hermes as her faith, she couldn't help but speak up. It's real. See for yourself." A bridesmaid eagerly came over and let her touch it. "The feel is great, right? I've specially gone to the store to touch it before. You'll never forget this texture." As a top luxury bag, this red Hermes Porsche crocodile Birkin not only uses platinum and high-purity natural diamonds for its hardware, but also pays great attention to the crocodile leather. Regular crocodile leather bags use farmed alligator skin, so while expensive, the price is still within reach for many. Above that are Siamese crocodile and Nile crocodile, whose leather is softer than the former. This bag, however, uses the nearly extinct wild Porsche crocodile, whose hide is extremely rare worldwide. Because of its superior quality and scarcity, the price has skyrocketed. To craft such a Porsche crocodile handbag, one must first find a crocodile cub of the right age, take the softest piece of skin from its belly, undergo dozens of complex processes, and then have it made by an experienced master artisan. Only then can the final product be obtained. It really is. After touching it, the middle-aged lady was completely conquered by the soft and delicate texture. Swear, what's going on? Since everyone attending the wedding together was somewhat related or acquainted, they had all heard about Zhao Qingxue's situation. Wasn't her boyfriend quite poor? How could he afford such an expensive Poros's crocodile Birkin? This bag alone was worth over 2 million RMB. That's a down payment for a house in Modu. Zhao Qingxue didn't know how to answer. She looked at her mother helplessly. You were so diligent in publicizing Su Yuan's poverty, why didn't you mention that he's now very rich? I think everyone might have some misunderstandings about me. Seeing Zhao Qingxue at a loss, Su Yuan smiled slightly. I know you all think him poor and incompetent based on hearsay, but I'm just a low-key person. However, I'm generous with my wife. So that's how it is. Haha, I knew it. Swear, I'm really jealous of you now. Whoa, indeed rich people are low-key. Seeing all attention shift to Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue the groom and his groomsmen as the main characters were somewhat displeased. After a moment of silence, the groom was the first to speak. Mr. Su, you're so young and generous. What does your family do? As a seasoned player, despite his displeasure, he wore a full smile while asking. Su Yuan paused. My family doesn't run a business. I just made some small investments that happened to make money, and then it snowballed. It's really rare to have such understanding and insight into investment at such a young age. However, I think Mr. Su would also be very talented in short videos and live streaming. Taking out a well-designed, gold-embossed business card from his pocket, the groom placed it directly in front of Su Yuan. My company is on the 19th floor of the Jinxing building in Pudong. It's just a small company. If you have time, please come and visit. I've heard that the groom's company is very strong, but I didn't expect it to be in the Jinxing building. Jinxing building. Sounds familiar. Of course it's familiar. It's one of the tallest buildings in Pudong Financial Street. Forget buying, even rent is exorbitant. Even a small office costs at least 200 RMB a month. Before Su Yuan could respond to the groom, those around who heard Jinxing building began discussing in surprise. He glanced at the card on the table. It was some internet technology company, and the address was indeed in the Jinxing building. Well, I do go to the Jinxing building sometimes. Next time I'm there, I'll drop by your place. Su Yuan said, pocketing the card. Alright, just call me before you come, and I'll have my assistant pick you up. Seeing Su Yuan take the card, the groom was satisfied but slightly puzzled. What do you usually do at the Jinxing building? Collect rent. The groom was taken aback, not quite catching what was said. He thought he heard the words, collecting rent. So he subconsciously asked again, did you say collecting rent? Collecting rent at the Jinxing building. What kind of rent is that? Could it be a new industry? I guess his job is probably similar to accounting, like filling out some spreadsheets for others. The people around, upon hearing Su Yuan's words, were all stunned and began to whisper among themselves. Although they knew that someone like Su Yuan, who could afford a sky-high LV bag for his wife, was definitely not poor and might even be very wealthy, still no one ever thought that the Jinxing building belonged to him. Because it was too incredible. That wasn't the kind of rundown tenement building where landlords in slippers appear in TV dramas. Even several of those tenement buildings combined couldn't buy a single floor of the Jinxing building. Everyone present knew that the Jinxing building was impressive, but no one knew its exact market value. Because when the Jinxing building was first constructed, billions were invested. Now, with economic development and the soaring property prices in the Magic City, the value of the Jinxing building has also skyrocketed to the point where it can no longer be measured in money. At least everyone knew that renting an office in the Jinxing building gave a lot of face, but it never occurred to anyone that someone would buy any floor of the building. Because, needless to say, it was simply unaffordable. If one owned the entire building, they would essentially have an inexhaustible fortune. Even living off the fat of the land would be no problem. Right? Although the shortest rental period at the Jinxing building is a quarter, due to different lease durations, a financial report is issued every month. Sometimes when I'm too lazy to go, I just glance at the financial statement sent by the leasing department, but occasionally I go in person. Saying this, Su Yuan turned and glanced helplessly at Zhao Qingxue beside him. Of course, if my wife were willing to take care of that side, I wouldn't need to go. Su Yuan's words were already quite clear. The people present were stunned, momentarily unable to digest this news. Especially the groom. Earlier, he was extremely annoyed that Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue had stolen the spotlight from him on his wedding day, and he wanted to show off in front of Su Yuan. But now he wished he could slap himself twice. What the hell was he showing off earlier? He was completely like a clown performing for others. If the man owned the entire Jinxing building, why would he care about his small, insignificant company? If he could, he would dig a hole and bury himself in it. The Jinxing building. How much is that worth? Qingxue's husband is that amazing. Damn. Fuck, I never even dared to dream of such a thing in my wildest dreams. The people around momentarily didn't know what expression to wear, facing Su Yuan, only able to gaze at him, and Zhao Qingxue with envy. Qingxue, let's exchange contact info. Brother Yuan, let's have a drink together. Truth be told, weddings are also a kind of social occasion. Seeing such a thick thigh as Su Yuan's, everyone couldn't resist. If not now, when? Today is the bride and groom's big day. Why are you all thinking of toasting me? Come, let's drink to the happy union of the bride and groom. Seeing that not only the people at his table had changed their expressions, but those at the surrounding tables and the groomsmen were also starting to cozy up to him, Su Yuan raised his glass in a timely manner, reminding everyone that this was the bride and groom's wedding, and he had no intention of stealing the spotlight. After his reminder, whether they liked it or not, everyone had to shift their attention back to the groom. The groom shot Su Yuan a grateful look. To be honest, when he saw Su Yuan buy Zhao Qingxue a 2 million Hermes crocodile skin Birkin bag, he had felt dismissive and even angry, thinking Su Yuan was being tactless by stealing the spotlight. But now, knowing that the Jinxing building belonged to Su Yuan, he understood that Su Yuan's status was far above his own, and he became apprehensive. Not only did he no longer feel Su Yuan stole the show, but he also feared offending him. However, it now seemed he had been judging a gentleman's heart with a petty mind. Alright, I still have a few tables to toast. He'll come back to chat with you after I'm done. After finishing Su Yuan's toast, the groom politely greeted him, then left with the bridesmaids and groomsmen. Brother Yuan, let's exchange contact info. Qingxue, we used to be so close, we haven't been in touch much in recent years. I can't find you. What have you been up to? If you're free, we could hang out together. Old Zhao, Aunt Zhao, you are truly blessed to have found such a perfect son-in-law. I'm so envious. This is your daughter's fortune from several lifetimes. As soon as the groom's party left, Su Yuan's group was immediately surrounded. Neither he nor Zhao Qingxue were fond of such occasions, so they merely dealt with it perfunctorily. Zhao Qingxue's father was also quite reserved. As a math teacher who followed the routine aside from lecturing, he spoke very little. When others complimented him, he nodded. When they praised him, he nodded. Just nodding in general was fine. The only one who reveled in such occasions was Zhao Qingxue's mother. Of course, who else would have such sharp eyes as my daughter? To be honest, I wasn't fond of my son-in-law at first, but my daughter was set on him, wouldn't marry anyone else, so I had no choice but to give her to him. Zhao Qingxue's mother spoke with animation. But who knew my daughter had such good taste? This son-in-law of mine is filial to his elders, loving to his wife, and humble and polite to others. The more I see him, the more I like him. I'm old and can't judge people well anymore. If it weren't for my daughter's persistence, I would have almost missed out on such a wonderful son-in-law. In truth, the people present were somewhat envious of Zhao Qingxue's mother. Hearing her say this, everyone secretly wished she had forced Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue apart back then, so their daughters would have had a chance. But on the surface, they naturally had to say pleasant things. Oh, Aunt Zhao, what are you saying? Qingxue is lucky, destined to have such a husband, and you are destined to have such a son-in-law. When fate comes, it's unstoppable. I'm not trying to take credit, but I wasn't the one who helped them get together. It was all thanks to their own matchmaker, the one who's... After the wedding, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. Having finished socializing, Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue walked out arm in arm, with people constantly greeting them along the way as if they were old acquaintances. It was only when they finally reached the underground parking lot that they found some peace and quiet. They got into the lot, fastened their seat belts, and Zhao Qingxue rubbed her face. My face muscles are stiff from all the smiling today. Let me loosen them up for you. Su Yuan chuckled softly, then reached out and turned her face toward him. My. She looked at him with her watery eyes, slightly puzzled. How are you going to loosen them? They'll lick them. Without hesitation, Su Yuan lowered his head and quickly ran his tongue across her fair, delicate cheek. You? After a soft huff, Zhao Qingxue gently pushed him away. That's your idea of loosening up? I want you to give me a full face massage when we get home. All right, whatever you say, my dear wife. As long as you put on that nurse outfit I bought for you from your shopping cart, they'll do anything you ask. Su Yuan's lips curled into a smirk, his smile carrying a hint of unabashed desire. Zhao Qingxue's face suddenly flushed crimson. She stammered, what nurse outfit? I'm not a nurse, how could I own something like that? I don't care. If I don't see you in that nurse outfit today, I want sleep. It's up to you. He stepped on the accelerator, and they drove straight home. On the way, Su Yuan kept talking about the nurse outfit. Zhao Qingxue was flustered and at a loss, so as soon as they got home, she dashed into the bedroom and locked the door, refusing to come out. Su Yuan hadn't expected Zhao Qingxue to pull such a move. He realized he had been careless. Letting out a wry laugh, he said, All right, dear, stop messing around. I won't force you to wear it. I never said you had to. Just open the door. Earlier, when he had cleared her shopping cart, he had noticed a nurse outfit, a lingerie-style one. Excitedly, he had purchased it, eagerly waiting for her to wear it for him. But after all this time, there had been no reaction. So recalling it, he couldn't help but take the initiative. Otherwise, he felt he might be old and gray before ever seeing Zhao Qingxue in that nurse outfit. If you were snooping in my shopping cart, I'm not opening the door. Hiding in the bedroom, Zhao Qingxue retrieved the nurse outfit from the very bottom of the closet. Staring at the white garment, she felt her entire face burning. Once when chatting with Su Yuan, he had mentioned that if she were to wear lingerie, he'd most want to see her in a nurse outfit. Though she had refused him verbally at the time, she had secretly searched for a lingerie nurse outfit on Taobao, added it to her cart, and planned to surprise him on Qixi Festival. Who knew he would clear her shopping cart early and buy it? At that moment, she could only silently pray that he hadn't noticed the nurse outfit, assuming he had just used the one-click order function. After all, there were over 100 items in her cart. Later, when the package arrived, he never mentioned it, and she actually thought he hadn't noticed. Who knew that this big bad wolf knew everything, pretending to be ignorant like a wolf in sheep's clothing? Dear, just open the door, please. I know I was wrong. Seeing that Zhao Qingxue adamantly refused to open the door, Su Yuan felt a pang of regret. He should have never brought it up. What good does knowing you're wrong do? Zhao Qingxue's voice came from inside the room, sounding a bit muffled. Su Yuan pressed his ear closer to the door. Dear, what do you want then? They'll do anything, just open the door. But as soon as he finished speaking, the door opened. His eyes widened, and he froze in place. Before him stood Zhao Qingxue, her hair pinned up, wearing a little white nurse's cap. On her slender fair arms were matching gloves. Milky white stockings reached just above her thighs, revealing an enticing forbidden zone. She slightly curved her red lips, wearing a stern expression, the corners of her eyes tilting upward. She held a syringe up and gently blew on it. Did you just say that if I opened the door you'd do anything? Normally Zhao Qingxue was very conservative in such matters. Seeing her like this now was shocking to Su Yuan. He swallowed, his throat parched. Yes, I did say that. Then I'm going to punish you. Holding the syringe in one hand, Zhao Qingxue's other hand was not idle. She extended her pale fingers, gently poked his chest, then slowly moved upward, brushing over his bobbing Adam's apple, and finally hooked his tie. Come with me. All right. Seeing this little girl finally showing such a proud and domineering side, Su Yuan was utterly captivated and naturally followed obediently. Soon they reached the sofa. Zhao Qingxue shoved Su Yuan down onto it. You didn't perform well today, so I'm going to give you a shot. A shot? Raising an eyebrow slightly, Su Yuan suddenly grabbed her hand and chuckled softly. Of course you can give me a shot, but I need to check first whether you're a real nurse. With that, he pried open her fingers that held the syringe. The little girl's soft palm was all sweaty. Confirming his suspicion, the smile on Su Yuan's lips deepened. She was clearly a naive little bunny trying to play the big bad wolf. You? Zhao Qingxue was caught off guard by Su Yuan's sudden shift in control. That's not how the script goes. How does it go then? He tossed the syringe aside, leaned close to her ear, and gently bit her earlobe. Instantly, her body trembled. Her face flushed, and her earlier forced dominance vanished without a trace. You? I'm the nurse, you should listen to me. Didn't you say you were going to give me a shot? Su Yuan glanced down at his lower body, his expression innocently clueless. I'm being very obedient. I brought my own needle. Isn't this enough for you? You. Easy now. Watching the flustered little bunny, Su Yuan couldn't hold back any longer. He pounced on her, pinning her down on the sofa. By the time Su Yuan finished showering, it was already past 9 in the evening. Sitting on the sofa, he held his phone, admiring the scene of a beauty emerging from the bath, still savoring the moment. Maybe. No, not again. Before Su Yuan could finish his words, Zhao Qingxue swiftly waved her hands and warily pulled her pajamas up a bit. What are you doing? Watching her reaction, Su Yuan flashed a mischievous smile. I was just saying it's too late, and we've burned too much energy, so how about ordering some takeout? I don't want to trouble my dear wife into cooking for me so late at night. He paused, then added, especially after all the hard work you've done, honey. Why do you have to phrase it so ambiguously when ordering takeout? It's because you interrupted me before I could finish my sentence. Seeing she was losing the argument, Zhao Qingxue turned around, pouted her little face, and looked down at her feet in grievance. Then she whispered, I knew you don't love me anymore. All right, honey, I admit I was wrong. It was my fault for phrasing it that way. Even if you interrupted me, I should have finished my sentence. The phrase, you don't love me anymore, was Zhao Qingxue's trump card, as she rarely used it, but when she did, Su Yuan naturally couldn't keep joking and had to relent. He went over to coax her, wiped away the remaining moisture, and blow-dried her hair before the matter was settled. Enjoying his meticulous care, Zhao Qingxue picked up her phone and checked the messages. Aside from Chihan's daily chatter, the other person who had messaged her was Jing Tian. She had sent over a dozen messages. At around 6, she invited her to co-stream live. At 7, she asked her to attend a private exhibition together tomorrow. At 8, she wondered if she had been kidnapped since she hadn't replied. The wedding was so tiring that I took a little break. Recalling the intense hours just past, Zhao Qingxue's face still looked a bit unsettled, and her hands felt warm as she sent the message. However, Jing Tian had no way of seeing her expression. You didn't reply for so long. I thought you'd been kidnapped. No, I wasn't. By the way, about that private exhibition I mentioned, are you going? Jing Tian asked again. It's a Tiffany private exhibition. The brand sent me an invitation. I plan to go with a few girlfriends to check out this year's fine jewelry. Tiffany. Zhao Qingxue's heart fluttered at the thought of those beautiful accessories. But I didn't receive an invitation. Can I still go? With me, do you think they'd turn you away? Not only can you come with me, but brother Yuan can join us too. Then I'm coming. Great, I'll send you the time and place. Don't be late tomorrow. After settling it with Jing Tian, Zhao Qingxue told Su Yuan about it. Su Yuan naturally agreed without hesitation when his wife wanted to attend a jewelry exhibition. Wasn't he going to be the one footing the bill? The next day at 1 in the afternoon, they got ready to leave on time. Li Guo, seeing they were about to dump him again with that idiot Li Hao, was very displeased and lay at the door sulking with a long droopy dog face. Ding dong. Just as Su Yuan was about to take Li Guo upstairs, the doorbell rang. He opened the door and saw Li Hao standing there in slippers and a t-shirt with a dark face and messy hair full of energy as he asked, "Dad, what are we having for lunch today?" Without a second glance, Su Yuan shut the door. Li Hao forced the door open. "Hey, what's your deal? Don't you recognize your own son? Look, I even went to the market and bought 2 fresh mandarin fish. Don't say I'm not filial." The fish looked fresh. Zhao Qingxue loved fish, so Su Yuan knew a thing or two about them. Seeing the 2 lively mandarin fish in the bag, he could tell the meat would be plump and tender. So he opened the door, took the bag from Li Hao, and said, "Thanks. That's more like it." Bang. Just as Su Yuan took the fish, Li Hao flashed a satisfied smile and stepped forward to enter. But before his smile could fade, the door slammed shut again. Also locked outside was the woeful Li Guo. They stared at each other, both feeling it was the other's fault. "You're such a burden. Not only do I miss out on lunch, but I also have to take care of you. I swear I'll starve you all day." "Woof woof woof. You're talking back. Pretty impressive. Woof woof." Li Guo was entrusted to Li Hao, and the 2 mandarin fish were kept alive in the sink. After getting ready, the couple drove out. Fearing Zhao Qingxue might not find the place, Jing Tian arranged to meet at the entrance of the Lanzhou building. The Lanzhou building was a high-end office building with a more private nature. Although the transportation was not very convenient, being far from the subway, it was quieter and had a pleasant environment. "Hello sir, please register over here." For security guards stood at the guard booth. Seeing that Su Yuan didn't have a staff badge for the Lanzhou building, they politely asked him to register. Su Yuan didn't dawdle, it was their job, so he cooperated. After registering, they smoothly entered the building and parked the car as directed. This place is really a hidden dragon and crouching tiger. The quality of a residential area and whether it housed many wealthy people could often be judged by its parking lot. The parking lot under the Lanzhou building was filled with luxury cars, the cheapest costing over $1 million, making ordinary cars seem rare. No wonder the security guards were so calm. They had seen too many luxury cars. Ye Jingtian told me that this private jewelry exhibition is drawing many wealthy ladies from Shanghai. Zhao Qingxue had never attended such a formal event before. She had impulsively agreed after hearing it was a high-end jewelry exhibition. So now she felt a bit nervous. "My wife is also a wealthy lady. No, a beautiful, noble woman." Patting her head, Su Yuan took her to the first floor of the Lanzhou building. "Don't overthink it. Your husband is here for you." Although Su Yuan had never been to a private brand exhibition either, he wasn't worried. Mainly because the money in his card was right there, and most things in the world could be solved with money. If not, then double. "The moment the elevator doors opened, the 2 of you nearly blinded me with your brilliance." As they stepped out, Jing Tian, who had been lounging on the deep blue velvet sofa in the lobby, stood up and greeted them warmly. She glanced at Zhao Qingxue, who was wearing a peacock blue cheongsam embroidered with white magnolia blossoms, and said with a smile, "You look so vintage today. I almost thought a Republicara beauty had time-traveled to our time." Zhao Qingxue smiled modestly. "Is it really that exaggerated?" "It's absolutely stunning." Jing Tian never hesitated to praise Zhao Qingxue, and after complimenting both her and Su Yuan from head to toe, she led them over to the velvet sofa and introduced them to her friends. "These are the new friends I told you about. Zhao Qingxue and her husband Su Yuan. Oh, did you watch the live stream we did together? Her makeup skills are incredible. Hello Tian Xianxian. Hello Li Miao. Hello Qin Lu. Hello Gu Jing." Although Jing Tian was a celebrity, her family background ensured that her 3 close friends were all wealthy heiresses, evident from their attire and accessories. When Zhao Qingxue and Su Yuan appeared, the trio had discreetly observed them. Though not lavishly dressed, they exuded grace and poise. The man handsome, the woman beautiful, a pleasing sight. Moreover, since they were introduced by Jing Tian Xianxian, and the others along with her boyfriend Gu Jing greeted Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue with courtesy. "Oh Qingxue, the pearl-embroidered handbag you're carrying is so unique. Did you have it custom-made at a studio?" Naturally, when women gather, fashion and accessories dominate the conversation. Familiar with each other, they had no fresh topics. Tian Xianxian, her arm linked with Gu Jing's, glanced around and shifted her attention to Zhao Qingxue's handbag. It wasn't made to order, but you could say it's custom. I designed the pattern, bought the materials, and had a craftsman assemble it." As a fashion designer, Zhao Qingxue often created small accessories in her spare time. For instance, a distinctive brooch or a special handbag. The bag she carried was made from silk, pearl thread, and other materials she purchased, then rushed to completion by an experienced craftsman from her former studio. She had made it for fun, never expecting an occasion to use it. But yesterday, when selecting an accessory to match her peacock blue cheongsam embroidered with white magnolia flowers, she surprisingly found the bag to be a perfect fit, so she brought it along. "Qingxue, you're so talented. The pattern is unlike anything I've seen. It's fascinating. Which university did you attend, and what was your major?" The revelation that the handbag was Zhao Qingxue's own work surprised everyone, and they regarded her with newfound admiration. Enough talking. The Tiffany brand private exhibition is about to start. Let's head upstairs. They took the elevator to the top floor of Blue Chip Tower. The entire floor except for the ceiling was surrounded by transparent colored glass. Sunlight filtered through the glass, casting a surreal kaleidoscopic beauty over the velvet sofas and exotic plants. Miss Jing, Miss Tian. The staff at the entrance greeted them with warm smiles and proactively registered them without needing to ask. Clearly, they were regulars. In fact, before any high-end jewelry goes public, it undergoes various refinements and evaluations, and private exhibitions are held to invite VIP clients and industry insiders for previews. Of course, if something catches their fancy, they can purchase it on the spot. This is why many high-end jewelry pieces appear on celebrities or socialites before their official release. They were bought during such private exhibitions. These two are unfamiliar. Are they Miss Jing's friends? Among the group, everyone except Gu Jing, Zhao Qingxue, and Su Yuan had VIP invitations. Gu Jing, though, without one, often accompanied Tian Xianxian to jewelry purchases and was a familiar face. But Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue were truly first-timers. Jing Tian introduced them. Yes, they are my very close friends and are also interested in this season's jewelry, so they came along with me. Okay, it's our honor that you're interested in our jewelry. Please register over here. After the staff registered them, they were allowed in. Once inside, they casually found seats. A staff member immediately came over to serve coffee. I heard this season's jewelry is quite impressive, plant-themed. Tian Xianxian leaned against Gu Jing, pouting. Honey, my parents gave me money this month, but I spent it all on a dress. If I see something I like, can you buy it for me? Gu Jing nodded without hesitation. Of course, do you even need to ask? Anything you like, I'll buy it for you. I knew my darling was the best, and They kissed affectionately, oblivious to their surroundings. Li Mio and Qin Lu protested. You two are shamelessly flaunting your love. Can't you tone it down in front of us singles? Learn from Brother Su and Qingxue. They're normal. Jing Tian sighed inwardly at their words. She agreed with the first part, but couldn't endorse the second. Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue's displays of affection were the real deal. She decided not to spoil the surprise they'd see for themselves soon enough. As they chatted, a circular platform rose in the center. A man in a black pinstriped suit stepped onto the stage with a microphone and exclaimed passionately, "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to today's Tiffany private exhibition. It's time for our annual new collection launch. We sincerely invite our brand's VIP members to witness the birth of this year's miracle jewelry. Now please open your eyes wide and enjoy the show." As a renowned international jewelry brand, Tiffany's private exhibition, though not grand in scale, was by no means lacking in the exquisite refinement it deserved. For instance, this current private exhibition, though a small affair with casually arranged seating that exuded an air of leisure, was permeated with luxury in every detail. The models showcasing the jewelry on stage were internationally acclaimed supermodels whose presence would have commanded appearance fees of at least 100,000. Yet here they did not need to walk the runway. They merely sat gracefully on stage displaying the brand's jewels. The first piece to be presented is an emerald pine brooch inspired by designer Lina's encounter with ancient pine trees that had grown freely for centuries in the primeval forests of Denama. As you can see, the jewelry showcased this time were all of Tiffany's latest collections for the year, each piece breathtakingly beautiful and dazzling. Previously, Zhao Qingxue thought the Tiffany diamond ring Su Yuan had bought for her was already superb, but upon arriving here, she realized how narrow her perspective had been. This year's collection seemed quite good, all very attractive. As a first-time visitor, Zhao Qingxue couldn't take her eyes off the stage, unwilling to miss a single piece of jewelry. But Jing Tian and her group were more relaxed. After about 2 hours, when all 18 new pieces had been displayed on the stage, they were placed into the transparent glass display cabinets in the center. At this point, anyone interested in purchasing could go to the cabinets to try on the jewelry. People rose from their seats in twos and threes and headed over to try on the pieces. "Let's go take a look too," said Tian Xianxian, eagerly pulling Gu Jing's hand as she walked over, calling out to the others. "Hurry up, or the popular styles might be sold out. Look at you, so impatient. We don't all have a boyfriend to foot the bill." Qin Lu gave a casual glance at the cabinets. Although the jewelry was beautiful, it was also exorbitantly expensive. They were from wealthy families, but that didn't mean they could buy every piece that caught their eye. Then go find one. Do you think finding a boyfriend is that easy, eh? Qin Lu rolled her eyes and sat on a high stool in front of the glass cabinet. Meanwhile, Tian Xianxian and Gu Jing were already discussing which pieces looked best. The staff, seeing what they were interested in, took the jewelry out of the cabinet and carefully helped them try it on. This set, and this one too. Show them all to my wife." Su Yuan, having noticed several pieces that Zhao Qingxue liked during the exhibition, didn't hesitate to have the staff bring them out for purchase. The staff, smiling warmly, brought them out one by one and asked Zhao Qingxue, "Miss, which set would you like to try on first?" Gazing at the dazzling array of jewelry laid out on black velvet, Zhao Qingxue, was momentarily dazzled and found it hard to decide which one to try. Sensing her hesitation, the staff member pushed a set of emerald jewelry shaped like a flower branch toward her. "Miss, the cheongsam you're wearing today has a very Republican-era charm, and it would match this emerald set perfectly. Why not try this one first?" "Yes, that sounds good. Let's go with this one." Zhao Qingxue nodded in agreement. "Let me help you put it on, miss." Seeing that her suggestion was accepted, the staff member enthusiastically removed the silver hairpin Zhao Qingxue was wearing. "I'll do it myself." Su Yuan smiled at the staff member, took the exquisite emerald jewelry from her hands, and personally replaced Zhao Qingxue's accessories one by one from the hairpin to the earrings. "Wow, Qingxue, you look absolutely stunning in this emerald set." No sooner had she finished wearing it than Jing Tian and the others who were browsing nearby noticed her. Zhao Qingxue, feeling a little shy from the compliment, glanced at the mirror beside her. In the mirror, the woman had soft, slightly curled hair, her berry-red lips slightly pursed, her features delicate and graceful. Adorned with the emerald jewelry, she appeared even more radiant, with fair skin, elegant and refined. For a moment, Zhao Qingxue felt as though she were a young lady from a scholarly family. "Yes, it's absolutely perfect." Li Miao, Tian Xianxian, and the others were drawn over by Jing Tian's exclamation, and when they saw Zhao Qingxue, they were all captivated. "How much is this emerald set?" Perhaps because displaying prices at such a private exhibition would seem vulgar, the jewelry in the cabinets had no price tags. If one wished to purchase, the price had to be asked separately. The staff replied with a smile, "This emerald set is priced at 9.99 million yuan. So expensive." Although Zhao Qingxue had anticipated that these high-end pieces would not be cheap, she still couldn't help but gasp when she heard the price. The last time she had encountered something worth tens of millions was the gown Su Yuan had given her for her birthday. After wearing it once, she personally sent it to the dry cleaner, had it cleaned thoroughly, and then hung it in the closet covered with a dust cover, carefully preserved without the slightest negligence. The price is indeed a bit steep. Seeing Zhao Qingxue's stunned expression, Jing Tian felt a bit helpless and stepped in to smooth things over, fearing that her friend might be embarrassed. But just as she spoke, Su Yuan stepped forward. He wrapped his arm around Zhao Qingxue's slender waist and said directly to the staff, "We'll take this set, and these others as well. Pack them all." "Certainly, sir." The staff beamed and began packaging the jewelry, her eyes filled with surprise and envy. Having worked at Tiffany for many years, she had seen many men bring their girlfriends or wives to buy jewelry, but few were as generous as this. Not only she, but even Jing Tian and the others were astonished. Besides the emerald set Zhao Qingxue had bought for 9.99 million, the other sets together would cost at least 50 million. "Honey, don't buy so many. I haven't even tried them on yet. What if they don't fit?" Before Jing Tian and the others could even express their envy, Zhao Qingxue actually objected. The last time they bought so many Hermes bags, she didn't know when she would ever finish using them all. Now buying so much jewelry, this was far too extravagant a life. "My wife is so beautiful, she'll look perfect in anything." As Su Yuan spoke, he had already pulled a bank card from his pocket and handed it to the staff member. "Honey." Zhao Qingxue felt helpless. With so many jewels, when would she ever have the chance to wear them all? There simply weren't that many formal occasions for her. As for everyday life, she would never bear to wear such expensive jewelry on ordinary days. If she accidentally bumped or scratched it, she'd be heartbroken. She might even die from a sudden heart attack. "I don't care. My wife deserves only the finest jewels." Without giving her a chance to argue, Su Yuan pulled Zhao Qingxue into his arms, wrapping his hands around her waist from behind. His gaze once again fell on the glass display case. "Take a look and see if there's anything else you like. We'll buy it all together." No, that's enough." "Not enough at all." Just as Su Yuan was about to ask the staff to bring out more jewelry, his mouth was covered by a delicate little hand. Zhao Qingxue puffed out her cheeks, her eyes as innocent and bewildered as a fawn's, and put on a fierce expression. "If you keep buying, you'll be mad. You know the consequences of my anger. I won't talk to you for hours." Seeing the little girl's adorable faux fury, a warm current surged through Su Yuan's heart. He couldn't help but curl his lips into a smile. "All right, I won't buy any more. But you have to kiss me. Can I do it when we get back?" Hearing Su Yuan's request, the little girl blushed instantly. "There are so many people here," she whispered. "No, if you don't kiss me right here, I'll buy every single piece of jewelry in this store and give it all to you." "You're being unreasonable. Kiss or not." "Mwah." Satisfied, Su Yuan touched his lips and laughed. "All right, well, settle for these for now. He'll get you more next time." For Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue, this was merely an ordinary little daily occurrence, something that happened almost every day. But the staff nearby and Jing Tian were utterly stunned. Jing Tian was relatively better off, since she had already witnessed at the farmhouse just how ridiculously doting Su Yuan was toward Zhao Qingxue, more meticulous than a father caring for his daughter. But what she never expected was that Su Yuan's indulgence had no limits. Each time he spoiled her even more than the last, and she was so jealous she could cry. "This is the most severe single-person attack I've ever received. I feel like this whole meal of dog food has filled me up. Oh, I'm getting dizzy now. I used to think Xian was harsh on us, but now it seems she's actually quite kind to us singles. Beside them, Li Mio and Qin Lu were completely dumbfounded by the scene. Both had only one thought in their minds. Being single was too miserable. In the past, Tian Xian and Gu Jing had been feeding them dog food non-stop 24 hours a day, showing off while eating, shopping, taking photos, making them so irritated they wanted to take off their shoes and smack the couple's faces. But now after seeing Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue, they truly realized that Tian Xian and Gu Jing were nothing in comparison. Is having a husband really this wonderful? I want to be spoiled like that too. Qin Lu cupped her face and sighed, turning to Li Mio. You used to say husbands were a waste of time. Now do you see the benefits? Although both Li Mio and Qin Lu were single, the reasons were different. Qin Lu was single because she was too naive and a severe leucist. Any handsome guy who crooked his finger at her would easily win her heart, and she'd cling to him like a loyal puppy, only to end up abandoned. Having encountered too many scumbags, she lost interest in dating. Every time others fell in love, it was sweet and happy, but for her it was just being a doormat, loving until she had nothing left. As for Li Mio, her singlehood was due to family reasons. When her father married her mother, he was dirt poor. They supported each other through rain and wind for over a decade, building a successful business and a comfortable life. But then her father had an affair. Witnessing the vicious fight between her parents over the affair left Li Mio with deep psychological trauma, making her completely distrustful of men. She felt that all men were just big pigs trotters. Better to find a corncob instead, because at least a corncob could be eaten when hungry. What could a man do? I know. But I don't think I'm lucky enough to meet a good man. Li Mio let out a long sigh. Qin Lu was also pessimistic. Right when will the heavens send me a boyfriend as good as Brother Yuan? No, I don't need him to be as good. Just half as good would be enough. See. While Tian Xian and Li Mio were marveling at Su Yuan, and Zhao Qingxue, Tian Xian secretly pinched the inside of Gu Jing's arm in displeasure. Honestly, every time he bought her jewelry, he would pick and choose, forever finally settling for the cheapest set. Couldn't he learn from Su Yuan and just buy everything? She really wanted to change boyfriends now. What did I do? Gu Jing, though in pain from the pinch, dared not complain. After all, they were usually so lovingly arguing over such a trivial matter would be embarrassing. But hearing Tian Xiangxian's words, he felt truly aggrieved. He was told to learn from Su Yuan, but why couldn't she learn from Zhao Qingxue? She spent money endlessly. Every month, over $1 million of his pocket money went to her. What more did she want? Ding. Congratulations, host, for spending $62 million on your wife, Zhao Qingxue. You have received a tenfold rebate of $620 million, which has been deposited into your account. Please check. Ding. Congratulations, host, for spending $62 million on your wife, Zhao Qingxue. You have triggered a lucky rebate and obtained Green Rice Technology Co. Ltd. Please check. Su Yuan had no time to pay attention to Gu Jing and Tian Xiangxian's little squabble. Listening to the system's rebate notifications in his ear, he felt a bit frustrated. Having a wife who was too thrifty was really a headache. He had originally thought that with such expensive jewelry here, he could make a big profit this time. Maybe even get a few billion in rebates. But who knew Zhao Qingxue wouldn't give him the chance? Still, it wasn't a total loss since he had triggered a lucky rebate. Green Rice Technology Co. Ltd. The name sounded familiar. Could it be the company that makes phones and smart home devices? After purchasing jewelry, the group emerged from the blue-chip building. As lunchtime approached, they booked a private kitchen nearby for a meal. Though the establishment was small and the private room was not lavishly decorated, the cuisine was well prepared and tasted delightful. Noticing how Jing Tian's eating habits had drastically changed, Qin Lu pouted to Tian. Is your new drama about you playing a little chubby girl? I heard you're on that apple diet, but if you keep wolfing down meat like this, even a bamboo pole would gain weight. Jing Tian shot her a glance. What nonsense are you talking? I've simply found a way to eat without gaining weight, okay? Really? No weight gain. They had heard about her recent farm stay vacation, but they didn't believe the Apple weight loss story. They thought she'd gone crazy from too many endorsement deals. See, the boss and his wife are right here. Ask them yourselves. If I say a single lie, may I gain 10 pounds every day and become a super fatso? Jing Tian pointed at Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue. The other four stared at them in surprise. So you're the owners of that farm stay. You've been hiding it well. Are those fruits really that magical? Yes, they are. Zhao Qingxue nodded. She hadn't believed in the fruit's efficacy at first, but after personally experimenting, she discovered their effects were truly extraordinary. After eating them, her skin became noticeably more supple and fair. Before, when she applied makeup, she had to use concealer to cover a few spots on her face. But after consuming those fruits, her skin condition became flawless. Now she could start her makeup routine with just a primer. Some fans thought she was being lazy by skipping steps, but for her, concealer and brightening were genuinely unnecessary. Saying this, Zhao Qingxue pulled out before and after photos of her skin to show them. Tian Xian and the others grew so excited. Oh, this really works. I thought it was fake. There's no trace of tampering. It's way better than the photo facial I got. I want to eat fruits from your orchard too. Overwhelmed by their enthusiasm, Zhao Qingxue looked at Su Yuan beside her. It depends on what my husband says. He's decided not to sell the fruits. If you want to eat them, you'll have to visit the farm stay during your vacation. Hearing this, the group felt a bit disappointed, but they quickly started queuing up to book their farm stay visit with Su Yuan. After the farm stay became popular, the reservation phone line was constantly busy. They had tried calling to book a time to play but couldn't get through. The staff replied that the entire month was already fully booked. Now that the boss was right here, they naturally wanted to secure a spot. Su Yuan was easygoing. Seeing that everyone wanted to go, he directly helped them book a trip for the first day of next month. After the meal, since Tian Xianxian and the others were thrilled to have secured a reservation, and Jing Tian rarely had time to join them, they decided to book a KTV room to sing and play some small games. What should we play? Jing Tian tapped her chin and looked at Zhao Qingxue. You decide. We've played everything so many times that we're bored. Zhao Qingxue hesitated. Well, truth or dare. She rarely went to KTV or bars, and the only popular games she knew were the spinning wheel and truth or dare. Alright, let's play truth or dare. Having had some wine during the meal, everyone got excited at the mention of the game. They took a spinner from the cabinet and placed it on the center of the coffee table. Jing Tian flicked it. Let's be clear, no backing out later, okay? They sat down, and Jing Tian spun the wheel first. The pointer stopped right in front of her, but she crossed her arms generously. I choose truth. Ask me anything. If I lie, I lose. Tian Xianxian rolled her eyes. We grew up together, we know everything about you. What's the point of asking you? I don't care, I want truth. Then let me ask. Zhao Qingxue looked at Jing Tian with curiosity. Don't you have a boyfriend? How far have you two gone? We've done everything there is to do. Though Jing Tian had seemed aloof at first glance in private, she was very open and candid. Hearing Zhao Qingxue's question, she just smiled. Hearing her answer, Zhao Qingxue blushed. The others went piffed and said to Tian Tian, stop picking on Qingxue. We already know all that. Next time you have to choose dare. The second person chosen was Gu Jing. Before he could even choose truth, Li Mio covered his mouth. You're a man, no picking truth. Fine, I'll pick dare. So what do you want me to do? Jing Tian grinned, scrolling through her phone. Go ask a stranger of the opposite sex for their contact info. You have 3 minutes. If you fail, you'll be punished by dancing. Xianxian, can I go? If you're not okay with it, I'll just dance. Gu Jing immediately asked Tian Xianxian for her opinion. Touched by how much he valued her feelings, Tian Xianxian felt proud. She tapped her chin and cheered him on. My baby is so charming. You'll definitely get her WeChat. Go for it, and good luck. I knew my Xianxian is the most understanding. Tisk tisk tsk. Enough, you two. Stop being all lovey-dovey. You're giving me goosebumps. Amid their teasing, Gu Jing left the KTV room, went straight to the front desk, and asked for the receptionist's WeChat. He proudly showed off his achievement. How about that? Not bad, right? The next spin landed on Su Yuan. Su Yuan wasn't really interested in such party games. He'd just been going through the motions and hadn't said much. Now that it was his turn, he found it both amusing and awkward. Li Mio repeated her mantra. You have to pick dare? Fine, what's the dare? Su Yuan was straightforward. After all, it was just a game, and he wasn't above playing along. Seeing his calm demeanor, Li Mio's eyes twinkled. Same as Gu Jing, go ask a stranger of the opposite sex for their WeChat. Okay, sure. Su Yuan agreed, readily nodded, and then looked at Zhao Qingxue beside him. Just as everyone thought he would follow Gu Jing's lead and ask for Zhao Qingxue's opinion, he smiled and said, Miss, could you add me on your contact list? Huh. Not only were the others taken aback by Su Yuan's words, but even Zhao Qingxue was momentarily stunned. She paused for a moment, then took out her phone and nodded with feigned indifference. Sure. Hey, that's against the rules. You're supposed to ask for a stranger's contact info. This doesn't count. Li Mio protested, glancing at her watch. It's been a minute now, Su Yuan. You have 2 more minutes, or you'll face the penalty. Can't I ask for my wife's contact info in the next life? Then we'll be strangers. Su Yuan lounged back on the sofa unfazed. There's no rule against that. Jing Tian was the first to laugh. He'll give that answer full marks. It's a bit of a stretch, but considering how perfect the answer is, I'll let it slide. Hey, Big Tian, you're being biased. Li Mio frowned, tugging at Qin Lu beside her. Say something. Qin Lu was gazing at Su Yuan with starry eyes. I think Su Yuan's answer is spot on. Boo-hoo, it's so sweet. I want a love story like this too. You're a hopeless romantic. What's your problem? I'm not as man-hating as you are. After rolling her eyes, Qin Lu rested her chin on her hand and sighed. Too bad, I wonder when my sweet love will come. Seeing her like that, Li Mio waved her hand wearily. Let's keep going. The games continued until past 10 in the evening. When everyone had had their fill of fun, they finally left the KTV and parted ways there. Jing Tian pulled Zhao Qingxue aside to say goodbye, her face full of reluctance. Qingxue, don't just ignore me when you get home. I still want to stream with you. Okay, I'll call you when I'm streaming. After bidding farewell, Su Yuan took Zhao Qingxue and headed home. On the way, they received several calls from Chi Han, who wanted to invite Zhao Qingxue shopping the next day. Chi-Han worked a 9-to-5 job and rarely had 2 days off, so Zhao Qingxue naturally agreed to go along. Su Yuan wanted to tag along, but Chi-Han rejected him. By the way, Qingxue, don't bring your Su Yuan this time. I've had enough of your lovey-dovey stuff. Zhao Qingxue found it both amusing and exasperating. Are you jealous of Su Yuan? Of course I am. We've known each other since freshman year. Back then you didn't know Su Yuan, and we ate, studied, and shopped together every day. It was so happy. But after you got together with Su Yuan, you're always with him. I have to queue up just to hang out with you. He's the obstacle in our friendship. Since Zhao Qingxue had the call on speaker, Su Yuan heard every word clearly. He didn't hold back. Don't you think you're the third wheel between us? You're the third wheel. Chi-Han fumed. Qingxue, tell me, him or me? Zhao Qingxue was silent for a moment. And then if you put it that way, I guess I'm choosing my man over my friend. After agreeing to go shopping with Chi-Han the next day, Su Yuan didn't insist on joining. He had been spending almost every moment with Zhao Qingxue lately, and he knew that could kill the freshness. Occasionally they needed some space. So the next day, he took Li Hao to Green Rice Company. Seeing that it was just him and Su Yuan. No Zhao Qingxue. Li Hao, who had been sidelined for a while, felt a bit flattered. What's going on? Did you and your wife have a fight? Why are you suddenly being so nice to me, taking me out? Su Yuan corrected him. I'm taking you to inspect my company. Same thing, it's a trip. I've been stuck at home playing games, staring at Ligua's dog face, and I'm about to go crazy. By the way, when did you start a company? Upon hearing they were going to Su Yuan's company, Li Hao quickly changed into what he thought was a stylish outfit and preened in front of the mirror. This looks good, right? I'm worried the girls in your company won't be able to keep their eyes off me. Enough, let's go. Save the nonsense. Attention all department heads, our new chairman will be holding a meeting today. Please wrap up your work and gather in the main conference room at 2 p.m. You may be asked to report on your departments, so please prepare in advance. While Su Yuan and Li Hao were setting out from home, chaos reigned inside the Green Rice Technology building. The company had suddenly had all its shares acquired, and a new chairman was parachuted in. The departments, which had been scheming against each other, now turned their focus entirely on the new chairman, each feeling insecure. Unfortunately, almost no information about the new chairman was available for them to dig up. This left them unable to curry favor in advance. All they could do was work diligently on their reports, hoping to make a strong impression on the chairman during the meeting. What do you think the new chairman's background is? There's no info at all. I'm guessing he's got serious connections. Although the meeting was set for 2, most people had already arrived at the conference room by 1. Who knows if the chairman might show up early. If you arrive at 2, even if you're not late, it's still your fault. So the usually sarcastic department heads and managers gathered together for once, discussing things calmly. Of course, look at the company's current market value. Plenty of people have coveted it, but no one could swallow it. For this new chairman to just show up out of nowhere, he must have incredible influence. Zhou Ming, the business department manager, was organizing his files. Are you all set? Next to him, Hai Xian, the IT department manager, nodded. What do you think? Of course. I had my new team leader Zhao Feng put it together. He's reliable. Oh, is that so? Zhou Ming glanced at Hai Xian, a knowing look in his eyes. Everyone knew that Zhao Feng, the newly promoted team leader, was Hai Xian's nephew. The company had a policy against nepotism, but Zhao Feng was actually quite capable, and Hai Xian was well-liked, so no one had made an issue of it. Still, if this ever came to light, he would definitely be in hot water. Chairman Su, you've arrived. Su Yuan drove to the entrance of Green Rice Technology Co., Ltd., where his assistant Xian Shioli was already waiting. As soon as she spotted his car, she hurried over to greet him. Rolling down the window, Su Yuan nodded. Please take the parking lot this way. Although she had already seen photos of Su Yuan, Xian Shioli knew then that this newly appointed chairman was remarkably young and handsome, almost like a fresh-faced idol. Yet upon seeing him in person, she was still taken aback. Because he was genuinely stunning. Even more handsome than in the photos. She had previously thought the images must have been airbrushed. How could a chairman be this attractive? But in that instant she had only one thought: damn, he was sculpted exactly to her ideal type. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. Yuan, what's going on with you? In the parking lot of Green Rice Technology, Li Hao, sitting in the passenger seat of Su Yuan's car, was completely dumbfounded. He had known that Su Yuan was taking him to tour a company today, but he never imagined it would be Green Rice Technology. Green Rice Technology was all the rage now. Everywhere he saw its phones and smart home products. He didn't use them, but he knew about them. Yet he had never expected Su Yuan to be the chairman of Green Rice Technology. When did this happen? Can you calm down? Do you find this strange? If this had been before Su Yuan received his system, he himself wouldn't have believed that he would one day become the chairman of Green Rice Technology. But now he had the system and nothing was impossible. The Venus building could be given to him directly, let alone a company like Green Rice Technology. It's very strange. Li Hao nearly jumped up in the car. He looked at Su Yuan and suddenly felt a bit of unfamiliarity. At first he thought Su Yuan was an ordinary person. Then he found out he drove a LaFerrari and lived in a luxurious penthouse. Later he thought Su Yuan might have a similar family background to his own, but who knew he had even acquired green rice technology? That was green rice technology, one of the country's leading companies, an internet giant at scale, dwarfing his family's small business like heaven and earth. My. Su Yuan glanced at Li Hao, puzzled. What's strange? What's strange? It shouldn't be like this. The plot isn't supposed to go this way. He should have been the rich second-generation friend beside an ordinary person, but now it was completely reversed. He had become the hanger-on beside a big shot. The gap was far from insignificant. Li Hao roared inwardly for a moment, but quickly accepted the outcome. Though the disparity left him momentarily unbalanced once he accepted it, he found it wasn't so bad. Having a big-shot friend meant he could show off as much as he wanted. After parking the car, Qingxue led them straight to the 19th floor of the company building. That floor housed not only the chairman's office, but also a large conference room where important meetings were held. Usually it was very quiet with few people around. Hey beauty, what's your name? From the moment Su Yuan appeared, Qingxue felt he was practically glowing, so all her attention was on him. She hadn't even noticed Li Hao's presence. When he spoke, she was startled to realize there was someone else besides Su Yuan. Uncertain of Li Hao's identity, she hesitated. You are? I'm your boss assistant. In that short moment, Li Hao had quickly found his role, striding proudly beside Su Yuan and playing his part. At his words, Qingxue's head slowly conjured a question mark. If he was the chairman's assistant, then what was she? Stop blabbering and just follow me, Su Yuan said, glancing at the restless Li Hao. If you keep talking nonsense, go back home and stay with Li Gua. TCH. Li Hao curled his lip. Fine, I won't talk. It's not like you'll die from silence. Hey, this building of yours is really imposing. The elevator doors opened and Qingxue led Su Yuan and Li Hao toward the conference room. But before Su Yuan could take 2 steps, his phone rang. Looking down, he saw it was his mother calling. He waved to Qingxue and Li Hao. Go rest over there for a while. I need to take this call. Yes. Qingxue promptly took the hint and left. Li Hao, however, had no interest in Su Yuan's phone conversation. He was far more intrigued by Qingxue and followed her eagerly. Hello, Mom, what's up? Su Yuan answered with a smile. Missing your son or your daughter-in-law? I miss my beautiful grandchildren. Su Yuan's mother asked eagerly. Has Qingxue shown any signs yet? You two are already married and money isn't an issue. It's time to have a child. Mom, why rush? Let things take their course. I'm just bored at home now. If you gave me a grandchild, I could help you take care of them. Confident in her own parenting skills, Su Yuan's mother said, Look at you and Yao Yao. I raised both of you to be college graduates. Su Yuan paused. Mom, just tell me what you really want. Nothing much. Since Qixi Festival is coming, your father and I thought we'd come visit you for a few days. Is that convenient? Of course it's convenient. Su Yuan had long wanted to bring his parents to Shanghai for a visit, but they were usually busy, so he never brought it up. Now that they were volunteering to come, he was more than happy. When do you plan to leave? They'll book your tickets and pick you up at the airport. Son, if you're busy, we can come on our own. I'm not busy. All right, it's settled then. After finalizing with his mother, Su Yuan saw that it was nearly 2 o'clock, meeting time, so he hung up and prepared to attend. But just as he put his phone in his pocket about to call Qingxue and Li Hao, he heard the elevator doors open, followed by a hesitant voice, Su Yuan. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Su Yuan knew who it was without even turning around. He turned to face the impeccably dressed Zhao Feng, a slight smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Oh, I forgot you worked here. Are you here for an interview too? At first, when Zhao Feng saw Su Yuan's back, he hesitated, thinking he might have mistaken someone else. How could Su Yuan possibly be here? But when he confirmed it was indeed Su Yuan, his tone instantly turned sarcastic. He looked around. Su Yuan. Where's Qingxue? Did you two break up? Su Yuan simply couldn't be bothered to respond to Zhao Feng's words. He squinted at Zhao Feng. Speaking of which, you must have put in quite a lot of effort to get into this company, didn't you? Although their school was a top-tier university, aside from having some money, Zhao Feng's grades were truly unremarkable. He had been dead last when he entered the school. Once there, he didn't study hard and consistently ranked at the bottom of the class, spending every year either failing exams or retaking them. How could someone like him have easily gotten into a prestigious company like LaFerrari Technology Co. Ltd.? There had to be some inside story. He'd bet his life on it. Back when they graduated, he had seen Zhao Feng bragging in the class group chat. He had suspected something shady then, but at the time he was just an ordinary person without the means to investigate. Now, however, he was curious. Su Yuan, do you really think you're the chosen one from a novel, that all the good fortune can only happen to you and not to me? Hearing Su Yuan's tone, Zhao Feng felt particularly annoyed. Of course, there was also a hint of guilt, because the truth was he hadn't gotten into the company on his own merits. With his grades and status as a fresh graduate, it was nearly impossible to enter. At the time, Xian had not only polished his resume and put in a word with HR, but also fabricated numerous projects for him, which eventually got him hired. After joining the company, he had shown off in the class group chat, finally feeling proud. Over the past year, with Xian's protection, anyone in the department who wanted to curry favor with Xian had been extra nice to him. Both female and male colleagues were friendly, even voluntarily adding his name to projects they had completed. He had done nothing yet relying on the accumulated achievements, he was successfully promoted to team leader. Although it was just a small team leader, nothing much in an ordinary small company. In a large corporation like this, it was something to boast about. After all, how many people could get promoted to team leader within a year in such a big company? I don't know if I'm the chosen one, but I truly don't believe you got into this company on your own ability. Su Yuan was genuinely annoyed by Zhao Feng. The two were in the same major. Ever since college, when Zhao Feng was rejected by Zhao Qingxue after pursuing her, he had regarded Su Yuan as a thorn in his side. He constantly badmouthed him everywhere and threw obstacles in his way. Although it hadn't caused any major harm, Zhao Feng was like an incessant fly buzzing around your ear. Annoying, impossible to kill, impossible to catch, and enough to make you grit your teeth in frustration. Originally, Su Yuan had come to the company for an inspection, planning to just have a quick meeting and leave without interfering in personnel changes. But since Zhao Feng was so reckless and dared to charge straight into the line of fire, he had no choice but to be ruthless. Sounds like you're not convinced. Seeing Su Yuan's expression, Zhao Feng thought he was resentful. He clicked his tongue twice. There's nothing you can do about it. I got in, and you didn't. After saying this, he noticed Su Yuan still standing there and sneered. Why are you still here? Are you blind? The interview is on the 16th floor, not the 19th. You have no right to be here. With that, he walked past Su Yuan toward the conference room. He still had to deliver documents to Hai Xian. But just 2 steps forward, he saw Qingxue approaching with a grim expression. Although Qingxue was only an assistant, she was the chairman's personal assistant. Even Hai Xian, the manager of the internet department, had to show her respect. Zhao Feng, seeing her, had to force a flattering smile. Assistant Qingxue, what brings you here? Has the chairman arrived? As he asked this, Zhao Feng felt a pang of regret. Why had he wasted time talking to Su Yuan at the door? Hai Xian was urgently waiting for him to deliver the documents. If this delay caused any trouble, he would definitely be scolded. Chairman Su. Qingxue had been observing Su Yuan from a distance, intending to approach him as soon as he finished his phone call. She had just been about to greet him when she saw Zhao Feng and Su Yuan confronting each other. Although she was too far away to hear what they were saying, their postures were clearly hostile. Qingxue was cursing Zhao Feng in her mind. Usually relying on his backing, he might be arrogant within his own department, but to be so insolent in front of the chairman. Was he tired of living? If he wanted to die, he could jump off a building. Don't drag others down with him. Chairman Su. Assistant Qingxue, who are you calling? The words Chairman Su left Zhao Feng confused. At first he was puzzled. Who was Chairman Su? But in the next instant the realization struck him like a thunderbolt. Chairman Su meant Chairman Su Yuan. Here the only person named Su was Su Yuan. But how could he be the chairman? Chairman Su, this is Zhao Feng, a team leader from the internet department. Did he say something to offend you just now? While Zhao Feng was still in shock, Qingxue nervously walked up to Su Yuan and explained. Although Su Yuan had already told her beforehand that he wanted to keep a low profile and not make a big deal about his visit, it sounded like he was considerate of the employees and had a good personality. However, after serving as an assistant for several years, Qingxue had come to understand a fundamental truth. People who seem easy to get along with on the surface are often the most difficult to deal with. Those with a temper wear their emotions on their sleeves, making it easy to read their thoughts. But those with a perpetually pleasant demeanor always wear a smile, and you can never fathom their true intentions. Oh, a team leader from the internet department. Su Yuan glanced at the nervous Qingxue and the utterly stunned Zhao Feng. Both of you follow me to the conference room. Time is up. Seeing that it was already 2 o'clock and the chairman had not yet arrived, those present grew restless, constantly tugging at their neckties or sipping water. The manager of the internet department, Hai Xian, was now the most tormented. Just now, while checking the documents he had brought, he realized an important report was missing. That report was quite significant, so he quickly sent a message to Zhao Feng urging him to rush the file to the 19th floor conference room. Zhao Feng, who was usually diligent and swift, was inexplicably delayed this time, making Hai Xian extremely annoyed. He had no idea where the man had gone, always failing at crucial moments. Chairman Su, please. Soon the conference room door was pushed open and the chairman's assistant Qingxue entered first. Then came a young man who appeared to be only in his early 20s. Could the Chairman Su that Qingxue referred to be him? This is our new chairman, Su Yuan. I believe you all already know. Helping Su Yuan pull out the executive chair at the head of the table, Qingxue introduced. Welcome. Though the people below were utterly bewildered, they reflexively applauded, but the subtle expressions on their faces betrayed the shock raging within them. Was this really the new chairman? He was far too young. The department managers present had all climbed the ranks through hardship, finally reaching their positions. Among them, the youngest was already 35. Compared to them, Su Yuan seemed little more than a child. Hey, isn't that your team leader Zhao Feng? Why is he following Chairman Su? The business department manager Zhou Ming was clapping while not idle, glancing at Hai Xian beside him. Hai Xian also looked toward Zhao Feng, trying to communicate with his eyes, asking what was going on. But unfortunately, whether Zhao Feng was distracted or something else, he completely failed to receive Hai Xian's gaze. This infuriated Hai Xian. Alright everyone, please stop for a moment. Seeing the applause had no end, Su Yuan waved his hand. I'm sure you all know who I am. The reason I called this meeting is mainly to get to know everyone and understand the current status of your work. Although Su Yuan knew nothing about the company's specific operations and technology, now that it was his company he needed at least a general idea of its current situation so as not to be completely in the dark. Hearing this, they understood that reports on each department's status were expected. The department managers immediately straightened their backs. But before that, I want to settle another matter. Su Yuan glanced at Zhao Feng standing beside him and asked sternly, "This man is Zhao Feng from the Internet Department, right? Who is the Internet Department manager?" Hearing Su Yuan's question, everyone was puzzled, not knowing what he intended. But their eyes fell on Hai Xian. Hai Xian was taken aback, but had to stand up. "Chairman Su, I am Hai Xian, manager of the Internet Department. Is that you?" Su Yuan's gaze swept over Hai Xian. For some reason, despite Su Yuan's youth, his eyes exuded an intangible oppressive pressure. Hai Xian involuntarily swallowed. "Yes, it's me." "Good. Then what is your relationship with Zhao Feng?" "This." Hearing Su Yuan's question, Hai Xian felt his scalp tingle. Beads of sweat as large as beans appeared on his face. "Zhao Feng is a team leader in my department. As far as I know, our company's recruitment is very strict. Although we do hire fresh graduates, there are many requirements. Excellent academic records, internship experience, and independent projects. Zhao Feng meets none of these, does he?" Su Yuan stared into Hai Xian's eyes. Hai Xian hadn't expected Su Yuan to attack this issue upon arrival and with such detailed knowledge. His legs felt weak, and for a moment he was speechless. Seeing him silent, Su Yuan continued, "Furthermore, when did our company's team leader position become so cheap? Veteran employees with years of experience and qualifications are still regular staff, yet Zhao Feng, a fresh graduate, became a team leader. Now I ask you again, what is your relationship with Zhao Feng?" Hai Xian had answered cleverly earlier, using work relations to evade. But now with Su Yuan's exposed, he could no longer dodge. "Very well, you don't need to say. He'll have my assistant inform you of the decision. You two can go home and wait for the news." Su Yuan waved his hand. Hai Xian stood up pale-faced, and under the sympathetic gazes of the others walked out like a walking corpse. Behind him followed the utterly bewildered Zhao Feng. Only when they entered the elevator did Hai Xian come to his senses. He glanced at Zhao Feng beside him. "I just asked you to deliver a file. How exactly did you offend Chairman Su?" His own actions, though violating company rules, were hardly unique in a large corporation with imperfect management. There were far worse violations. Why was he singled out? Even if the new broom sweeps clean, this was too trivial a matter to pick on. There must be something else he didn't know. After hearing Hai Xian's words, Zhao Feng finally came out of his daze. He stammered, I don't know either. Su Yuan was my college classmate." "Your college classmate?" Hai Xian turned sharply to stare at him. No wonder Su Yuan knew so much. They were classmates. But since they were classmates, why would Su Yuan go after Zhao Feng? "Yes." Zhao Feng gave a bitter smile. "I had some conflicts with him in college." You've ruined me. Are you stupid? This is your classmate. Instead of sucking up to him, you went against him. Do you think you've lived too long?" Hai Xian now wanted nothing more than to kill Zhao Feng. He had spent so many years climbing to the position of Internet Department manager. He had always been amiable and never offended anyone, hoping to stay in this position for a few more years before retiring with dignity. But now at this critical juncture, Zhao Feng had turned all his efforts into a basket of empty dreams. Zhao Feng shrank his neck, feeling utterly unable to voice his grievances. How could he have known that Su Yuan would suddenly descend as the company's chairman? Had he known, he would never have dared to obstruct Su Yuan back then. But now regret was too late. All right, now each department head will report on their work. Start from my left, keep it concise and clear. The internal strife within the company was fierce. Every department manager had a clouded past. Seeing the easygoing Hai Xian being dismissed outright sent a chill through them all. Those who had initially thought to muddle through due to Su Yuan's youth immediately abandoned such notions, fearing that this visit was not about listening to reports, but rather a purge. Fortunately, after Hai Xian and Zhao Feng left, Su Yuan directly called for work reports. Thus the matter came to a close. After sitting through the entire afternoon listening to all departments' reports, Su Yuan's backside ached from the prolonged stillness. He quietly stretched his legs, feeling that he had made a grave miscalculation. Had he known the reports would take so long, why would he have come in person? He could have simply skimmed the documents sent to him. Good, everyone has worked hard. I now have a basic understanding. No major changes are needed for now. Proceed with your current plans. After concluding the meeting, Su Yuan stood up first. However, he did not leave immediately, but instead pointed at Zhou Rui, the design department manager, and said, "Come to my office." Su Yuan's backside was sore, and Zhou Rui was no better off. She had hoped to move around after Su Yuan left, but was unexpectedly called out. Remembering Hai Xian's fate, her heart raced with fear as she frantically searched her memory for any violation of company rules. After much thought, she recalled only one incident a few days ago. She had arrived late while caring for her hospitalized father and had altered the clock in records a few times. Could that be considered serious? Sit. Su Yuan's chairman's office occupied nearly half of the 19th floor with 2 walls lined with bookshelves and the third a full-length window complete with a living room, lounge, and shower room. One could live quite comfortably here without going home. He led Zhou Rui to the living room and had her sit opposite him. Exine Shioli brought coffee for the 3 of them. Chairman Su, please speak your mind. Staring at the coffee on the table, Zhou Rui had no desire to drink it. She sat nervously on the sofa awaiting her judgment. Su Yuan, however, leisurely took a sip of his coffee. During the reports, I noticed that the company's LMI 11 is set to launch next month, isn't it? Prepare a One Lifetime, One Love custom edition for the LMI 11. Understood, sure. Zhou Rui breathed a sigh of relief, having feared a reprimand rather than this assignment. She nodded. Chairman Su, how many units of this custom edition shall we produce? 1. Unlocking his phone, Su Yuan showed her a simple sketch he had drawn. Engrave this pattern on the phone's back cover using hollow carving. Leave the rest of the details to you. Just 1 unit. Custom or co-branded phones were common among major brands, but producing only 1 unit seemed baffling to Zhou Rui. Even if custom editions could be sold at a premium, it was still just a phone, not a priceless treasure. The effort put into design and production would be a money-losing endeavor. Just one for my wife. The mere mention of Zhao Qingxue brought a smile to Su Yuan's lips. So design it with a girlish touch. As for the color, my wife loves pink, so make pink the primary tone. I see. Zhou Rui paused for a moment before nodding. Returning to her office from Su Yuan's, she was still lost in thought. Chairman Su was so young, yet he already had a wife. And he was customizing a One Faken phone just for her. How romantic was that? Although Zhou Rui was 45 and considered a middle-aged woman, Su Yuan's gesture still stirred her young at-heart feelings. Manager Zhou, what did Chairman Su say to you? I heard our chairman is incredibly young and handsome. Is that true? No sooner had Zhou Rui returned to her office than a stream of people came to inquire about Su Yuan. Annoyed by the constant questions, Zhou Rui finally posted a unified reply in the group chat. Chairman Su is indeed young and handsome. I know what you young ladies are thinking, but let me tell you straight, don't even dream about it. Apart from various work groups, the company had a large Shitanli group that included everyone. Though rarely used, it came alive during holidays with light-hearted banter and a relaxed atmosphere. Manager Zhou, what do you mean by that? Gossip spread at the speed of light in the office. Upon learning that Su Yuan was both young and handsome, everyone became intrigued. Especially the young women who had read countless CEO romance novels. Now that the hero had stepped out of fiction, fantasies were inevitable. But Zhou Rui's words shattered their illusions. She continued irritably, because Chairman Su already has a wife. He just called me to design a One Lifetime, One Love custom phone for her. Limited to 1 unit, get it? Her announcement left the young women heartbroken. Damn, I thought Chairman Su was young. How is he already married? A One Lifetime, One Love custom phone. Limited to 1 unit. How pampering is that? So sweet. Our Chairman Su is amazing, rich and so devoted to his wife. If I were him, I'd have a harem and party all night. Old Zhang, with your stamina, even jerking off 8 times a night would be a win. Who is Chairman Su's wife? How did she make him so good to her? I'm so envious. The thought of being pampered like that sparked intense curiosity about the legendary chairman's wife, Zhao Qingxue. After all, they were dying to know just how breathtakingly beautiful Chairman Su's wife must be to have secured such an outstanding man. A lifelong custom-made edition. What a brilliant idea. After the meeting, Su Yuan drove Li Hao home. Throughout the ride, Li Hao was visibly sulking. He had thought dressing sharply would let him charm some beauties in the office, but all he encountered was Exine Shioli, an attractive woman who happened to be the chairman's assistant, and utterly ignored him. The rest were a bunch of middle-aged men and women. He spent the entire afternoon as a background prop in the conference room, feeling utterly despairing. He had assumed that after the meeting, Su Yuan would at least inspect the female employees, show some concern, like asking if their periods had arrived, to demonstrate a human touch, right? But instead, Su Yuan dragged a middle-aged woman into the office to discuss custom mobile phones. So what was the point of his trip today? Acting as a bodyguard. You'll understand when you have a wife. Damn it, finding a wife is a piece of cake for me. Li Hao pulled out his phone. Come on, give me Exine Xila's contact info. I'll win her over in 3 days, believe me. Su Yuan slapped the phone out of his hand. She's my assistant. Keep your hands off. Are you even my brother? No. The two returned home, and Li Hao, unwilling to endure more romantic displays, went straight upstairs. As Su Yuan went upstairs, he saw Zhao Qingxue holding shopping bags in one hand and her phone in the other, live streaming. She was struggling to set the bags on the ground while punching in the door code. Why didn't you call me to pick you up with all these things? Seeing her predicament, Su Yuan hurried over, taking the various shopping bags from her hands, complaining. It's not much. The bags look plenty, but they're just clothes and trinkets. Nothing heavy at all. Zhao Qingxue smiled happily, interacting with the viewers on screen. Yes, you guessed right. My husband is back. Was that Xue's husband just now? His voice is so pleasant. Handsome, rich, nice hands, and a great voice. Every day we discover a new treasure side of Xue's husband. Xue, does your husband have any brothers? I'm looking for a boyfriend right now. Normally Zhao Qingxue didn't stream, but ever since she went live with Jing Tian at the farmhouse, her beauty vlogger channel had completely shifted. Makeup streams became rare, and most of the time she streamed her daily life. However, many fans loved watching her eat, drink, shop, and simply live. At first Zhao Qingxue worried that streaming her life without substantive content would bore the audience, but over time she realized it was quite enjoyable. People loved watching, and she enjoyed chatting with fans while doing her daily tasks. Today, while shopping, fans urged her to go live, so she did. Alright, I'm home now. After opening the door, Yuan went in first, carrying the bags while she lingered behind, continuing to stream. Woof woof woof. Li Guo, who had been lying around bored, perked up at the sight of Zhao Qingxue and Yuan. He eagerly fetched slippers from the cabinet, placed them in front of the couple, and sat beside them, waiting for them to change shoes with a proud look. Li Guo, good boy. Zhao Qingxue sat down, changed into her slippers, and patted Li Guo's head, laughing as she explained to the bullet comments. This is my golden retriever, Li Guo. Then she turned the camera to Li Guo. He seemed to understand what she was doing and gave the camera a warm, heart-melting smile. After filming Li Guo, Zhao Qingxue moved to the sofa and was about to end the stream when she noticed Li Guo pushing a water glass from the far end of the table toward her. Woof woof woof. He wagged his fluffy tail, signaling her to drink water, being impossibly well-behaved. But the fans in the comments were stunned by his behavior. This dog is way too smart. Way more useful than my useless husband. Send him to school immediately. Don't hold back his education. I recognize this dog. He sat next to me during the college entrance exam. He finished his paper in 20 minutes, way faster than me. If my dog isn't that clever. Zhao Qingxue was amused by the comments, giving Li Guo a few more shots. Say goodbye to everyone, and then we'll have dinner. Woof. At the mention of dinner, Li Guo perked up eagerly. He sat still, waved his paw at the camera, and then opened his mouth wide, waiting for his meal. The fans, sensing Zhao Qingxue was about to end the stream, quickly protested, Xue, don't turn off yet. We want to watch more. Yes, Xue, let's watch Li Guo eat. Fine. Since you all want to see, I'll leave the phone here. Enjoy watching. Delighted that everyone loved Li Guo, Zhao Qingxue called out toward the kitchen. Honey, bring Li Guo's dinner over. Okay. Yuan responded and brought out the pre-prepared dinner for Li Guo. Li Guo had 2 large ceramic bowls, one filled with Wagyu beef, chicken breast, salmon, and egg yolk. The other bowl contained fresh vegetables and fruit. Setting the 2 bowls in front of the camera, Zhao Qingxue extended her hand. Do you want to eat, Li Guo? Woof woof woof. Li Guo nodded, placing his paw in Zhao Qingxue's hand for a shake. Zhao Qingxue patted his head. Go ahead, eat. At her command, Li Guo hunkered down and devoured the contents of both bowls. Wow, this is so lavish. He lives better than I do. I've never even had Wagyu steak, and a dog gets to eat it first. Xue, do you need a dog at your place? I'm considering applying for a part-time job. I can act cute, beg, roll over, and even learn to pour tea and water. Just feed me. Watching the meat Li Guo ate, the comment section was filled with envy. After all, he was just a dog, yet not only did he eat so much meat, but it was all high-quality cuts. The most terrifying part was that vegetables and fruit were included. They themselves didn't bother with such balanced nutrition. I bet those apples and cherries aren't ordinary varieties. Probably imported, right? You mean these apples and cherries? They're grown in our own orchard, said Zhao Qingxue, unable to help but sigh helplessly. Although Li Guo was a dog and a stray at that, he was extremely picky. He'd eat any meat, but when it came to fruit, he only touched what came from the orchard, ignoring ordinary fruit entirely. Fortunately, the orchard was vast, and the fruit abundant, so Zhao Qingxue had someone pick the fruit and deliver it daily from the farmhouse. Grown in your own orchard. Couldn't it be those apples that help with weight loss? Most viewers in the live stream had seen Jing Tian's previous video of eating barbecue and knew that Zhao Qingxue's orchard produced apples with excellent weight loss effects. Many had already booked trips to the farmhouse. Basically, everyone who had been there praised the farmhouse endlessly. Yet they felt both love and hate for the orchard's fruit. The various benefits were indeed remarkable, but the prices were so exorbitant that they simply couldn't afford them, could they? Occasionally, eating one made their hearts bleed. Yet, a dog actually devoured such expensive fruit for dinner. I counted his bowl had 1 apple and 12 cherries. At market price, that's a total of 170000. Truly a worse off than a dog series. He'll never call my golden retriever stupid again. After all, our living conditions are nowhere near the same. You've done a great favor today, gaining me over 100,000 followers. After ending the live stream, Zhao Qingxue checked the back-end data and was startled. She hadn't gained many followers during the afternoon stream, but after streaming the dog eating for just an hour, the back-end showed over 100,000 new followers. Woof woof. Though Li Guo didn't understand what Zhao Qingxue said, he wagged his tail and happily spun in a few circles. Why aren't you going to bed at this hour? Seeing Zhao Qingxue's attention fixed on Li Guo's, Su Yuan glared at the dog with displeasure. Li Guo, smart enough to take the hint, wagged his tail, opened the balcony door himself, returned to his doghouse on the balcony, and even closed the sliding door behind him. Once the living room was left with only the two of them, Su Yuan felt satisfied. He reached out and wrapped his arms around the girl's soft, delicate body, then lowered his head and gently breathed warm air near her ear, his voice laced with temptation. Honey, Li Guo is full, but I haven't had my fill yet. Zhao Qingxue's body trembled at the sensation of his breath against her ear. Fine then. He'll cook for you. What would you like? I want something ready-made. As Qixi Festival approached, Su Yuan said he wanted to come over, so he booked plane tickets for his parents well in advance. That day was also the day they were supposed to arrive. Zhao Qingxue got up early in the morning, hastily tidied herself up, and made breakfast for herself and Su Yuan. After eating and getting everything ready, the two drove off from home in the Porsche Cayenne toward the airport. On the way, Zhao Qingxue was still very nervous. Originally, during the Spring Festival last year, she had planned to have Su Yuan meet her parents first, and then she would go back to his hometown with him. But unexpectedly, her parents had refused, so the plan to visit his family was postponed. Although she had already chatted with Su Yuan's parents over the phone, she had never formally met them. So now she was very anxious, afraid that Su Yuan's parents might not be satisfied with her. Don't worry, haven't you spoken with my mom and dad on the phone? They're both very easygoing. Talking on the phone is one thing. Zhao Qingxue pouted, but chatting on the phone and meeting in person are completely different. It's like online dating. When you finally meet, it can be a total letdown, right? You? Su Yuan was amused by her words. He ruffled the girl's hair. He'll handle everything. They arrived at the airport half an hour early. Su Yuan sent his parents the location of the airport exit, telling them to head there after leaving the terminal. Soon they met Su Yuan's parents. Dad, Mom. Su Yuan took the luggage from them and was about to introduce Zhao Qingxue when his mother already stepped forward and grasped her hand warmly. Oh my, you're even more beautiful than in the photos, a real fairy. Su Yuan's mother had seen Zhao Qingxue's pictures before and thought she was stunning, exactly her type, and had been urging Su Yuan to bring his girlfriend home. Now meeting her in person, she found her even more gorgeous. Mom, you look so young too, no older than 30. Looking at Su Yuan's mother, Zhao Qingxue was also pleasantly surprised. When chatting with her on the phone, she had noticed that she was lively and nothing like the typical nagging middle-aged woman. She was especially adorable. Now seeing her in person, she realized she truly looked young, definitely not like someone 45 years old. Moreover, her features were well-proportioned. She must have been a great beauty in her youth. Am I really that young? Su Yuan's mother beamed at the compliment. She cast a playful glance at her husband. Your father keeps saying I'm old and should stop being vain. I think he's just jealous of me. Of course. If you're too beautiful, someone might steal you away, and that would be Dad's loss. Seeing that Su Yuan's mother spoke exactly as she did on the phone, Zhao Qingxue gradually relaxed and began joking with them. The family of four chatted and laughed all the way to the parking lot. Su Yuan loaded the luggage into the car and had his parents sit in the back. Zhao Qingxue handed the drinks she had prepared earlier to Su Yuan's parents. Thirsty? Have a drink. Okay. Su Yuan's mother took a sip and suddenly asked, by the way, that boy Hao said he came to Modu a while ago. Where's he now? Mom, you still remember him? Su Yuan was surprised to hear his mother mention Li Hao. He lives right upstairs from us now. That's wonderful, that's great. Mom, you're still in touch with Li Hao. Su Yuan looked at his mother's thoughtful expression and couldn't help asking. In high school, he used to bring Li Hao home for dinner on weekends. Li Hao had a sweet tongue and had charmed Su Yuan's mother, but that was 4 or 5 years ago. He hadn't expected Li Hao to still be in contact with his mother. Su Yuan's mother laughed. Of course we are. Hao is a very grateful boy. He sends me blessings every holiday, and last time he told me he had a girlfriend. Last time you had a girlfriend? Probably that femme fatale who fooled him. Su Yuan couldn't bear to tell his mother that Li Hao had been cuckolded, so he brushed it off, saying they had already broken up, leaving his mother somewhat regretful. She held Zhao Qingxue's hand. You two must be good to each other. No matter what, discuss things, and don't fight. Qingxue has such a great personality, and our Yuan is also good-natured. They definitely won't argue. What are you worrying about? Su Yuan's father, sitting nearby, chuckled while drinking water. For two people to live together, either both have good temperaments or one side has an exceptionally good temperament. Only then can they get along. Right, what your father said. Wait. Su Yuan's mother, who had been agreeing halfway, suddenly sensed something amiss. You old man, who are you talking about? You mean you have a particularly good temper and just tolerate me? Tell me, what have I done that makes you dissatisfied? No, the person I was referring to with the exceptionally good temperament is you. I think no one can tolerate me except you. Su Yuan's father rubbed Su Yuan's mother's hand. It's been hard on you all these years. At least you know that. After hearing her husband's reply, Su Yuan's mother nodded in satisfaction and continued, what your father said earlier is right. This neighborhood. It's quite upscale, isn't it? As they chatted and laughed along the way, they soon arrived at the entrance of Delan Mansion. Seeing the grandeur of the main gate, Su Yuan's mother immediately asked, The houses here must be expensive, right? Yeah, I bought a large flat, over 20 million. Over 20 million. Upon hearing the price, Su Yuan's mother clicked her tongue, unable to hide her smile. Your father said when he was young that he would let me live in a big house, but he still hasn't made it happen. My son, you're really impressive. After saying that, she gave Su Yuan's father a reproachful glance. Su Yuan's father chuckled. I know I've let you down. It's my fault, but all my salary is in your hands, isn't it? If you like, we could change to a bigger house this year. TCH, you're just good with your words. Su Yuan's mother gave a non-committal response. Meanwhile, Zhao Qingxue was secretly laughing. She rolled down the car window and asked, Dad, Mom, take a look at the neighborhood. What do you think? It's pretty nice, isn't it? Not bad, not bad. There's hills and water and the flowers in the garden. Many I've never seen before. It makes me want to dig up a couple to plant at home. That's going too far. Su Yuan's father quickly stopped her. What if you get caught digging up someone else's flowers? If anyone's going to dig, it should be me. Stop. Su Yuan, subjected to his parents' daily display of affection, couldn't bear to listen anymore and voiced his own thoughts. Dad, Mom, I've been thinking. You two have worked hard for most of your lives raising my sister and me. Now it's time for me to repay you. When you go back, quit your jobs, close the convenience store, and move in with us. Our house is big enough and it'll be easier to take care of you. This was the plan Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue had agreed on last night. It's not convenient for us to live with you young people. Before Su Yuan could finish, his mother interrupted him. Don't give me so many excuses. I've been through your age. I know exactly what's in your hearts. Mom, there's nothing inconvenient. Su Yuan was helpless. His mother was good in every other way, but she loved to overthink. If the house were small, for people living together would indeed be inconvenient. But with such a large house, there were no such worries. After all, the master bedroom and guest rooms each had their own private bathrooms, providing ample personal space. Stop. Su Yuan's mother waved her hand. It's convenient for you, but not for us. We've finally raised you, and Yao. Your father and I still want a few years of a two-person world. After a moment of silence, Su Yuan said, That's fine too. We have a unit upstairs, you could live there. Or there are other houses in the complex. They'll take you two to look around in the next couple of days. Pick whichever you like, and well buy it. It'll be lively living together. Su Yuan genuinely wanted his parents to live closer, so he could take care of them in case of anything. But his mother shook her head like a rattledrum. No. I came to Shanghai just to have fun with your father for a few days, and to see how you and Qingxue are doing. I don't want to live here. Don't worry so much. Dad. Seeing that he couldn't convince his mother, Su Yuan turned to his father. Although big decisions at home were made by his mother, once his father spoke, the final word was always his. He had 100 ways to coax his mother into agreeing to anything. But this time Su Yuan's father chuckled and said, Don't look at me. I don't want to live here either. Think about it. We've lived in our hometown for 30 or 40 years. We know all the neighbors. It's familiar. If we come here, we'd have to meet new people. We're old, we don't have the energy. Besides, people say falling leaves return to the roots. We've been in our hometown for decades. When the earth is already up to our chests, running off somewhere else doesn't make sense. After hearing his father's words, Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue exchanged a glance. In truth, they both knew his father had a point. When people get older, most don't want to change their environment. One reason is nostalgia, and another is that it's hard to adapt to new surroundings. If they forced the two to stay in Shanghai, they probably wouldn't be very happy living there. Dad, Mom, it's fine if you go back to live. Then let me buy you a new house. No, we're perfectly happy with our house. You and Yao grew up there. We can't bear to move. Su Yuan's mother waved her hand. If you really want to buy a house, buy one for your sister. Although she will marry someday, having a house to fall back on will be much better. Mom, don't worry about that. I have my own plans. Su Yao was the sister Su Yuan had watched grow up almost like his own daughter. Of course, he wouldn't forget her. But since she was still in college, Su Yuan hadn't given her much money. He planned to give her a few thousand yuan in monthly allowance for now, and after she graduated, he would buy her a few houses as a safety net. As for her career, Su Yuan would support whatever she wanted to do. Money was not an issue. Giving her a few million as a startup fund was a small matter. But he couldn't let her fool around. He needed to give her good advice. Yuan, now that you've made good not only marrying such a wonderful wife, but also able to help your sister a little, my heart, that was always worried, can finally rest. Dad, Mom, it's here. As she opened the door, Zhao Qingxue was about to invite Su Yuan's parents inside, when she suddenly spotted Li Guo's canine head in her line of sight. He was holding 2 pairs of indoor slippers in his mouth. Li Guo, go get 2 more pairs of slippers. Zhao Qingxue finished speaking, glanced at Su Yuan beside her, and asked with her eyes, Are your parents not afraid of dogs? Su Yuan shook his head. Oh my, is this a golden retriever? So adorable. Su Yuan's mother exclaimed upon seeing Li Guo, delighted, and immediately reached out to rub his big head. Li Guo happily nuzzled his head against Su Yuan's mother's hand. Usually this silly dog Li Guo was quite aloof, when taken for walks. He wasn't as warm to everyone as a typical golden retriever. On the contrary, he scorned being petted by strangers, and would bare his teeth to chase away other dogs that wanted to play with him, as if he looked down on playing with other silly dogs. But he was especially attentive to Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue. When the two chatted during their walks, he would respond with woofs, as if he understood. Zhao Qingxue had initially worried that he might reject Su Yuan's parents, but to her surprise, he was so warm towards Su Yuan's mother. Mom and Dad, I've put your luggage in the room and prepared toiletries and such. Do you need anything else? Knowing that Su Yuan's parents were arriving early, the two of them had stayed up late the night before cleaning the guest room and preparing everything. Your apartment is really beautiful. Su Yuan's mother walked into the bedroom and was astonished to find that it not only had a private bathroom, but also a large balcony, a bedroom comparable to a bachelor apartment in size. If you like it, live with us. Staying a few days is fine, but living here permanently, forget it. After touring the house, Zhao Qingxue returned to the kitchen to cook. She had wanted Su Yuan's parents to rest on the sofa, but Su Yuan's mother enthusiastically offered to help. Rest? I'm not tired at all. Su Yuan bought us first-class tickets, very spacious. We slept on the plane, so I'm full of energy now. Su Yuan grew up eating my cooking, so let me stir-fry a couple of dishes and let you taste my skill. Mom, dear. Actually, Zhao Qingxue had no objection after hearing Su Yuan's mother's words. After all, stir-frying a couple of dishes wasn't much trouble. But Su Yuan and his father immediately stood up to stop her, seeing how eager she was to cook. Mom, since you're visiting us, there's no reason for you to cook. Let Qingxue prepare a meal to honor you and Dad. That's right, dear. Come over, he'll give you a shoulder rub. Don't bother with all that. The two of them pulled Su Yuan's mother toward the sofa. But seeing their reaction, she became even more determined to cook. She shook off their hands and said, "No way. How can I let my daughter-in-law toil alone?" With that, she resolutely entered the kitchen. Su Yuan and his father exchanged glances, both seeing deep helplessness in each other's eyes. Meanwhile, Zhao Qingxue initially didn't understand why Su Yuan and his father had been so vehement in stopping Su Yuan's mother from cooking. But once she and Su Yuan's mother were in the kitchen together, she understood. Oh, don't use garlic for the lettuce, ooh, just blanch it. It's healthier. Don't add salt, don't add salt. Too much salt causes water retention and thyroid issues. For this fish, just steam it. Don't put shredded garlic either, we want the original flavor. An hour later, the four of them sat at the table staring at the 4 dishes and 1 soup in silence. Su Yuan's mother warmly urged them. What are you all staring at? Go ahead and eat. Su Yuan's father glanced at Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue, then struck first. Su Yuan, you haven't tasted your mother's cooking in a year, have you? Eat up, don't waste it. What she made is especially nutritious. Dad, Mom came all the way here and still cooked for you. This is a love lunch made just for you. You eat first. He then placed a piece of fish in his father's bowl. Su Yuan's father was taken aback. You've been making good money lately. Your daily meals must be great, right? Here, have some of your mother's green vegetables. Dad, you should also have more. Seeing the two pushing food back and forth at the table, Su Yuan's mother glared at them. What's the matter with you two? There's plenty on the table. Why are you being so polite? Just eat, don't dawdle. She then thoughtfully placed a piece of food in Zhao Qingxue's bowl. Here, Qingxue, taste your mother's cooking. Your father has been diligent lately, so I haven't been cooking much. Zhao Qingxue forced herself to take a bite of the fish in her bowl and swallowed with difficulty. Mom, does Dad usually cook at home? I used to cook, but then I read a lot of articles and realized my cooking methods were unhealthy, so I changed them. Then your father suddenly became diligent and offered to cook. I said his cooking was unhealthy, and he said he wanted to learn culinary skills, so I couldn't help it. Su Yuan's mother angled a glance at Su Yuan's father. Su Yuan's father quickly chimed in. I just don't want your mother to work too hard. She's been cooking for most of her life, it's time she rested properly. Dad, Mom, you two have such a wonderful relationship. Zhao Qingxue promptly complimented them. But Su Yuan's mother remained enthusiastic. Come, enough talk. Eat some meat, eat some meat. She again placed a large piece of fish in Zhao Qingxue's bowl. Mom, you're so kind. Zhao Qingxue looked at the fish in her bowl, feeling a bit speechless, and resolved in her heart that she absolutely must not let Su Yuan's mother into the kitchen again tomorrow. Seeing the little girl's troubled expression, Su Yuan proactively took the fish from her bowl into his own. I love this fish, let me have it. Honey, no, give it to me. He'll eat it. Just as they were deferring to each other, the doorbell rang. Li Guo, who had been lying nearby, scrambled to his feet and opened the door. When he saw Li Hao standing at the entrance, he slammed the door shut with a bang. Li Hao, you're here. But Su Yuan, who usually found Li Hao annoying, quickly stood up from his chair, personally opened the door and invited him in. My mother is here and made a whole table of dishes. Back in high school, you used to come to my house to eat on weekends, right? You must miss her cooking. Here, let me get you a bowl of rice. Come and have some. Sure. Li Hao, accustomed to being rejected, was flattered by Su Yuan's attitude. He took the bowl and sat down at the table. But when he saw the array of dishes, his eyes widened. These dishes? Did Annie make them? Yes, I made it. The taste might not be great, but it's healthy. You young people nowadays always stay up late playing with your phones and don't like to exercise. You should eat healthily and keep your body in good shape. Su Yuan's mother smiled at Li Hao with a maternal affection. Su Yuan also smiled. Exactly, this is my mom's heartfelt effort. You should eat more. He paused, suddenly realizing something, and looked at Li Hao. What did you just call my mom? It seemed Li Hao had referred to his mother as Ganma godmother. When did this happen? I called her Ganma. Li Hao said, a hint of guilt in his voice. What's wrong? No, when did this happen? Su Yuan was a bit bewildered. Although his mother had liked Li Hao quite a bit when he brought him home during high school, he had never heard of her adopting him as a godson. How could Li Hao suddenly call his mother Ganma now? It happened 2 years ago. Li Hao remained silent, but Su Yuan's mother chimed in cheerfully. Didn't I tell you that Hao is especially grateful? You only brought him home for a meal in high school, but in the following years he often sent me messages on WeChat, occasionally came back to visit, and even sent me gifts. Seeing how good-natured he was, I adopted him as my godson. I originally planned to tell you, but he said he would tell you himself, so I didn't mention it. Wait, we've chatted so many times, and you never intended to tell me. Although they had gone their separate ways after high school, Su Yuan to study and Li Hao to roam the world, they still messaged each other every month or two about their lives. The conversations were brief, but they never lost touch. Li Hao had come to Haidu and contacted Su Yuan immediately. But Su Yuan couldn't understand. Every time they chatted, Li Hao had time to talk about trivial things like where he traveled or which girl he flirted with, yet he never mentioned such a major event as becoming a godson. I forgot. Under Su Yuan's pressing gaze, Li Hao coughed twice. Actually, it's not that I forgot. I just didn't know how to bring it up. How could I suddenly tell you that I've really become your brother? We've been fake brothers for so long, and suddenly becoming real brothers. I was afraid you wouldn't be used to it. Seeing Li Hao's forced explanation, Su Yuan didn't press further. He paused. Since you already call my mom Ganma, then when Qingxue and I get married, you can't skimp on the gift money. According to Su Yuan's local customs, a brother's wedding gift usually starts at 5,000. By saying this, he was essentially acknowledging Li Hao's status as a godson. Li Hao was stunned for a moment, then looked into Su Yuan's eyes with sudden seriousness. Don't worry, when you and your wife get married, I won't give less. Don't just talk about our wedding. When are you going to find a proper girlfriend? Speaking of Li Hao, Zhao Qingxue found him a headache. She really couldn't stand his habit of flirting around, but since he was Su Yuan's friend, she held back her words. But now that their relationship had changed and she had truly become Li Hao's sister-in-law, she felt obliged to say something. You keep messing around with girls, changing one after another, never settling down. When will it end? If you can find a proper girlfriend, we want to ask for your gift money at our wedding. Just bring your girlfriend to catch the bouquet. Yes, sister-in-law, I will. Li Hao nodded in agreement. Seeing everyone chatting happily, Su Yuan's mother's smile grew even brighter. She gestured, come, don't just talk, let's eat quickly. With that, she lovingly placed a piece of fish on Li Hao's plate. Li Hao sniffed it, suppressed his discomfort, and took a bite. 3 seconds later, he abruptly put down his bowl and stood up. Ganma, didn't I mention before that I wanted to take you to a particularly authentic old hot pot place? Let's go now. Su Yuan's mother didn't mind. It's fine to go tomorrow. But Su Yuan's father immediately stood up. This is Hao Hao's heartfelt gesture. You should accept it. Everyone agreed to go for hot pot. Su Yuan and Li Hao said many nice things to coax Su Yuan's mother into changing clothes and heading out. He'll go change first then. Su Yuan's mother went to her bedroom to change while Zhao Qingxue and Su Yuan's father followed her to help pick out clothes. Only Su Yuan and Li Hao remained in the living room. Each lit a cigarette and smoked in silence for a few moments. The smoke drifted in the air. You don't mind me becoming a godson, do you? 10 seconds later, Li Hao broke the silence, his tone unusually serious without his usual flippancy. Su Yuan was surprised to hear such a tone from someone usually so carefree. He glanced at him. Why would I mind? I'm happy that someone else is helping me take care of my mom. The one who should mind is your own mother. She raised you with hard work, yet you've become someone else's godson and a son to another family. My mom won't mind. Su Yuan had said it casually, but to his surprise, Li Hao gave a bitter smile, a hint of loneliness in his eyes. My mom would be happy if she didn't have me as a son. Why would she mind something like this? What do you mean? Did you have a fight with your mom? Don't worry, no matter how much you argue, she's still your mom. How could she wish she didn't have you as a son? Hearing Li Hao's words, Su Yuan didn't take them seriously, assuming he had quarreled with his family. Although he had never really fought with his own mother, at most they bickered occasionally. He had seen classmates argue with their families. Sometimes they even threatened to cut off the mother-son relationship, but a few days later they would make up. After all, family is family, and no matter how much they argue, the blood bond can't be broken. It's different. My mom and I didn't have a quarrel. She has hated me since I was a child, wished I would die outside. In her heart, only my younger brother is her son. Li Hao gave a bitter smile, trying to keep his tone light. Unfortunately, I'm like an old turtle that lives for 1,000 years. I've been wandering outside all these years and haven't had a single accident. That must disappoint her, right? Hearing Li Hao's tone, Su Yuan immediately sensed that something was off between him and his mother. Thinking back carefully, when they first met, Li Hao had the best of everything: clothes, food, and daily expenses. And his family gave him plenty of pocket money, often taking him out to have fun. But he never seemed to call home, never went home during holidays, and Su Yuan had never seen his family come to visit him. No wonder in high school, he always clung to Su Yuan and insisted on going home with him for meals. At that time, Su Yuan had little pocket money, and often ate snacks Li Hao bought at school, so he didn't think much of it. He figured he'd repay him by bringing him home for meals. He really hadn't paid attention to the details. He was about to ask more about Li Hao's family situation when Su Yuan's mother came out after changing clothes. She was wearing a dark velvet long dress with a light-colored gauze scarf specially matched around her neck. This scarf is pretty, isn't it? It was bought by Qingxue last time, pure silk. Godmother, you are gracefully elegant. You look beautiful in anything. Li Hao, probably afraid that Su Yuan would keep questioning him, quickly went over to Su Yuan's mother to fawn on her. Seeing that he didn't want to talk about it, Su Yuan dropped the matter. Just then the whole family went out in a grand manner to eat hot pot. The hot pot restaurant Li Hao mentioned was a large national chain called Dream of 1998, with a retro-style decoration. The shop was filled with strings of red lanterns and red chili peppers looking especially lively under the warm orange light. Many small online influencers often came to this restaurant to check in, so it was quite popular. Although it wasn't yet mealtime, the restaurant was already full. This hot pot place looks great. Since Su Yuan's mother had been advocating healthy eating in recent years, Su Yuan's father had either cooked at home or eaten boiled vegetables with her. They hadn't eaten out for a long time. As long as you like it. Leading the group into the restaurant, the waitstaff immediately gathered around warmly. Do you have a reservation, sir? Yes. After showing the pre-booked table and the set meal for the waitress to scan, she led them to a private room. Would you like to order any additional dishes? Although this restaurant allowed online ordering, it only offered basic set meals. Other dishes had to be ordered individually. Here, Godmother, Godfather, you order first. He placed the menu in front of the couple. Su Yuan's father quickly ordered several portions of beef, duck intestines, tripe, and the like. Why did you order so much meat? We need to cook some vegetables too. One portion each of enoki mushrooms, lettuce, and baby bok choy. I ordered them for the young people. Young people should also eat more vegetables. After finally placing the order, Li Hao raised his glass and proposed a toast to everyone. The group chatted about family matters while drinking, creating a very pleasant atmosphere. But just as Su Yuan's mother picked up a piece of the fried egg that had been served and took a bite, she suddenly spat it out with a grimace. This egg tastes off. At first no one took her words seriously. Su Yuan's father even joked, maybe the eggs laid by the chickens here taste different from those back home. Don't make such a fuss. No, this egg is moldy. Su Yuan's mother held up the egg for everyone to see. Although they thought it unlikely, they leaned in to look and indeed saw black mold spots on the fried egg that Su Yuan's mother had bitten into. How can a fried egg be moldy? How long has this egg been sitting here? Su Yuan's face darkened at the sight of the egg. He quickly handed a glass of water to his mother. Mom, rinse your mouth. You didn't swallow that egg, did you? No, I spat it out as soon as I tasted something wrong. Good thing you didn't swallow it. Li Hao stood up angrily. This restaurant's hygiene is terrible. I'm going to talk to them. The fried egg at this restaurant was 4 pieces per serving, priced at 28 yuan, hardly cheap. How dare they serve such shoddy food? Anyone would be furious, especially since Li Hao was treating this time. He immediately found the waitress and showed her the egg. What are the people in your kitchen doing? How dare you serve moldy eggs to customers? I'm telling you, if you don't give me a satisfactory explanation today, I won't let this go. It seemed Li Hao was truly angry this time. Even though the waitress was a very cute young girl, he showed her no mercy at all. I'm sorry, this was our oversight. How about I bring you a new plate of fried eggs? Seeing the condition of the egg, the waitress knew she was in the wrong and quickly apologized, offering to replace it. You think a new plate of eggs makes it all go away? Li Hao sneered. With your kitchen's hygiene, you still expect us to keep eating? Do we dare? Fried eggs are one of the simplest, fastest, and least skill-intensive dishes. Even without considering the taste, the fact that it was moldy clearly showed the state of this hot pot restaurant's kitchen hygiene. Then what do you want to do? The waitress asked. Seeing that Li Hao was furious, Su Yuan stepped forward as well. Look, your hygiene is questionable. We don't dare eat here anymore. We'll go somewhere else, but we want pay for this meal. With that, he started to lead the group away. But the waitress looked troubled. You've ordered so many dishes. I can't authorize a free meal on my own. I'll have to check with our manager. Please wait a moment while I ask him. She then turned and left. The group didn't want to make things hard for the waitress, so they waited in the private room. I heard that your table found a moldy egg. Our kitchen hygiene has won awards. It's unlikely to have such a problem. The manager soon arrived. A middle-aged woman in her early 40s, dressed in a black suit, wearing 10-centimeter heels and a pair of glasses. Her tone carried a hint of impatience. Hearing her tone, Li Hao, already angry, exploded. He slammed the plate onto the table with a thud. If this isn't mold, what is it? Are you suggesting that we're framing you? This might be an accident. I'm very sorry. Glancing at the fried egg on the table, the woman adjusted her glasses. As compensation, our restaurant can give you a 20% discount, but a free meal is out of the question. To be honest, although encountering such an unpleasant situation was infuriating, as long as the restaurant's attitude was good enough, things could easily be resolved. After all, we're all human, and no one purposely wants to make things difficult for others. Especially for Li Hao and Su Yuan, both of whom were not short on money. This hot pot meal, though they ordered quite a bit, would cost at most 1,000 yuan. The reason they demanded a free meal was not to take advantage, but because the whole experience left a bad taste in their mouths. They simply wanted to leave and eat elsewhere. But what was with the manager's attitude? The way she looked at them and spoke made it clear she thought they were trying to swindle a free meal, implying they had tampered with the eggs themselves to get the bill waived. Li Hao was already furious, and her attitude only fueled his anger, making it surge uncontrollably. He asked directly, "I'll ask you one last time. Are you going to comp this meal or not? Sorry, the best we can offer is a 20% discount. If you'd like, we can also throw in an extra fried egg for free." The manager gave a forced smile. "But a full comp is out of the question." "Fine. If that's the case, I'm calling the consumer complaint hotline right now." Li Hao angrily pulled out his phone, but Su Yuan beside him reached out and held his hands, signaling him to calm down. Calling the consumer hotline was indeed the best course of action in this situation, but judging by the manager's demeanor, she probably had connections inside, otherwise she wouldn't be this arrogant. "Feel free to file a complaint if you want. We can only offer a 20% discount. The manager finished speaking, wearing an expression that said, "Do whatever you want, I'll just watch you make a fool of yourself." Even Zhao Qingxue, who was usually mild-tempered, couldn't stand it anymore. "Clearly, it's your kitchen's hygiene issue. How can you make us bear the consequences? The fried egg you served us was already moldy. We can't be sure if the other ingredients in the kitchen are safe, so we don't want to eat here anymore. If we're not eating, should we still have to pay? You ordered the food. Whether you eat it or not is your business. It has nothing to do with me." "You." Zhao Qingxue was livid at the woman's reply. How could someone be so unreasonable? Were all businesses this arrogant nowadays? "Honey, don't be angry. Anger gives you wrinkles. Let me handle this." Earlier, Su Yuan's mother had bitten into a moldy fried egg, but since they discovered it in time, and she had rinsed her mouth, there would be no harm. Su Yuan was angry but still kept his composure. However, the manager's series of actions made his face darken with fury. He first calmed the fuming Zhao Qingxue, asking her to sit with his mother, then stepped forward and asked one last time, "I'll ask you one final time. Are you going to comp our meal or not? If not, I'll smash this place to pieces." Smashing the store would at most cost him some money and a few days in detention. For Su Yuan, as long as he could vent this anger, it was worth it. This hot pot restaurant was a chain, one that had risen to fame by paying influencers for promotion. Such places gained popularity quickly and had high online visibility, but they were as fragile as bubbles. Any scandal would spread like wildfire. He didn't believe the manager was completely unafraid of that. "Smash the store. I think you're just here to cause trouble." Hearing Su Yuan's words, the manager didn't back down. Instead, she grew even more contemptuous. She turned and called over several waiters. All tall, sturdy young men who stood like small mountains, quite imposing. Had it been an ordinary customer, they might have been intimidated. But Su Yuan's expression only grew colder. "A few broke bastards trying to stir up trouble here. I'm telling you, no way. Eat or don't eat. Just pay up and get the hell out. This isn't a place for you freeloaders." Although Su Yuan, Zhao Qingxue, and the others were dressed decently, the manager didn't consider them noteworthy. After all these days, many people looked impressive, but were nothing underneath. So what if they dressed well? "Surely go to the bank and withdraw 10 million yuan for me. Bring it to dream back to 1998 as fast as you can. I need it." Su Yuan made a direct call to Exine Shioli. After hanging up, he sat down. "Qingxue, you haven't started your live stream today, have you? Start one now. I'm okay." Hearing Su Yuan's words, Zhao Qingxue instantly understood his intention and promptly opened her phone. As a major content creator with millions of followers, Zhao Qingxue's live stream room always had fans waiting. Seeing her suddenly go live, they were delighted. Today's little surprise. But Zhao Qingxue was not as relaxed as usual. She panned the camera toward the manager and others. "I'm currently at Dream Back to 1998 Hot Pot Restaurant. Has anyone heard of this place? Dream Back to 1998. Isn't that the trendy hot pot place? I was planning to go in a few days. I've been there. The taste was just average. The service there is terrible and the hygiene is questionable. I even found a cockroach last time. The manager gave me a few free dishes, so I didn't make a fuss. After all, I'm just a commoner, can't afford to fight a big chain." Many fans recognized the name Dream Back to 1998. Zhao Qingxue continued explaining the situation. "Today my husband and I brought his parents here for a meal. My mother-in-law even got a moldy fried egg. We asked for a free meal, but the manager was incredibly arrogant. What are you doing? Did I give you permission to film?" The manager had initially planned to hurry Su Yuan and his group out since it was almost peak dining time, and making a scene would be bad. But instead of leaving, they started a live stream. It only dawned on the manager belatedly that Zhao Qingxue might be a famous influencer with a huge following. If this got out, she would definitely be punished by her superiors. So she decisively led her staff over to grab the phone from Zhao Qingxue's hand. This scene was also broadcast live. "Oh my god, that manager at Dream Back to 1998 is terrifying. Such a brutal attitude. Our service staff this arrogant these days. I was planning to go in a couple of days. Not anymore, not anymore. A moldy fried egg. How can a fried egg even get moldy? What kind of operation is that?" The female manager of Dream Back to 1998 was not attractive to begin with. Her face was fierce, And when she waved her arms ordering people to grab Zhao Qingxue's phone, she looked like a demoness scaring many fans in the livestream room, so much they nearly dropped their own phones. Today I'm here, and I dare anyone to lay a hand on my godmother and sister-in-law. As several staff members rushed over Li Hao and Su Yuan stood in front to block them. Su Yuan was relatively calm, knowing he had a trump card in the form of a protector, and he was confident that his loved ones would not be harmed. But Li Hao's eyes were bloodshot, looking as if he was ready to fight the shop owner to the death. This intimidated the waitstaff a bit, and their momentum weakened. They all turned to look back at the female manager who resembled a shrew. The female manager hadn't expected Su Yuan and his group to be so stubborn. She gritted her teeth and clenched her fists as she looked at them. Haven't you caused enough trouble? You just want compensation, don't you? Is it worth making such a big fuss? You're not afraid of losing face. Shameless and thick-skinned, that's what describes people like you. She turned to her subordinates and ordered, they just want money, don't they? Yeah. Go get them 300 yuan as compensation. Her tone was utterly dismissive, as if she were giving alms to a beggar. Yes. A waiter nodded and walked away. Did you hear that? We're giving you compensation. Now stop making a scene here. You said you'd smash our shop. Do you even know how much it costs to renovate a place like this? Hundreds of thousands of yuan. Can you even afford to pay for that if you smash it? The female manager's attitude not only made Su Yuan and his group sneer, but also stunned the viewers in the live stream. Someone who can casually buy his wife hundreds of Hermes bags can't afford a shop renovation. Which teacher taught you math? I don't understand how someone like her became the manager of a big restaurant. Doesn't look like she climbed up through looks. You never know. Some people have peculiar tastes. This female manager might not be pretty, but I'd say she's at least a D cup. Watching the female manager, many felt it was almost like a comedy sketch. In today's service industry, who wouldn't treat customers like royalty? This was the first time they'd seen such an arrogant manager. But the world is full of wonders. No matter how advanced the service industry, there are always a few rotten apples dragging it down. If you don't encounter such people, you're lucky. If you do, it's truly unbearable. Swear we absolutely cannot take that 300 yuan. The eggs were moldy. There's definitely a food safety issue. Investigate them. Exactly, these internet-famous shops are way too spoiled. They need to be taken down a peg. This female manager is infuriating. If it were me, I'd have punched her right there. What's going on? Sounds like a fight. Although they were in a private room, the commotion was so loud that people in the main hall noticed the disturbance and craned their necks to look. The more onlookers, the greater the impact on business. The female manager could no longer hold it together. She quickly grabbed the 300 yuan a waiter had brought and slapped it on the table. This is our compensation. Take it and get the hell out. 300 yuan. You really think highly of us. Li Hao glanced at the money on the table and laughed bitterly at the female manager's gall. Su Yuan also didn't touch the money. Instead, he looked at his phone where a message from Cashback had just arrived. Chairman Su, we've arrived. He had just received the message when the female manager was still gloating. Suddenly, the glass door of the shop was pushed open. A dozen men in black suits, each carrying a silver safe, walked in. At the forefront was a woman, also dressed in a business suit. She held a folder in her hand, scanned the shop, and walked straight towards Su Yuan's private room. What is this? The mafia? It's the modern era, and they're still pulling this kind of show. But it does look intimidating. Are those silver safes filled with money? In movies, a single silver safe can spill out tens of millions. If everyone here carries one, they must have brought hundreds of millions in cash. Please stop watching those brainless movies. A portable safe like that can only hold at most 1 million yuan in cash, or 2 million if specially made. There's no way it holds tens of millions. The arrival of Cashback's team not only caught the attention of diners in the hot pot restaurant, but also left the female manager stunned. She looked at Cashback approaching, forcing a smile. Excuse me, are you here to dine, or? But Cashback, cold-faced, ignored her entirely and walked gracefully towards Su Yuan. Chairman Su, the money you requested has been brought. Here is 10 million yuan. She gestured to the dozen men behind her. Good. Su Yuan nodded slightly, his gaze indifferent. Smash this shop. He then glanced at Cashback. I think you know what to do. Yes, Chairman Su. Reading the chairman's mind was part of every assistant's job. Though they had not spent much time together, Cashback had already gained some understanding of Su Yuan from his previous actions. She turned and instructed her subordinates. Compensate the customers who are eating enough for them to leave first. If they choose to stay, let them finish their meal. Then smash everything else. Yes. Under Cashback's command, the men placed the safes aside and began to act in unison. 2 people were assigned to negotiate with the other customers while the rest started smashing. Soon the shop was in shambles. Manager, what do we do now? The waitstaff, who had been so imposing earlier, were now completely cowed, huddling in corners like quails. After all, these men looked like professionals. They might even be armed. The staff dared not confront them heated. As for the female manager, she was utterly dumbfounded. She had thought these were just a few customers trying to extort a free meal to be bought off with a small compensation. She had dealt with such situations before, but never had she encountered someone who actually dared to smash the shop. Moreover, the woman who had just arrived called the customer Chairman Su. He must be someone of considerable importance. It seemed she had really messed up this time. Terrified, the female manager suddenly turned and ran to make a phone call. Union, what do I do? The shop I'm in charge of has been trashed. What? What's going on? Upon hearing this from her sister, Xie Yun, the proprietress of Menghui 1998, was momentarily stunned before hastily inquiring about the situation. After listening to the full account from her sister, she was overwhelmed with fury. I've told you countless times not to be so arrogant. You're a service staff. How can you treat customers like that? Now the shop has been trashed. If I'd known you were hopeless, I would never have let you become the floor manager. Tell me, how am I supposed to explain this to your brother-in-law now? He'll definitely come after me. Xie Yun was truly incensed. She and her husband had painstakingly built their business from scratch, starting with a single hot pot restaurant, and had poured immense effort into reaching their current scale. Now, with hot pot chain stores opening one after another and their lives flourishing, her sister had encountered misfortune in relationships and dissatisfaction at work. The family had urged Xie Yun to help her sister out. Xie Yun had been reluctant, knowing her sister's nature. A person with little ability but grand ambitions, hardly suited for steady work. Originally, she had considered giving her sister a few $100,000 to open a small convenience store, but her sister refused, claiming that running a store was unambitious and insisted on becoming a manager of a hot pot restaurant. Xie Yun had no choice but to relent, especially after her sister mobilized various relatives to lobby her. In the end, she reluctantly appointed her sister as the floor manager of a branch. Before her sister assumed the position, Xie Yun repeatedly exhorted her to avoid trouble and simply manage the restaurant normally. Yet trouble had still erupted. At the time, Xie Yun had arranged her sister's appointment behind her husband's back, and now that the shop had been trashed, the truth could no longer be concealed. I was just trying to save the shop some costs. How was I supposed to know that customer was a wealthy big shot? I thought he was just someone trying to freeload. The female manager declared with unshaken confidence. Xie Yun was nearly driven to madness by her words. Seeing her husband's incoming call on her phone, she had no choice but to hang up on her sister and answer. After explaining the situation, the couple rushed to the hot pot restaurant immediately. The restaurant was located on a street adjacent to a plaza, so a crowd of onlookers had gathered outside. The couple headed straight for the private room as soon as they got out of the car. They didn't even glance at the black-clad men wreaking havoc in the hall, instead walking directly towards Su Yuan. I am Yuan, the owner of this restaurant. We've already been informed of what happened here, and the fault lies entirely with us from start to finish. Firstly, our hygiene control was insufficient, putting you at risk of food poisoning. We will arrange a comprehensive medical checkup for you, and if any issues arise, we will bear full responsibility. Secondly, our staff provided you with an extremely poor experience. That's a failure on our part in personnel management. We will hold those responsible accountable and impose strict penalties. As Su Yuan led the trashing of the shop, the female manager remained silent like a shrinking violet. However, the shop's owner and his wife showed responsibility, immediately admitting their mistakes with a commendable attitude. No need for a checkup. We'll take care of it ourselves. Su Yuan asked calmly. I just want to know what will be done about her. This? Xie Yun, seeing Su Yuan pointing at her sister, paused for a moment before hastily replying. To be honest with you, Chairman Su, she is my sister. It was my excessive compassion and weak will that led me to let her become the floor manager here. I know that appointing an unqualified person as manager is a grave disrespect to the diners who come here. I apologize to you and all our customers. As for her, I will remove her from her position and bring her to your home with gifts to apologize in person. Would you be satisfied with this resolution? Mom, honey, what do you think? Normally, Su Yuan wouldn't be so angry about such incidents. As a man, even if he had eaten a moldy egg, he wouldn't have made a big fuss. But this time, the one who ate the moldy egg was his mother, and the one who nearly had her phone snatched was his wife. He couldn't let it slide, hence his decision to smash the shop. Now that the owner had personally come to apologize, he immediately turned to his mother and Zhao Qingxue. Mom, what do you think? Although Zhao Qingxue had been angered by the female manager's attitude earlier, she had already calmed down upon seeing the sincere apology from the owners. She too looked at Su Yuan's mother. Su Yuan's mother was not one to hold a grudge. After a moment's thought, she said, just dismiss her from her post. No need for a personal apology. Then let's go with Mom's decision. I have no objections. All right, you've heard my mother and my wife's words. Su Yuan turned to the couple. Given your attitude, we'll skip the home visit apology. Just calculate the compensation costs. Although the fault lay with the female manager, the fact remained that he had trashed their shop. The fault is entirely ours. We wouldn't dare ask for compensation from you. We are already deeply grateful that you're not pursuing further liability. Hey Race, what we'll do, since you didn't have a good meal this time, we'll cover all your future dining expenses, and we'll give you a lifetime 20 discount card. Whenever you visit our restaurant, you'll always get 20 off. It was no accident that this couple had built their hot pot chain to its current scale. Foregoing compensation might temporarily cost them the renovation expenses, but it greatly salvaged the restaurant's image and indirectly served as a form of advertising. Perhaps after this incident the restaurant's popularity would not decline, but instead rise. The boss really knows how to handle people. Now I see how wonderful it is to have money and power. For ordinary folks like us, if we encountered such a situation, we wouldn't even get to see the boss. Even if we filmed a short video and posted it on our personal accounts, probably no one would watch it. How could we ever receive such treatment? Wait, what about the money in the briefcase? I was still waiting for the scene of smashing the shop with cash. After the matter was resolved, the owner of Menghui 1998 personally escorted Su Yuan and his group out of the hot pot restaurant. Su Yuan noticed that Zhao Qingxue hadn't ended the live stream, so he leaned over to glance at the comments. Seeing that some viewers were still fixated on the briefcase full of cash, he chuckled lightly. Smash the shop with cash. How could you even think of that? What if the money gets damaged? After all, that would be illegal. Are we spending the Qixi festival at this hotel? Su Yuan's mom glanced at the hotel, which was entirely made of blue glass, as soon as she got out of the car. She immediately felt an urge to turn back, because this hotel looked extremely expensive. Although her son had become successful and earned money with over 5 million yuan sitting in her bank account, she had been frugal for decades and had no urge to splurge. She felt that a simple, peaceful life was enough and had no interest in a hotel that only the wealthy in TV shows would visit. Yes, there's a surprise on the top floor of this hotel. A few days before the Qixi festival, Su Yuan had been thinking about where to take his parents and wife. After much thought, he booked the entire top floor of this hotel and also invited Qi Han, Li Hao Jingtian, and others to come along. This hotel must be very expensive for one night, right? Su Yuan's mom was still worried about the price. Su Yuan thought for a moment and said, "It's not that bad, just don't say it. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? You're definitely going to make up some story to fool me. Don't tell me you got some discount coupon and this hotel costs only a few hundred yuan a night. I won't believe it." Su Yuan's mom immediately cut him off. "No, Mom, I wasn't going to lie to you. The price I paid to book this hotel was indeed not cheap, but it's non-refundable, so don't think about going back. Just relax and have fun with us." "That's right, it's our son's filial piety." Su Yuan's father chuckled and chimed in. Today he had dressed up at Su Yuan's urging, wearing a trendy floral shirt, loose shorts, and some accessories. At first glance he actually looked quite stylish. The four of them got out of the car. Su Yuan's father had his arm around Su Yuan's mother, and Su Yuan had his arm around Zhao Qingxue. The sight was very pleasing to the eye. "I must have owed you in a past life. Why am I always the single dog stuck with you?" The front car with Su Yuan and the others had arrived at the Bali Grand Hotel a bit early. Behind them, Li Hao was driving with Li Guo. Li Hao, who had resolved to behave himself for a few days, teased Li Guo all the way, making Li Guo so angry that he crawled from the passenger seat to the back seat and hid there, refusing to come out. Even after the car stopped, he was still sulking. "Come out." Seeing that Li Guo refused to budge, Li Hao had no choice but to reach in and pull him. However, Li Guo was so big that when he was in a huff, no ordinary person could drag him out. "Li Hao, what are you doing here?" Just as he was struggling with Li Guo, Qi Han's voice sounded from behind. Li Hao's eyes lit up immediately. He turned around and said, "Who's that beside you?" Having not seen a woman for a few days, Li Hao was feeling restless. Hearing Qi Han's voice, he perked up. But when he turned, he found a young man already standing beside her. The man, dressed in a suit and tie, nodded and smiled at him. "Hello, He Jing, Qi Han's colleague. Her date today." "Oh, hello." Hearing that Qi Han had brought a male companion who looked quite decent, Li Hao immediately felt deflated. He was about to turn back and continue pulling Li Guo out of the car when a shadow suddenly darted past him toward Qi Han. "Oh, you must be Li Guo. So cute. Come shake hands." Li Guo, who had been sulking just moments before, was now wagging his golden tail, joyfully running around Qi Han in excitement and even obsequiously offering her a paw. "Damn it, get back here." Li Hao grabbed Li Guo by the scruff of the neck. Li Guo whimpered in anger, expressing his dissatisfaction wildly, but Li Hao ignored him and chatted casually with Qi Han. "It's the Qixi festival today, and you didn't bring a boyfriend. Instead, you brought a male colleague. It seems your relationship is not ordinary." Qi Han linked her arm with He Jing's, a hint of shyness in her eyes. "Well, we're both single dogs. He doesn't have a girlfriend, and I don't have a boyfriend. On the Qixi festival, we're just temporarily paired up. After all, we can't keep eating Su Yuan and Qingxue's couple's dog food every day." Li Hao silently looked at their clasped hands, then quietly looked down at the leash in his own hand. He reached out his hand. "Come on, Li Guo, let's hold hands too." "Oh, whoa." Li Guo proudly tossed his head, snorted, and walked ahead. Led by the hotel front desk, the group soon arrived at the top floor of the Bali Hotel. Although they had already checked what the view from the top floor of the Bali Hotel was like before coming the moment they actually saw the scenery, they were so stunned that they held their breath. The entire top floor was open air, surrounded by azure ripples that merged with the night sky, making it impossible to tell where the sky ended and the water began. It was as if one could jump into the water and reach out to touch the horizon. Beneath the water lay the dazzling lights of the entire city. "You're here. Zhao Qingxue and the others who had arrived first had already changed into swimsuits and were sitting on the platform in the center of the pool drinking beverages and eating small cakes. Seeing them come up, Zhao Qingxue was very happy and waved at them. Qingxue, the way you're dressed in that swimsuit is practically criminal. The swimsuit Zhao Qingxue wore was actually not very revealing. The top was fully covered and the bottom was a short skirt. But her slender waist was elegant, her long legs were fair and smooth, and her cascading black hair was long and straight. She exuded an irresistible allure that even made Chi-Han, a girl, want to pinch her waist. Su Yuan immediately pulled Zhao Qingxue aside. Hey, this is my wife. Who said you could touch her? I was the first one to sleep with your wife long before you. Chi-Han was not to be outdone. She hugged He Jing's arm and said, I'm telling you, Su Yuan, today I have a backer. See if you can still torment me with your lovey-dovey stuff. Henin, don't talk nonsense. When did I ever sleep with you? Zhao Qingxue said helplessly. You forgot. It was freshman year one night we played that game Zhouhui together, and then you told me you were scared alone and climbed into my bed. You were wearing pajamas, and the buttons weren't even fastened. Alright, don't talk about that anymore. Hurry up and go change into your swimsuit. Zhao Qingxue quickly interrupted Chi-Han, afraid that this silly girl would go on to describe the details of her sleeping. Don't rush. Oh, by the way, who is this lady? Chi-Han turned her gaze to Su Yuan's mother beside her. Oh, am I that young? You little girls still call me sister, you should call me aunt. Su Yuan's mother and father had been sitting nearby watching Zhao Qingxue and Chi-Han exchange pleasantries, but upon hearing Chi-Han's words their faces instantly lit up with smiles. She touched her own face. I feel like I've grown old. Aunt. Chi-Han feigned surprise as she glanced at Su Yuan's mother. So you're an elder? You look so young I couldn't tell. I thought you were only a few years older than us. Su Yuan's mother was indeed a beauty, still graceful and charming in her 40s, and she exercised regularly to maintain her figure, but she wasn't as extraordinary as Chi-Han claimed. Though she knew it was flattery, who wouldn't enjoy kind words? She smiled and explained, You must be Chi-Han Qingxue's best friend. They often mention you. I'm Su Yuan's mother. So you're uncle and aunt. You really do look so young. Hey, don't you think you're going too far? This is my godmother, don't outdo me in flattery. Seeing Su Yuan's mother chatting so happily with Chi-Han, Li Hao also came over. Su Yuan shot him a sidelong glance. So you've been deliberately sucking up to my mom all along. What's my relationship with godmother? Isn't flattery only natural, right? Isn't that so, godmother? Yes, you're all good kids. Go change your clothes now. The group went to change, and while they were away, Jing Tian arrived belatedly with her boyfriend Zhang Ku. Knowing they were heading to the top-floor pool of Bali Hotel, she had already worn her swimsuit under her coat. She casually draped the coat over a chair and was ready to swim, saving herself the trouble of changing. Zhao Qingxue had intended to introduce Su Yuan's parents to Jing Tian, but Su Yuan's mother had already gasped and stood up. You're Jing Tian, right? The actress who's always in TV dramas. I watch your shows all the time. To be honest, Jing Tian's striking features might not appeal to some younger tastes who might find her a bit too flashy. But Su Yuan's mother adored her, thinking the girl looked cheerful and dignified, instantly likable. That's right, Jing Tian. Su Yuan's father also chuckled. Oh, I didn't expect a big star to come play here today. Hello, uncle and aunt. I'm a friend of Yuan Gu and Qingxue, and your junior. Please don't call me a big star. It makes me feel embarrassed. Jing Tian was delighted to be recognized by Su Yuan's parents and introduced her boyfriend Zhang Ku to them. Zhang Ku wasn't very talkative. He simply smiled and greeted them before falling silent. Hey, how strange. It's normal for mom to know to Tian Tian, but why does dad recognize her too? Zhao Qingxue whispered to Su Yuan, watching his parents eagerly chat with Jing Tian. Su Yuan wrapped an arm around her waist and replied softly, because dad often watches TV dramas with mom. Are your parents' feelings that good? Zhao Qingxue was surprised. To be honest, her own parents' relationship was always the envy of others. Her father, though only a math teacher, was especially honest and loyal. Whatever her mother said, he would follow. They had weathered years of storms together with hardly any conflicts. But aside from meals and walks, they usually did their own things at home, her mother knitting and watching TV dramas, her father reading and playing chess. They had almost no common hobbies. A man like Su Yuan's father, who accompanied his wife to watch soap operas, was a first for her. Was their bond really that strong? Of course. Without dad's excellent genes, how could you have such a good husband? Su Yuan smiled faintly. By the way, aren't you going to stream today? I remember you promised your fans you'd stream today. Oh, I almost forgot. They'll start a live stream later. With her fan base growing rapidly, Zhao Qingxue had come to love streaming. Reminded by Su Yuan, she quickly pulled out her phone, set it up on a table, and began a live broadcast. It was Qixi Festival after all, so many people had time off and more viewers were waiting in the stream than usual. I don't get it. Why don't you single dogs find a significant other on such a lovely day? Why crowd into the stream to eat dog food? How watching the stream saves money, get it? Schwer, you're finally streaming. Where are you today? As soon as Zhao Qingxue went live, a torrent of comments flooded the screen. She held up her phone and panned it around, showing everyone the surroundings. Seeing the beautiful scenery, the viewers were filled with envy. Other people's chishi, my own chishi. I see the Tiantian haha caught a single dog. At least we're not the only ones eating dog food. Zhao Qingxue laughed at the teasing comments. You're wrong there. Today the Tian and my best friend Shihan both brought their boyfriends. There are no single dogs here. Only happy couples. Really? No single dogs? I don't believe it. It's true. What about Li Gua? Someone spotted Li Gua dog paddling in the water. Zhao Qingxue aimed the camera at Li Gua. When Li Gua was adopted, he wasn't very thin, but after being well fed by Zhao Qingxue and Su Yuan, he was now as fat as a pig. Everyone had assumed his fur made him look stocky, but seeing him soaked, they fell silent. Caught a single pig. No, a eunuch pig. I told you not to treat a pig like a dog, but you wouldn't listen. So it's not just fluff, he's genuinely fat. Woof woof woof. Li Gua had been swimming alone, bored because no one was paying attention to him. When he noticed Zhao Qingxue's focus on him, he happily climbed ashore and lunged toward her. Behind Zhao Qingxue was the pool. She lost her footing and was knocked into the water by the massive Li Gua. Water splashed everywhere. And through the splashing droplets, brilliant fireworks exploded in the sky. This is too romantic. As the fireworks in the deep blue sky slowly faded, revealing the words Snowfield, everyone, both in front of the screen and in the pool, was stunned. These are custom fireworks, how thoughtful. I wish I could be there to watch the fireworks in person. Even though they're not for me, just seeing them would make me happy. Can you make a wish with fireworks? If so, I wish to find a partner next year. When the fireworks burst into bloom, Zhao Qingxue sensed Su Yuan appearing behind her. His warm chest pressed against her back, and he reached out, took the phone from her hand, and tossed it aside, pointing the camera at the sky. Then he wrapped his arms around her, moving through the water with her to the edge of the rooftop. From this vantage point, the entire city lay beneath their feet, and the deep blue sky was adorned with fireworks meant only for her. Honey, you're so wonderful. She rested her head gently against his chest, feeling both safe and blissful. Su Yuan's father and mother merely paddled nearby, not entering the pool. As his mother looked up at the fireworks, his father silently sat beside her. Su Yuan's mother glanced at him and chuckled. Look how romantic our son is. And you. It's clear my genes are stronger. Honey, happy Chishi. But just as she finished speaking, a huge bouquet of roses appeared before her eyes. The vivid red roses were wrapped in blue paper, clustered together, a sight that brightened the eyes. She was stunned at first, then a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. We're both old now, why are you giving me flowers? Honey, just take them. Su Yuan's father was usually a man of few words, considerate in daily life, but rarely romantic. Giving flowers, for instance, was a first. The last time his wife received flowers was on their wedding day. In truth, this wasn't his idea. Su Yuan had prepared the flowers and handed them to Li Hao earlier, who secretly slipped them to him during the fireworks display. He thought that at their age, with children in their 20s, such superficial gestures were unnecessary. But once Li Hao had thrust the flowers into his hands, he had no choice but to go along. However, when he saw his wife's bashful expression, he suddenly felt that giving the flowers was the right thing to do. Why are you being so nice to me today? Are you plotting something? Despite her words, she took the roses with a sweet smile. I'm telling you, even if you give me flowers, if you've done something wrong, I won't forgive you. Su Yuan's father was helpless. What could I possibly do wrong? How would I know? But I think you're up to something. Spill it now. I really haven't done anything wrong. See, you're not even as romantic as uncle and auntie. Although Zhang Ke had accompanied her here to spend Qixi with Zhao Qingxue, and the others, Su Yuan had prepared fireworks for Zhao Qingxue, and his father had given his mother roses. But she received nothing, feeling a little disappointed. She couldn't help but nudge Zhang Ke. Zhang Ke looked at the couples in the pool and smiled, wrapping his arms around Jing Tian's slender waist. I didn't bring a gift, but I can give you an experience they can't have. With that, he dove underwater, and like a whale carried her gliding across the surface. Be careful. Jing Tian was startled by his sudden move, but once she realized there was no danger, she laughed joyfully. The four couples each found a spot to enjoy themselves, leaving Li Hao tragically alone. The only other lone soul was Li Gua. After being sternly scolded by Su Yuan for his earlier attempt to pounce on someone, Li Gua whimpered and sulked in a corner. Normally Zhao Qingxue and Su Yuan's mother would comfort him when he was upset, but today they ignored him, making him even more miserable. Noticing that only Li Hao was nearby, Li Gua eyed him warily. Why are you staring at me? You're not even a female dog, so what makes you think I'd be interested? Li Hao grumbled, patting the dog's head. Li Gua shook his head indignantly, snatched the phone from Li Hao's hand, and ran off. Damn it, that's my only comfort. Give it back, you bastard. Li Hao didn't expect such a sneaky move from Li Gua and chased after him. With a splash, Li Gua, seeing himself pursued, jumped into the water, interrupting the romantic moment between Jing Tian and Zhang Ke. Realizing he had done something wrong again, Li Gua immediately put on a pitiful look, staring at Jing Tian with innocent eyes. Jing Tian's heart softened, and she patted his head. It's okay, I know it wasn't your fault. Li Hao, still standing on the shore, looked around for his phone. Luckily, it was waterproof. Hearing Jing Tian indulging Li Gua, he said irritably, if it's not his fault, then it's mine. Help me find my phone. Of course it's your fault. What does a dog know? Jing Tian turned to Zhang Ku and said coquettishly, honey, he ruined our moment. Get him. All right. Zhang Ku cupped a handful of water and splashed it at Li Hao. Hey, you're being unreasonable. Li Hao ran towards Su Yuan's parents. Auntie-uncle, they're ganging up on me. You big jerk, you deserve it. Qi Han, Zhao Qingxue, and the others noticed the commotion and joined in creating a chaotic scene. Seeing everyone splashing water excitedly, Li Guo rushed ashore, stood in the middle, and shook his wet fur wildly, sending everyone fleeing. Li Guo, you idiot, you're attacking indiscriminately. Ugh, dog hair. He really is a fool. Let's get him. The tables have turned. Now it's your turn to be bullied. Li Hao watched from the sidelines, gloating as the others chased Li Guo. But Su Yuan soon spotted him. Stop chasing Li Guo. Look, there's another lonely dog over here. Li Hao. After splashing and frolicking in the pool for over an hour, everyone except Zhang Ke crawled ashore exhausted and lay down on deck chairs, covering themselves with towels. Ah, you young people have such great stamina. You've been playing for so long and still seem energetic. We're done for. We need to get some sleep. In fact, with all that casual commotion, it was already past 9 in the evening. Su Yuan's parents were accustomed to early to bed and early to rise, so they went downstairs to their room to sleep. Mom, let me walk you down first. We'll play a bit more. Su Yuan and Zhao Qingxue offered to escort them. Su Yuan's mother retorted defiantly, we're not senile yet. Of course we know where the room is. We'll go ourselves. I know you young people don't sleep early, but you should rest after a while. Staying in the water too long will give you rheumatism, and staying up late will impair your memory. All right, dear, stop nagging. Let them have fun. Listening to Su Yuan's mother's rambling, Zhao Qingxue and the others didn't find it annoying. Instead, Su Yuan's father pulled her away first. Watching their retreating figures, Jing Tian chuckled. Uncle and Annie have such a wonderful relationship. Of course, or else how could they have produced Su Yuan, the king of dog food? Qi Han said with a grin, pulling He Jing's hand as they went downstairs. All right, you two have fun. We're off to rest. Zhao Qingxue looked bewildered. Why are you two resting so early too? Have you forgotten? We're not like you. We have to work tomorrow, and it's quite a commute from here. Hearing this, Zhao Qingxue didn't insist and let them go rest. What remained were 5 people and a dog. Li Hao glanced at Zhao Qingxue and Su Yuan on his left, then at Jing Tian and Zhang Ku on his right, and tactfully stood up. All right, I'm off to bed too. Come back. But as he stood, Su Yuan grabbed him. You don't have to get up early, and you don't have work. Why go to sleep? Play some games with us. He shook his phone. Get online, get online. Helplessly, Li Hao logged into Honor of Kings. But when he entered the room, he found himself still lonely, because on the left were a couple's avatars set with the IDs, Temper, and Loves to Throw Temper. On his right were another pair of pink couple avatars with IDs, Blade, and You Are Both Flaws, and She and the Web are all traps. Trapped in the middle, Li Hao felt he could barely breathe. He hesitated. Maybe I should just leave? Don't, it's more fun when everyone plays together. As they spoke, the match was made. As the first pick, Jing Tian looked at the commonly used heroes of Zhao Qingxue, and the others chose Yao as support, and said, my husband and I will take the bottom lane. Okay. Su Yuan nodded. Honey, ill jungle. You go mid. Mum. Zhao Qingxue picked her usual Xiao Mei, while Su Yuan chose Han Xian for jungling. The remaining lanes were side lanes. Su Yuan looked at the dejected Li Hao. You take top lane. The top lane is yours. Fine. At this point, Li Hao had no idea of the danger. He could play any role, so it made no difference. He directly chose Yuanga for top lane. The lineup was set, and the game began. Oh, the enemy team has 2 lovey-dovey couples. Let's crush them and make them break up after this match. Exactly, flaunting their love. Don't they know love dies fast? Seeing the blatant couple IDs on Su Yuan's side, the enemy team maliciously targeted the mid and bottom lanes. The bottom lane, because Jing Tian and Zhang Ku were both newbies who only played occasionally, played very cautiously, staying under the tower to clear minions and defend. The enemy tried to gank the bottom lane 3 or 4 times, but both escaped with slivers of health, frustrating the enemies. They turned their attention to the mid lane's Xiao Mei. Angela stunned Xiao Mei'll follow up with damage. Well, dive the tower and kill her. Okay. The enemy Angela nodded, flash forward, and used her second skill to slow Zhao Qingxue. The enemy jungler Li Bai saw the opportunity, leaped out from the nearby wolves, and prepared to finish Xiao Mei with his ultimate. The script was set, but just as Li Bai flew into the mid lane, before he could even use his second skill's invincibility, who knew that Han Xian would jump out from the side, knock him up, and take him down in one combo. Staring at his black and white screen, Li Bai slapped his thigh. What the hell? That Han Zin's hand speed is too fast. Wait, how does Han Xian have so much gold? I didn't see him get kills. Hey, why is my jungle completely empty? Where the hell are my camps? Honey, you scared me, but you're amazing. Zhao Qingxue, having narrowly escaped death, planted a kiss on Su Yuan's cheek. If not for you, I'd be dead. Su Yuan stroked her hair. Come to the enemy's blue buff. He'll give it to you. Okay. Cheerfully, Zhao Qingxue dashed toward the enemy's blue area, where where she caught a Li Bai who was still farming, taking both his life and the blue buff for herself. The enemy Angela was dumbfounded. She scolded her Li Bai angrily. Are you stupid? You let such a trash Zhao Mei kill you, and you gave her the blue buff. How am I supposed to play now? I can't help it. The enemy Han Xin is too good. Damn, these two couples aren't easy to bully. You farm on your own. He'll gank top lane a few times. Li Bai, who had originally wanted to break up the couples, looked at his pitiful gold and finally set his sights on the top lane. The enemy Yuan was still engaged in a fierce trade with their own Kai. Since his jungle camps were all stolen by Han Xin, Li Bai decided to abandon farming and headed straight for the top lane. After Yuan and Kai finished their fight, he rushed out and successfully secured the first blood of the match. Indeed, top lane is the easiest to gank. Li Bai happily took the kill and continued to eat Kai's minion wave, seeing a glimmer of victory. But Li Hao was unhappy. Bro Yuan, what are you doing? Hurry up and help me. I'm getting the enemy's red buff for my wife. Wait, why does a little Xiao need a red buff? She bleeds every month, so she needs some red to replenish. Li Hao. Though utterly speechless, Su Yuan's words miraculously made Li Hao feel they made sense. He had always thought women were a particularly mystical creature. After all, they bled every month for decades without any issue. Wasn't that miraculous enough? Fine, you take your time getting the red. Since Su Yuan was unreliable, he had to rely on himself. It was just Kai, wasn't it? With such short range, he could kite him to death. But, damn it, Li Bai, is Kai your wife? Are you living in the top lane? After being ganked 3 times, Li Hao couldn't help but type back in retaliation. He could endure one gank, but why was Li Bai practically camping in the top lane? Didn't he see the two couples flirting in the other lanes? Don't talk nonsense. The mid lane Angela is my wife. I don't want to stay in the top lane either, but you're the easiest to bully. The enemy Li Bai had taken 3 kills in the top lane, his gold income skyrocketing, and he was in a good mood to chat with Li Hao. Li Hao was stunned. You're something. With that, he abandoned the top lane and ran straight to the mid lane. Angela fell. Seeing the question marks slowly appear from the enemy Angela, Li Hao felt a sense of relief. Baby, I'm here to help you. Li Bai, seeing his woman being bullied, immediately rushed to the mid lane. Damn it, with such a strong teammate, how could he let her be bullied? Witnessing this, Li Hao felt nothing but disdain. But he soon realized he was alone in the mid lane. Bro Yuan, sis-in-law, what are you two up to? Su Yuan didn't even look up. I'm enjoying a romantic moment with my wife in the top lane. Don't disturb us. Ouch. How did a transfer end up here? Su Yao, having just left the KTV after singing with her roommates, checked her phone and discovered an unaccepted transfer. Today was Qixi Festival and they had a day off. All the girls in the dorm were single, so they had no dates. Instead, they planned to feast on some barbecue in the afternoon and booked a KTV room to sing. Having too much fun, she hadn't checked her phone. By the time she noticed the transfer, it was already 10 in the evening. Since the dormitory gates closed at 11, they were rushing back to school. The car is here, get in. The 4 of them took 2 taxis, and Su Yao was pulled into one by a friend. After getting in, she opened the transfer interface to see who had sent her money. She didn't think much of it, assuming it was just a friend sending a small amount like 52. But when she saw the amount, she was stunned. The transfer interface clearly displayed the number 52,000. Thinking she might be tipsy and seeing things, Su Yao rubbed her eyes and counted the digits again. It was indeed 52,000. Bro, why did you suddenly send me so much money? Seeing the sum, Su Yao felt a pang of anxiety. Although she was in college, her family had to support 2 children, so they weren't well off. Her allowance was usually modest, and she had never had so much money before. This amount was astronomical to her. It's Qixi today. This is your pocket money. Spend it all, and just tell me when you need more. Initially, Su Yuan thought about Su Yao being in college and didn't want to give her too much. But then he reconsidered. His sister was so sensible now, so giving her a bit more pocket money was fine. After all, girls love beauty, and she needed more funds for makeup and clothes. Bro, you're the best. I love you so much. Thinking of the over 50,000 in her WeChat, Su Yao was overjoyed. Previously, Su Yuan had given her 3,344, which already felt like a lot. She had upgraded her makeup quality and still had 2,000 left over. This time she had covered all the expenses for the outing. Haha, my brother gave me a red envelope today. He'll treat everyone to dinner and KTV. The barbecue place and KTV they went to were not high-end, so the total cost for the meal and singing was only about 900 yuan. Originally, they had agreed that she would cover the cost and then split it later. But now that Su Yuan had sent her 52,000, she generously treated everyone. The roommates were all from ordinary families. Seeing Zhao Qingxue being so generous and waving such a large sum, they were stunned. Yao, what's going on with you? Yeah, how much did your brother send you? This is too much. Maybe you should keep the money to buy yourself some clothes. Next time, just treat us to the cafeteria. Though they knew Su Yao's brother had sent her money, how much could a Qixi red envelope be? At most, it would be 520. He'll show you then. Though wealth shouldn't be flaunted since they all got along well, Su Yao didn't hide it. She took a screenshot of the transfer and sent it to the dorm group chat. Alright, now no one needs to feel guilty, right? I'm really rich now. Holy crap, Yao Yao, what kind of brother is this? Damn, that's not 520, not 5,200, it's 52,000. 3 zeros. What kind of family gives a sister that much money? Seeing the screenshot, the group members were filled with envy and started interrogating Su Yao about what was going on. Was she secretly a wealthy heiress? Su Yao was exasperated. Your imaginations are too wild. How could an heiress live like me? It's just that my brother recently made some money from his business. Oh, speaking of which, Yao Yao, you're so pretty, so your brother must be handsome too. And he's so good at making money. Yeah, do you need a sister-in-law? Quick, give us your brother's contact info. Cut it out. Seeing her roommates eyeing her brother, Su Yao felt helpless. I already have a sister-in-law, and she and my brother are very much in love. So I suggest you don't get any ideas. After a joyful Qixi festival the next morning, Qi Han and his companion were the first to leave, followed by Jing Tian and Zhang Ku, who also bid farewell. Su Yuan and the others had nothing to do, so they slept in until around 10 o'clock, then went downstairs to the restaurant for breakfast, leisurely planning to head home. Dad, Mom, there are so many fun places in Modu. He'll take you around for a couple of days. Over the past 2 days, they had already visited some of the more famous attractions, but Modu was vast, and 2 days only covered a few ordinary spots. There were still plenty of wonderful places to see. Zhao Qingxue nodded beside him. Yeah, Dad, Mom, let me show you some places. See which one you'd like to visit first. As she spoke, she pulled out her phone. Su Yuan's mother waved her hand. No more sightseeing, no more. We need to go home. You two lovebirds should enjoy your time together. Mom, Zhao Qingxue took Su Yuan's mother's hand. Stay and play for a while longer. We're not working now, so we have plenty of time to spend with you. I know you two are very filial, but we really must go home. Su Yuan's parents were insistent. Zhao Qingxue had no choice but to look at Su Yuan. Su Yuan pondered for a moment, then took Zhao Qingxue's hand. Qingxue, how about this time we send Mom and Dad home? During the new year, he had planned to bring Zhao Qingxue back to his hometown, but an unexpected incident had altered those plans. This time it would be a perfect opportunity to take her back to his hometown for a visit. It was also a chance to spend quality time with his parents and ensure their daily lives were well taken care of. As the saying goes, the tree desires stillness, but the wind will not cease. The child wishes to care for his parents, but they are no longer there. This was a regret for many. He did not want this regret to befall him as well. All right. Zhao Qingxue had long heard Su Yuan talk about Rongqing. Although it was a small, obscure city, it was the place where Su Yuan was born and raised. Su Yuan had told her about the fragrant wontons from the breakfast shop downstairs, the tender and flavorful braised pork from the stall next door that was so cheap he could eat 3 bowls of rice with it, and the spicy hot pot outside the small town that was especially delicious. Though it was a bit far, he would gladly walk an hour to enjoy it. She had never seen any of this, and she truly wanted to experience it. She wanted to visit the places where he had once lived to fill in the gaps of his life before she existed. Well, then I'll leave tomorrow. After deciding to return home the next day, as soon as they arrived, Zhao Qingxue and Su Yuan began packing their clothes and luggage. Li Guo was too big to carry, so they would have to check it in, but the back and forth was too troublesome. They decided to temporarily board it, with Li Hao upstairs. Su Yuan was about to message Li Hao to say he would bring Li Guo over, only to receive a message from Li Hao saying he too was going home. This left Su Yuan completely baffled. Why are you going home too? Yeah, my dad asked me to come back. I'm leaving tonight. Li Hao quickly replied. Thanks for putting me up all this time. I just had someone clean the apartment for you. It should be fine. After saying that, he even transferred 20,000 yuan to Su Yuan. Su Yuan was used to Li Hao being shameless, so this sudden seriousness caught him off guard. Pausing, he remembered that Li Hao seemed to have a strained relationship with his family. He asked, is everything okay at home? It's fine. Good. Let me know if anything comes up. Okay. Li Hao replied, immediately his eyes slightly red. After hesitating for a moment, he finally typed, thank you. No need to thank me. I have to find someone to take care of Li Guo. Since Li Hao couldn't help and Qi Han had to work, boarding wasn't convenient either. In the end, they had to send Li Guo to Qin Lu's place. Coincidentally, Qin Lu had a very lively Labrador retriever and a large lawn at home, making it the perfect place for Li Guo. After everything was settled at noon the next day, the 4 of them boarded a plane to Rongqing. So this is Rongqing. It feels so charming. After a 4-hour flight, they arrived in Rongqing. For Su Yuan's parents, who had lived in this small city for decades, there was nothing particularly special about it. But Zhao Qingxue kept looking around, visibly delighted. Let's head home and rest first. You've been on a plane all day. Aren't you tired? Seeing Zhao Qingxue's excited face, Su Yuan felt a bit helpless. The family quickly took a taxi home. Su Yuan's home was on the 2nd floor of an old residential complex, a 4-bedroom to living room apartment. It wasn't very spacious, but it had good lighting and was arranged with great warmth. Your mom and I are going out to buy groceries. Take Qingxue around the neighborhood and let her get familiar with the area. After entering the house and resting briefly, Su Yuan's parents left. Su Yuan intended to show Zhao Qingxue around the complex, but she stood still, blinking her big eyes with an expression that said, you know what I mean. Why are you looking at me like that? If I don't want to see the neighborhood, I want to see your room. With that, Zhao Qingxue walked straight to Su Yuan's room, pushed open the door, and stepped inside. Although Su Yuan had been away from home for 4 or 5 years, his room was still kept immaculately clean by his mother. The bookshelves and desk were spotless, the bed sheets were freshly changed, and on the windowsill sat 2 adorable potted cacti, each blooming with a small white flower. Wow, your room is this clean. Zhao Qingxue walked in and took a look around. Hey, what's this? A middle school yearbook. Spying an old yearbook on the desk, she couldn't help but pick it up and wave it. Can I take a look? It's just a yearbook. Of course you can look. Then I won't hold back. Zhao Qingxue flipped through it. The handwriting was very childish, clearly written by children. Where's your high school yearbook? Su Yuan sat beside her, glancing casually at her curled brush-like eyelashes from the side. Who uses yearbooks in high school? Only middle school kids were into that stuff. That's true. Zhao Qingxue nodded, but her gaze suddenly paused on a certain page. Who is this person? Your first love? I don't have any first love. I told you you're my first love. Confused by her sudden question, Su Yuan leaned over to see the page she was looking at, and then he froze. The person who wrote in that autograph book was named Tan Shilling, a name that unmistakably belonged to a girl. The entries for age, zodiac sign, blood type, and such were all quite normal. The key was in the message column, where she had written her name and his, and below it, she had drawn a Cupid's arrow. When did this get here? Su Yuan asked, a look of bewilderment on his face. Seeing this, Zhao Qingxue immediately pouted. This is your autograph book? How could you not know when it ended up here? I really have no idea. That Tan Shilling lives in the next neighborhood over. We did go to school together, same class in junior high, but I truly didn't know she wrote something like this in my book. Back when they graduated from junior high, everyone had their own autograph book. There were over 40 students in the class, which meant that when you handed out 40 of your own pages, you also had to fill out 40 others. At first, Su Yuan had some patience when filling them out, but after too many, it became a mechanical assembly line. Toward the end, his message to everyone was simply, tomorrow will be better. Later, when the books were collected, he couldn't be bothered to flip through them and just place them on the bookshelf. Who would have guessed someone would draw something like that for him? I'm ignoring you. Seeing Su Yuan's confused expression, Zhao Qingxue turned and walked out of the room straight to the living room, where she sat down. Su Yuan followed helplessly, and when she refused to acknowledge him, he pulled out his phone. Su Yuan, sitting across from her, not only failed to come comfort her, but actually started playing with his phone. Zhao Qingxue grew even more furious. Fine, she was already angry, and he was just glued to his phone. Clearly he didn't love her anymore. If you really don't have me in your heart. With a snort, Zhao Qingxue stood up and headed for the door. But just as she reached it, her phone dinged. She instinctively looked down. The message was from Su Yuan. She was still angry and didn't intend to check it, but after stepping outside, she couldn't help sneaking a peek at her phone. It was an old photo. In the picture, a little girl and a little boy stood together, laughing happily. Hey, that's me. After a closer look, Zhao Qingxue realized the little girl in the photo was her, and the boy beside her was a young Su Yuan. So he had been sitting there photoshopping this the whole time. Damn it, she had wronged him. But even if she had wronged him, she would never admit it. Honey, I know I was wrong. It's all my fault for not being more careful. Su Yuan's clear voice sounded behind her. At the same time, a pair of large hands wrapped around her waist. At least you know you were wrong. Since you're admitting your mistake so sincerely, I forgive you. Seeing that Su Yuan was clever enough to give her a way out, Zhao Qingxue took the opportunity to back down. She turned around in his arms, extending her fair arms to loop around his neck. Her pink lips pursed into the shape of a cherry blossom. Think about it. If you had been swept away by some other girl back in junior high, with how devoted you were, she would have been your one true love. Then what about me? What would I have done? Oh my, is this little Yuan's wife? Just as they were cuddling at the doorway, the neighbor Aunt Lin opened her door and saw the two embracing in the hallway. The sweet sight of the young couple made her eyes crinkle with a smile. Su Yuan felt particularly embarrassed. Aunt Lin, long time no see. You still look so young. Aunt Lin had lived next door to Su Yuan for decades, a longtime neighbor of his family. They had always been close, often visiting each other. One could say that Aunt Lin had watched Su Yuan and his sister Su Yao grow up. Now, after several years apart, Aunt Lin was still the same. Yuan, you've always had a sweet tongue since you were a child. I always said you'd amount to something big, and sure enough, you've brought back a beautiful wife. Aunt Lin sized up Zhao Qingxue and looked thoroughly pleased. With such striking features, I haven't seen anyone prettier in all the surrounding neighborhoods. She's like a movie star. Hello, Aunt Lin. You're making me blush. Perhaps because Aunt Lin often danced square dancing with Su Yuan's mother, the two women had a very similar aura, warm and approachable. Though normally shy, Zhao Qingxue took the initiative to greet her. Aunt Lin chuckled. I'm just speaking the truth. By the way, when are you two planning to have the wedding? Be sure to invite me for the wedding wine. Of course. After exchanging pleasantries with Aunt Lin, Su Yuan took Zhao Qingxue for a stroll around the neighborhood. Having grown up here, he knew many people. So after a full circuit, Su Yuan had basically introduced Zhao Qingxue to everyone in the neighborhood. The whole neighborhood knew that Su Yuan had found a beautiful wife. Seeing the gentle, slightly proud look in his eyes as he introduced her to others, Zhao Qingxue felt a bit exasperated. Honey, can we go home now? What's the rush? I'm showing you around, so you'll know how to greet people when you meet them later. Just as Su Yuan was about to continue walking with Zhao Qingxue, they ran into a young woman in a red bodycon dress coming toward them. The woman lit up immediately when she saw Su Yuan and greeted him warmly. Su Yuan, I didn't expect it was really you. Someone told me you were back, but I didn't believe it. Su Yuan stared at the vaguely familiar woman, but couldn't recall who she was for a moment. Su Yuan, you haven't forgotten me just because you found a pretty wife, have you? I'm your junior high classmate Tan Xiuling. Tan Xiuling looked at Su Yuan's clueless expression with some exasperation. Zhao Qingxue, however, was stunned. You're Tan Xiuling. You know me, sister-in-law. Tan Xiuling glanced at Zhao Qingxue in confusion. Of course, Zhao Qingxue was too embarrassed to admit she had been jealous over her, so she just coughed. I saw your name in my husband's autograph book. Oh, that. Hearing this, Tan Xiuling seemed to recall something and also felt a bit sheepish. To be honest, sister-in-law Su Yuan was the school heartthrob all through junior high and high school. Back in junior high, I even had a crush on him. And I wasn't the only one. Several girls in our class had a crush on him. She paused, then sighed. But unfortunately, Su Yuan was a total blockhead, completely clueless. The class belle used to ask him for help with problems every day just to get close to him, and he actually asked her, you can't even do this. What were you doing in class? He made the class belle cry in frustration.